Chapter 1. The Legendary Lecher. Awakening in a savage, blood-soaked land of orcs, filled with plunder and slaughter, how shall she fulfill the original owner's long-cherished wish and lead a life of ease? Outwardly delicate and gentle, the female protagonist is, in truth, a flirtatious and capricious spirit, possessing a sharp tongue, selfishness, and favoritism, true femme fatale. In the beastly world, eager to collect her harem, she believed she had assumed the role of a pampered wife, cared for by her beastly husband, only to discover she had inadvertently taken on the mantle of a powerful matriarch, destined to lead her tribe to greatness. The mere thought of returning home after a long day to find 8 handsome men awaiting her fills her with unparalleled joy. Such a life is nothing short of blissful. For those who accept this premise, step right in. For those who do not, please refrain from causing harm. May all who read this tale prosper abundantly, surrounded by handsome suitors. Beastly husbands. Black Eagle, a powerful, cold, and ruthless wandering orc. Lion, proud, lecherous, and possessive. Orca, a melodious and charming mermaid. Panda, intelligent yet lovesick. White snake, shy and eager for affection. More beastly husbands await your discovery. The main narrative is about to commence. Please temporarily entrust your thoughts to the author and let us embark on a journey to a fantastical realm in search of love. On a sweltering summer night, Situ Nana lay in her comfortable bed, wrapped in an air-conditioned blanket, sipping milk tea while scrolling through her phone, when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head and darkness enveloped her consciousness. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, and when Situ Nana's awareness returned, she found herself in a hazy space, alongside a girl of about 17 or 18, with long, deep green hair cascading like a waterfall over her fair skin. The girl donned a gray animal hide top and a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her alluring figure. With tears glistening in her innocent eyes, the girl implored, "I am dying, yet I yearn to live within the tribe, that I wish to partake in the Comingafage ceremony with my companions, and prove that being a naturally born female orc is not a harbinger of misfortune. All my woes are not my fault." Her form grew fainter, her voice softer. "Please, help me." The girl spoke in Cantonese, and fortunately, Sid and Nana comprehended her words. Otherwise, it would have been a futile exchange. In a flurry of urgency, Situ Nana asked, "Who are you? How can I assist you?" The nearly transparent girl replied, "I was born in the rainforest." And with that, she vanished completely. "Hey!" Situ Nana exclaimed, yearning to hold on to her. In a moment of excitement, she opened her eyes only to find herself lying in a lush forest. She was sprawled on thick grass, with dew soaking the ground, sending a chilling sensation through her bones. Situ Nana felt bewildered. "I was just at home, looking at my phone. How'd I end up in a forest?" Attempting to pinch her thigh, she discovered she possessed no strength. A shiver ran through her, and she realized she must be burning with fever. "Can someone please tell me what on earth is happening?" As a voracious reader for 3 years, Situ Nana could not help but suspect that she had been swept up in the tide of time. "Travel!" She screamed internally. "Hey, system, come out. Can you at least let me receive some narrative?" Yet, there was no response from any so-called system to her desperate call. Struggling, Situ Nana managed to sit up from the ground, only to see 2 large gray wolves slowly approaching her. She gasped, "Help!" Upon realizing she had been spotted, the 2 wolves roared and charged at her. "Roar!" "Ah!" Situ Nana shrieked and attempted to flee, but she failed to notice a colossal deceased eagle behind her, causing her to stumble. Feeling a foul wind sweep toward her from behind, she experienced a sharp pain in her shoulder, undoubtedly from the wolves' razor-sharp claws. This was trivial, for she was on the verge of having her neck bitten off by the wolves. An even louder roar resonated from a greater beast, and Situ Nana sensed a shadow pass swiftly behind her, followed by a warm spray of blood splattering on her back. She leaned against the dead eagle, gasping for breath, and reached behind to feel the source of the warm liquid, only to find her hand drenched in blood. Trembling, she slowly turned her head to behold a massive golden-haired lion that had just killed one of the gray wolves and was now engaged in battle with the other. Situ Nana pressed her hand against her racing heart, slowly rising in an attempt to escape, only to discover a large brown wolf standing beside her, significantly larger than the 2 gray wolves. Terrified, she fell back to the ground, supporting herself with her hands, feeling a sharp pain in her palms. In her mind, she screamed, "Help! Mighty lion, please kill this brown wolf." The brown wolf had been watching her intently, noticing her fall. Its eyes glimmered with an unknown light as it leaned closer, extending its tongue to lick her face amidst her terror. Situ Nana nearly lost her balance from the unexpected lick, almost toppling over again. She braced herself against the ground, struggling to steady herself, attempting to distance herself from the brown wolf. But whether from fear or fever, she found herself utterly drained of strength, with a dead eagle lying nearby. With no escape in sight, she could only pale with fear and plead, "Please, don't eat me." The brown wolf transformed into a completely naked man, and to her horror, she was still seated on the ground as he stood before her. With a playful smile, the man remarked, "I am not a ferocious beast. How could I possibly consume a female? Help!" Situ Nana felt as if her eyes might fail her. She gazed up at him in shock. Was he truly a wolf transformed into a man? The legendary beastman? The mythical, lecherous wolf? Wait, could this possibly be the fabled land of beastmen? She suddenly recalled a novel she had stayed up late to read a few days ago, where the female protagonist fell from a cliff and encountered numerous handsome men transformed from fierce beasts, who lavished her with affection daily. Battles involving 3 or even 5 combatants were commonplace. She felt a pang of envy, knowing that she had only ever dated one boyfriend, with whom she had merely shared a few innocent kisses. That worthless boy had dumped her the moment she expressed reluctance to spend the night with him. The absurdity lay in the fact that they had only been dating for a month, and he constantly sought to engage in intimacy, even in the confines of a university dormitory. What was he thinking? What if his roommates returned and caught them? She had already informed him that she was inexperienced. Why couldn't he simply book a room? Useless. In the real world, quality men were too scarce, forcing her to seek solace in fiction. She yearned for the exceptional men that the heroines attracted, wishing for just a fraction of that luck too would suffice. Was her wish about to come true? The man transformed from a brown wolf noticed Situ Nana's unwavering gaze upon him and smiled enticingly. "Do you like me?" As he spoke, he lifted her effortlessly, pressing her against his bare chest. His firm muscles pressed against her softness, causing a jolt of discomfort in a certain area. Though inexperienced, she knew precisely what it was. Chapter 2. She was found by both of us. I should be her partner too. The man, with wolf-like eyes gleaming with desire, gazed at Situ Nana. "Beautiful little female. I wish to mate with you." "Absolutely not." Situ Nana stifled her inner terror and struggled momentarily. The abruptness of this encounter left her utterly frightened. She was petrified. Though this brown wolf man was slightly more attractive than her ex, he was certainly not her type. Upon hearing her rejection, he pressed her tighter, his heated hands gripping her backside. The look in his eyes was one of possessiveness. "Why? Are you dissatisfied with my body?" Dissatisfied? She was terrified out of her wits. Was that the crux of the matter? The real issue was his immediate display of physicality and overwhelming affection. Situ Nana, on the brink of tears, pleaded, "Please let me go." The brown wolf beast lowered his head to kiss her lips, but she evaded him, causing his kiss to land on her forehead. In a husky voice, he uttered, "Stay still, I fear I may not be able to resist mating with you right now." Mating at their first meeting. This was not mating. What was the difference from assault? The protagonists in novels had gentle, handsome suitors. Why was her experience so crude and urgent? A lecherous beast, a terrifying lecher. Situ Nana could no longer hold back her tears, crying out, "I beg you, spare me." At that moment, a pair of strong hands reached out, pulling Situ Nana away from the brown wolf beast and shielding her protectively. "You've frightened the little female." As Situ Nana lifted her tear-filled eyes, she beheld a towering figure, a muscular man with bronze skin. I could see that moment. He gazed at her with his large, bright, almond-shaped eyes and reassured her, saying, "It's all right, do not be afraid." Situ Nana clasped her hands protectively over her chest, gently resting them on the man's sturdy, muscular waist. He sported a mane of short, light golden hair reminiscent of a lion, and since the lion itself was nowhere to be seen, she speculated that he must be the man transformed from that lion. Though he was taller than the man who had morphed from the brown wolf, standing beside him did not evoke the same sense of intimidation as being in close proximity to the brown wolf beast. This lion beast was also unclothed, save for a light yellow fur skirt that was reminiscent of a lion's pelt. Although it appeared somewhat bulging in certain areas, it was not overtly exposed. Why, then, did that pervert choose to reveal himself so brazenly? The lecherous wolf then spoke. "I am called Wolf Song. You are the little female we have found together, so you will become our mate, won't you?" Upon hearing his words, Situ Nana raised her gaze to meet his, recalling an unwritten rule she had encountered in the beastly novel she had read. However, could she truly refuse? She had no desire to be with this lascivious wolf. The handsome lion lowered his gaze to her pale, tear-streaked face, and a pang of sympathy tugged at his heart. He lowered his voice by several octaves, striving to adopt the gentlest tone possible. "You are simply given a priority choice. We are not stray beasts and will not force a female. You need not worry. I am called Lion Moo, may I ask your name? Little female. Sitanana wiped away her tears and looked up at the man named Lion Moo. He did not attempt to pull her close, and his clear, bright eyes offered a small measure of comfort, easing the tension in her heart. If he truly would not compel her, she was willing to consider this. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, "My name is Sitanana." Her soft, melodious voice caused both men to swallow hard. Wolfsong remarked, "Sitanana? What a lovely name." As he approached, Sitanana instinctively retreated behind Lion Moo. Lion Moo's warm hand enveloped her own, resting at his waist, and he addressed Wolfsong, saying, "Look how frightened you have made Sitanana. If she does not accept your words, I shall intervene." The warmth of his hand provided Sitanana with a sense of reassurance. Wolfsong shifted his gaze from Sitanana to Lion Moo, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Lion Moo, do you truly wish to monopolize this little female?" The tension in the air heightened at Wolfsong's words, causing Sitanana to feel anxious once more. Lion Moo gently patted Sitanana's somewhat stiff hand before raising his gaze to Wolfsong, coldly retorting, "What do you mean by monopolizing? Which male does not prioritize his mate above all else?" Wolfsong countered, "She is the one we both found I too should be her mate." With that, he advanced towards Sitanana. Lion Moo swiftly raised his foot and kicked at Wolfsong, sending him tumbling twice before he managed to rise from the ground. Their sudden altercation nearly caused Sitanana to gasp in fear once more. Lion Moo remarked, "Wolfsong, considering our shared upbringing, I feel compelled to advise you. Until Sitanana has accepted you, it would be prudent to maintain your distance." That he then turned to Sitanana, speaking softly, "Well, Sitanana, grant Wolfsong a period of 3 days. He may be somewhat brusque and impatient, but his abilities are commendable. Observe his conduct during this time. If you find him agreeable, then accept him. Should you remain unsatisfied, I shall ensure he does not dare to approach you again. Does that sound reasonable?" Upon hearing Lion Moo's words, Wolfsong's expression brightened considerably, and he regarded Sitanana with a mix of emotions. With the matter laid bare, Sitanana felt it impossible to simply declare her disinterest. After all, they had grown up together. Could Lion Moo truly be counted on to side with her? With a reluctant nod, Sitanana replied, "All right." Lion Moo turned to her and said, "Then shall we return to the tribe together?" Sitanana nodded again, "Yes." Her obedient demeanor ignited a fervor in the hearts of both men, who longed to embrace her and shower her with affection. Lion Moo silently rejoiced that he had intervened with the wolf. Had he remained by her side, he might have succumbed to the urge to hold her, thus making her rejection a personal blow. He stifled the desire to kiss her, instead reaching down to gently touch the soft hands that rested on his waist, his gaze falling upon the lifeless eagle at his feet. A gentle nudge revealed that it had likely perished not long ago, but dead is dead. He turned to inquire, "Is this your kin?" "He has already succumbed." As Sitanana could only nod, she was still unclear about how she had arrived at this place, and the dissipating spirit had offered her no explanations. Death was simply death. The deceased eagle, with its white head, brown-gray plumage, appeared rather unthreatening. Had it been a corpse of a human, she might have been utterly terrified. Seeing her lack of reaction, Lion Moo chose to disregard the dead eagle. Chapter 3. Likely not long for this world. Reluctantly, Lion Moo removed her hands from his waist, only to notice the redness in her palms, which bore abrasions and even blood evidence of the splatter from his confrontation with the gray wolf. Concerned, Lion Moo pulled her hands to his view, exclaiming, "You are injured?" As he extended his tongue to tenderly lick the wounds on her palms, a wave of warmth enveloped her. Sitanana flushed and instinctively recoiled, yet Lion Moo held her hands firmly, preventing any retreat. In that moment, she noticed a crimson feather mark on the inner side of her left wrist. Sitanana possessed a decorative charm made of red feathers. Her grandmother had told her that this phoenix feather pendant was an ancestral treasure, traditionally passed down through the female line, believed to ward off evil spirits. Grandmother had 2 daughters, and at that time, she was uncertain whom to give them to, so she decided to keep them for herself. Subsequently, Sitanana's mother gave birth to a son and a daughter, while her aunt had only 2 sons and no daughters. Moreover, during her childhood, Sitanana experienced a prolonged period of illness, and thus her grandmother entrusted her with a precious talisman. She cherished it dearly, wearing it around her neck in her youth, and later threading it on her bracelet as she matured. After all these years, it remains remarkably vibrant. Could it be that this truly is a treasure? Is it this very artifact that brought her to this place? Sitanana gazed at the feather imprint for quite some time, and to her astonishment, she seemed to perceive a dark crimson space within the mark. Just as she was about to examine it more closely, it became indistinct. Drawn by the intense warmth radiating from her palm, Sito Nana lifted her gaze to behold the tall, robust gentleman who bent down to lick her palm. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively tightened her legs, her entire being quivering with anticipation. At that moment, she became acutely aware of a sharp pain emanating from her knees and the soles of her feet, suggesting that her skin had likely been scraped. As she lowered her gaze, she beheld her long, deep green hair cascading down to her waist, complemented by a gray bee-skin bandeau and a form-fitting miniskirt, which accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist, evoking a sense of allure. The complexion of this body was remarkably fair, akin to skin that had not seen the sun for an extended period. Significantly, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the ethereal spirit she had glimpsed earlier, which had now dissipated. Conjecturing that she had indeed experienced a legendary soul transference, Situ Nana could hardly contain her thoughts. In the midst of the envious, almost maddening gaze of Langsong, Shirmu finally licked Situ Nana's hand clean. It was then that Shirmu noticed the flush on Situ Nana's face, as if she might spill over with embarrassment. She was also delicately lifting her dainty, pale feet, swaying gently, her entire form trembling with a subtle excitement. He swallowed hard, apprehensive that he might succumb to temptation, and hastily released her hand, suggesting, "Allow me to carry you back." With that, Shirmu transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall golden lion, wrapping his tail around Situ Nana's waist and lifting her onto his back. Startled, Situ Nana steadied herself and swung her legs to straddle this magnificent creature, then leaned forward to embrace him. His magnificent mane shimmered with a golden hue under the sunlight, yet it felt surprisingly smooth to the touch. It was at this moment that Situ Nana realized she was not wearing any undergarments. Overwhelmed with a mix of shyness and embarrassment, she could only bury her face against the lion's back. Shirmu took a few deliberate steps before accelerating, racing through the dense forest. Situ Nana clutched it tightly, rubbing her face against its mane as she turned to look back. She saw that Lang Tsong had transformed into a brown wolf, carrying 2 gray wolves upon his back. As they all ran forward together, after a mere 10 minutes, they joined a group of several dozen beastmen, predominantly lions, with only a few wolves of varying colors among them. Upon seeing Situ Nana on the back of the lion Mu, the beastmen approached with evident excitement. Instead of shifting into human form to converse with them, Mu simply let out a series of loud roars. Once everyone had gathered their respective prey, they departed together in a unified procession. Situ Nana speculated that these individuals were from their tribe, having ventured out for a hunt. Subsequently, there was an eerie silence among them, perhaps due to the beastly forms rendering them incapable of speech. The group traversed through the dense, primordial forest for a considerable time before emerging, only to find themselves crossing a series of streams, both large and small. Situ Nana rested upon the back of the lion, feeling her head grow increasingly heavy, until she gradually succumbed to slumber. It was unclear how much time had passed when she was roused by the sounds of many voices. The hunting party had returned. They brought with them an abundant bounty. Behold, there was a particularly exquisite young female upon the back of the lion. As Situ Nana opened her eyes, she found herself in a grand plaza nestled within a canyon, surrounded by numerous beasts and orcs. Among them were a few rugged women, but predominantly men. Fortunately, the men were clad in animal skin skirts, while the women wore similar bustiers paired with short skirts, and some adorned themselves in bustier dresses. At that moment, Lang Tsong stood beside her and addressed the crowd, proclaiming, "This little female is one I found alongside Shirmu." A middle-aged man leading the group in the canyon remarked, "Oh, splendid. Although your hunting spoils are abundant, I believe your greatest treasure is this little female." Aha! Shirmu transformed into his human form, effortlessly lifting Situ Nana onto his back, stating, "You may distribute the spoils, and Lang Tsong will bring my share over shortly. Please set aside some tender meat for Situ Nana. She is injured and seems to be unwell. I shall first escort her back to the cave for a check." The middle-aged leader responded, "The little female is ill? We must attend to her. Females are particularly fragile." As Shirmu prepared to depart, he added, "If it is not serious, please bring her to participate in the blessing ceremony before nightfall." Shirmu turned back, saying, "I fear that will not be possible today. I sense she is running a fever and must wait until she recovers before attending." A wave of disappointment washed over the gathered orcs, with some murmuring, "A fever? She may not last long." Shirmu glanced at the crowd, remaining silent, and after leaving the plaza with Situ Nana on his back, he began to jog. As Situ Nana had dozed off during her journey, she now felt somewhat revitalized. She lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. The tribe of Shimu was nestled within a valley, with the dwellings of the orcs encircling a central plaza. Some resided in tree hollows, others in tree houses, while a greater number occupied caves hewn from the mountainside. A myriad of plants, varying in height and growth, adorned the path. Upon glancing around, she observed that most were impressively tall. The flora of this world bore a resemblance to that of the human realm, yet there was a significant disparity that rendered her unable to recognize any of them. However, she had always lived in the city, only familiar with ornamental houseplants and edible vegetables, and thus felt she had brought shame upon herself as a traveler. Chapter 4. Licking the wounds in a matter of minutes. Shimu had reached a point near the mountain's summit and entered a cave. He laid Situ Nana upon a bed of grass, which was remarkably soft, akin to resting on a thick layer of sponge. Shimu examined the wound on her knee. After a few hours, the small injury had ceased to be inflamed, revealing merely 2 or 3 minuscule cuts smaller than grains of rice. He knelt before her on one knee, bowing his head to gently lick the small wound on her knee. Despite feeling a bit dizzy, Siduna remained composed and sat up to gaze at him, saying, "Shirmu, please do not act this way. Everything is fine now." Shirmu swiftly cleaned her wound with his tongue and then looked up at her, stating, "When a female is injured, it is prone to leaving scars. A male's saliva can expedite the healing process and prevent unsightly marks from forming." Situanana contemplated the unsightliness of potential scars on her knee. Even mere flecks would be unappealing. Thus, she remarked, "Well, thank you, Shirmu." Her words caused Shirmu's gaze to dim slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure as he lowered his eyes. Before Situ-Nana could ponder upon the situation, he turned her around, stating, "I recall that you have sustained injuries on your back as well." With that, he parted her waist-length hair to examine her back. His warm hands seemed to possess some enchantment, causing Situ-Nana's body to tremble anew. "No, it's nothing," she insisted. However, Shirmu noticed a small gash on her left shoulder created by a wolf's claw, with a few drops of wolf blood at the juncture of her shoulder and arm. "Heart aching," he remarked. "You've been scratched by a wolf's claw, and yet you claim there is nothing." After saying this, he lowered his head to lick the wound gently. In the beastman continent, females are typically taller and more robust, rarely resembling someone as petite as Situ-Nana, who stood at just 1.60 meters. Moreover, these females often exhibit a rough exterior, although they do not need to labor after reaching maturity and forming pairs. Their prolonged exposure to harsh weather without clothing may contribute to their darker, coarser skin and lack of hygiene. In summary, they are undeniably rugged. Shirmu, encountering a female like Situ-Nana for the first time, entirely clean and with soft, fair skin, found her captivating, particularly with her flowing green hair and luminous complexion. Situ-Nana felt a surge of electricity coursing through her body, ignited by the intense male presence that enveloped her, causing her to blush profusely. After tending to her wounds, Shirmu diligently licked the wolf's blood from her back, with one arm wrapped securely around her waist and the other gently resting on her shoulder. He spoke with restrained intensity. "Situ-Nana, you are burning with fever. A female in such a state is at great risk. My beast mark still remains. Allow me to bestow it upon you. With my mark nurturing your body, you should begin to recover." Situ-Nana inquired with confusion, "How is that possible?" Lionmu replied, "By mating with me, we shall bear each other's companion marks, allowing us to sense one another no matter where we are. Furthermore, the divine beast power within us can mutually communicate and enhance our strength. It appears that bestowing the beast mark necessitates the consummation of such an act." Curious, Situ-Nana inquired, "Is it possible to mate without relinquishing one's beast mark?" Shimu, gently resting his hand on her shoulder, replied, "No. A male beastman possesses only one beast mark, which is imprinted on his partner during the first mating. As for females, there are many. As long as the other party is a single beast, they can leave their beast mark on them." Situ-Nana, seizing the moment, directly asked, "Are you implying that you are still a single beast?" Shimu nodded earnestly in affirmation. "Indeed. Situ-Nana, it turns out he is still a pure-hearted man, which she finds delightful. It is often said that when one is well-fed and warm, desires arise. However, at this moment, she is fatigued, parched, and famished, rendering her thoughts far from such matters, to the point that her mind has begun to dull." Observing her silence, Shirmu interpreted it as her reluctance to acquiesce to his courtship. Thus he inquired further, "Are there any other injuries you have sustained? Allow me to tend to them with my tongue." Situ-Nana unconsciously glanced at her own feet, wiggling her delicate little toes. Surely, she couldn't expect someone to lick the soles of her feet. Thus, she shook her head and responded, "No, there are no wounds. Yet." How could she deceive the keen gaze of the lion? Shermu grasped her instep and lifted her foot, revealing several small scratches on her fair, tender soles, along with 2 or 3 minor cuts. He gently caressed her foot and remarked, "You do have wounds," before lowering his head to lick them clean. No. Siddhanana felt as though he was not merely licking her soles, but rather caressing her very heart. She struggled slightly, yet found herself utterly powerless, devoid of any strength. "Please, don't do this. It's dirty." Shermu remained silent, proceeding to clean the other sole before looking at her and saying, "Such tender feet are not dirty at all." This delicate and fragrant little female was now his. He resolved that she would be his everything from that moment on. Sitting beside her, Shermu observed her intently and declared, "I have never encountered such a delicate little female as you. I will strive to care for you well. Wherever you go, I shall carry you, ensuring you never suffer harm again. Is that agreeable? Could there truly exist such a devoted beastman?" Siddhanana felt a surge of emotion. After the way he had just lavished attention on her feet, she was tempted to lie down beside him in a cozy embrace. Seeing her blush and remain silent, Lionmu, unsure of her thoughts, grasped her delicate and tender feet and boldly inquired, "Dear Siddhanana, would you allow me the honor of being your first partner?" Siddhanana bit her lip, contemplating whether to acquiesce to him, when a rumble emanated from her stomach. It was well past noon, and she had not consumed a single drop of water since the morning. Shermu also heard the sound from her belly. He pressed his lips together and remarked, "Lang Song will soon bring the game meat. Just hold on a little longer." No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from outside the cave, and Lang Song strode to the entrance. "Shermu, little female, I have brought you prey," he announced. Shermu replied, "Please bring it in quickly. Siddhanana is already famished." Upon seeing Siddhanana and Shermu seated together on the grass nest, with her delicate white feet resting on his lap, Lang Song felt a surge of envy. The thought of embracing and kissing her made her want to weep, while Shermu's affectionate gestures only made her blush, showing no sign of distress. Gripping his catch tightly, he gritted his teeth and entered the cave. Shermu approached and selected a piece of tender meat from Lang Song's catch, then said, "Please assist me in placing these in the small cave." Afterward, he presented the freshly cut meat to Siddhanana, urging, "Siddhanana, please eat quickly." Siddhanana gazed at the fresh, still bleeding meat before her, and, while caressing her stomach which had been protesting for quite some time, inquired, "Is this how we are to consume it?" Chapter 5. I can only operate an electric vehicle. I am incapable of driving a high-speed train. Lionmu asked, "Would you like me to cut it into smaller pieces for you?" Siddhanana, with a hint of uncertainty etched on her delicate face, looked up at him and asked, "Are you suggesting that I consume raw meat?" Lionmu regarded her with a curious expression and replied, "Not raw meat. What kind of meat do you mean then?" "Fresh, uncooked meat is the most delectable. Spoiled meat is certainly off the table. If you prefer dried meat, that is an option, but it pales in comparison to the taste of fresh meat." Siddhanana roared inwardly, "Eat raw meat. They want me to consume raw meat." She struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva before replying, "I do not wish to eat raw meat. I yearn for it to be cooked." Lionmu tilted his head in contemplation before inquiring, "How shall it be cooked?" Siddhanana did not discover any cooking utensils within the cave. However, she did spot a few dry branches in one corner. She then remarked, "Please roast the meat over fire before I consume it." "Fire to roast?" Lionmu exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a remorseful apology. "Siddhanana, I am truly sorry. Although the beast god bestows heavenly fire upon the beastman continent in every season, our lion tribe has been unable to preserve it due to the incessant rains and the rainforest marshlands." At that moment, Wolf Song emerged from a small cave where he had been organizing the distributed animal skins and meats. As he approached Siddhanana, who was seated on the grassy nest, he spoke, "Little female, do you wish to eat meat roasted with heavenly fire? That would have to wait until 20 days hence when the beast god distributes the fire, and we can gather it. In previous years, we have only been able to collect the heavenly fire on the first day of autumn." As Siddhanana observed him approaching, her previously slouched posture instantly straightened. She tucked her legs beneath her and adjusted her animal skin skirt in an attempt to cover her thighs. Simultaneously, she tilted her head and inquired, "How does the beast god bestow divine fire?" Lang Song halted in his tracks and earnestly confessed, "I truly have deep feelings for you. Would you please not reject me?" Siddhanana gazed into his somewhat gloomy eyes, and the combination of that elongated face with such an expression truly frightened her, prompting her to hunch her shoulders in silence. Lionmu spoke. The beast god unleashed heavenly fire from the great mountains of the central forest, igniting the forests in every direction. We shall venture forth to gather what we need for the tribe's winter warmth. Situnana inquired whether it was possible that the periodic eruptions of the volcano were to blame. Lion Mu then asked, since there is no heavenly fire at present, do you truly refuse to consume this beast's flesh? Would you care for some fruit instead? Perhaps the fruit, Situnana replied weakly. She was certain she would not partake in raw meat, and in order to avoid starvation, she had no choice but to settle for some fruit. Meanwhile, Wolf Song approached Lion Mu and asked, Lion Mu, has the little female truly become feverish? Lion Mu nodded and replied, it is not excessively hot. If she can manage to eat properly, she should be able to endure. Upon hearing this, Wolf Song's eyes brightened with renewed hope. He smiled and moved closer to Situnana, reaching out to touch her forehead. As Situnana turned her head in an attempt to evade, she found herself devoid of strength and ultimately could not escape his touch. Lang Song successfully reached her forehead, noting that it was indeed not very warm, however. Her demeanor evidently left him feeling somewhat defeated. Thus, he approached Shirmu and inquired, Shirmu, what must I do to win her affection? In the realm of the orcs, a single male is incapable of adequately caring for a female. It typically requires the efforts of 7 or 8 males to properly attend to a mate. Consequently, Shirmu had never entertained the notion of possessing a female all to himself. Moreover, having grown up alongside Lang Song, whose prowess surpassed his own, he had always regarded him as a subordinate. He harbored no objections to sharing the role of a female's partner with him. With this in mind, Shirmu rose and, in frustration, gave him a gentle push, exclaiming, you are utterly foolish. Did you not hear Situnana express her desire for fruit? Hurry and fetch some. Lang Song nodded eagerly. Oh, yes, yes. He dashed out of the cave, but paused at the entrance to glance back at Situnana, saying, little female, I shall return shortly. With that, he transformed into a brown wolf and sprinted away. At that moment, Situnana noticed that he was clad in a short skirt fashioned from the fur of a brown wolf. Only after the creature had vanished from her sight did she turn to Lion Mu and inquire, is that skin skirt you wear crafted from your own hide? Lion Mu nodded in affirmation and replied, indeed, it is a manifestation of our own pelt. Once a male beast transforms into human form, this ability is automatically bestowed upon us, shielding us from the exposure typical of wild animals. When we assume human shape, we don a fur skirt to conceal our genitals, and it is only during copulation with our mate that this covering is removed. Situnana pressed her lips together, contemplating, so that Wolf Song was merely attempting to behave indecorously toward her. Lion Mu glanced at her and offered an explanation on behalf of his companion. It isn't necessarily about mating. Sometimes courtship manifests in various forms. Certain females require a display before deciding whether to bond with a male. Thus, at that moment, Song was merely showcasing himself, courting you in hopes that you would appreciate his physique and accept him. It is only after witnessing such displays that one can determine acceptance. Indeed, the females in this realm are remarkably discerning. After all, it pertains to a lifetime of happiness and intimacy. Noticing Situnana's silence, Lion Mu cautiously inquired, do you wish to see me? Situnana, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, waved her hands dismissively. No, no need. Lion Mu gazed intently at her and said, little Situnana, I have yet to reveal my magnificent prowess to any female. You may witness it, I assure you. I shall not disappoint. What a brazen remark. Situnana replied, I harbor no doubts about your intentions. A joyful smile blossomed on Lion Mu's face as he declared, indeed. I am the mightiest of the lion beast tribe, rest assured. Sister Nana, could you please refrain from speaking? I can only operate an electric vehicle. I am unable to drive a high-speed train. At that moment, Wolf Song rushed back to the cave like a gust of wind, cradling a collection of various fruits, as if presenting treasures to Sister Nana. He said, little lady, which fruit do you fancy? Satana gazed into his eager eyes and ultimately did not refuse him any longer. She said, I am parched. Please fetch me a juice that is abundant. Upon hearing her response, Long Song joyfully set down a large collection of fruits wrapped in broadleaves. He selected a pale yellow fruit, as large as a coconut, broke it open, and offered a piece of the flesh to Situnana, saying, do give it a try and see if it pleases your palate. As Situnana observed the fruit, she noticed its pale yellow flesh, which seemed to suggest it was either a grapefruit or an orange. She then took it and said, thank you. At that moment, the expression on Lang Song's face darkened, revealing a complex array of emotions. Situnana was perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor. She gently bit into the piece of fruit, discovering its delightful tartness. Indeed, It was quite juicy. The initial sourness soon gave way to an explosion of sweetness that filled her mouth. Situ Nana, in truth, harbored a distaste for sour delicacies, however, driven by thirst. She furrowed her brow and consumed the piece of fruit. Wolf Song then presented her with another piece of tart fruit flesh, to which Situ Nana waved her hand in refusal, exclaiming, "No more, it is far too sour." Chapter 6. What does one do when nature calls? Wolf Song proceeded to retrieve a fist-sized red fruit, suggesting, "Do give this a try. Though it may not be as juicy, it is quite sweet." Sister Nana took a gentle bite of the fruit, its texture reminiscent of cherries, crisp and sweet, truly delectable. She nodded appreciatively while savoring the large cherry. At that moment, Lion Moo had already torn the piece of fresh meat into several smaller portions. He presented a large leaf filled with the meat and said, "Dear Sister Nana, indulge in some fresh meat. It will aid your recovery." Sitting there, Nana shook her head and took a bite of the fruit. Her hunger had diminished significantly, yet she was engulfed by a chilling sensation, accompanied by a disorienting dizziness. All she wished for was a moment of convenience, followed by a restful slumber. A cup of warm water would suffice, and a hot shower would be even more delightful. After all, such luxuries were not beyond reach. Her weary feet bore the marks of her journey through the forest, having been scraped by thorns and sharp stones. Now, as she observed the cave's floor, smooth and devoid of the myriad stones and weeds, she felt the urge to seek a suitable place for her needs. As Situanana rose to her feet, Shermu approached and inquired, "Where do you wish to go? Allow me to carry you. Your foot is still injured." Lang Tsong gazed at her foot and asked, "Is your foot still hurting? How does it feel now? Permit me to tend to it." "Sitanana, do you truly not mind such matters as foot licking?" Upon noticing Wolf Tsong reaching out to grasp her foot, she promptly evaded. "No need. Lion Moo has already attended to that." Even uttering that word left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could they speak of it so casually? Hearing her response, Wolf Tsong refrained from mentioning the foot licking again and simply inquired, "So, where are you headed?" Sito Nana, blushing, held on to Lion Moo's arm and shoulder, saying, I wish to relieve myself." Lion Moo gazed at her with utmost seriousness, inquiring, "What does relieve one's self entail?" Sitanana hesitated momentarily before expressing her desire. "I need to relieve myself." Oh, Shermu nodded and addressed Lang Tsong. "I shall accompany Sitanana outside for her needs. You may seek some sustenance for the females in the meantime." Lang Tsong glanced at Sitanana, yearning to offer his assistance, yet knowing she would likely decline. He merely nodded in agreement. "All right." Shermu then gently lifted her in his arms and departed from the cave. They reached a grand tree atop the mountain, where he proceeded to dig a small hole with his foot. "This shall suffice. The stones are sharp beneath your feet. Allow me to assist you." Situnana felt somewhat bewildered. "How can I assist? Is there anything that can truly be done in this matter?" Then, Shermu gently supported her leg, helping her relieve herself, akin to a small child. Situnana screamed internally, "Help! What is this operation?" She struggled in his grasp, pleading, "No, put me down." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Shermu swiftly adjusted his hold to cradle her horizontally, delicately inquiring, "Do you not enjoy this?" Sitting Nana embraced his sturdy waist, burying her face in his firm chest, feeling utterly terrified. How could he act in such a manner towards a 20-year-old young lady? The mere thought of that position brought tears to her eyes. However, Shermu, noticing her tight hold on him, felt a sense of joy. As long as she did not reject his touch, he was content. He held her close, smoothing the ground around the small pit with his feet before saying, "I have leveled this area. Now, it is your turn." C2 Nana nodded busily. "All right." Lion Moo carefully set her down, and C2 Nana's heart, which had been suspended in midair, finally settled. "Turn around and do not look at me." Lion Moo obediently turned away. C2 Nana took a few steps away from him before crouching down to address her personal matters. Shermu listened to the sounds and inhaled the fragrance in the air, feeling a ripple of emotions. Her scent was simply enchanting, delightful in every way. Sito Nana whispered softly behind him, "All right, let us depart." Lion Moo turned around, proceeded to cover the small pit with soil, and then lifted Sito Nana into his arms, stating, "Very well, we shall return now." Sithu Nana felt utterly ashamed, unable to lift her head or utter a word. The pair swiftly returned to their dwelling within the cave, where Lang Tsong greeted them with a smile, saying, "Little female, I have gathered a bounty of food for you. Come and see which delicacies you can enjoy." Sitanana observed a large leaf, measuring over 1 meter in length, resting on the ground in front of the grass nest. Upon it lay an assortment of vegetables, including greens and radishes, several eggs, and a variety of fruits. Nana's gaze lingered upon the few eggs for several moments, ultimately concluding that they were indeed raw and inedible for her. Lion Mu carefully placed Nana upon his grassy nest, whereupon she indulged in 2 more fruits. With concern, Lion Mu remarked, "Little Nana, do you subsist solely on vegetation? These provisions lack substantial energy, and your recovery will be arduous. Perhaps you should consider consuming an egg." Nana shook her head and said, "I feel quite cold at the moment. Please fetch me a piece of animal hide to cover myself with. I shall rest for a while, and perhaps upon waking, my fever will have subsided." Liama gazed at her, his eyes filled with deep concern, and ultimately nodded, replying, "Very well." He then ventured into the small cave to retrieve the hide. Wolfsong approached, disregarding Nana's attempts to evade him, and gently stroked her head and face, remarking, "I sense that you feel even warmer now. How can you improve without nourishment?" Liamu, holding the animal hide, intervened, pushing Wolfsong aside, saying, "Enough. Allow her to rest peacefully." He draped the hide over Nana and added, "Sleep now. We shall watch over you. Should you desire anything, simply let us know." Nana, wrapped in animal skin, lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber. In her hazy state, she overheard a man speaking. In the past, the females that could be found were those who had escaped from the clutches of wandering beastmen, often tortured beyond recognition. I have yet to encounter a delicate young female like Nana, who has never taken a mate. She resembles a cub, yet she is already transformed into human form, which denotes her maturity. By the way, what do you think her beast form is? I cannot detect any scent of it on her. Lion Mu replied, "I too cannot sense her beast form. Judging by the color of her hair, she could potentially be a female of avian, lizard, or serpent beastmen." Wolfsong recalled the white-headed eagle that lay dead beside her and ventured, "When we discovered her, there was a deceased eagle nearby. Is it possible she is a female of the eagle beastmen?" Lion Mu responded, "It is a possibility, yet I have not heard of eagle beastmen possessing green hair." Wolfsong continued, "At the time, besides the scent of the white-headed eagle, there were also traces of scorpion and lizard beastmen, notorious wanderers of the rainforest marshlands. Moreover, the eagle beside her succumbed to poison. Could it be that she was captured by the wandering beastmen while she slept, and during a skirmish with her tribe's kin, the beastman was poisoned and perished in the forest?" Chapter 7. A desire for warmth. Lion Mu disagreed, stating, "Which tribe's kin possesses poison? It is more plausible that she was abducted by the wandering beastmen, and that eagle was her kin who attempted to rescue her, only to fall victim to the poison of the serpent or scorpion beastmen, dying en route." Satana was momentarily stunned by their conversation. Could it be that this or continent is so perilous? Upon her arrival, she had merely encountered 2 gray wolves, and had not crossed paths with any stray orcs. How fortunate she was. However, transforming into human form must signify that she had matured. Does this imply that one cannot assume human shape without having grown up? She recalled the original soul's final words, "I am about to perish. Yet I fervently wish for my kin to permit me to remain within the tribe, to partake in the coming-of-age ceremony, and to convey to all that being born a female is not an omen of misfortune. All calamities are unrelated to me." Thus, her body had not participated in the coming-of-age ceremony, which suggests she had not truly matured. What does being a naturally born female signify? At that moment, Lang Song added, "Regardless of her beast form or how she arrived in the wilderness, she is one we have retrieved together. Once we have found her, she belongs to us." In her heart, Nana marked a resounding cross against Lang Song. "Just because you picked it up, does it belong to you? I am a person, not a thoughtless object. Moreover, did I permit you to take it?" She resolved to dismiss this lecherous man, refusing to entertain him any further. At that moment, she sensed someone leaning closer to her, their hand brushing against her head and face. It was indeed that Lang Song. Nana felt a wave of nausea and instinctively withdrew. Lang Song paid her no mind and turned to Shermu, remarking, "It seems her head is even hotter now. Perhaps she should have some meat." Meanwhile, Shermu inquired from a distance, "Little C2, have you awakened? How do you feel?" How else could she feel? Dizzy, cold, and famished, of course. Nana leaned closer to Shermu, longing for a sip of warm water. It was a formidable challenge. Shermu gently lifted her, carefully asking, "Are you still feeling unwell?" Nana lamented, "I wish to have some water." Lion Mu turned to Wolfsong and instructed, "Please fetch some water in a fruit shell." "Very well," Wolfsong replied, and then departed. Lion Mu gently caressed Sithu Nana's head, noting that her temperature had indeed risen significantly since the morning. With a heavy heart, he said, "Little Sithu, you should become our partner, otherwise you may truly perish." As Sithu Nana opened her eyes to gaze upon Shermu, she was aware that a mild fever was not life-threatening. Thus, she managed to smile and remarked, "Shermu, I do not fancy that Wolf-song." Shermu sighed and replied, "If you do not like him, then seek out another suitor. There will surely be one to your liking." At that moment, Wolf-song returned, cradling a coconut-sized shell filled with water. He settled himself beside Sithu Nana and said, "Come, little female, have a drink." Sithu Nana leaned against Shermu, remaining still. Upon hearing her words, Shermu, aware of her aversion to Lang-song, reached out and took the water from Lang-song's grasp, subsequently bringing it to the edge of Sithu Nana's lips. As Sithu Nana sipped from his hand, the cool water touched her lips. Although it was the height of summer and drinking cold water was not an issue, she yearned for something warm. After taking a couple of sips, she set the cup aside. Suddenly, Lang-song thrust a piece of meat into her mouth. Before she could comprehend what he was feeding her, a robust and pungent taste enveloped her senses. She covered her mouth and sat up abruptly, ultimately expelling the chunk of raw meat onto the ground. Gazing at the crimson piece of flesh, tears welled up in her eyes. "Lang-song, why must you force me to consume this raw meat?" Lianmu furrowed his brows and pushed aside Lang-song, exclaiming, "How could you treat her like this? She is still burning with fever." Lang-song, with a look of helplessness, replied, "How can she recover if she refuses to eat?" Saying this, he took another egg and said, "Since you cannot consume raw meat, perhaps you would prefer an egg?" Sithu Nana took 2 large gulps of water, yet the lingering metallic taste in her mouth remained unyielding. In agony, she exclaimed, "I refuse to consume raw food." Lang-song replied, "Without the celestial fire, how do you expect to eat anything cooked? The celestial fire of the early rainy season is hardly sufficient. By the time the beast god unleashes his celestial fire in autumn, you will have perished from hunger." Sithu Nana raised her head and said to him, "I possess the spark of fire." Both Lang-song and Shermu looked at her in astonishment. "You carry the divine flame of the beast god? Where is it?" Sithu Nana mustered her spirit. In her quest for a morsel of meat, she resolved to teach them the art of fire-making through friction. "Gather the dry twigs and place them in the center of the cave, then fetch some dry grass," she instructed. Wolf-song, filled with skepticism, inquired, "Will this truly conjure the fire from the heavens?" Sima Nana said to Sima Mu, "Sima Mu, you may go." Although Sima Mu was unaware of her intentions, he was naturally obedient to the one he admired, and he dutifully complied with her request. Sithu Nana instructed him to carve a small hole in a robust branch, filling it with wood shavings and dry grass, then to rotate a slender twig atop it. After a few moments of diligent turning, a flicker of flame ignited within the dim cave. He had indeed conjured fire. In a flurry of excitement, he placed some dry grass onto the flames, and the cave was illuminated by the warm glow. With exuberance, he exclaimed, "Little Sithu, there is fire. There is truly fire." Wolf-song, taken aback, inquired, "What is happening?" Lion Mu, "How did you manage to summon heavenly fire?" Lion Mu gazed at Sithu Nana with admiration, declaring, "It was Sithu Nana who taught me how to extract it from the branch. She possesses the knowledge of how to summon heavenly fire from mere wood." Both beastmen regarded Sithu Nana with fervent eyes, exclaiming, "Sithu Nana, you are remarkable. Are you an envoy sent by the beast god?" Sithu Nana gazed into their fervent eyes, feeling a twinge of fear in her heart, uncertain of how to respond. Thus, she said, "The fire is ready. Please commence grilling the meat." Lion, eager and enthusiastic, nodded vigorously. "Very well, I shall begin at once." He skewered the hefty piece of meat, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, with a branch and positioned it over the crackling flames to start roasting. Sithu Nana harbored considerable doubt about whether such a large piece of meat could truly be cooked through. Although she herself was not adept at grilling, she nevertheless suggested, "With such a substantial chunk of meat, it must be quite difficult for the inside to cook properly. Perhaps you could cut it into smaller pieces?" Lion Mu nodded in agreement and proceeded to slice the hefty 5-pound hunk into 4 smaller sections, each weighing approximately a pound. Wolf-song assisted him in re-threading the meat onto branches, which they then placed over the campfire to continue the roasting process. Sister Nana cautioned, "Do not place it in the fire or roast it too closely." Following her guidance, Lion Mu adjusted the position accordingly. Wolf-song interjected, "The meat will take some time to cook. Sister Nana, why not indulge in some fruit in the meantime?" Nana shook her head and inquired, "Can this fruit shell be burned? Is it possible to place it over the fire to heat some water?" Lang Tsong proceeded to place the fruit shell upon the bonfire. Igniting it, for the first time, they were able to conjure a flame themselves, and both beastmen were exceedingly exhilarated as they tended to the fire, soon releasing a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat into the air. With fervor, Lang Tsong presented a 1-pound piece of roasted meat before her, exclaiming, Nana, please indulge." Chapter 8. What strapping handsome man, to hell with it. Nana gazed at the roasted meat that lay before her, wondering if she was expected to consume it directly from his hand. Furthermore, the substantial piece of meat, while appearing well cooked on the outside, left her with grave doubts about its doneness within. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Could we perhaps find a bowl to tear the meat into smaller pieces for easier consumption?" Wolfsong replied, "What need is there for a bowl? Allow me to feed you." With that, he reached out and tore off a small piece of the roasted meat, offering it to Nana's lips. Nana was already ravenous, and she no longer cared about his direct approach. She opened her mouth and took a bite. The meat was devoid of salt and oil. As one could easily surmise, it was unpalatable. The issue was not only its lack of flavor, but also its slight toughness. Nana struggled to force the morsel down her throat, but it remained unchewed, and the lingering metallic taste in her mouth proved insurmountable. With a retch, she expelled the piece of roasted meat onto the ground. Shermu and Longtsong observed the uneaten meat she had discarded, entirely intact. Longtsong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it too tough to chew? Or do you simply not enjoy it?" Shermu remarked, "Perhaps your cooking is rather unpalatable?" Nana's eyes glistened with physiological tears. She took a few bites of the sour fruit that Lang Tsong had brought from the grass nest, which helped to dispel the foul taste lingering in her mouth. Lang Tsong then selected the most tender portion from the roasted meat, tearing off a piece the size of a finger and offering it to her, saying, "This is the most tender part. It's quite small. Why not give it a try?" Nana shook her head with a grimace, stating, "This meat is far too tough and has an unpleasant odor. I refuse to eat it." Lion Mu's expression reflected a hint of frustration, for he had indeed selected the most tender cut, one favored by the females of the tribe. Yet, upon witnessing her disheartened little face, his heart ached for her. He turned to Wolf Tsong and said, "This piece is what I chose, but little Situ does not wish to eat it. Please select another tender piece for her to try." Wolf Tsong nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well, please wait a moment." With that, he ventured into the small cave where provisions were stored and shortly emerged with a 2-pound piece of beast meat. Nana hastily exclaimed, "Do not roast such a large piece." She picked up a fruit from the ground, smaller than her own fist, and suggested, "Let us roast this petite piece instead. If we slice it open, it shall cook thoroughly. Otherwise, the exterior will char while the interior remains raw." Wolf Tsong responded affirmatively and deftly divided the meat into 2 diminutive portions, placing them over the fire to roast. He harbored doubts about whether he and Shermu could adequately care for such a delicate female. Shermu swiftly devoured the roasted meat in his hands and tossed the small piece that Nana had rejected into the flames. At that moment, Wolf Tsong had finished roasting the 2 small pieces and presented them to Nana, gazing at her with anticipation. "Nana, come, do try it." Nana took the small branch adorned with meat, placed it before her, and gently blew on it. The pungent aroma of the meat wafted toward her, and despite her inner repulsion, she compelled herself to take a bite. However, she immediately felt the urge to retch. Nana retched twice. The roasted meat was tougher and more pungent than before, prompting her to refrain from taking a bite. She returned the charred meat to Lang Tsong's hands, declaring, "No." Lion Mu and Lang Tsong exchanged a glance, with Lang Tsong furrowing his brow in frustration. Lion Mu let out a deep sigh and softly inquired, "Little C2, which animal's flesh do you prefer? We shall go and procure it for you." Nana shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. She was oblivious to whether the species inhabiting this orc continent bore any resemblance to those from her previous world, pondering the creatures they had hunted before: bears, wolves, sheep, and cattle, most of which seemed to align closely with her prior understanding of animals. She remarked, "In truth, I am not a picky eater." Their eyes met for a brief moment. Lion Mu responded, "Very well, perhaps our cooking is simply unpalatable." Wolf Tsong interjected, "Not picky, yet you find the fruit sour. Refuse to eat raw meat, and shun uncooked eggs, while the roasted meat is also off-putting." Lion Mu gently grasped Nana's hand and rubbed the back of it before inquiring, "What kind of food did you consume in the past?" We shall procure it for you and prepare it as you once did. The food she had previously enjoyed comprised ordinary meals, congee, noodles, rice, and even junk food. Indeed, she was not discerning. However, her dental health had never been robust. She favored softer fare, such as noodle soup, fish, and scrambled eggs. And she relished meat that was tenderly stewed. As Sito Nana pondered her increasing hunger, she declared, I shall have an egg, whether boiled or scrambled, it matters not. Surely, an egg cannot be so hard as to be inedible. Upon hearing her words, Lion Moo and Wolf Song exchanged glances, their eyes brightening in agreement as they nodded. This is quite simple. Conveniently, the water that had been previously boiled was still at a rolling boil. Sito Nana requested them to pour her half a bowl to drink, and she proceeded to place the smallest egg that Wolf Song had found into the pot to cook. Sito Nana sipped from half a gourd filled with warm water, feeling considerably revitalized. It seemed imperative to devise a means to indulge in a hot bath. However, they lacked a pot, leaving her uncertain whether they possessed the skills to craft a stone vessel. The egg was soon cooked to perfection, and Shermu skillfully peeled it before placing it within the gourd and presenting it to Sito Nana. Sito Nana received the eggs with both hands and expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you. However, she soon noticed a displeased expression on Shermu's face and felt puzzled as to why her expressions of thanks seemed to evoke such discontent in them. Dismissing his demeanor, she reached out to grab an egg, only to remember that she had not washed her hands all day and had just used the restroom. Sito Nana inquired if there were any chopsticks or spoons available. Lion Moo responded, asking if they were intended for consuming food. With a silent nod from Sito Nana, Lion Moo continued, inquiring how it was done, suggesting that she instruct him. The notion of transitioning to a beastly realm for a leisurely existence seemed overly idealistic. She could hardly bear remaining in this land of orcs for even a moment longer. The thought of relieving herself in the wilderness was already daunting. If it were a more significant matter, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Moreover, there was no toilet paper. Eating meat was a challenge, tough as it was, and consuming an egg required the use of her hands. She dared not contemplate how she would manage bathing at night or finding rest. Would these two truly expect to share a bed with her? The more she pondered, the more despondent she became. Lowering her head, she silently wiped her hands, which had not seen water for days, on her skirt, and picked up the pristine egg to eat. It was a boiled egg, which always carried a slight fishy taste. Yet it was tolerable, at least not tough. However, the thought of enduring such a life, fraught with inadequate sustenance and discomfort, brought tears to her eyes. It was simply too difficult. As Situna wept while eating, she longed for home, dismissing all notions of muscular men and handsome boys. She yearned for a hot shower, the comfort of a clean restroom, the joy of playing on her phone, and the delight of indulging in spicy skewers. Shermu and Lang Song observed her closely. Initially pleased to see her enjoying the bird eggs, they were taken aback when tears began to stream down her face mid-meal. Exchanging glances, Shermu gently suggested, Little Situna, if you cannot eat, there's no need to force it. We can prepare something else for you. Didn't you mention you could make scrambled eggs? How do you do it? Please, tell us, and we shall cook it together. Chapter 9. A few days of joyful living. Sito Nana remained silent, merely continuing to consume the boiled egg in her hand. It was food she could eat. Why refrain from it? Would she wait to perish from hunger? It had been an entire day, and she had only consumed a few fruits. The thought brought her to tears. Her act of eating, while wiping away her tears, tugged at the hearts of the two men present. Lion Moo gently placed his hand on her back and said, Little Sito, please do not cry. Situ Nana gently shrugged her shoulder, brushing his hand aside. With an impatient tone, Lang Song remarked, Could you please stop crying? If you desire something to eat, do let us know. Sitana has already finished that egg. Upon hearing his words, she looked up, tears streaming down her face, and exclaimed, What use is it to tell you? You can't even roast meat properly. This struck a chord. Lang Song was stamping his feet in frustration. You are such a difficult little creature to care for. This is the tenderest meat, and yet you claim it is tough. Should we crush it for you before feeding it to you? He paused for a moment and continued, You are already feeling the heat. Yet we do not disdain you for your fleeting existence. If you are feeling miserable, why not bond with us? With a partner's mark, you might find some solace. Situ Nana looked up, tears streaming down her face as she glared at Lang Song. I don't have much time left. Why do you still wish to bond with me? Lang Song replied in a tone that suggested it was a matter of course. It is common for a fevered female to perish easily. Perhaps with the beast marks of both Si Mu and myself, you may survive. Situ Nana wiped away her tears and asked Lang Song, What if we cannot endure it? Wouldn't that mean you would lose your partner soon after just becoming one? As Situ-Nana gazed upon the hesitant expression of Lang Tsong, she resolved to administer a dose of harsh reality. Not only am I difficult to sustain, but my health is also quite frail. I am currently burning with fever and may soon succumb to death. I am a naturally born female, devoid of any beastly form. Ever since my birth, misfortunes have befallen my tribe, which is why they deem me a harbinger of ill fate. It was for this reason that my kin cast me aside. Are you truly unafraid that I may perish just days after becoming your mate? Her words plunged the cave into a profound silence. Among the beastmen, seeking a partner primarily serves the purpose of mutual growth and the enhancement of one's strength. The secondary aim is to bear offspring and perpetuate one's lineage. Should she indeed be on the brink of death, then forming a bond with her would be utterly devoid of significance. Moreover, her assertion of being a cursed natural female could very well be true. Otherwise, why would her tribe abandon a precious female, one who had never taken a mate and possessed the rare ability to conjure fire from wood to the wilderness? After a considerable pause, Shermu grasped Situ-Nana by the shoulders and reassured her. Little Situ, it matters not how challenging you may be to care for. I fear not. I shall certainly find sustenance that delights your palate. Should I, as a male, prove inadequate in my care, I can seek out several robust partners for you. You need only rest and recuperate within the tribe. You shall not perish. Situ-Nana felt a surge of emotion. Despite her self-deprecating remarks, did he truly remain unperturbed? At that moment, Lang Tsong suddenly interjected. No, Shermu, as a fifth-level beastman, why should you demean yourself in such a manner? You could easily seek a healthy female to bear your offspring. Alternatively, why not relinquish Situ-Nana to me? My strength is feeble, and whether or not I have cubs is of no concern to me. I would not mind if she were to perish in a few days. Let me, a mere male, enjoy a few fleeting days of happiness with her. Upon hearing these words, Situ-Nana was incensed. Yet, before she could unleash her fury, Shermu bellowed at Lang Tsong, "You wretched brown wolf! What are you saying? I will tear you apart." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a colossal lion and lunged at Lang Tsong. In response, Lang Tsong swiftly morphed into a great brown wolf, and the two mighty beasts engaged in a fierce battle, roaring and clawing at one another. The anger that surged within Situ-Nana was swiftly transformed into sheer terror. She retreated a considerable distance, covering her mouth in fear that a scream might escape her lips. For she was acutely aware that the two fearsome beasts could turn their gaze upon her and strike. In mere moments, the majestic lion pinned the brown wolf to the ground, leaving a trail of crimson marks upon its fur with his claws. Before seizing the creature by its back and casting it out of his lair, transforming back into human form, the lion declared, "Begone. If you dare to enter my cave without my consent again, I shall ensure your demise." Situ-Nana gazed upon a large pool of fresh blood that stained the ground, accompanied by numerous droplets scattered around, causing her face to pale in terror. This mad lion, was it not said that they had grown up together? How could he, after uttering a few harsh words, suddenly turn against him and leave him battered and bruised? At the mouth of the cave, Simu delivered a fierce kick to the brown wolf, and only when a howl echoed from nearby to the distance did he finally turn away. As Situ-Nana turned, she glimpsed the fury etched upon his face. Even though his almond-shaped eyes softened the moment they met hers, the sight of him approaching filled her with an overwhelming trepidation, causing her to tremble involuntarily. She lowered her gaze, curling herself into a small ball, as if this would render her invisible to him. Lion Mu settled beside Situ-Nana, enveloping her in his embrace. Yet, he soon realized that her entire body was rigid, trembling lightly, reminiscent of the timid creatures he had encountered in the wild. With a deep sigh, he spoke gently, "Little C2, do not be afraid. Regardless of how many days you have left, having held you and kissed you, I shall remain by your side. I will never allow Lang Tsong to treat you as an object for his desires." After listening to his words, Situ-Nana pondered them silently for quite some time, and a wave of trepidation washed over her heart. Although she found Lang Tsong's remarks rather harsh, she had not anticipated that he meant it in this manner. If he were truly to act upon such intentions, even if her body remained unscathed, she would undoubtedly suffer under his torment. Contemplating this potential outcome, she secretly admonished herself. This is a brutal world of beasts, starkly contrasting with the peaceful existence she had previously known. It seems that one must be cautious with their words. Her intention had merely been to portray herself in a pitiful light, to test their reactions, and indeed, the test had succeeded, albeit with grave consequences. Noticing that she no longer trembled in fear, Shermu added, "Little C2, fret not. Once a female and male unite as partners, the divine power of the beast within them can be mutually exchanged to enhance their strength. With my beast mark nurturing your body, you shall surely recover. Sitanana glanced up at Lion Mu, noticing the genuine concern etched upon his face. A warmth blossomed within her heart. The situation was not entirely bleak. At least there remained a formidable and virtuous beastman upon whom she could rely. Sitanana did not confess to deceiving him. She merely rested her head gently upon his robust and muscular chest. This unfamiliar world had truly drained her of strength. As she quietly leaned against him, listening to the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat, she gradually closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 10. No turning back, however. Sitanana was soon awakened by an icy chill that seeped through to her very bones. Slowly, she opened her eyes, finding herself still in that pitch-black cave, which now seemed even darker. Only the cold, desolate moonlight filtering in from outside prevented the cave from becoming a void where one could not see their own hand. A familiar male voice echoed in her ears. "Little Situ, have you awakened?" As Sitanana lifted her gaze, she found herself captivated by a man with golden hair, who was looking at her with profound affection. It was Mu. Thus, nothing had changed. The events of this day were not merely a dream, and she could never return to her former self. However, this body possessed excellent vision, though she had been slightly nearsighted in this dimly lit environment. It was akin to being blind. Yet, at that moment, she could discern even the small mole on the left side of Mu's full lips with remarkable clarity. With a fine physique, sharp vision, and striking features, was he truly as handsome as he appeared? During the day, she had only caught a fleeting glimpse of that soul, and her recollection was hazy. With that thought, she straightened up to gaze into Mu's eyes, and there she beheld a delicate young girl of 17 or 18 years, with fair skin, an oval face, and bangs framing her forehead. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled like the stars, clear and bright. Her nose and mouth were petite, and her soft, pink lips were as alluring as the dawn. What realm was this? No, rather, was she a captivating beauty of the beast world? She felt an urge to embrace herself tightly and revel in her own allure. How intoxicating! Her close proximity and her intent gaze evidently stirred Mu's desires, for his handsome almond-shaped eyes brimmed with longing and restraint. With labored breaths, he pulled her into his embrace, his voice hoarse as he professed, "Little Situ, let us worship the beast god now and become mates. I truly, deeply like you." Suddenly enveloped in his strong arms, Sitanana felt a slight pain as her face collided with his chest. At this point, she could confidently ascertain that Mu was a trustworthy and good man, and she found herself quite fond of him, despite his robust physique. Yet, she was still running a low fever and felt a chill coursing through her body. She was reluctant to engage in such intimate matters at this time. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, she wished to experience it under the best of circumstances. Furthermore, this body was likely still underage. Surely, she should wait until she was of age to partake in such affairs. Listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, Sitanana nestled closer within his embrace, preparing to convey her intention to return to her original tribe for the coming-of-age ceremony. However, her movement led Mu to believe she had acquiesced, prompting him to lean down and kiss her face, her lips, her shoulders, her neck, and her collarbone. Sitanana hastily embraced his head, trembling as she implored, "Lion Mu, please don't do this. I am frightened." Upon hearing her delicate and tender words, Lion Mu felt an electrifying sensation coursing through his heart. He tightened his hold on her for a moment longer before reluctantly releasing her. His eyes filled with an enigmatic desire. Lowering his gaze, he replied, "Very well, let us first pay homage to the beast god." Sitanana shook her head, saying, "No, I am still experiencing a fever. Does your tribe possess no remedies for such ailments?" She had read a few novels featuring orcs, where there were shamans capable of healing. Lion Mu gazed at her intently and replied, "The remedy lies in forming a bond with a male partner. The higher his rank, the better." Within her heart, Sitanana roared, "I am feverish, yet your thoughts dwell on such trivial matters. Must I endure this alone if we do not become partners?" Lion Mu gazed upon her complex and disappointed expression, his own eyes reflecting profound sorrow. "So, you are unwilling to accept me? In our lion beast tribe, I stand as the highest-ranking single orc." He paused for a moment, then continued, "You mentioned that your kin abandoned you. I find that hard to believe. Given your splendid upbringing, your tribe must be formidable. Is it possible that you already have a favored male? Are you intent on reserving the position of your primary mate for him? Yet, I fear you may not withstand the wait for long." Situ Nana was at a loss for words, yet she was acutely aware that she was merely experiencing a mild fever. And it was inconceivable for her to perish so easily. After some contemplation, she realized that, devoid of medication, perhaps the remedy lay in drinking copious amounts of water. A warm bath to induce perspiration followed by a restful slumber might facilitate her recovery. She remarked, "Shermu, in my heart, I am inclined to accept you. However, I cannot commit to becoming your partner at this moment." He was so robust, while she felt utterly feeble. How could she possibly endure it? Even if her health were to improve post-commitment, she believed the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with discomfort. Upon hearing her express a willingness to embrace him, Shermu's eyes sparkled with joy. Yet, she continued, "I am feeling quite cold. Could you please heat some water for me? I wish to drink." Despite her clearly abnormal body temperature, she still claimed to be cold, which filled Shermu with profound sympathy. He gently pressed his lips against hers and said, "Very well. Whenever you are ready to become my partner, I shall await your decision." With that, Shermu tenderly released her and proceeded to prepare hot water. Situ Nana remarked, "When boiling water, add an egg to cook it for a while. I feel a bit hungry." "All right," replied Shermu. Satana lay in the grass nest, observing him as he busied himself, and inquired, "Lion Mu, from which tribe do you think I might hail?" Lion Mu replied, "When we first encountered you, aside from the scent of the white-headed eagle, there lingered the aromas of the scorpion and lizard orc, renowned among the wandering orcs of the rainforest marshlands. Thus, I am unable to deduce the identity of your former tribe." After a brief pause, he gazed at her and asked, "Do you not remember?" "I feel a bit dizzy and cannot recall my past," Satana replied vaguely. Since she sought the recognition of her original tribesmen, she knew she must first locate her tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Nana expressed her desire to return to her original tribe once her fever subsided. "Could you take me to a nearby tribe?" she inquired. Lion Mu pondered the request before responding, "Little C2, the journey is fraught with peril. Are you certain you wish to return? Despite the dangers." She longed to explore beyond the confines of a single tribe for the entirety of her life. The hot water was soon ready, and C2 Nana sat up, leaning against Lion Mu as she sipped half a bowl of the warm liquid and consumed an egg, feeling invigorated. Having dozed intermittently throughout the day, she found herself wide awake and asked Lion Mu, "Tell me about the situation on the beastman continent." Lion Mu relished this tender moment with his beloved female companion. He kissed the top of her head and began to describe the beastman continent. The continent is divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. Currently, we reside in the rainforest marshlands of the eastern part. This area is perpetually drenched in rain, characterized by dense forests and numerous bodies of water. Home to countless beastman tribes. The most prevalent among them are the serpent beastmen and crocodile beastmen, along with the lizard and scorpion beastmen, all of whom are cold-blooded. Adjacent to the lion beast tribe are 2 serpent beast tribes. These cold-blooded tribes require hibernation, making it difficult for them to care for their females. Thus, when spring arrives, they emerge to seize females from other tribes. The rainforest marshlands during springtime are quite challenging, as the relentless rain continues and cold-blooded beastmen launch attacks on the tribes. However, as it is now late summer, the cold-blooded beastmen have calmed considerably. Otherwise, Lion Mu would never have dared to escort C2 Nana away from their tribe. To the south lies the towering cliffs of the southern region, where various flying beastmen and avian beastmen reside. The western expanse is characterized by rugged mountains, home to numerous ferocious beastmen. To the north lies the vast northern sea, inhabited by many aquatic beastmen. The rainforest marshlands lack salt mountains, compelling nearly all tribes to journey to the boundary of the northern sea each autumn to trade for salt, akin to a grand marketplace between the rainforest marshlands and the northern sea. The trek from the lion beast tribe would take over 20 days, passing through the scorpion and hundred birds tribes. In previous years, they would pause for 2 days at the hundred birds tribe before continuing their journey with a small party. At the heart of the beastman continent lies a dense forest known as the Central Forest, which is said to be designated by the beast god as a sanctuary for wild beasts. Thus, beastmen generally refrain from venturing into the Central Forest. Satana found herself inexplicably transported to this land of beasts, pondering whether it was due to the feather pendant bestowed upon her by her grandmother or the influence of the beast god of this realm. Could the beast god possess the means to return her soul to her original world? Observing her lying down with her eyes closed, Lian Mu assumed she wished to rest and gently lay beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist. Satana opened her eyes and glanced at him, perceiving none of that suppressed desire in his gaze. Understanding that he would not harm her, she chose not to refuse. Leaning against his arm, she recalled that Lang Song had mentioned Shirmu was a level 5 beastman, and if Lang Song claimed to be weak, then what level could he possibly be? STN inquired, "Pray tell, what level of orc is Wolf Song?" To which SHM replied, "He is a low-level orc of the 3rd tier. Yet he possesses the potential to ascend to the rank of a mid-level orc in the future." Sidhu Nana held little understanding of these ranks. For each orc narrative presented its own unique framework. Her curiosity about this orc continent was piqued. How were these levels delineated? What indicators revealed them? Lion Mu, with an arm around her shoulder, explained, "Ordinary male orcs are classified into levels 1 through 9. Levels 1, 2, and 3 represent the lower tier of orcs, which are essentially indistinguishable from wild beasts, as even these creatures can reach level 3. Levels 4, 5, and 6 signify the intermediate orcs, whose beast forms are notably formidable. At this stage, they face minimal safety concerns, barring encounters with beast hordes. Levels 7, 8, and 9 denote advanced orcs, who possess the ability to articulate human speech in their beast forms without reverting to their human shape, and their bodies can undergo partial beastification. Female orcs, on the other hand, are categorized into 3 tiers: low, intermediate, and high. When orcs activate their divine power, corresponding rank symbols manifest upon their foreheads. Males can clearly discern the symbols of orcs at their own level and those of lower ranks, yet they are unable to perceive the symbols of those ranked higher. Females, conversely, can hardly detect male ranks. They can only vaguely sense whether an orc is superior or inferior to themselves. "Ah, so that is how it is." Siddhanana inquired with intrigue, "How do you cultivate the divine power of the orc?" Lion Mu responded, "Males enhance their prowess through combat, while females, in addition to fighting, may also cultivate their divine power through meditation. Furthermore, once males and females pair, they can assist each other in leveling up." Combat, she thought, was not her forte. She was rather indolent, and physical exertion was not her strength. However, the prospect of meditation intrigued her, and she pondered if she might also engage in such practice. "Do you know how females enter into meditation?" she asked. Lion Mu nodded. "It involves meditating on all matters pertaining to the orc deity, especially during blessings with fellow tribe members. It is said that devout females may receive the deity's blessings. The blessings of the orc deity." Situ Nana held a deep anticipation for this blessing. While lost in her thoughts, she heard Shirmu say, "Little C2, I am willing to accompany you back to your original tribe. However, the rainforest Sugwa is far too chaotic. I cannot ensure your safety alone. If we are to search for your original tribe, the danger increases exponentially. It is challenging to reach other tribes without a dozen companions by our side. Since you do not favor Lang Song, perhaps you should choose another male once you have regained your strength." Siddhanana found it incomprehensible that these orcs could accept her partner's involvement with numerous men, even encouraging her to seek out others. While reading a novel is one thing, coming to terms with such a reality required time. After all, she had only been there for a day and needed a moment to adjust. Moreover, these orcs resided in caves. Was it not possible for passers-by outside to witness everything that occurred within? To speak candidly, if they were to engage in their intimate activities there, would they not be exposed? And to relieve oneself in the open was truly primitive. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she could only helplessly declare, "Let us discuss everything once I am ready." Hearing her words, Simu turned and placed a gentle kiss on Sidhu Nana's forehead, saying, "Very well, from now on. Whatever you decide will be honored. I shall abide by your wishes." Sidhu Nana responded with a slight hum and inquired, "What is the strength of the Lion Beast tribe? How many orcs do they have? Are there any 9th-level warriors?" Lion Mu gently rubbed his chin against the top of her head and replied, "Our Lion Beast tribe is a large tribe comprising over 1,000 orcs. The chief is an 8th-level lion orc, the sole 8th-level warrior within the tribe. There are 3 7th-level orcs, but no 9th-level warriors. The elephant tribe and the bear beast tribe, however, each possess one. Additionally, there is a scarcity of females, with fewer than 32, leading many females to seek multiple partners." Lion Mu paused for a moment and whispered softly in her ear, "If you wish to find a male more formidable than I, you will have to seek one from another tribe." Situ Nana weakly lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, only to encounter the slightly proud expression of Shirmu. He remarked, "In our tribe, there are merely 2 single orcs of the 5th tier. The other is rather aged and, unable to find a suitable female, has resolved to cohabit with the she-beast. As for the 4th tier, there are 7 or 8, while numerous lower-tier single orcs abound. Sid and Nana felt she had begun to comprehend the strength of these orcs, so she inquired, "Are there many orcs of levels 1 to 3 in the tribe?" Lion Moo replied, "Indeed, the majority are low-level orcs like myself. Every 5 days, I must lead 30 low-level orcs out for hunting." Chapter 12. This primitive world that causes her such distress in truth. Lion Moo wished to express that in a few days, he would again venture out for hunting, leaving her alone in the tribe. However, considering that Sidhu Nana was still unwell, he decided it would be best to wait until she had recovered. Lion Moo felt that Sidhu Nana had likely been raised in a rather powerful tribe, for the maid of the tribe leader, an 8th level orc, appeared quite rough compared to her. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that it would be impossible for such a delicately nurtured female to be cast aside without anyone seeking her out. Sidhu Nana absorbed the information regarding the orc continent in silence. After closing her eyes, she swiftly drifted back into slumber. Sidhu Nana found herself in a restless slumber, plagued by discomfort. In the middle of the night, she felt an overwhelming heat and began to kick off her blankets. Yet, not long after, a chill enveloped her, prompting her to search for the covers once more. This cycle of warmth and cold persisted throughout the night, leading her to realize that she must be suffering from a high fever. With a tone of distress, she called out, "Mother, I am unwell." A man's voice nearby responded, "Sidhu, dear Sidhu, awaken. Your temperature is rising. What shall we do?" Sidhu Nana reluctantly opened her eyes to cast a fleeting glance at Lion Moo, only to weakly close them once more. "Lion Moo, please heat some water for me. I wish to drink." Of course, Lion Moo promptly departed from the grass hut. Sidhu Nana felt an excruciating pain in her head. This time it was not merely a low-grade fever. A mild fever does not claim lives, but a high fever can indeed be lethal. Thus, this wretched fate, or rather, this cursed beast deity, intends for her to suffer while engaged in such tasks, does it? Is it possible that her body is still that of a minor? Sidhu Nana, with a sense of helplessness and anguish, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and exclaimed, "Beast God, you are truly formidable. Is that enough for you? Do as you please." As Sidhu Nana praised, with a hint of sarcasm, the beast god amid her headache, Lion Moo approached and gently assisted her, saying, "Little Sidhu, the hot water is ready. Please take a sip." Sidhu Nana gently blew on his hand, slowly sipping half a bowl. She then heard Sher Moo say, "The eggs are ready as well. Would you like to have some?" Sidhu Nana understood that she ought to consume something, yet she found herself devoid of appetite. After sipping half a bowl of warm water, she finally felt a modicum of strength returning. Resolutely, she decided to make one last effort. "Simu, please construct a wooden tub large enough for me to soak in, and boil a pot of hot water. I wish to indulge in a warm bath." Simu, taken aback, inquired, "Are you certain you can withstand water that hot?" Sidhu Nana helplessly remarked, "Please don't make it so hot. Just a tad cooler than what I have been drinking will suffice. After my bath, I am sure I can cool down with a little sweat." Lion Moo nodded in agreement and replied, "All right, you should eat something first." Sidhu Nana shook her head and said, "Take me to relieve myself, and then you may proceed to prepare the meal." She embraced him, weakly burying her face in his exposed and firm chest, murmuring softly, "If a long soak in hot water fails to reduce my fever, then let us become partners." Upon hearing her words, Lion Moo was at a loss as to whether he should feel joy or sorrow. He could only gently lift her in his arms and reply, "Very well." Sidhu Nana weakly leaned against him and said, "You must bathe before we become partners." "All right," Simu responded, carrying her away to address their private matters. Upon their return, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Sidhu Nana was too preoccupied to inquire, "What shall I do if it rains heavily?" Instead, she merely reclined once more in the grassy nest, beset by a throbbing headache, dizziness, pervasive fatigue, and aching muscles. Tears threatened to spill. Indeed, she contemplated death, pondering if it might grant her passage back to her former world. Regardless, she resolutely dismissed such notions. Lion Moo placed a bowl of warm water beside her, along with an egg and several fruits. "If you feel thirsty or hungry, help yourself. I shall go prepare a wooden tub." Sidhu Nana softly acknowledged, wrapping herself further in the animal skin blanket. Lion Moo cast a worried glance her way before hastily departing. He had already resolved to care for her, regardless of her desires. Once he had left, Sidhu Nana glanced at the egg, the fruits, and the bowl of warm water, contemplating the precariousness of her situation. If she turned over, would she not spill the water? Her fingers brushed against the warm shell of the egg. She truly craved warmth at this moment. Why did others who traversed realms possess systems, spaces, and the ability to absorb narratives? Equipped with knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters? Wait, could that mark on her wrist possibly indicate a spatial connection? Suzuna gazed intently at the shell, attempting to mentally command, gather. To her astonishment, the water truly vanished. She pondered, where has the water gone? Then, she beheld a dark crimson circular space, roughly the size of a basketball court, at the center of which lay a small mound of earth, accompanied by the warm water from the shell nearby. Sito Nana was on the verge of tears from overwhelming joy. Could it be that this primitive world, which had brought her so much suffering, finally bestowed upon her a moment of happiness? Sina raised her left hand before her eyes, aware that her essence resided within the crimson mark of the phoenix feather. She gently kissed the imprint and whispered in her heart, "Thank you, grandmother." Sidhu Nana silently chanted, "Enter." She remained in the same place, clearly unable to enter, but only to store items. Nevertheless, this was quite satisfactory. She cast a few glances at the small mound of earth, uncertain of its purpose. But lacking the energy to ponder it further, she decided to set it aside for now. She stored the egg and several fruits in her space. Although she was unsure whether it could maintain warmth, at least by keeping them there, she would not need to search when hunger struck. She could simply retrieve them with ease. However, at that moment, she had no desire for food and closed her eyes, intending to catch a bit more sleep. In a state of drowsiness, she sensed someone had entered again, pulling aside the animal hide blanket that covered her head to gaze upon her. Sita Nana, still in a haze, assumed it was Lion Mu and did not bother to open her eyes. Wolf Song observed the originally fair visage of Sidhu Nana, now flushed with fever, and reached out to touch her face, asking, "Still no reduction in fever?" He then inspected her left arm, for in the beastman continent, the bond mark would appear on the left arm after partners formed a union. Yet, Sidhu Nana's left arm remained smooth and unblemished, indicating they had not yet bonded. Wolf Song looked at her delicate arm and suddenly chuckled, "Still not bonded? It seems Lion Mu's affections for you aren't as deep as he claims. You may think yourself above me, a mere third-tier beast man, but I genuinely desire to be with you. You are on the brink of death. What right do you have to be choosy? Satana, it was together with Shermu that I rescued you. You reside in Shermu's cave, yet you refuse me. I shall become the laughingstock of the lion-beast tribe, looked down upon by all the beastmen. Do you understand?" C2 Nana attempted to pull the fur blanket that had been tugged away by him, rewrapping herself within it, and weakly inquired, "Lion Mu, what are you saying? Is the hot water ready?" "It is." Wolf Song gazed at the tightly wrapped little female, with only a few strands of green hair peeking out. He reached out to tuck those strands back into the fur, then transformed into a brown wolf. Using his tail to envelop C2 Nana along with the blanket and placing her securely on his back. Braving the drizzle, he dashed out of the cave. Descending the mountain and traversing the tribal square, he directly departed from the lion-beast tribe. Chapter 13. This repugnant lecher, for his grandfather's sake. Wolfsong sprinted southward with C2 Nan on his back, the rain intensifying, washing away the footprints left by Wolfsong and erasing their scent. Previously, Wolfsong had harbored a strong aversion to rain, yet now he found the downpour to be remarkably refreshing. C2 Nana was somewhat dazed from the fever, at first. She believed she was traveling in a vehicle. Gradually, however, she became painfully aware of the cold, emerging from her fur blanket to take a look. She was met with a splash of rainwater, prompting her to quickly retreat. The rain, surprisingly, brought her a measure of clarity, and she cautiously lifted the fur once more to peer outside, only to realize she was sprawled across the back of a brown wolf. It was Lang Song. He had taken her away from the lion-beast tribe. This revelation weighed heavily on her heart. The beast's skin wrapped around Situ Nana was thoroughly soaked, making it quite uncomfortable against her skin. She attempted to struggle, uncertain whether to leap from the wolf's back. The pressing concern was whether she could escape afterward. Not to mention that she was battling a fever, even without it, with feet that could be easily injured by merely walking a few steps. She would never outrun the formidable 2-meter-long brown wolf. When Lion Mu returned to the cave with a large barrel of water, he was taken aback to find the cave empty. The delicate, enchanting female he had tenderly cared for and promised to bond with was nowhere to be seen. He caught a whiff of the lingering scent of the wolf and, setting the barrel down, transformed into a massive golden lion, charging out of the cave. However, upon reaching the wolf's lair, he found that the wretched creature was absent. Lion Mu dashed back out, reverting to his human form to roar in fury at the clearing of the tribe. "Howl, where has that accursed brown wolf gone? He has stolen my mate." The tribesmen rushed out, horrified at the thought of one of their own being taken by another. The idea of such a beast remaining within their midst was utterly intolerable. If such creatures were allowed to dwell among them, how could the tribe be considered a safe haven? What difference would it bear from the wild? Several beastmen approached, stating, "I just saw him run out of the tribe. I saw it too. It appeared he was carrying a rolled-up beast skin on his back." What sort of beast skin? It was unmistakably the one that Lion Moo had brought back just yesterday, wrapped around that female. One wolf beastman remarked, "That female is burning with fever." Before he could finish his sentence, Lion Moo lunged at him with a ferocious roar. "What did you say?" Transforming into a great lion. He knocked the wolf beastman to the ground, but refrained from biting him, instead pursuing the direction the others indicated. His future mate. Even should she be on the brink of death, he wished for her to pass with joy in her heart. Several lions followed Lion Moo in pursuit, determined to capture the wolf and execute him before the entire tribe. The rain poured incessantly, enveloping the entire rainforest kingdom in a veil of water. At that moment, the brown wolf slipped into a crevice in the rocks. He slid Situnana off his back and tucked her deep into the crevice before shaking off the rainwater from his fur. His movements were not gentle, and thus, the dazed Situnana was promptly awakened. Struggling to free herself from the drenched beast skin, she found herself devoid of the strength to even crawl out. Once the brown wolf had dried his fur, he transformed back into his human form and approached Situnana. Observing her struggle within the skin, a mocking smile crept across his face. "You females are truly melodramatic. Despite being so weak, you still find fault with us males." The wolf approached, peeling back the wet beast's skin, and beheld Situnana's face, flushed to the point of nearly dripping with moisture. He reached out, mesmerized, to caress her cheek, murmuring, "Yet with such beauty, it is only natural that you would disdain me. Regrettably, your demise is imminent. Shermu has no desire for a companion on the brink of death, yet I am truly indifferent to such matters." Without the burden of that heavy, damp beast skin weighing upon her, Siduna finally felt a sense of relief in her breathing. She gazed up at Longsong, perplexed, and inquired, "You brought me out here to form a bond, only to watch me perish in the open air?" Longsong chuckled. "A peculiar sound indeed. I initially intended to see if you had recovered, only to discover that you are indeed nearing your end. Shermu does not wish for you, yet he will not allow me to be with you, so I had no choice but to bring you here. Even if we were to bond and you were to pass away immediately, I would still have experienced the essence of a female. Do you realize? In the lion beast tribe, there are 1,000 beastmen, yet only 32 females. 500 males have never even touched a female's hand. To bond with you, even in this fleeting existence of a male, is not in vain." With that, he lowered his head to kiss Siduna. Situnana exerted all her strength to push him away, declaring, "No, Simu will not spare you. He has merely gone to fetch something for me." Wolfsong, with a countenance shrouded in uncertainty, pondered for a moment before responding, "Once we become mates, it will be of no consequence if he catches up to us. If, after our union, your health improves, he may only strike me once. However, should you perish, I shall become a wandering beast, ensuring he can never find me again." Nana's heart felt as though it were on the brink of demise, confronted by the repugnant lecher before her. Just then, a sudden clicking sound caught their attention. They turned to see that the rain had unexpectedly diminished, allowing two brutish orc figures to stride into the rocky crevice. One of the bald orcs remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK. You wolf orc, should you wish to become a rogue orc, you must first obtain the consent of us cold-blooded orcs. If your strength proves insufficient, you shall merely serve as our meal." The other, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, added, "Indeed, becoming a rogue orc is not a matter of mere desire." Standing tall, Wolfsong positioned himself protectively in front of Nana, gazing at the two rogue orcs. The scorpion orc matched Wolfsong in strength, both being third-tier orcs, while the lizard orc was only a second-tier. Wolfsong tightened his fists against his chest and proclaimed, "I had expected formidable rogue orcs. Yet it appears you are merely on par with me, and one of you is even weaker. As a wolf orc, I find myself at an advantage over a lizard and a scorpion in terms of size." The bald scorpion orc retorted, "While your beast form may be large, do you truly believe you can triumph in a 2-on-1 confrontation?" Wolfsong replied, "I cannot say for certain. However, in the event of a conflict, you may not emerge victorious either. Perhaps it would be more prudent for me to join your ranks." The two rogue orcs immediately broke into lewd grins. Wolfsong continued, "This female is one I acquired from the lion orc tribe. She is in heat and may not survive for long. As a single beast, I request permission to mate with her first. Should she recover, she could accompany us for a time. If not, it hardly matters in the grand scheme. The two rogue orcs leaned forward to glimpse Nana, who lay half reclined on the ground. Wolfsong shifted slightly to grant them a view of her face. Chapter 14. Plunder. Slaughter, bloodshed. This is the stark reality of the orc continent. Situ Nana was already suffering from a high fever, and having been wrapped in the soaked beast skin for nearly half a day, her condition had deteriorated significantly. The two wandering beastmen, upon observing her, surmised that this female would not survive for long, and thus nodded to signal Wolfsong to hasten his approach. Situ Nana was acutely aware that her time was running out. She comprehended the words being spoken around her and anticipated the impending events. Yet the fever had rendered her incapable of thought or action, leaving her to merely observe in helplessness. Even when she attempted to cry out for help, no sound escaped her lips. Lang Song turned to gaze at Situ Nana, his expression a tumult of emotions. If only you had accepted me within the tribe, it would not have come to this. Having spoken, he was pressed down. A pain cry escaped Lang Song as droplets of crimson splattered onto Situ Nana. It was revealed that two rogue beastmen had transformed into their beastly forms and launched a surprise attack on Lang Song. The enormous scorpion and lizard, flanking him on either side, savagely tore into Lang Song before her very eyes. In his final moments, Lang Song transformed into a wolf beast, inflicting but a minor wound on the arm of the secondary-level lizard before he was gruesomely torn asunder. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere, including upon the three of them in the ground. A still-beating wolf heart fell at Situ Nana's feet, nearly grazing her toes. Though Situ Nana had consumed nothing, she could not suppress her retching. It was utterly horrifying. Pillaging, slaughter, and gore. This was the stark reality of the orc continent. The lizard and scorpion reverted to their robust, bare-bodied human forms, their skin dark as night, leering grotesquely at Situ Nana. The scorpion beastman sneered mockingly. This wolf dared to seek the life of a rogue beastman, turning his back to an equal. How foolish. Do these orcs raised in tribes truly believe that rank is everything? The lizard beastman licked his lips, leering at Situ Nana. Scorpion, you are indeed formidable. Forget about that dead wolf. I have yet to savor the essence of a female. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, startling not only Situ Nana but also the two fearsome beastmen. The bald scorpion beastman exclaimed, "What a fright you gave me, you wench." The lizard beastman laughed. A word unspoken, and yet a massive black eagle swooped down from the unknown, seizing him by the shoulders and hurling him violently onto the scorpion beastman. The lizard beastman let out a horrific scream as he transformed back, bloodied shoulders collapsing onto the scorpion. The scorpion beastman hastily reverted to his beast form to shield himself against the eagle's next onslaught, and thus began a fierce struggle between the eagle and the scorpion. However, it was evident that the scorpion was no match for the eagle. In mere moments, the massive scorpion was left with a broken tail, and as he attempted to flee, the eagle caught him in its talons and tore him apart, ending his life. Within the span of a heartbeat, three beastmen met their gruesome, terrifying demise before Situ Nana's eyes. For the first time, she loathed the clarity of her vision in this body, cursing why she had to witness such horrors so vividly. At this moment, apart from her head and eyelids, Situ Nana had virtually lost all strength to move. She was uncertain whether her condition stemmed from fear, fever, or hunger. Regardless, she was desperately holding on, resisting the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. If this were the work of a villain, she simply wished to know the manner of her demise. Meanwhile, the skies above the orc continent remained overcast, with a light drizzle falling softly onto the trees, the ground, and the ebony eagle. The majestic bird stood outside the crevice, drenched by the gentle rain, gazing down at Situ Nana. In his piercing gaze, Situ Nana felt utterly devoid of perception, left to await her fate in silence, much like a fish or meat pinned to a skewer, entirely devoid of the slightest resistance. He scrutinized her for several seconds, which felt as interminable as a century, before he transformed into a man clad only in a black feathered miniskirt, his upper body bared. This man was extraordinarily tall, his sun-kissed skin accentuating the formidable muscles that instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Gradually, he approached the crevice in the stone and crouched beside Situ Nana. His facial features were chiseled and sharply defined, emanating a regal aura that commanded respect. With his deep, dark eyes fixed upon Situ Nana, he slowly spoke, "I am only willing to care for my partner. Would you consent to be my companion?" His voice was deep and resonant, possessing a captivating timbre that was truly enchanting. Satana raised her head with great effort to look at him. The man's features were undeniably handsome, yet his imposing aura made it difficult for her to simply describe him as attractive. Noticing her silence, the man pressed his lips together and remarked, "I am not a cold-blooded beast." Must she resort to such measures to preserve her own life? Had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to be with that lion Mu. At least his character had passed her scrutiny. Beast God, your skills are truly remarkable, demonstrating your omnipotence. She praised the beast god in her heart, her consciousness beginning to blur. After a considerable pause, the man added, "If you are unwilling, I shall take you to a nearby tribe." C2 Nana anticipated he would say, "If you refuse, shall I abandon you here or consume you?" Since he still offered her a choice, it proved he was not a villain, at least better than the wolf. She struggled to open her mouth, but then succumbed to unconsciousness. The Black Eagle Orc inquired, "Does this signify your consent to be my companion or your refusal?" As he extended his hand to steady her, nearly causing her to strike her head against the stone wall, he realized her body was alarmingly hot. The Black Eagle Orc surveyed his surroundings. Finding anything dry in the rainforest on a rainy day was quite the challenge. After a brief inspection, his gaze fell upon several corpses nestled within the crevices of the rocks. He gently laid C2 Nana flat, then proceeded to skin the only intact lizard orc, consuming the flesh as he went, reserving the most tender fillet. He also skinned half of a brown wolf, wrapping the fillet of the lizard and the brown wolf together. Discarding the scorpion meat, though palatable, it was toxic and unsuitable for females. "I thank you," said the scorpion. The Black Eagle Orc then wrapped C2 Nana in the lizard's skin, shouldered her, and flew away as a massive black eagle. Lion Mu and a few lions discovered the crevice just before dusk, uncertain whether to lament or express gratitude for the day-long rain. They noted that the crime scene within the crevice remained undisturbed. Upon their arrival, it still bore the original state, shattered limbs and the beast's skin retaining C2 Nana's essence. Chapter 15. A particularly brutal eagle orc Lion Mu, with reddened eyes, picked up the beast skin that had covered C2 Nana throughout the night, his vision blurred with sorrow. Several lion orcs conducted a thorough inspection of the crevice. Due to the rain and absence of wind, their scents lingered, along with the claw marks inflicted upon the scorpion orc. Wolfsong was dead, leaving only half of his carcass. The young female had likely been taken by an eagle orc. Their scents had long since vanished from the outside world. There were no traces of orc mating in this vicinity. Lion Mu declared, "I am aware of a powerful black eagle orc, likely residing in the high mountains behind the Whitesnake tribe." Another lion orc cautioned, "Lion Mu, you cannot contend with him. He is a particularly brutal eagle orc." Lion Mu kicked the remaining half of Wolfsong's body towards his companions, saying, "Take this dead wolf back to the tribe. From now on, let everyone be wary. Aside from our own lion orcs, no other races can be trusted." Another lion orc responded, "We will inform the tribal chief. You are not yet bonded." Lion Mu insisted, "She has already consented to me." His companions refrained from further persuasion. In the orc continent, a partner held more significance than one's own life. Even a dying partner was deemed more invaluable than a healthy self. Lion Mu tore the beast's skin, stained with the scents of C2 Nana and Wolfsong, into shreds and set forth towards the territory of the snake orcs. Sith and Nana felt an overwhelming chill, as though she were ensconced within an ice cellar, devoid of any sensations beyond the biting cold. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she finally emerged from that frigid abyss, greeted by a refreshing breeze that sent shivers through her. She trembled and muttered, "So cold, unbearably cold." In an instant, she found herself nestled within a wonderfully warm and soft cocoon of blankets. She burrowed deeper into the comforting embrace of the heated down comforter, and a sense of relief washed over her. In a state of drowsy confusion, she sensed a warm hand gliding gently across her body. The soothing touch surpassed the comfort of the feathers enveloping her, prompting C2 Nana to instinctively lean toward the source of warmth. That gentle hand, akin to a hot water bottle, radiated warmth, gradually finding its way to the most heated parts of her being. As C2 Nana's consciousness began to resurface, she forcefully opened her eyes. Although enveloped in darkness, her senses gradually returned. She attempted to clasp her legs together, but found herself utterly devoid of strength. Weakly, she placed her hand upon the intrusive large hand. "Who are you?" It was only then that the gravity of her situation dawned upon her. The hand did not belong to Simu, nor did the breath resonate with familiarity. Thus, it must belong to that black eagle orc. Indeed, a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, stating, "You are on the brink of death. It seemed he was merely articulating a stark reality. Sidhu Nana scoffed inwardly. I am not dead yet, nor have those events transpired. Since she is capable of perusing Riska literature, there are indeed many matters she can accept. Is it not permissible for her to encounter someone she adores and relish the experience? Why must she engage in such acts with a stranger merely due to a fever? If she must be with an unfamiliar person, why could it not occur while her consciousness was hazy, with no options available, unable to resist, and deprived of enjoyment? Damn it all! Her silence caused that large hand to pause momentarily, and then its owner remarked, I shall grant you the beast mark, and you shall not perish. C2 Nana could only comfort herself inwardly. In truth, when compared to death, engaging in such acts with a stranger seemed less difficult to accept. Moreover, the man in question was undeniably charismatic. The man remarked, I know a way to form a bond without the need for mating. If you ever wish to part ways, feel free to do so, forming a bond without mating. And if you wish to part, then simply do so. With all her strength, Sidhu Nana lifted her head, striving to discern his face in the darkness. What is your name? She asked. He gazed deeply into her eyes and replied, Hey you. His large hand resumed its playful mischief upon her body, employing only one hand, as Sidhu Nana rested on the wing formed by his other. The warmth of his hand enveloped her, igniting a growing heat within her. Overwhelmed, she closed her eyes, unwilling to look at him or entertain any thoughts or feelings. Strangely, despite the dizziness that plagued her and the pervasive soreness in her muscles, the sensations of his touch became increasingly vivid. Weakly leaning against him, tears began to stream from her concealed eyes. He tenderly wiped away her tears with a gentle touch, and she felt a warm energy radiate throughout her body, starting from her bones and spreading outward. With a contented sigh, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and gradually, Sidhu Nana became aware of her surroundings. The previous dizziness had dissipated, and she realized her fever had broken, although she still felt utterly drained. The pervasive soreness that had accompanied her since arriving in this world had vanished. Having recovered from her fever, she could consider it a triumph to have survived in the realm of the beastmen. As Sidhu opened her eyes, she discovered herself resting within a dimly lit cave, approximately 30 square meters in size. A faint glimmer of light filtered through a small aperture in the corner, revealing the cave to be remarkably secluded. She found herself reclined upon a bed of animal hides, draped in the same, which explained the warmth enveloping her. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she was suddenly reminded of her stomach's rumbling. It was the third day since her last substantial meal. 2 days prior, she had consumed a few fruits and 2 eggs, while yesterday she had merely sipped a bowl of water and endured the rain. One must admit, her body had proven to be quite resilient. Anna lifted the covers, preparing to rise, only to realize she was completely unclothed. At that moment, the light in the cave dimmed, and a figure stepped in from the cave's entrance. The person stood at the threshold and inquired, Are you awake? Can you get up? Sidhu Nana felt that her spirit had returned to a semblance of wholeness. However, after days of hunger, her body still lacked vitality. Moreover, she could not simply rise unclothed. Weakly, she uttered, I am much improved. Where are my garments? Heiyu approached and replied, I have taken them to be washed. He then bent down and lifted her, along with the fur blanket, and exited the dim confines of the small cave. Upon discovering the exterior, Sidhu Nana found herself within a cavern. This cave was quite expansive, nearly 200 square meters in area. Inside, there lay a large grass nest, accompanied by an assortment of leaves, beast meat, and fruits, indicating that this was indeed the place where he resided. Heiyu gently placed her upon the grass nest, and Sidhu Nana wrapped herself in a piece of animal hide. Sitting upright, Heiyu tenderly caressed her head and then her face, ensuring she had recovered, before speaking to her. You are well now. Have something to eat. With that, he presented her with a substantial portion of raw meat, carefully wrapped in a leaf. Raw meat once again. Chapter 16. Is this the prelude to an impending confrontation? Anna silently gazed at the piece of raw meat for a moment before looking up and inquiring, Do you have any fruits? Heiyu placed the leaf containing the raw meat down and handed her 2 fruits, one red and one purple, offering her a choice. The red fruit resembled the large cherries she had tasted in the lion beast tribe, while the purple fruit was unfamiliar to her. Consequently, Anna accepted both fruits and quickly devoured the large cherry, feeling a sense of relief in her throat and stomach. Afterward, she looked up and asked, Your name is Heiyu, correct? Heiyu nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Do you not eat meat? The thought of consuming meat reminded her that she would need to teach him how to start a fire. Situ surveyed the grand cavern before her. The entrance to the small cave where she had slept the previous night was situated on the left side of the vast chamber. Beside this entrance lay a considerable number of dry branches, and even some robust bamboo stalks. It was a challenge to discern the small opening without a careful examination. On the opposite side, water trickled gently from the crevices in the cavern wall, forming a small pool below, from which the overflow streamed out into the unknown beyond the cave. Outside the cave's mouth, a brilliant blue sky stretched endlessly, indicating that this cavern was perched high upon the mountains. After surveying the surroundings, Situ turned to Heiyu and said, "I am a meat eater, yet I do not consume it raw. Could you possibly kindle a fire for me, so that I may cook the bamboo and savor it?" Heiyu gazed at her and inquired, "Are you referring to the celestial fire?" Situ shook her head. The fever had subsided, and after consuming a piece of fruit, she felt invigorated. With renewed energy, she meticulously instructed him on how to build a fire, drill wood to create flames, and fashion bamboo tubes to cook meat. Heiyu possessed remarkable manual dexterity and swiftly kindled the fire as per Situ guidance, subsequently crafting a bamboo tube the thickness of a thigh to boil the meat. Despite the haunting memories of the horrifying roasted meat prepared by Mu and Lang Tsong, Situ insisted that Heiyu roast 2 small pieces of meat, just in case this method proved palatable. In this primitive world, where one must await volcanic eruptions for fire, she felt compelled to experiment, lest they be left with only raw food. Thanks to Situ instruction to slice the meat thinly, the bamboo tube cooked the meat with commendable efficiency. Situ observed the water in the bamboo tube bubbling vigorously for several minutes before turning to Heiyu and stating, "The meat is now ready." Heiyu approached and promptly removed the bamboo tube from the campfire, presenting it to Situ Situ gazed at his hand and the large bamboo tube, hastily exclaiming, "Please place it on the ground first. It is quite hot. What if you burn yourself?" Heiyu glanced at the bamboo tube in his hand and replied, "It won't happen." Situ glanced at the hot broth and said to him, "Please set the meat soup aside for the moment and craft me 2 slender sticks, about the length of this, slightly thinner than my fingers. They may be made of wood or bamboo, but ensure they are cleaned for dining purposes." Heiyu nodded in acknowledgement, placed the bamboo tube down, and approached the pile of firewood, sifting through it until he selected 2 small branches and began to whittle them. Upon closer inspection, Situ noticed a tattoo adorning his left arm. It depicted a young girl seated sideways, with her knees drawn to her chest. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down, obscuring her form, leaving only her bare hands and calves visible. Although the tattoo was devoid of color and slightly larger than a coin, the intricate details of her facial features could still be discerned. Situ recalled the intimate encounter they shared the previous night. Although nothing truly transpired, the distinction felt negligible. To her astonishment, he turned out to be someone already attached. No wonder he had said that if she did not desire him, it was of no consequence to him. Clearly, she was of no value in his eyes. This realization filled Situ with an overwhelming sense of disgust, as if she longed to hurl the bowl of broth at him. Who would have thought that even in the world of beasts, there existed such scoundrels? Black Feather swiftly fashioned 2 remarkably smooth wooden sticks, then crossed to the far side of the cave to wash them thoroughly before presenting them to her. "Will this suffice?" he inquired. Situ wished to chastise the seemingly obedient yet insidious man before her. However, considering their limited acquaintance and the fact that he had saved her, she refrained. Moreover, his imposing physique towered over her, exceeding even the height of the formidable Lion Mu, creating a sense of unease should his demeanor shift. Although he possessed striking features and a melodious voice, his countenance remained devoid of expression. He had yet to smile. Individuals who were taciturn and expressionless often harbor a formidable nature. While she could not discern his true caliber, his presence was undeniably more commanding than that of Lion Mu. She decided it best to bide her time. Once she had regained her strength, she would allow him to escort her away. After much inner turmoil, Situ finally gritted her teeth and accepted the pair of chopsticks. Heiyu then lifted the bamboo tube of meat soup and presented it before her, assuring her that it had cooled down and urging her to eat promptly. Situ extended her hand to accept it, mentally preparing herself, and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. However, upon noticing the perpetually expressionless face of Heiyu, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. Situ feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively recoiled slightly. Was a confrontation imminent? Heiyu cast a furtive glance in her direction, pressed his lips together, and then stepped back. Go ahead and eat. There is no need to fear me. Noticing that Sidhu Nana continued to gaze at him, he turned and walked away. Satana was perplexed by the meaning of that phrase in the realm of orcs, as it seemed to cast a shadow of discontent upon the faces of those who heard it. Observing him as he traversed to the opposite side of the cave to gather his garments, she noted that he did not return but merely stood there, watching her, perhaps waiting for her to finish her meal. She lowered her gaze and took a sip of the meat broth, which was overwhelmingly pungent. The broth bore no distinction from the water used to blanch the meat. She took another bite of the meat. It was chewable, yet reeked intensely. Despite her hunger, she found herself utterly averse to these offerings. Forcing herself to consume 2 pieces, she ultimately could not manage anymore. Reflecting on the eggs and fruits she had received in her space, she immersed herself in contemplation and discovered that the dark red hue within had grown vibrantly bright, no longer resembling a state of half-life. Thus, this space seemed somewhat connected to her own physical condition. It dawned on her, albeit belatedly, that he had mentioned bestowing the beast mark upon her, so her improvement might indeed be intertwined with this space's newfound brilliance. Where might the beast mark be located? As Heiyu observed her reluctance to eat, he slowly approached and, noticing the ample meat remaining, inquired, "Would you like to try the roasted meat?" Sidhu Nana set down the bowl and said to him, "Please hand me the dress. I shall put it on first." Heiyu handed her the petite skirt, which she accepted with a glance upward, softly inquiring, "Could you turn around, please?" Heiyu slightly nodded and turned his back to her. This individual was not particularly talkative, exuded a formidable presence, and seemed to harbor a dislike for himself, leaving Sidhu Nana feeling an overwhelming pressure. However, such a person would likely not steal a glance. After all, if he were to look at her, it would be with transparency, and she felt powerless in the face of that. Sithuna let out a sigh as she unfurled the curled parchment, only to discover a soaring black eagle mark emblazoned upon her left shoulder. Was this truly her beast seal? Chapter 17. She found herself consumed by jealousy, inwardly cursing him as a scoundrel. Suddenly, Sidhu Nana recalled what Shermu had said. A single male beast possesses only one beast mark, which is imprinted on his partner during their first union with a female. There are many females available. As long as they are with a single beast, they can leave their mark on him. As she dressed, she pondered, could the maiden pattern on his left shoulder be the mark she left behind? Surely, a beastman would not have learned to tattoo the likeness of someone he admires onto his own skin, would he? By the way, she was a naturally born female. Unlike other females who possess beast forms, their marks are indeed beastly, while she, lacking a beast form, could only leave a human imprint. Was it possible that she had been feeling jealous just now, inwardly berating him as a scoundrel? With a flushed face, Sidhu Nana donned her clothes and softly uttered, "All done." Heiyu nodded slightly, yet did not turn around. He approached the bonfire to select a piece of roasted meat, trimming away the overcooked side before presenting it to Sidhu Nana. "Here, have some roasted meat," he offered. Sidhu Nana extended her hand to receive it and naturally uttered a word of gratitude. "Thank you." It was only after speaking that she recalled their distaste for such expressions. However, as a well-mannered child, it was merely a reflexive response. This time, Heiyu's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded slightly and said, "I understand your intent." Yet, Sidhu Nana could sense his disappointment. She refrained from eating the grilled meat and instead gazed at him, saying, "Heiyu, I mean no other intentions." Heiyu nodded slightly once more and replied, "Go ahead and eat." Sidhu Nana yearned to express her thoughts, yet ultimately remained silent. She opened her mouth and took a delicate bite of the meat, which was charred to a crisp, reminiscent of meat seasoned with pepper and salt. However, it lacked any flavoring, and the pungent odor was quite unpleasant. Perhaps it was due to its thinly sliced, still warm nature that it was somewhat tolerable. She exerted great effort to chew a piece, hastily swallowing it to avoid the risk of it cooling down and becoming unbearably fishy. Yet, upon attempting a third bite, she found it increasingly unpalatable. The meat had cooled, and it required extensive chewing before she could manage to swallow it, proving to be too tough. It seemed this body, much like her own, possessed poor dentition. Struggling, she forced down that morsel and offered the remaining sizable chunk of meat along with the bowl of broth to Heiyu, stating, "This meat is far too tough. I shall not partake." Heiyu extended his hand to receive it and remarked, "If you find wolf meat challenging, would you care to sample some lizard meat instead?" Wolf meat and lizard meat? The terrifying memories of yesterday's events, their attempts to assault her, and the gruesome aftermath, left her trembling with fear. The color drained from Sitana's face as she caught sight of a piece of beast hide, adorned with the brown fur of a wolf. nestled within the heap of clutter, one she recognized all too well. A wave of nausea surged from her stomach. She could scarcely contain it. And what little she had eaten moments before came rushing out, a true torrent of bile. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Blackfeather gently patted her back. Sidhu Nana weakly evaded his hand. "This pervert. He forced me to consume human flesh." Sidhu Nana finally found herself unable to vomit any longer. Yet tears continued to flow uncontrollably. What a terrifying realm of orcs this is. If only she could return to her original world. She would never dare to stay up late again. Sidhu Nana wept for a while, wishing to wipe her mouth in tears, only to find nothing available. She could only silently use her hand to brush away the tears. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the figure of Heiyu quietly standing by, observing her. When he caught her glance, he inquired, "What may I do for you?" Sidhu Nana, in her frailty, expressed her reluctance, saying, "I do not wish to consume that meat." Heiyu nodded slightly and inquired, "Then what would you like to eat?" Sidhu Nana turned away, saying, "Please remove that meat first." "All right." He took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand, and then proceeded to dispose of the cooked and roasted meat, along with a piece of wolf skin and lizard skin. He retrieved a large wooden basin and filled it with water, thoroughly cleansing the area where Sidhu Nana had vomited. Once he had tidied everything up, he returned to her side, stating, "It's all done." While he was occupied with those tasks, Sidhu Nana had averted her gaze. Otherwise, the sight of the lizard skin would have undoubtedly terrified her. Instead, she noticed him meticulously washing his hands after cleaning up the mess, which reminded her that she had not attended to her own hygiene for quite some time. Sidhu Nana gazed at the large wooden basin filled with water and expressed her desire for a hot bath. Being a southerner, she was accustomed to bathing daily. Food could be foregone, but a bath was an absolute necessity. Realizing he might be unfamiliar with the concept of a hot bath, she instructed him, "Please construct a larger wooden tub in which I can soak, and then boil a pot of hot water for me." Heiyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Then wait for me in the cave while I venture out to gather wood for the tub." As he turned to leave, Sidhu Nana recalled how Shermu had been ensnared by Longsong while seeking to craft a bathing tub for her, prompting her to urgently request, "Could you take me with you?" Heiyu glanced back at her, then crouched down before her, "Climb aboard." Even in a crouched position, he towered over her, which caused Sidhu Nana to sigh inwardly. It became clear to her that if she wished to thrive in the Orc continent, she could not avoid relying on the strong. However, she was merely an ordinary girl and harbored no aversion to depending on a man. Heiyu's strength was evidently superior to Shermu's, presenting itself as a more favorable choice. Yet, unlike Shermu's gentle demeanor, she genuinely felt ill-equipped to manage this one. Noticing her hesitation to climb onto his back, Heiyu glanced at her once more before looking ahead, stating, "If you refuse to let me carry you, I shall have no choice but to grasp you with my claws." Was it truly the case that she harbored such resistance towards him in his heart? Since Sidhu Nana had resolved to rely on him, she wished to enhance the relationship between them. She reached out and rested her hand on his shoulder, catching sight of the youthful motif, and could not help but inquire, "Heiyu, is this on your arm my mark?" Heiyu nodded and replied, "Indeed, wherever you may be, as long as you stimulate the black tattoo on your left shoulder, I will be able to locate you through the bond you have left for me." Sidhu Nana reached out to touch her own mark, finding its texture indistinguishable from the skin elsewhere on her body. Blackfeather observed her delicate, fair hand gently gliding over his arm, and in a sudden impulse, he lightly stimulated that mark. Sidhu Nana felt a surge of warmth emanating from the black tattoo on her arm, to which Heiyu responded, "Indeed, just like this." Suzuna gently caressed her shoulder with one hand while touching his arm with the other, exclaiming, "How fascinating. How do I stimulate it?" To which Kuroha replied, "Simply think of the mark and summon me." Sidhu Nana gazed at the mark, silently calling out, "Blackfeather." Soon after, she sensed a warmth emanating from that very spot. And with a hint of excitement, she inquired, "Is it ready?" Chapter 18, You Need Not Fear Me at All. Indeed, Blackfeather nodded, casting another glance her way. "May I know your name?" Sidhu Nana nestled against his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, and said, "My name is Sidhu Nana. You may simply call me Nana." Her breath stirred a tender warmth within Heiyu's heart as he lifted her onto his back and made his way toward the cave entrance. As they walked, he spoke, "Nana, I am a wandering beast man, and I understand your reluctance to share your life with me. Yet, you are already my partner. Should you wish to free yourself, you need only to carve my beast mark upon your shoulder with your own blood, and I shall perish. Thus, there is no need for you to fear me." Having uttered these words, he reached the cave entrance, which was situated near the summit of a towering mountain, several thousand meters high. With a single leap from the cave's mouth, Heiyu transformed into a magnificent black eagle. Nana never anticipated that he would deliberately remind her in such a manner, entrusting her with his very life. Did he truly have such faith in her, despite her evident fear and resistance? Before she could ponder further, she found herself captivated by the exhilarating and novel experience of soaring through the sky. The back of the black eagle was remarkably spacious and comfortable, and she lay securely upon it as the surrounding clouds floated by like delicate veils. At that moment, the sun was just rising in the east, its rays piercing through the layers of mist enveloping the rainforest, casting a golden hue upon the verdant mountains and waters below. In the distance, numerous meandering rivers and lakes of various sizes adorned the landscape, affirming the truth behind the name of the rainforest nation. After a day of relentless rain, today was blessed with brilliant sunshine. Before a cavern resembling a cliff, he maneuvered with her on his back, descending to the slope of a nearby mountain. He first gathered several large leaves to cushion the ground beneath a grand tree before gently setting her down, instructing her to wait there for a moment. The first time Nana stood beside him, she realized just how tall he truly was. Standing next to Shermu, she barely reached his shoulder, which already made her perceive him as remarkably tall. However, when standing next to Heiyu, she found herself unable to even reach his chiseled chest. Her shoulders barely grazed his sculpted V-line, and at eye level, all she could see were his impressive 8-pack abs. It was impossible to deny the overwhelming sense of stature he possessed. Nodding, she settled onto the cool leaves and, feeling somewhat uneasy, instructed him, "Please don't wander too far." Heiyu acknowledged her with a slight nod, then transformed into a majestic black eagle and effortlessly uprooted a towering tree laden with purple fruits that stood several dozen meters high. The only 3 words that came to Nana's mind were, "inhuman." After toppling the great tree, Heiyu first broke off several branches laden with fruit and returned to place them beside Nana, saying, "Have some fruit to eat. Do not let yourself go hungry." Nana was indeed famished. After expressing her gratitude, she proceeded to pick. However, recalling that the locals were not fond of such expressions, she intended to offer an explanation. Just then, she noticed that Heiyu had already begun to saw through the enormous tree, which required the combined effort of 4 or 5 individuals to encircle. She could not help but let out a silent sigh, deciding it best to wait until she became more acquainted before attempting to elucidate her thoughts. Nana took a bite of the fist-sized purple fruit, which had been given to her by Heiyu from the cave, though she had not had the opportunity to indulge in it at the time. The flavor of this purple fruit bore a resemblance to grapes, lacking any acidity, and was truly delightful. After consuming 2, she felt quite satiated and began to pluck the remaining fruits to store them in her space. Noticing Heiyu busy digging a wooden barrel, with several grapes scattered on the ground, she remarked, "Heiyu, I find this grapefruit quite to my liking. Please gather some more for me." Heiyu obliged by bringing her 2 branches, yet upon observing that most of the fruits had been depleted, he furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Consuming such a quantity of fruit at once may upset your stomach." Nana could hardly fathom that he possessed such knowledge. He was indeed a paradoxically cruel and perverse individual. She smiled at him and suggested, "Since the tree trunk is so long, why not craft a couple more buckets? That way, I could use them to collect the fruits." Heiyu nodded in agreement. "Crafting them is no trouble, but there are particularly abundant fruits here. Feel free to pick them as you wish. There's no need for containers." Nana clutched the empty space in her hand, yearning to fill it with something that would bring her comfort. "Thus," she said, "I desire it. You must go and procure it." Her slightly coquettish tone sent a shiver through Heiyu's heart. Indeed, a man with a companion finds solace in a safe haven. Yet, for a wandering beastman, having a partner brings forth vulnerabilities. He understands that he is no longer the cold-blooded, ruthless wanderer devoid of weaknesses. Heiyu is a forsaken egg, having struggled to survive in this perilous rainforest since his birth as a black eagle. To him, beastmen were never kin in the past. He could have easily become another's prey, whereas now, everything around him could serve as sustenance. If others could consume him, he certainly had the right to devour them in return. This mountainous terrain belonged to him. Any beastman daring to venture here risked becoming his meal. He was indeed a notoriously savage wanderer. Yesterday, upon hearing the howl of a wolf, he had intended merely to seek out something delectable. However, upon encountering the frail, nearly dying little female who was at the mercy of others, his heart, once brutal and icy, softened. He did not wish for her demise. Unsure of how to interact with this delicate little female, he resolved, regardless of her acceptance, to remain by her side for eternity. Very well. Heiyu ventured to gather several branches for her amusement, saying, pick these to play with, refrain from eating them. Once you bathe, I shall prepare other food for you. Sito Nana nodded in acquiescence. Indeed, consuming an excessive amount of fruit is detrimental. She merely wished to pluck it and store it within her space. As Situ Nana plucked the fruits, she observed Heiyu diligently at work. He first crafted a stone pot, then proceeded to cleanse a small wooden barrel in the nearby stream, employing the fire-starting technique she had taught him to ignite a fire and boil water. Subsequently, he fashioned a larger wooden barrel, meticulously smoothing its edges. It seemed he was indeed a master of time management. After spending the better part of half an hour chiseling and polishing the two large barrels, the stone pot was filled with steaming water. By this time, Situ Nana had already finished gathering the grapes, which she unceremoniously piled into her space, feeling a touch chaotic. She contemplated revealing her space to him. For as he had stated, he was now her partner, and his fate was intertwined with hers, making betrayal impossible. Living together, she knew she could not conceal anything from him. As she pondered whether to ask Heiyu to craft a storage rack for her, he approached her after preparing a large barrel of bathing water and said, it's ready. You can bathe here while I go hunt for some game. Heiyu had been watching her while working, and he had indeed noticed she hadn't eaten much. However, upon approaching, he realized all the fruits had vanished. He refrained from inquiring about the fruits and simply asked, shall I carry you over? Sito Nana, her cheeks flushed, grasped his hand and said, I would like to go first, to relieve myself, and then wash up. Is there a safe place where no one can see us? Black Feather, with a swift motion, wrapped his large hand around her thigh and lifted her up, searching for a secluded spot nearby. He soon found a small hollow beneath a tree and, ensuring the ground was level, gently set her down. Is this place suitable? He inquired. Sita Nana is quite pleased with this place. It serves as an ideal little space for a restroom. She nods and gestures towards a nearby large leaf, saying, please bring that leaf to cover the entrance of this hollow. Heiyu approaches, plucking 2 leaves and fastening them over the hollow's opening with a stick, creating a secluded little area, then looks at her and inquires, what else do you need? Sito Nana nodded in satisfaction, saying, no, thank you. After a brief pause, she added, you stay outside and guard me. Do not leave. If anyone else arrives while I am indisposed, it would be quite unsightly for her, regardless of the manner of her demise. Heiyu nodded in agreement, replying, understood. Sita Nana squatted down with a sense of ease. After resolving a significant matter of life within this confined space, she found it quite a challenge to utilize twigs and leaves. Upon retrieving that fruit shell from her surroundings to wash her hands, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the water remained warm, remarkably capable of preserving its temperature. This realization brought her great joy, for it meant she could effectively store her provisions in the future. Sito Nana emerged from the makeshift restroom, her body drenched in perspiration, only to find Heiyu leaning against a grand tree ahead, arms crossed. Heiyu approached her, extending 2 yellow fruits resembling lemons, saying, since you enjoy fruits, these are delightful as well. Sito Nana took it over and noticed that the fruit skin was soft. Upon peeling it, she found that the interior resembled a banana. She took a bite, and indeed, it possessed the delightful texture of a banana. Situ Nana nodded and said, this banana is indeed delicious. Let us go and pick some shortly. Heiyu pointed to the top of her head and remarked, that is it, while you bathe. I shall pluck it down for you. Sita Nana looked up, and indeed, this grand tree bore a considerable number of those yellowish-green, oval-shaped bananas. Although she was tempted to pluck some, she already felt the grass blades beneath her feet cutting into her skin after merely stepping 2 or 3 meters from the tree hollow. She clasped his wrist, which was as thick as her thigh, and said, carry me, my feet hurt. Your feet hurt? He lifted her once more and examined the soles of her feet. Are they cut? Sithu Nana gently brushed off the grass clippings from the soles of her feet, reassuringly stating, it's nothing, no need to lick. Please help me craft a pair of shoes shortly. Otherwise, she would truly resemble a paralyzed invalid. Heiyu cast a glance at her. Her words implied that a male had indeed licked her feet. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he was a future partner or a beast of burden. Heiyu refrained from inquiring further and simply nodded in agreement. All right. He then allowed her to perch upon his shoulder, taking a few steps forward before gracefully leaping to pluck a branch, causing the luscious fruits to quiver enticingly before Sithanana. Sithanana exclaimed in astonishment, Heiyu, you are truly remarkable. Her admiration was met with a penetrating gaze from Heiyu, whose sharp and profound eyes held an intensity that was both captivating and unsettling. Though she understood that there was no need for fear, she could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Situnana could only lower her head to pluck bananas. She harvested all the ripe bananas from the cluster, commanding Heiyu to pull down other branches. He watched her as she collected the fruit. But as soon as each banana was picked, it vanished from her grasp, leaving him utterly speechless. Situnana could not discern whether he was exceptionally knowledgeable or possessed a particularly limited curiosity. Perhaps he was simply a naturally reticent being. As he followed her method of creating fire by friction, both Si-mu and Lang-tsong were utterly fascinated, while he appeared to regard it as nothing more than a mundane occurrence. After Situnana gathered dozens of bananas, she contentedly declared, "All right. I wish to take a bath now." Heiyu gently placed her before the wooden tub and intended to leave once more. Situnana hastily pulled at him, asking, "Could you find me a larger tree hollow?" Upon seeing his nod of acknowledgement, she continued, "I will stow away this wooden tub and will wash it as soon as I find a suitable place." Heiyu observed her as she made the large tub filled with warm water vanish into thin air, yet he remained silent, remarkably obedient and taciturn. Situnana proactively remarked, "I possess a space where items can be stored. Food and other belongings can be placed there, eliminating the need for you to carry them back and forth." Heiyu nodded in agreement. "With such a space available, it is indeed convenient. I shall gather more food for you to store." Situnana inquired tentatively, "Have you ever witnessed others utilizing spatial abilities?" Heiyu shook his head and replied, "No, I have not." Situnana inquired curiously, "Aren't you intrigued by what I use?" Heiyu gazed at her and asked, "How much can it hold?" Situnana replied with a smile, "It is somewhat larger than the cave on your mountain, capable of accommodating quite a few items. When you have a moment, could you assist me in constructing several multi-tiered shelves? I would like to organize my belongings." Heiyu nodded in agreement, and as they spoke, he had already taken her to a nearby tree hollow measuring over 10 square meters. Situnana instructed him to procure 2 wooden planks to fashion herself a pair of shoes, leaving a few small holes on either side to secure them with animal hide or vines, thus creating a pair of slippers. While he crafted the slippers outside, she indulged in a bath within the hollow of a tree. Situnana removed her garments and tucked them away in her spatial dimension, preparing to indulge in her inaugural hot bath upon the Orc continent. The overwhelming experiences of the previous days had left her apprehensive, fearful of inadvertently attracting the attention of some unknown entity. As she settled into the bath, she called out towards the outside, "Heiyu, are you there?" The reassuring timbre of his voice responded, "Yes, I am here." Comforted by his presence, Situnana sought to engage in conversation. "Heiyu, you mentioned that you are a wandering orc. Where do you typically roam?" Heiyu replied, "A wandering orc refers to those who live independently, devoid of a tribe. I have grown up alone in this area, rather than wandering far and wide. The orcs possess a strong sense of territoriality. True adventurers are not so numerous." Situnana inquired, "Are there any other stray beastmen in the vicinity?" To which Black Feather replied, "There are none. These mountains constitute my territory." Situnana inquired with astonishment, "Are you truly that formidable?" To which Heiyu responded, "Among the wandering beasts, I am indeed one of the most powerful. However, within the grand tribe, there exist orcs who surpass my prowess." Situnana inquired once more, "Are there any large tribes nearby?" Heiyu replied, "No. There is only a small white serpent tribe to the northeast, and their formidable warriors have all fallen to my hand. It was initially a medium-sized tribe, but a certain eagle, perceiving the snakes with disdain, sought to challenge their strongest members, all the while honing its combat skills. The conflict between the eagle and the serpents endured for many years, and I emerged as the preeminent figure among the wandering beastmen, while that serpent tribe has been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Of course, I shall not divulge this to her." Situnana could hardly fathom the bloodshed and brutality that Heiyu had endured. All she comprehended was his formidable strength. Such power was reassuring, for with it, she need not fear being captured by malevolent individuals again. Chapter 20. Rising as a Culinary Maestro. Situnana deliberately reached behind her to touch the scab on her back, a remnant of the wound inflicted by the gray wolf 2 days prior. She pondered whether it would leave a scar, though it was a matter she could not ascertain from her vantage point. After taking a refreshing bath, she felt a surge of joy. With such a formidable man by her side, she believed she could conquer the world. Gaily, she slipped on the wooden clogs that Heiyu had crafted for her and playfully stomped her foot while clutching his wrist. "Heiyu, thank you so much. At last, I can walk properly." Do not inquire as to why she grasped his wrist. It merely happened to rest conveniently at the level of her chest. Heiyu gazed at her radiant smile, and although she was uttering words of disdain, Her actions spoke otherwise as she willingly entwined her hand with his. Thus, there was truly no ulterior motive. Unable to resist, he reached out with his other hand to caress her delicate fingers entwined around his wrist, so slender and soft. They felt almost boneless. Sito Nana joyfully exclaimed, "Hey you, let us seek out some fruits or plants with a robust flavor to incorporate into the meat, as they will help eliminate any unpleasant odor." Situ Nana overestimated her physical stamina, believing that with the shoes, she could walk freely. However, having just recovered from a serious illness, and given that her body was unaccustomed to walking, she found herself fatigued within less than 10 minutes, necessitating her return to the embrace of Heiyu's arms. Heiyu carried her through the forest, swiftly discovering a variety of fragrant plants and fruits. She also recognized some edible tubers. Among her findings were what appeared to be chili peppers, ginger, aromatic leaves, and sweet potatoes. During this time, Heiyu collected stones from the ground, successfully striking down 2 wild chickens, intending to prepare them for Sidanana. She had no objections to the wild chickens. As long as they remained animals, she could eat them. Heiyu guided her to a pond to process the game, where to her astonishment, she noticed several clusters of rice growing sparsely in the water. The rice was already turning golden, with heavy ears resembling olives, nearly causing Sidanana to drool. She excitedly touched the rows of rice ears, exclaiming, "Heiyu, can we eat this too?" Heiyu nodded. "Yes, it is nearly mature and can be consumed. Many avian and beast folk enjoy it. However, if you eat it now, it will be too hard. It is best to soak it in water for a few days before consuming." Indeed, soaking it for a few days was essential in the rainforests of the marshy land. Without fire, one could hardly expect to cook it otherwise. Situ Nana inquired, "Do sculptures also qualify as avian beast folk?" Heiyu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, they do. However, I consume meat. Only those beast folk unable to catch prey would opt for a herbivorous diet." Sito Nana observed as Heiyu swiftly beheaded and skinned the wild chicken, then set it over the flames to roast. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Wait, Heiyu, why do you not bleed the chicken first?" Heiyu countered, "Why should I bleed it?" Sito Nana remarked, "No wonder the meat we consumed earlier was so reeking. You did not bleed the prey before slaughtering it, and simply roasted it thereafter. It is rather unsurprising that it was so pungent." After a moment's contemplation, she patiently added, "Though I have never hunted myself, I understand that prey which has been bled prior to killing is far less odorous. Moreover, if it is cleaned thoroughly post-mortem, cut into smaller pieces, and seasoned before roasting, the flavor is considerably more delectable." Heiyu nodded in agreement. "In that case, do not partake in this one. I shall procure another for you, prepared as you suggested." With that, he rose to depart. Sito Nana hurriedly called out to him, "Wait, please don't leave me here alone. There is still one left, which is enough for me." Heiyu glanced at her and replied, "Are you certain? I wouldn't want you to go hungry." Sidanana nodded repeatedly at the wild chicken, which was about the size of a piglet, exclaiming, "That's sufficient. I cannot possibly finish this one." Heiyu cast aside the subpar wild chicken and proceeded to prepare another according to Sidanana's specifications. He meticulously followed her instructions, roasting only half of it while slicing the other half into smaller pieces for stewing. Situ Nana possessed little proficiency in the culinary arts. However, having observed her mother in the kitchen numerous times, she could certainly articulate the basics. She had an elder brother, 8 years her senior, who was on the verge of matrimony at the age of 28. Her brother was adept at cooking, which rendered her accustomed to a life of ease, seldom lifting a finger. Despite her frequent playful opposition to him, it was undeniable that he treated her with remarkable kindness. As the cherished youngest daughter, she had been pampered and coddled by her family, leaving her inept at household chores. Initially, she contemplated soothing her famished stomach, having endured 3 days of hunger, by forcing herself to prepare a meal. Yet, the rudimentary tools at her disposal proved to be beyond her capabilities. Therefore, she resorted to her role as a culinary conductor, meticulously instructing Heiyu on the preparation of the dish. She first directed Heiyu to pluck the rice ears, rubbing off the husks and setting them aside for later use. The rice was nearly ripe, with grains the size of green olives. A single strand would suffice for her meal. Next, she instructed Heiyu to position the heated stone pot over the flame, allowing it to warm before adding the pre-prepared ginger chunks and bay leaves, which they sautéed using a long-handled wooden spatula. Lacking oil, she promptly instructed Heiyu to introduce the chicken pieces into the pot. After a few moments of stirring, she advised Heiyu to reduce the fire slightly, allowing the chicken to render its fat, filling the air with an enticing aroma of food. Then, she had Heiyu toss the rice grains into the pot for a brief stir before adding water, only to realize the absence of a lid, an oversight. They had to improvise. Crafting a lid was a simple task, and within minutes, Heiyu fashioned one from wood. They placed it atop the pot and awaited their meal. At that moment, the roasted chicken was also ready, its fragrance wafting enticingly through the air. Sito Nana received the chicken wing handed to her by Heiyu and took a bite. Due to the absence of salt, it was merely seasoned with a plant that possessed a salty flavor, rendering the taste somewhat bland. Nevertheless, the unpleasant fishy odor was entirely absent. Despite its excessive toughness, it was still quite delectable. Sito Nana savored the chicken wings with great delight and said to Heiyu, "You should join me. There is an abundance that I cannot finish alone." Heiyu picked up a small piece and placed it directly in his mouth, chewing it thoughtfully. He then inquired, "What do you think?" He needed to discern her culinary preferences to better cater to her needs in the future. Sito Nana nodded and remarked, "It is delicious. Though slightly bland, a touch of salt would enhance its flavor." Heiyu responded, "There is some in the cave. Make sure to carry some with you in the future." All right. After Sito Nana finished her chicken wings, she smiled at Heiyu and inquired, "Do you think this tastes good?" Heiyu nodded and replied, "Indeed. It is quite fragrant. Feel free to indulge yourself further." Sito Nana, feeling somewhat weary from her meal, turned to Heiyu and said, "I shall suffice with just one more bowl of that chicken rice. You may finish the rest. You have worked hard all day." Heiyu shook his head, replying, "Store these in your space. Take them out whenever you wish to indulge." Chapter 21. Should you consume this raw dish, you must refrain from kissing me. Sito Nana pondered for a moment, yet she remained reluctant to put away the roasted chicken. She had already grasped the art of culinary creation, and her companionship with him felt secure. There was no necessity to store away the unsalted fare. She candidly remarked, "Next time, perhaps you could catch some animal cubs. This wild chicken is rather tough for my palate. I cannot consume anything too hard." Upon hearing her words, Heiyu ceased to insist on her putting it away. In a few hearty bites, he devoured the roasted chicken, bones and all, and also eliminated the previously set-aside subpar raw chicken. Sito Nana cast a couple of glances at him. Although she was aware that the sculpture must have consumed raw food, she found it perplexing that one could still partake in raw sustenance after transforming into a human. They had not previously had fire. Perhaps she was overthinking the matter. Nevertheless, she could not restrain herself from saying, "If you have eaten that raw food, you must not kiss me." Heiyu looked at her, momentarily taken aback. Sito Nana did not perceive any issue with her words. After all, they shared a life together, and it was only natural for her to discuss hygiene matters in advance. However, to Heiyu's ears, her statement echoed an invitation. "If you abstain from consuming these raw delicacies, you may kiss me." In essence, she was extending an invitation to him. Thus, he promptly made his way to the water's edge to wash his hands, face, and rinse his mouth, before returning to sweep her into his arms. Sito Nana found his behavior rather perplexing, and then her gaze met his profound eyes. He said, "I have now cleansed myself. May I kiss you?" Sito Nana, caught off guard, blushed and lowered her head, gently pressing against his remarkably firm chest muscles. "I didn't mean it that way." Heiyu planted a soft kiss on the crown of her head. "What you mean is, I should refrain from consuming raw meat in the future." Sitting beside him, Nana softly remarked, "Well, you should simply indulge in what you enjoy. If you prefer your food raw, I wouldn't dream of compelling you to eat it cooked. A formidable individual like you shouldn't feel obliged to forsake even the slightest of your preferences for my sake." After a moment of contemplation, Heiyu inquired, "Are you implying that one must ensure themselves impeccably clean before engaging in intimacy with you?" Sito Nana, his interpretation is not without merit. Yet, how could she have uttered such words moments ago? Was she not contemplating any intimacy with him? Heiyu lowered his head to gently press his forehead against hers, lifting her chin, and the warmth of his breath sent her heart racing. As his lips approached hers, she instinctively withdrew. "I detect a hint of burning. Please tend to the chicken and rice before it becomes charred. We can eat soon." Heiyu then leaned in and pressed his lips firmly against hers before releasing her and turning to tend to the firewood. Sitting in place, Sito Nana bit her lip, finding the sensation not entirely unpleasant. Her reluctance to bond with Shirmu stemmed from two reasons: her aversion to engaging in intimate acts with a stranger while feverish, and the realization that this body had yet to reach maturity. However, having now established a connection with the dark-feathered companion and spent a considerable amount of time together without any complications, she decided to accept him. Reflecting on Shirmu, she could only conclude that their fates were intertwined yet ultimately unfulfilled. Although they had previously agreed to be together, an unforeseen circumstance had arisen. She wondered if he would frantically search for her upon discovering her absence, or simply resume his original life after a brief inquiry. Both men were mere acquaintances for a day and a night, and each had inadvertently rescued her during her fever. Their imposing physiques, with rippling muscles, were rather intimidating. In truth, she preferred someone with fair skin and long legs, tender and gentle, who could engage in conversation and offer comfort. If forced to choose between the two, she would likely lean towards Shermu, believing that life with him would be more fulfilling than with the taciturn Heiyu. Yet it appeared that her choice had already been made. He was now her partner, and one might even consider him her husband. Intimacy was inevitable. As Situ Nana pondered these thoughts, Heiyu was already engaged in the crafting of wooden bowls and chopsticks. While he may not possess the gentleness or eloquence of Shermu, he was, in truth, a meticulous and astute man. Moreover, he never found any task burdensome, which was commendable. The disdainful words spoken by Lang Tsong lingered in her mind, despite his demise. After Situ Nana concluded her analysis, she resolved to confide in Heiyu regarding her circumstances. She aspired to fulfill the original owner's long-cherished wish, and she knew that she would undoubtedly require his assistance. Thus, she began, "Heiyu, there is something of utmost importance I wish to discuss with you." Heiyu, engrossed in meticulously crafting the wooden bowl, lifted his gaze to regard her earnestly. "Please, go ahead." Situ Nana organized her thoughts and slowly spoke. "As you can see from my partner mark, I do not possess a beast form." Heiyu nodded in understanding, awaiting her to continue. Situ Nana found herself at a loss for words when it came to elucidating her own circumstances, ultimately resorting to fabrications. She proclaimed, "During my previous bout of fever, I felt as though I were on the brink of death. The beast god declared me the first naturally born female of the beastman continent, and thus, if granted a little more time, I shall return to my original tribe before reaching adulthood to partake in the rites of passage and receive the blessings of my kin." Heiyu, with his profound gaze, regarded her intently for a considerable while before he approached, crouched beside her, and enveloped her in an embrace, stating, "Tomorrow, we shall journey to the tribe in which you once resided." Situ Nana gazed at him and remarked, "However, I have already forgotten the events of the past. I cannot even recall which tribe I belong to, nor do I know when I reached adulthood." Situ Nana feels that the most troublesome aspect lies in the uncertainty of tomorrow. What if she becomes an adult then? However, the original owner merely requested her assistance in fulfilling a long-held wish. If she fails to accomplish this, she wonders if there will be any repercussions. Surely, it cannot lead to her demise, can it? Regardless, she can only strive to do her utmost. Heiyu furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, addressed her. The coming-of-age ceremony for females is typically held during the summer. Currently, it is indeed summer, with less than 20 days remaining. Many tribes conduct these ceremonies 30 days prior to the small rainy season, allowing the newly transformed females to select companions during this period, thereby ensuring a smoother passage through the small rainy season. Situ Nana inquired with a hint of perplexity, if it is autumn and winter, do female adults participate in the second year's coming-of-age ceremony? Yet, wouldn't winter be more arduous than the minor rainy season? Kurohane cast her a surprised glance, unable to fathom why she lacked knowledge of such common wisdom known to all beastmen. With patience, he elucidated, beastmen are predominantly born in summer. Hence most of them attain their humanoid form during this season. No female will undergo the coming-of-age ceremony in autumn or winter. However, since you have already assumed a humanoid form, without knowledge of your birth date, we can only ascertain your maturity by observing whether you enter estrus in the spring. Kurohane's assertion was indeed valid. In the absence of information regarding her date of birth, the only recourse was to monitor her estrus cycle in spring. Given that the coming-of-age ceremonies are held 30 days prior to the minor rainy season, the original owner's aspiration to partake in the ceremony this year within the tribe would remain unfulfilled. She would have to wait until next year, allowing ample time to seek answers. Moreover, is it not true that one need not participate in the coming-of-age ceremony within the same year of maturity? Chapter 22. The dreadful estrus period in Situ Nana's world. Adulthood signifies coming of age. However, in the context of the beastman continent, attaining a humanoid form equates to maturity. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the original owner, being a naturally born female, emerged into the world in humanoid form from birth. Situ Nana was uncertain whether this body had reached maturity, yet it was undoubtedly human. That being said, what if she were to experience her estrus in the coming spring? Situ Nana gazed at Blackfeather with curiosity and inquired, "What is the estrus period like?" Blackfeather replied, "In the days leading up to the estrus period, Females emit a distinctive scent that arouses the males. It is advisable to seek refuge in a safe, secluded place during this time. The female should also consume ample food to store energy, as it is said that some females may experience bleeding during this period, though most do not. Once the estrus period begins, the female must engage in copulation continuously, lasting approximately 10 to 30 days. Nana was astounded by the notion of such relentless mating for days on end. This explains why Simu mentioned that females in the beastman continent require multiple partners. Without a sufficient number, they would either be exhausted or starve. With a hint of trepidation, she asked, "Do males experience an estrus period?" To which the male, Black Feather, responded, "As long as their partner requires it, males can enter estrus at any moment." C2 Nana averted her gaze, pondering the apparent imbalance between the male and female. Her curiosity was piqued. If I only experience that brief period of estrus for a mere 20 to 30 days a year, does that imply that during the rest of the time, well, such activities are unnecessary? Heiyu lowered his eyes and replied, "The estrus period is a physical necessity. Only during this time can mating lead to the conception of offspring. At other times, it is entirely up to your own desires. If you do not wish to engage, I shall not compel you." As Situ Nana observed him in this manner, an unexpected sense of fearlessness enveloped her, and a mischievous thought of teasing him arose. With a smile, she inquired, "So, do you ever think about it?" Heiyu gazed at her with profound eyes and replied, "I never did before. But now that I see you, I find myself thinking about it." Nana gently bit her lower lip, her eyes sparkling with an irrepressible joy. "Not yet." Heiyu gazed at her bright, glimmering eyes and remarked softly, "I shall wait for you until your season of desire." Sito Nana pondered, is it safe for her to flirt with him before her estrus period? She felt a sense of security in this realization. Heiyu remarked, "No wonder you appear so youthful. It turns out you are still a cub." As he spoke, he lowered his gaze to chop wood, murmuring to himself, "I cannot believe I have become bonded with a cub." Upon hearing his words, Sito Nana couldn't help but chuckle, though her amusement was short-lived as a wave of melancholy washed over her. After all, she was inherently a flirtatious girl, yet in the presence of such a commanding and aloof handsome man, she could only gaze from afar. And then there was that lion, Simo, so dashing and deeply affectionate. She had foolishly let him slip away. Surely, she would encounter more handsome men in the future, wouldn't she? However, it was indeed the cubs who engaged in such activities, and it should, perhaps, be rather taxing on this young body. She would have to wait until next spring to discover whether she was merely a cub or had transitioned into adulthood. Sito Nana inquired once more, "So, how many years does it generally take for orcs to transform into humanoid form?" To which, Black Feather replied, "Females typically achieve their humanoid form by the age of 12, and then in the summer of their 13th year, they bear offspring." Situ Nana inquired, "What about the males?" Heiyu responded, "Males mature at an early age, typically within 10 years, while some may take as long as 13. There are also those who remain unable to transform into human form, whether male or female. Such beings are often exiled to the peripheries of their tribes. In this land of beastmen, newborn cubs, akin to wild creatures, are initially in their beastly form, and they are born either viviparous or oviparous, depending on their species. Most beastmen achieve their human form upon reaching maturity, regardless of gender. Males generally attain adulthood between the ages of 10 and 13, while females tend to converge around the age of 12. Typically, females experience their estrus cycle from the age of 13 to 40 during the spring, during which they conceive offspring. Each estrus period can last anywhere from 10 to 30 days. Females usually bear 1 to 3 cubs. However, if sufficient energy is not available, the cubs may cease to develop in the womb or be born weak, struggling to survive or failing to attain human form as they grow. Thus, for a cub to be successfully birthed and thrive, considerable care and nurturing from both the mother and father are essential. As for those unable to transform into human form, that tells a different, more harrowing tale. The gestation period for females in the beastman realm typically spans around 180 days. They conceive during the spring estrus, which lasts for about 100 days, thereby giving birth before the summer concludes. The favorable weather and abundant food during summer have indeed fostered a remarkable adaptation of species in the land of beastmen. Sita Nana resolved that, as she had yet to reach adulthood this year, if I am to truly become an adult only next year, when shall we embark on a journey to seek my former tribe? After a moment of contemplation, Black Feather replied, "The minor rainy season, winter, and spring are all unsuitable for travel. It would be prudent for us to set off as soon as possible. It was only then that Sid and Nana realized that in this orc world, a year consists of 520 days, divided into 5 distinct seasons. The first is the torrential spring, a time when nature awakens, often referred to as the Great Rain Season. The second is an extensive and oppressively hot summer, lasting 180 days. Following summer, there is a period of 40 consecutive days of rain, known as the minor rain season. Next comes the refreshing autumn, abundant with harvest, which is the most comfortable season of the year. During this time, animals gather provisions to prepare for the harsh winter, making autumn also a prime hunting season. Finally, there is the frigid winter, which, along with the great rain season, lasts approximately 100 days. Thus, although there are 5 seasons in a year, only summer and autumn are suitable for travel. If one cannot find autumn this year, they must wait until next summer. The original owner mentioned that she was born in a rainforest, and the place she currently inhabits is called the rainforest marshland. At this moment, could she locate the tribe where the original owner lived? Heiyu further remarked, observing the color of her hair, that she might belong to the avian, lizard, or serpent orc species. However, each tribe typically comprises various other races of orcs, as male orcs may leave their tribes for various reasons. During their travels, if they encounter a female they favor, they may choose to mate with her and remain in her tribe. Consequently, most tribes are home to a multitude of orc varieties. Even with knowledge of one's race, it remains uncertain which tribe one belongs to. Since you are present in this vicinity, shall we search the nearby tribes in a circular route? C2 Nana nodded, gazing at Heiyu as she inquired, "Do you possess a map?" Heiyu, perplexed, echoed, "A map?" Chapter 23, The Map of the Rainforest Wetlands. Sido Nana suggested, "Please sketch the nearby tribes so that we can devise a route and determine which tribe to visit first." Heiyu nodded in agreement and, noticing her silence, added, "Would you like to enjoy that chicken rice while listening?" Sido Nana had long since caught a whiff of the fragrant rice and nodded in acknowledgement. Heiyu proceeded to unveil the braised chicken rice, its aroma still delightful. The rice at the bottom of the pot had slightly scorched, yet the enticing scent of its charred essence was equally appealing. Sido Nana, wary of his propensity to use the bowl as a spoon and dip it directly into the pot, gently reminded him, "Please use the spatula I just employed for cooking." He complied, employing the long-handled wooden spatula to serve her a generous bowl of fragrant chicken braised rice. As he extended it towards her, Sido Nana interjected once more, "Just half a bowl, please. A bowl this large is cumbersome for me to carry." True to her request, he returned half of the contents back to the pot. He then approached her with the bowl in hand and offered her the chopsticks, saying, "Allow me to hold it for you. It will be much easier." Sido Nana took both the bowl and chopsticks, expressing her preference for serving herself while dining. However, she mentioned that it would be preferable to have a table and chairs in the future, as sitting on the ground for an extended period was quite uncomfortable for her legs. Heiyu inquired, "Would you like me to hold you while you eat?" Sido Nana shook her head, asserting that there was no need for such behavior. After all, she was not a child. She took a bite of the chicken, which was fragrant and tender, a delightful treat. After simmering in the stone pot for so long, it was finally tender, indicating that the preparation method was indeed correct. Regrettably, it lacked a touch of saltiness. She took another mouthful of rice, which emitted a delightful aroma, yet her inexperience led her to use too little water. The large grains of rice remained undercooked, yielding a somewhat raw texture. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that she would add more water next time, hopeful that she would soon enjoy a proper meal. While Sido Nana relished her food, Heiyu was by the water's edge, sketching a map in the mud. The nearest settlement to their location was the White Snake tribe to the northeast. However, Heiyu mentioned that he frequently visited the tribe to witness the white snakes in combat. Yet he had never encountered Sido Nana there. Further afield lay the southern rabbit beast tribe, which had nearly transformed into the wolf beast tribe. Curious, Sido Nana inquired why. Black Feather replied, "Over a decade ago, the wolf beast tribe clashed with the crocodile beast tribe. Following that battle, they were significantly weakened. For several consecutive springs, they faced assaults from the rogue beastmen, leading to their division into 3 factions. Some sought refuge with the lion beast tribe, others with the rabbit beast tribe, and the remainder with the bear beast tribe. The wolf beastmen who allied with the rabbit beast tribe gradually regained their strength and began to contest for territory. Only then did Sido Nana come to understand the origins of the wolf beastmen from the lion beast tribe. However, due to Wolf Tsong's actions, her perception of the wolf beastmen was quite unfavorable. She nodded and remarked, "These wolf beastmen are truly wicked. They are indeed the treacherous wolves. Heiyu glanced at her and realized that the wolf beast who had attempted to intimidate her that day must have had similar intentions. He silently made a note of it and continued to introduce Situ-Nana to the distribution of small, medium, and large tribes in the rainforest Sigwa region. In the land of beastmen, tribes with fewer than 300 members are considered small, those with 300 to 800 members are classified as medium, and those exceeding 800 members are regarded as large tribes. The rainforest Sigwa primarily consists of small to medium-sized tribes, with very few large tribes surpassing 1,000 members. This is primarily due to the survival of the fittest. A larger population becomes increasingly difficult to manage. Although the highest rank among beastmen is level 9, such individuals are exceedingly rare, as one can become a tribe leader at level 7. Given this, many are reluctant to live under the leadership of others, resulting in a particularly high number of tribes within the rainforest Sigwa, especially among the cold-blooded beastmen, centered around the mountains they inhabit. The nearest 5 tribes are as follows. To the northeast lies the White Snake tribe. To the east is the Lion Beast tribe, a large tribe consisting of over 1,000 beastmen. To the south resides the Rabbit Beast tribe. To the west is the Crocodile Beast tribe, and to the north is the Scorpion Beast tribe. Further out, in the northeastern corner, is the Lizard Beast tribe. To the east of the Lion Beast tribe is the easternmost point of this world, home to the Green Snake tribe, followed by the White Crane tribe and the Black Crocodile tribe. Traveling south for 2 to 3 days leads to the Bear Beast tribe, while further south are the Monkey Beast tribe and yet another Lizard Beast tribe. To the west, near the Central Forest, are the Leopard and Tiger Beast tribes, which are perpetually engaged in territorial disputes with the Crocodile Beast tribe. To the north are the Crocodile Beast tribe and the Hundred Birds tribe, while even further east are the Elephant tribe, the Gorilla tribe, and the Scorpion tribe. In any case, the tribes of Rainforest Sigwa are abundant, with the most powerful being the Elephant tribe and the Bear Beast tribe, as they boast level 9 beastmen among their ranks. Following closely are the Lion Beast tribe and the Tiger Beast tribe, which are formidable, yet their numbers are comparatively scarce, rendering the Crocodile Beast tribe unafraid of them. Situ-Nana did not express the desire to visit the Lion Beast tribe in search of Shirmu, partly because she was uncertain whether Shirmu would come looking for her, and partly due to her lack of understanding regarding Heiyu's thoughts. Situ-Nana inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Heiyu, what level of orc are you?" Heiyu replied, "I am a level 7 orc. While it may be somewhat perilous for me to venture out alone with you, as long as I don't need to leave you to hunt, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Even if I were to face an adversary, I could still carry you away, so there is no need for concern." Situ-Nana, "Indeed, this formidable beast-man surpasses Shirmu. Shirmu has always claimed he dares not take me outside alone, yet this black feather asserts that it poses no significant issue. Therefore, if he were aware of Shirmu's existence, would he consent to having Shirmu as his companion? The distinction between level 5 and level 7, between intermediate and advanced, is indeed vast. Situ-Nana had not anticipated that. Not only was there a significant disparity in their levels, but more importantly, Shirmu was a terrestrial creature. As he guided her through the jungle, they were prone to encounters with wild beasts or ambushes by wandering beastmen. Furthermore, he was unaware of her ability to store provisions in her spatial realm, leaving her safety unassured during his hunting excursions. In contrast, Heiyu was a bird, capable of soaring through the skies with her, thereby significantly reducing their travel time and enhancing their safety. Heiyu mentioned his intention to visit the White Snake tribe that afternoon to inquire about the existence of females with green hair. Should they exist, it would be fortuitous, though the likelihood was slim. Their journey would commence from the northern Scorpion Beast tribe, proceeding to the Lizard Beast tribe, and then southward to the Green Snake tribe. Heiyu had deduced that she might belong to either the Lizard or Green Snake clans, thus prioritizing these 2 tribes. If neither proved fruitful, they would then center their search around their current dwelling, spiraling outward in a clockwise manner. Ideally, it would have been best to search starting from the place where Shirmu had last found her, but in her fevered state, she could hardly discern her surroundings. Having deliberated their route, Heiyu declared, "Let us prepare some provisions tomorrow and set forth." Nana readily nodded in agreement, eager to locate her original tribe. Should that tribe prove suitable for her way of life, she would settle there. If not, she would reside temporarily until she had experienced her first estrus, after which she would depart with Black Feather in search of a more fitting abode. Chapter 24. Do not fear. I shall slay him. At once resolved on her future path, Nana began to prepare for the life that lay ahead. Her first concern was sustenance. She instructed Black Feather to gather all the rice ears, storing them for gradual consumption. Black Feather cast a glance at the rice in the pot, evidently harboring the belief that she was not fond of it. C2 Nana explained, this is due to the insufficient water used while cooking the rice, resulting in it being undercooked. Next time, we should add more water. I truly relish well-cooked rice. Heiyu remarked, in the future, let me take charge of the cooking. As he gathered the rice, he continued, this variety of rice is abundant in many tribes. I will exchange some for a supply that has already been sun-dried, which can be preserved for a considerable time. C2 Nana still cherished rice, and she knew that ground rice could be transformed into a plethora of delectable dishes. However, that was a matter for another time. Sidhu Nana instructed Heiyu to retrieve the large tree he had previously felled. The branches were meticulously cut into 1-meter lengths, while the trunk was divided into several 1-meter sections and a few half-meter pieces. In this manner, she acquired both a table and chairs, as well as firewood, alleviating the need to search for resources in the future. Although the wood was not yet dried, its exposure to the mountain air would hasten the drying process in their elevated dwelling. Heiyu busied himself for half a day preparing meals for her, while Sidhu Nana merely directed the efforts, alternating between standing and sitting. Surprisingly, she found herself feeling quite fatigued, yearning to return home and recline. How feeble this body feels. After having eaten and drunk to her satisfaction, she was still utterly exhausted. Just then, a few drops of rain began to fall from the sky, prompting Sidhu Nana to gather the pots and bowls that Heiyu had prepared, and she asked him to carry her back to their cave high in the mountains. Upon their return, Heiyu gently placed Sidhu Nana in a small cave originally intended for storage, spreading a piece of animal hide for her to sit upon. He then presented her with 2 thick stacks of animal hides and said, these hides are from my previous ventures. Choose those you like, and I shall fashion several sets of garments for you to wear. Sidhu Nana gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, indeed, you seem to possess an uncanny ability to do everything. These orcs appeared to be capable of anything. However, she was clearly mistaken. Heiyu shook his head and replied, I cannot craft garments. It is the serpent orcs who possess that skill. I will take it to them for their handiwork and inquire if they have lost any females. It seems that, in the realm of the orcs, all serpent orcs are adept at sewing. Yet, she had always believed that orcs crafted clothing solely for their partners, unaware that there existed a practice of outsourcing such labor. Sidhu Nana surmised that he might leave her alone in the cave, although she was unwilling in her heart. It seemed he truly could not remain by her side indefinitely. She could only nod and reply, all right. Heiyu, presuming that she was reluctant to wear garments crafted by other orcs, remarked, do you wish to wear something made by me? I shall first learn how to sew, and upon mastering the skill, I will return to create something for you. As a solitary eagle raised in seclusion, he had never actually learned the art of garment making. Sidhu Nana did not express any particular opinion. In truth, it matters little who takes action, as her primary concern lies in the fear of encountering malicious individuals when alone. However, being situated upon this lofty mountain, she ought to be secure, should she not? Sidhu Nana surveyed the small cave, observing that in addition to several stacks of various animal hides, there were 3 large stone barrels, clearly indicating that this was originally a place for storage. She pointed at the barrels and inquired with curiosity, what are those? Heiyu lifted her once more and approached to remove the wooden lid from one of the barrels, explaining, this is salt, utilized for preserving the meat of the beasts, ensuring it can be consumed during the winter months. In the orc novels that Sidhu Nana used to read, salt appeared to be a highly coveted commodity. She never anticipated that he possessed such a substantial barrel of salt. How long would it last? It seems she need not worry about salt anymore. However, the sea salt does contain some impurities, and it is said that it is best to filter it before consumption. Heiyu sealed the salt barrel and remarked, you should store this salt in your space. It will be useful for either consumption or trade when the time comes. Sidhu Nana nodded and promptly stored away the stone barrel of salt. Observing that Heiyu showed no intention of opening the other 2 stone barrels, she, now the mistress of the household, mused that these might rightfully belong to her as well. She inquired directly, what about these 2 barrels? Heiyu opened one of the adjacent barrels, revealing it to be empty. This is meant for food storage, but it is currently vacant, he explained, placing the lid back on. Aside from salt and animal hides, there is nothing else in the cave. Sidhu Nana inquired, what about the food you have stored? Heiyu replied, I typically begin my provisions at the end of autumn, unless it is during the harshest winter storms when I prefer not to venture out for hunting. There is generally no need to stockpile food. After speaking, he glanced at her and added, "Tomorrow, I shall prepare additional supplies for you to carry. So you need not part ways with me for hunting on our journey." Sito Nana nodded and said, "All right." Under the watchful gaze of Heiyu, she slowly selected several pieces of animal hide to craft garments. Heiyu gathered the chosen hides, securing them in his hands, and urged her to collect the remaining pieces as well. He then kindled a fire at the mouth of the cave, remarking, "It is said that females fear the dark. With this fire, you need not be afraid, correct?" Upon her nod, he added, "Then wait for my return here." As Situ Nana reluctantly bid farewell to him at the entrance of the small cave, the helplessness and fear etched upon her delicate visage were painfully evident. Heiyu took a few steps forward before turning back to reassure her, "Do not be afraid. I shall return shortly." The little one remained rooted to the spot, her small hands unconsciously twisting the fabric of her skirt. After observing her for a moment, Heiyu turned away and inquired, "Is it that the lion beastman who once harmed you is still alive, causing you to worry about his return?" Sito Nana paused, pondering how he knew she was acquainted with the lion. By the tranquil pond where Sito Nana and Heiyu were having lunch, a colossal golden-haired lion let out a series of ferocious roars, echoing its primal fury. It had once again caught her scent. Indeed, she was in the company of that savage, stray black eagle beast. He scoured the mountains where she had roamed, yearning to confront the beast. Even if it meant engaging in a futile struggle, he merely wished to afford her a fleeting chance to escape. Yet, the eagle could soar, and he soon lost track of her whereabouts. While Sito Nana failed to hear the lion's roars from beyond the mountain, Heiyu did. "Do not be afraid. I shall slay him at once," he declared, ready to depart. Sito Nana quickly called out to him, "No, Heiyu, please wait." Heiyu turned to look at her. Under his watchful gaze, Situ Nana felt a tinge of trepidation as she cautiously inquired, "How do you know that I am acquainted with the lion beastman?" Heiyu replied, "The beast hide from yesterday bore the scent of a lion. However, I did not encounter him within the cave." Yet, he refrained from mentioning that the lion had already sought her out, fearing it might frighten her, as she was rather timid. Chapter 25. Since I am to be her companion, I must certainly take care of her. Sito Nana approached gently, grasping Heiyu's hand, and said, "That lion did not harm me. He is the orc who saved my life." She succinctly recounted her encounter with both Lion Mu and Wolf Song. "I vaguely remember being alone in the forest, where two gray wolves sought to devour me. It was a lion orc and a brown wolf orc who came to my rescue. They brought me back to the tribe. But because I was unwilling to stay with the brown wolf, he took advantage of Lion Mu's absence while he searched for something and led me outside the cave, where I eventually met you." After finishing her tale, she added, "They mentioned that when they found me, there was a deceased bald eagle by my side." Heiyu nodded in response. "So, your fear of being alone stems from that brown wolf. The lion should have dealt with the brown wolf decisively at that moment." Sita Nana recalled the moment when Lion Mu had bitten Wolf Song, leaving him drenched in blood, and she waved her hand dismissively, stating that he had already issued a warning at that time. Having grown up together, it was inconceivable to her that he would act in such a manner. Since the lion did not intend to harm Sita Nana, she expressed no desire to seek him out, and thus, Heiyu decided not to intervene, opting instead to wait until the lion found them. Heiyu refrained from further discussion about the lion. Yet he felt a sense of helplessness regarding Sita Nana's reluctance to be alone. After a considerable pause, he proposed, "You may remain here in this small cave while I return. I shall find a large stone to block the entrance, rendering it imperceptible from the outside. Will that suffice?" Situ Nana believed that this would ensure greater safety, and thus she nodded emphatically. The small cave possessed a ventilation opening, and Heiyu excavated a stone as large as a small car from outside, carrying it over to seal the entrance of the cave. Once he confirmed that it was no longer visible from the outside, he took the animal's skin and soared into the sky. Situ Nana, feeling a profound sense of ennui, retrieved a piece of beast hide and reclined upon it. Truly, the passage of time felt like an eternity. As she pondered the series of events that transpired on the Orc continent, the haunting memories of the demise of Wolf Song and his companions filled her with dread. While Black Feather indeed possessed great strength, the mere thought that he was a fearsome wandering orc, capable of consuming human flesh, repulsed her. Despite his evident kindness towards her, she could not quell her innate fear of him. Then there was Lion Mu, who also treated her well, yet demonstrated his ferocity by swiftly ending the lives of two gray wolves and leaving Wolf Song bloodied. The cold demeanor he exhibited after driving Wolf Song away unmistakably conveyed that he was a formidable lion. These creatures were all fierce beasts among orcs, The primal instincts surely outweighed human sensibilities. She recalled Lion Mu's words about how females acquire the power of the beast god through meditation on all things pertaining to him. Thus, Sidanana lay upon the beast hide, silently articulating in her mind, "O beast god, you are truly magnificent, you are unparalleled. Beast god, you are my deity. My eternal idol. The embodiment of omnipotence, you epitomize excellence. Bestow upon me a fragment of your divine power. O beast god, you are the heavens, you are the earth. You are the most exquisite existence." C2 Nana, lost in her thoughts, gradually succumbed to slumber. She was unaware of how long she had slept. But in her hazy state, she sensed someone lying beside her and enveloping her in their embrace. Suddenly, C2 Nana was jolted awake, and in her moment of panic, she met the gaze of Heiyu, whose profound eyes calmed her instantly. Heiyu remarked, "Did I disturb your slumber? I have returned. You may rest peacefully." Sidanana gazed outside the entrance of the small cave, only to find that the darkness had enveloped everything, rendering her unable to see even her outstretched hand. She sat up and remarked, "I have yet to have dinner." Today, she had consumed but one meal, and considering the breakfast she had vomited, it amounted to merely two. Heiyu looked at her and inquired, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you." Sidanana gently caressed her belly and remarked, "I am not hungry indeed." After a brief pause, she added, "Yet, even in the absence of hunger, one must eat in the evening." Heiyu inquired, "Are you implying that you consume food every night before retiring to bed?" C2 Nana wondered if she was being a burden. However, since he had chosen to be her companion, he was obliged to take care of her. He remarked, "It is not merely before sleep that I require sustenance. Rather, I must partake in 3 meals each day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are essential, and should I stay up late, a midnight snack is also necessary. If I rise late, for instance, I might sleep until noon, in which case breakfast would be unnecessary. Regardless, I shall consume at least 2 meals a day, with a maximum of 4. The norm being 3 meals. Fortunately, without the obligation of early school or work, I can afford to sleep in a bit, yet I will at least eat twice." Heiyu nodded, rising to say, "I have just returned from hunting. Would you prefer wild chicken or perhaps a young calf?" Sito Nana, apprehensive that he might find her request burdensome, suggested, "How about we prepare some millet porridge instead?" Heiyu replied, "If you wish for millet porridge, that is agreeable. But let us also indulge in some meat." As the two emerged from the small cave, Sito Nana was greeted by the sight of several hunting spoils, varying in size. Heiyu first kindled a fire and set the stone pot to boil. Earlier in the afternoon, he had returned with several large hides filled with millet, each bag weighing over 100 pounds, sufficient to sustain Sito Nana for quite some time. He began by deftly shelling the millet, preparing it for cooking, before swiftly draining the blood and skinning a young calf. Following Sito Nana's instructions, he cut 2 pounds of meat, subsequently slicing it into thin pieces and seasoning it with salt. Initially, he intended to prepare beef porridge. However, he inadvertently added too little water, resulting in millet rice instead. Nonetheless, this millet rice was imbued with a rich aroma, and the millet grains, originally the size of olives, transformed to the size of plums upon cooking. Sita Nana savored a piece, finding its texture delightful, exquisitely tender and palatable. Since preparing beef congee was not an option, the only recourse was to saute some beef slices instead. Under the expert guidance of Sita Nana, Heiyu took to the kitchen. And although the stir-fried beef slices were modest in flavor due to the limited oil, they proved to be quite a satisfying accompaniment to a bowl of rice freshly cooked. Situ Nana consumed a considerable amount of rice, feeling quite satiated after just 10 or so morsels. She set aside the large pot of grain rice along with the remaining substantial plate of beef slices, resolving to indulge in them on occasions when cooking would be inconvenient. Meanwhile, Heiyu, while she was engaged in her meal, took the time to prepare their recent catches with simplicity. He only skinned the prey, knowing that the hides held numerous practical uses. After C2 Nana had her fill, she set about preparing the game, skillfully bleeding and skinning it before cutting it into 2-pound portions for later use. Once she was satisfied, Heiyu instructed her to gather all the prey. He then presented her with a set of leopard-patterned leather garments, identical in style to her own, comprising a strapless top and a fitted mini-skirt. He remarked, "I had this tailored for you. Please, do let me know if it fits well. I have acquired the skills to craft clothing. If it does not meet your taste, I shall make you another." Chapter 26. Innately unsuitable for labor, Sito Nana examined the leopard print outfit, then raised her gaze to Heiyu and said, "I am not fond of wearing such attire. Could you create something different for me?" Heiyu glanced at her current garments, to which Sito Nana remarked, I am also not pleased with what I am wearing. Sito Nana stored the leopard print dress in her space and fetched a branch to sketch a small figure wearing a sleeveless A-line dress, its hem reaching the knees. She said to it, "Please create a dress like this for me." She believed that such a simple frock would be the easiest to make. Sito Nana produced a piece of pale gray hide and instructed him, "Fold it in half, carve a hole here for the head to fit through, trim the sides, leaving 2 openings for the hands, and then sew the edges together. It need not be form-fitting. A looser fit will suffice." Blackfeather observed for a moment, then retrieved the bone needle and slender green vine he had recently recovered, beginning to craft the garment as Sito Nana had described. Under the silvery glow of the moon, Blackfeather cut the hide while Sito Nana set a large tree stump as a makeshift table and brought forth 2 shorter stumps for seating. As the tree stump was not yet fully dried, she placed 2 pieces of hide atop it before taking a seat, beckoning Blackfeather to join her, saying, "Blackfeather, please sit on this stool to work." Blackfeather glanced at her and silently noted she preferred to sit on a layer of hide, suggesting he should gather more hides in the future. Observing her seated nearby, he kindled a small fire beside her before finally settling onto the wooden stump she had prepared for him. Sito sat for a while, only to recall the wood she had stored within the cave. She approached the cave entrance and retrieved all the wood to allow it to dry in the open air. Standing atop such a high mountain, looking down was somewhat intimidating. Thus, she lifted her gaze towards the sky. The heavens of the Orc continent were adorned with 4 round moons, positioned in the east, south, west, and north. On nights devoid of clouds, the moonlight shone brightly. It was astonishing that this world boasted 4 moons yet no stars. Indeed, it was a peculiar realm. After gazing at the moons, she settled on a bench, savoring grapes while watching the muscular man, warmed by the crackling campfire, diligently crafting clothing for himself. It evoked a genuine sense of companionship. As if they were a married couple, she earnestly reminded herself that in this ruthless Orc continent, his fierceness was entirely understandable. Sito Nana sat for a while, and a whimsical idea took root in her mind, to secretly craft a few pairs of delicate undergarments for herself. The thought of venturing forth in such a state felt far too exposed, especially with the skirt being exceedingly short. In truth, creating something as simple as a thong posed no real challenge. All one needed was to cut the hide into small pieces and strips, then tie them together. The imagination painted a beautiful picture, yet the mind's vision was hindered by her hand's inability to execute the task. She simply could not tear apart the hide. Sito Nana laid the animal hide upon the table, laboriously attempting to cut it with a flint blade for what felt like an eternity. While others, like Heiyu, had already fashioned garments from the hide, she struggled to even cut a single strap, nearly injuring herself in the process, which startled her greatly. Heiyu had been distractedly observing her. Upon noticing her sudden tremor, he swiftly grasped her hand and inquired, "What happened? Where did you cut yourself?" Situna quickly spread her hands, exclaiming, "No, just now the stone shard was misaligned, and I thought it would cause a mishap, but it did not." Heiyu noticed a red mark on her hand, a result of her prolonged grip on the stone shard, and, feeling a pang of tenderness, gently touched it. "What do you wish to accomplish? Let me assist you." Sito Nana pointed at the short-haired, cream-colored fur and said, "I wish to have several slender strips made from this." Heiyu swiftly sliced through the material with his fingernail and inquired, "How many strips do you desire?" "Sito Nana, what does it mean for me to lie here for half a day? It seems to prove that I am inherently unfit for work, doesn't it?" With a sense of reckless abandon, Sito Nana instructed Heiyu to cut a piece of hide into an unconventional shape, featuring a small center flanked by 2 triangular forms. The 2 unconnected angles of the triangle were left with small strips, enabling her to simply tie the sides together to fashion a makeshift pair of undergarments. She did not secure them in front of him. Rather, she had him create 2 of these peculiar shapes to test their wearability, with adjustments to follow if necessary. The first pair consisted of 2 triangles of equal size, while the second was designed with 1 triangle larger than the other. She also requested the creation of 2 palm-sized small triangles linked together, which would serve as another piece of undergarment, complete with straps. Once he finished the cuts, she declared, "All right, you've cleaned them up for me. I shall wear them tomorrow morning." Heiyu, holding the 4 peculiar pieces of hide, merely odd shapes connected together, asked in confusion, "How can you wear such small pieces of hide, especially since they aren't even sewn together?" Sito Nana, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, "Mind your own business. In any case, I am capable of wearing it." Heiyu then took it to wash and laid it out to dry on a stone. With a mindset rooted in the principle of frugality, Sito Nana fashioned a headband from the beast hide strap that she had painstakingly cut. ultimately relying on Heiyu's assistance to complete the task. While Heiyu busied himself with washing her clothes, Situ Nana returned to their small cave to try on the A-line sleeveless dress she had just crafted. After stepping outside to request a minor adjustment to the sleeve placement, she declared the new dress complete. Situ Nana expressed her satisfaction to Heiyu, saying, "Heiyu, you have done an excellent job with this dress. I truly adore it." "Thank you." Heiyu gently patted her head and replied, "I am glad you like it." After tidying up, Heiyu carried Situ Nana back to his cozy den, stating, "It is quite late. Let us retire for the night." Situ Nana was still uncertain whether to oppose his desire to sleep beside her when Kuro already enveloped her in his embrace. He transformed his right arm into an enormous wing, shielding her with it. As Situ Nana curiously glanced up at him, he remarked, "The mountain winds blow at night. This way, they shall not reach you." Situ Nana resolved to cease her inner turmoil. After all, they were already married, and he had promised to wait for her to reach her peak of desire. With this thought, she gently embraced him and whispered, "Let us not linger here. Instead, let us return to that little cave." "Very well," Heiyu replied, lifting her into his arms. "You should gather the grass nest and take it inside." As Situ Nana gathered the grass nest, Heiyu embraced her and carried her into the small cave. Once inside, he gently laid her down, and the bed was prepared. Heiyu reclined beside her once more, allowing her to rest her head upon his left arm. Suddenly, he leaned in and fervently pressed his lips against hers. Situ Nana was startled by him. His kiss was awkward and harsh, causing her considerable pain. She turned her head in an attempt to evade his kiss, but his large hand held her firmly at the back of her head, rendering her unable to escape. She struggled desperately, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Wasn't it said that he would wait until she was in heat? Why has the primal instinct surged once more? Only when Situ Nana was so frightened that tears streamed down her cheeks did he finally release her, pulling her into his embrace, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "It was just a kiss. Why are you crying?" Situ Nana was initially fearful that he might impose himself upon her. Upon hearing his words, she tearfully wiped her face, feeling a sense of grievance. "You hurt me." Heiyu gently lifted her chin, finally noticing her lips, which were red and swollen. He tenderly caressed her lips and wiped away the tears from her face and the corners of her eyes before saying, "You are too fragile. I barely exerted any force." Chapter 27. With underwear, we gain confidence. Situ Nana, feeling a mix of grievance and the urge to cry, licked her swollen, painful lips. "You were clearly being excessively forceful." As she caught a glimpse of that delicate little tongue fleetingly, Heiyu's gaze darkened momentarily. He replied, "In the future, if I cause you pain, just tell me directly. I merely wish to kiss you tenderly." Situna raised her gaze to him, weakly protesting, "You kissed me, leaving me utterly speechless." He gazed at her alluring yet slightly swollen lips, lowering his eyes as he replied, "You are right. It is my fault. Please, punish me." As Situ Nana gazed at his remorseful expression, she remarked on the topic of punishment, perhaps a bit excessively, "From now on, you must not exert yourself so forcefully. When I push you, you are to release me." Heiyu nodded earnestly in agreement. "Understood." After a brief silence, as Situ Nana was on the verge of slumber, Heiyu turned to her once more and said, "Nana, allow me to kiss you again. I shall be gentle." Situ Nana cast a glance at him, intending to refuse, yet ultimately she gently nodded in acquiescence. He lowered his head, extending his tongue to caress her lips, and then slowly pressed his mouth against hers, softly. His warm, ample lips enveloped her petite ones, leaving her momentarily breathless. Situ Nana gently nudged him, and he released her. Gazing into his profound eyes, Situ Nana tilted her head and softly brushed her lips against his, producing a delicate sound. In that moment, she beheld a flicker of amusement emerging in the gaze of this man, who had always appeared so cold and unsmiling. Situ Nana shyly lowered her gaze and gently kissed his chin, retreating to nestling under his armpit. His hand was too coarse to serve as a proper pillow for restful slumber. She murmured, "Time to sleep." MHM. Heiyu transformed his right arm into a colossal wing, enveloping her in its embrace. Situ Nana remarked, "This hand has transformed, just like yesterday when it became wings." She nestled beneath the wings, feeling both warmth and comfort. As Heiyu's hands morphed into wings, Situ Nana curled up under them, wrapping her arms around his waist. His robust stature was indeed reassuring, provided he posed no threat to her. After a restful night, Situ Nana woke early. The moment she turned over and opened her eyes, she found Heiyu beside her, his own eyes fluttering open to meet hers. Those deep and piercing eyes always made her hesitant to gaze directly at them. Sito Nana could only lower her head and say, Heiyu, I remember now. With that, Heiyu first sat up and then cradled her in his arms, stepping out of the small cave. Sito Nana ventured to the spot where he had unearthed a sizable stone the previous day, utilizing it as an improvised lavatory to address her private matters. It was only then that she realized she lacked the means to brush her teeth or wash her face. After days without combing, her once silky, flowing green hair began to tangle. Irritated, she sought out Heiyu, expressing her desire to comb her hair, brush her teeth, and wash her face. Heiyu gazed at her, evidently perplexed by her intentions, and simply inquired, Is it necessary to heat water for washing your face? Sithu Nana inquired, Do you all not brush your teeth upon waking in the morning? Haku shook his head. Sithu glanced once more at Heiyu's hair. His short black hair, shorter on the sides and longer in the middle, formed a classic quiff that was both stylish and striking. He could effortlessly transform it into a sleek raven look, clearly indicating that he required no combing at all. Sithu Nana understood that achieving a semblance of a normal life would require her diligent effort for some time. Resigned, she retrieved a wooden bowl from her space and filled it with water to rinse her mouth. She then procured a piece of animal hide, requesting Dark Feather to cut it into smaller pieces to serve as a towel for her face. Using her fingers as a makeshift comb, she arranged her hair. Pondering the thought of a haircut, what to do? Never mind. Until she fulfilled the original owner's long-held wishes, she would refrain from desecrating another's belongings. Dark Feather silently observed her, and upon noticing her reluctance to speak, he inquired, How may I assist you? Please, tell me. I cannot fathom your thoughts, but I shall endeavor to do my utmost. He was correct. They resided in disparate worlds, making it impossible for him to intuit her intentions. Sithu Nana pondered for a moment and then conveyed the shape and functionality of a toothbrush to Heiyu, requesting him to craft a small one for her. The undergarments she had made the previous night had dried thoroughly after being exposed to the mountain breeze all night. Seizing this opportunity, Sithu Nana returned to her small cave to try on her new lingerie. The two identical triangular panties were somewhat uncomfortable, while the pair designed with a larger front and smaller back fit perfectly. As for the bra, the strapless design felt rather insecure. Thus, she retrieved it and asked Heiyu to sew a strap for it, allowing her to secure it around her neck. Regardless of the circumstances, with her new lingerie, she felt a newfound confidence. Upon her emergence, dressed in her undergarments, she found that Heiyu had already completed the small toothbrush she requested. His dexterity was remarkable. He had wrapped stiff bristles in animal hide around a twig, thereby giving birth to the first toothbrush in the Orc continent. Sito Nana has finally mastered the art of brushing her teeth and washing her face. One might say she has begun to lead a life akin to that of a normal person. From nothingness to existence, from a primitive existence to a life of civilization. It has taken merely a few days, and she is invigorated. Once Sito Nana has tidied herself up, Heiyu informs her, This morning, we shall venture outside to create the small items you desire. In the afternoon, you will remain here in the cave while I go hunting. Once I have procured everything you need, we shall embark on our journey tomorrow. Very well. Sithu Nana gathered all the wood she had taken out to dry the previous night and climbed once more onto the back of the dark-feathered creature. The majestic beast carried her to the mouth of a cave, where it leapt into the air, transforming into a magnificent black eagle mid-flight. As the eagle soared upward, carrying Sithu Nana toward the heavens, it chose not to land in the same spot as the day before, but rather descended upon a mountain adorned with a small grove of bamboo, all the while advising her to hold on tightly. Before Sithu had a chance to react, he suddenly plunged downward with great force. Sithu Nana hurriedly clutched his feathers, feeling as though she might tumble from his back at any moment. Just as she steadied herself, she sensed the black eagle soar upward once more, issuing a sharp cry of warning. Upon hearing the commotion of frantic footsteps and the cries of wild boars emanating from the ground, Sithu Nana soon found herself enveloped in an eerie silence. The plaintive squeals of piglets reached her ears from below, and indeed, as Heiyu descended with her by a meandering stream, she beheld him standing over two young wild boars. Heiyu instructed her to sit aside for a moment while he prepared their meal. With deftness, he utilized his clawed foot to swiftly sever the throats of the two piglets, allowing their blood to drain. He then lifted them with one claw to ensure a more thorough bleeding. The fluidity of his motions was nothing short of mesmerizing. Sito Nana had never witnessed the slaughter of a pig, yet she believed that even seasoned butchers of decades should not be able to drain the blood from two wild boars without lifting a finger. Speaking of which, it seems that pig's blood can also be consumed, perhaps requiring salt for coagulation? Never mind, perhaps another time. Sito Nana set down a tree stump as a makeshift seat, observing him diligently at work. Noticing him bleed 2 small wild boars, she proceeded to build a fire, wash the pot, and set it boiling, before returning to slaughter and skin the pigs. Chapter 28. Almost choked him to death. Sito Nana inquired with a hint of curiosity. Why are you boiling the pot so swiftly when you haven't even slaughtered the pig yet? To which Blackfeather replied, the stone pot heats gradually. It's best to prepare it first. Slaughtering the pig is a quick task. As they conversed, he had already skinned a small wild boar, holding a freshly sharpened stone shard. He asked her, how should we cook it? In what manner should it be cut? Sito Nana recalled that he had also boiled water before crafting the wooden tub yesterday. In such a primitive and rudimentary beastly world, how could there exist such an astute and clever beastman? She could not help but exclaim, Heiyu, you are truly an exceptional and intelligent beastman. Heiyu gazed at her, merely raising an eyebrow in response to her praise, patiently awaiting her instructions on how to butcher the wild boar. Sito Nana first instructed him to cut the lard into small pieces and place them in the stone pot to render. Although she was unfamiliar with the process of rendering lard, she was confident that it could yield oil. The fat from these 2 wild boars should suffice for her sustenance for a month or 2. As he began to render the fat from the 2 wild boars, Sito Nana realized that she lacked a pot to prepare her meal, as the other stone pot was already filled with a substantial amount of rice. Consequently, she had no choice but to ask Heiyu to quickly fashion a wooden basin, which would be more expedient than using stone. She then transferred the rice into the wooden basin and decided to use the stone pot for her stir-fry. Heiyu assisted her in cleaning the meat from the 2 wild boars, reserving a 3-pound portion for today's meal while she stored the remainder, thus alleviating the need for frequent hunting excursions. Under the guidance of Sito Nana, Heiyu meticulously cleaned the pig's heart, liver, and stomach, setting them aside, while discarding the intestines due to their complexity and preparation. Subsequently, under Sito Nana's direction, he sliced the wild boar meat into delicate pieces. Once the stone pot was heated, he poured in half a bowl of oil, which had been prepared the day before, followed by ginger slices and chili peppers, allowing them to sizzle and release their aromatic essence. The pungent fragrance of the peppers, upon being fried, caused both of them to erupt into fits of sneezing. Heiyu, avoiding the hot oil, inquired while stirring, are you certain you wish to consume meat cooked with these fiery fruits? The fiery fruits referred to the orange-red peppers resembling star fruit. Sito Nana permitted him to slice merely one, yet unexpectedly, it proved to be quite spicy. Nevertheless, considering the preparation of 3 pounds of meat, it should pose no issue, right? While sneezing, she remarked, yes, do hurry and add the meat. Achoo, achoo. He placed the pile of chopped meat into the pan, causing the oil to sputter and splatter in every direction. Sito Nana hurriedly exclaimed, stir-fry quickly, and do not allow the meatballs to clump together. Heiyu, a novice chef yet an academic overachiever, grasped her intent immediately. Wielding the spatula, he swiftly began to stir-fry, the slices of meat appearing to dance within the pan. As Sito Nana directed, add salt and continue to stir. Not so much. Pour in half a bowl of water and cover it. Soon, it was ready to be served. Heiyu meticulously scooped out the meat, placing it into a newly crafted wooden basin, the aroma of the succulent meat wafting through the forest. It was at this moment that Shermu arrived at the mountain. After calling for the Black Eagle for an entire day without seeing it, he began his search from mountain to mountain. This morning, upon noticing Heiyu descending onto this particular mountain, he followed suit. Unaware of Sito Nana's circumstances, he stealthily concealed himself among the trees, gradually approaching, only to be greeted by the enticing scent of meat. From a distance, he spotted Sito Nana seated nearby, while the infamous and brutal beastman, the Black Eagle, was preparing food for her. A wave of inferiority washed over Shermu. Despite being a formidable young beastman from his tribe, he felt dwarfed by a mere wandering beastman. Reflecting on the times when he was with her, unable to even share a morsel of meat, he now beheld her feasting on such delectable fare with the wandering beastman. Although Heiyu, a 7th-level eagle, had long since detected the presence of Shermu, a 5th-level lion, he remained hidden in the foliage, indifferent to his presence. Sito Nana retrieved a wooden stump to serve as a table, while Heiyu brought forth a large basin of meat. 3 pounds of meat were sliced and stir-fried, resulting in a bountiful basin brimming with succulent morsels. Sito Nana retrieved the chopsticks she had fashioned the previous day, delicately lifted a small slice of meat, blew on it gently, and cautiously placed it in her mouth. The flavor was exquisite, both fragrant and tender. It was undeniably delightful. The wild boar meat had been thoroughly bled, accompanied by slices of ginger and chili, and stir-fried in hot oil, eliminating any trace of gaminess. The chili possessed a slight spiciness, prompting Sito Nana to fan her mouth with her hand, exhaling with a soft hiss before she picked up a larger piece of meat. After blowing on it twice, she savored it, finding it both spicy and delectable. From her space, she conjured a bowl of millet rice, which she referred to as a bowl, although it contained merely a handful of grains. The rice was quite substantial, indicating that if she wished to prepare porridge in the future, she would need to crush it beforehand. Sito Nana savored a grain of rice before indulging in meat. How delightful! This is truly the essence of human nourishment. Sito Nana indulged in several slices before lifting her gaze to Heiyu and exclaiming, "Heiyu, this meat is utterly delightful. You must come and sample it." Heiyu, who was busy adding firewood to the pot of rendered pork fat, heard her call and promptly settled onto the wooden stump she had prepared for him. Sito Nana offered him a piece of meat, saying, "Here, it is truly delicious." He opened his mouth to take a bite, and the orc's acute sense of smell and taste overwhelmed him. The spiciness surged to his palate, nearly choking him. His face turned crimson as he turned away, coughing several times before managing to suppress the urge to expel the food she had so kindly offered. Seeing his condition, Sito Nana asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Heiyu waved his hand, stifled a cough, took a few delicate bites, and then nodded, saying, "So, you enjoy this kind of meat. If you like it, do indulge yourself a little more." Sito Nana inquired with a smile, "Is it delicious?" Heiyu gazed at her and tentatively asked, "If I were to say it is not tasty, would it make you unhappy?" Sito Nana felt a hint of disappointment. Yet she was not unhappy. "If you do not enjoy spicy food, we can simply omit the chili next time." Heiyu shook his head and replied, "It is not merely the spiciness. I also find it too tender. I prefer raw meat, as it possesses a stronger essence of energy." Sito Nana, "Very well." Heiyu said, "If you enjoy eating, I shall prepare meals for you from now on." Sito Nana nodded, recognizing that they seemed oblivious to the joy of dining together. Sito Nana believes that having 3 meals a day together embodies the essence of shared living. However, for the orcs of the Orc continent, procreation is the true significance of cohabitation. Heiyu rose to stir the simmering lard and proceeded to wash the stone pot used for frying the meat. In her heart, Sito Nana contemplated the necessity of crafting an additional stone pot dedicated solely for boiling water, whether for bathing or drinking, freeing her from the current pot used for cooking. She also envisioned a wash basin and a myriad of various containers, both large and small, as well as an endless supply of combs, a task that seemed insurmountable. After Blackfeather waited for her to finish her meal and tidy up, he addressed her, saying, "The lion has already come looking for you. What are your thoughts?" "Lion Mu has arrived?" Sito Nana recalled the unblemished gaze of the lion that had rescued her from the clutches of Lang Song, shielding her closely. "He treats me rather well," she replied, glancing around, yet failing to spot the magnificent golden lion. Chapter 29. He actually forced you. I shall confront him upon hearing her words. Blackfeather immediately grasped her implication. With a dismissive gesture towards the dense forest to the west, he remarked, "That lion has yet to show himself. It appears he is a coward, utterly useless. You should consider seeking out another male as your companion." Sito Nana is uncertain whether Lion Mu truly lacks the courage to emerge. If that is the case, she would likely hold him in disdain, would she not? As Sito Nana gazed in that direction, she beheld a magnificent golden lion emerging slowly from the dense thicket of bushes and trees behind the bamboo grove. Upon traversing the woodland, it transformed into human form. The sorrowful brilliance in Samuna's eyes was palpable as he looked at Sito Nana and spoke, "Sito Nana, seeing you thrive brings me solace." Upon witnessing his demeanor, Sito Nana found herself at a loss for words. It was Blackfeather who broke the silence, declaring, "You useless lion cannot protect her at all. Even if she endures hardship, you are incapable of aiding her." Instantly, the expression on Lion Mu's face shifted, as he glared icily at Blackfeather and demanded, "Did you coerce her?" With a disdainful scoff, Blackfeather retorted, as a brutal, wandering beastman, "What do you expect from me?" Sito Nana was perplexed by Heiyu's intentional remarks, as he clearly had not done so. She wished to articulate her explanation, but Heiyu interjected, "Do not speak." His voice was soft, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Sito Nana promptly fell silent, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Shirmu. Observing her delicate features, Shirmu anxiously inquired, "Sito, has he bullied you?" Heiyu coldly retorted, "Indeed. He has bullied her. So what?" Enraged, Shirmu transformed into a lion and lunged towards Heiyu. In response, Heiyu swiftly morphed into a colossal black eagle, charging at him. Thus, the lion and the eagle clashed fiercely. Sienna covered her mouth, suppressing the urge to exclaim. Why would Heiyu deliberately provoke Shermu? Sienna could sense the formidable strength of the Black Eagle, yet she remained unaware of the vast disparity between the 5th and 7th levels. As she observed the clash between a lion and the eagle, it became evident that the 5th-level lion stood no chance against the 7th-level Black Eagle. Despite being a large and agile creature, the lion's powerful leaps failed to reach the eagle, and instead, it was sent sprawling by the eagle's wings and sustained injuries. Witnessing the lion being toppled multiple times, crashing into the bamboo with a resounding thud before rising to continue the fight, Nana felt a pang of compassion as she noticed the wounds adorning its body. Unable to contain her emotions, she rose and shouted, "Black Eagle, please cease this battle." The Black Eagle, having sent the lion flying with a powerful flap of its wings, refrained from pursuing further. However, the lion, undeterred, once again lunged at the eagle, only to be repelled once more. City Nana shouted at him, "Lion Moo, stop. I do not wish for you to continue fighting." The lion roared in anger at the Black Eagle, who disregarded him and turned to City Nana, saying, "If you dare to strike again, it would not be entirely disappointing." He approached City Nana, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, and inquired, "Do you wish to be with him?" City Nana felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks as she cast a glance at the hesitant, yet visibly conflicted Lion Moo standing aside. She nodded at Heiyu and said, "I have already agreed to be with him." Upon hearing her declaration, Lion Moo's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Heiyu, however, shot a cold glance at Lion Moo before leaning closer to whisper softly in her ear, "Do not engage in mating before the heat period. Employ my method." Situna's face flushed crimson. Heiyu remarked, "For the first mating, it's best to choose someone a bit smaller." So, did he refrain from truly engaging with me at that moment because he considered his own robust physique? How thoughtful of him. Sithu Nana lowered her head in silence. Heiyu, observing her demeanor, was uncertain of her thoughts, yet he surmised she wished to engage in conversation. Thus, he remarked, "I shall go hunting. You will remain here with him today. Assign him any minor tasks, and should he be incapable, simply await my return. Have him prepare your meals. Do not attempt it yourself." Nana felt as though she might sink into the earth, leaning against his broad chest. She could not deny that he was indeed a commendable man. His coldness and lack of discernment were perhaps the products of a prolonged solitary existence. Heiyu gently patted her head before turning his cold gaze towards Lion Moo, stating, "You are prohibited from mating with her prior to Nana's estrus. Otherwise, even if you bond, I shall transform you into sustenance." The golden-haired lion glared at Heiyu, gritting his teeth, yet refraining from pouncing, primarily due to the knowledge that he was outmatched. "I will procure some prey and return." Heiyu softly conveyed to Nana before transforming into a Black Eagle and soaring into the sky. As she watched the massive Black Eagle vanish into the horizon, Nana exhaled in relief, realizing he was testing Lion Moo. She had nearly believed he intended to harm him. The lion, having assumed human form, approached her, scrutinizing her closely. "Sithu, it is wonderful to hear that you are well," he expressed, though the thought that she had been forcibly bonded with the Black Eagle weighed heavily on him, rendering her situation far from fine. Lion Moo clenched his fists tightly, sorrowfully uttering, "Little Sithu, I am sorry for my tardiness." As Sithu Nana raised her gaze to him, she noticed that in merely 2 days, he had become considerably haggard and had lost weight. His beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with heartache and guilt. Shermu, with reddened eyes, declared, "I witnessed him preparing meals for you, believing he treated you well. My strength is insufficient. If he is good to you, then perhaps you no longer need me, and I shall depart. How dare he force you? I shall confront him." Sito Nana gently grasped his tightly clenched fists, which emitted a crackling sound, and with a tender heart, she reassured, "Lion Moo, you did not force me." Her delicate hands enveloped his fists, prompting him to gradually relax his grip. However, his hands and entire body still trembled with excitement, and his labored breaths indicated that he remained profoundly agitated. Sidanana smiled at him, saying, "Lion Moo, do not worry, I truly am fine." When Lion Moo first encountered Sidanana, she was suffering from a fever and in poor condition. However, she had recovered from her fever 2 nights prior, rested well, and nourished her body with the beast imprint from the high-ranking beastman. Now, she appeared to be in excellent spirits. This was also why Lion Moo hesitated to approach her. He felt inferior to the formidable Black Eagle and worried that he could not care for her properly. Given her current well-being, he surmised she no longer needed him. Yet, the notorious and brutal wandering beastman posed a direct threat, which made him uneasy about leaving her unaccompanied. Conversely, if he were to confront the situation, He was aware of his own limitations, placing him in an awkward predicament. Her smile seemed to possess a certain enchantment, prompting Lion Mu to set aside his concerns and gently embrace her, murmuring, "I am relieved to hear you are well." After a considerable embrace initiated by Situan Nana, she sensed that Shermu had finally calmed down before lifting her gaze to him and inquiring, "Shermu, do you still wish to be my partner?" In this chapter, titled "Such a Wonderful Man, Who Would Reject Him is a Fool," Shermu stands as one of the 2 solitary level 5 males within the lion-beast tribe. He had aspired to be her primary partner, regardless of whether she had engaged in intimate relations with Heiyu. The position of the primary partner had been firmly claimed by him. Shermu gazed down at her, his eyes brimming with affection. "Of course, I am willing. No matter the order, I have chosen you." C2 Nana pressed her lips together, inquiring, "But did you not just say that I do not require your presence, and that you would leave?" Lion Mu held her tightly, pleading with a sense of humility, "Please do not cast me away." He buried his head in her hair, expressing his anguish. "What I meant was, if you no longer desire me, then I must depart. Yet, could you refrain from sending me away? I shall learn how to care for you." A man so magnificent, who despite knowing his fate was sealed, still chose to respect himself and wholeheartedly look after her, was undoubtedly someone she wished to keep. He was fully aware that his time was limited, yet he was captured by the formidable and savage wild beastmen, and still pursued her. Knowing he could not overcome the dark feather, he was willing to fight for both their sakes. Such an admirable man. Who would not desire him is a fool. C2 Nana embraced him briefly before pushing him away and rising on her toes to plant a kiss upon him. Her boldness sent a thrill through Shermu, who, though inexperienced, responded with fervor. Their lips entwined for an exquisite moment before he pressed gentle kisses upon her cheeks and forehead. Shermu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Little C2 Nana, it is truly wonderful to see you again and to be with you. I was genuinely afraid I would never see you again." She pushed him away, breathing heavily in his embrace, and said, "Shermu, there are some matters I need to discuss with you." His large hand roamed across her back and hips, drawing her body closer to him as he murmured, "Go ahead." The masculine aura surrounding him caused C2 Nana to shudder involuntarily. She broke free from his embrace and turned her back, feeling him press against her waist. C2 Nana exclaimed, "Release me, and assist me in completing certain tasks while you listen to my words." With disappointment evident in his eyes, Shermu let her go and replied in a subdued tone, "What is it that you wish to accomplish?" C2 Nana glanced at his aggrieved expression, feeling an overwhelming desire to leap into his embrace and fulfill his needs, or perhaps her own. She had fully recovered and was indeed curious to experience the pleasures of intimacy. However, she dared not disregard Heiyu's words. The thought of him potentially transforming Shermu into a meal was utterly terrifying. She settled back onto the wooden stump cushioned with animal hides, retrieving the cleansed stone pot and placing it upon the large wooden stump that served as a table. Turning to Shermu, she instructed, "The lard over there has already been rendered. Please move the stone pot aside and use it to boil me a pot of hot water." Shermu picked up the stone pot, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he inquired, "Little C2, where did you acquire this?" C2 Nana smiled and said, "A place to store my belongings, bestowed upon me by the beast god." Lion Mu gazed at her with sparkling eyes. "The beast god? Are you a favored female of the beast god?" C2 Nana urged him, "Go on, speak while you work." "Oh, very well," he replied. Shermu set the oil pot aside as she instructed and proceeded to boil some water. C2 Nana instructed him to gather the bamboo that had been knocked down during their scuffle and began directing him to construct several tall shelves within their space. The thicker sections were ideally suited for crafting large bamboo tubes, intended for storing oil and hot water, while the slender ends would be fashioned into bamboo bowls and cups. While Shermu was engaged in his work, she collected various leaves to sketch an assortment of spoons, combs, and other small items, planning to have them replicate her designs later that evening. As they worked, she gradually recounted the events that transpired after she had been taken from the tribe by Langsong. "After Langsong led me away, he sought to engage in intimate acts with me in a narrow crevice. 2 wandering beastmen arrived, and he intended to conspire with them to torment me. However, to his shock, those 2 beastmen ended up killing him, and then Heiyu appeared to rescue me. I was burning with fever, which led me to bond with him." She paused, observing the complexity in Shermu's gaze before continuing, "He was afraid of harming me, so he refrained from, well, mating. He was aware of alternative methods to form a bond without mating." Shermu, taken aback, inquired, "Is there truly a way to bond without mating?" C2 Nana nodded, saying, My previous reluctance to become your mate stemmed from the fact that I have yet to partake in the coming-of-age ceremony, which renders me unfit for mating. It was never my intention to reject you. Lion Mu gazed at her and replied, the coming-of-age ceremony is merely a ritual established by the tribe to facilitate the newly matured females in receiving the blessings of the beast god and seeking a partner. However, whether or not one participates in this ceremony does not impede the pursuit of companionship. C2 Nana understood that attending the coming-of-age ceremony would not influence her prospects of finding a partner. However, she remarked, I am still but a juvenile. Lion Mu, taken aback, responded, you have already transformed into human form. How can you still consider yourself a juvenile? One is no longer a juvenile upon reaching adulthood. Consequently, C2 Nana revised her earlier explanation to Heiyu, embarking on a subtle deception. Before I encountered you, I was already experiencing a fervor. In that hazy moment, a voice informed me that I am a naturally born female without a beast form, destined to be human from birth. Though I possess a human form, I am not yet an adult. The voice urged me to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony with my kin and to receive their blessings. I suspect that voice may have belonged to the beast god, thus I must adhere to its directive. A naturally born female without a beast form? Lion Mu had indeed heard C2 Nana speak of such matters within the lion beast tribe before, yet at that time, he had paid little heed, preoccupied solely with the concern that she might be nearing death. Furthermore, due to an unfavorable angle, he had not observed Heiyu's mate mark. He merely inferred from the aura surrounding him that they had already formed a bond. Sita Nana nodded and said, Heiyu and I plan to prepare the supplies we will need for the journey today, setting off tomorrow to visit the Scorpion Beast tribe and the Lizard Beast tribe in the north. Lion Mu nodded in agreement, stating, when Wolf Song and I found you, we were indeed situated between the Scorpion Beast tribe and the Lion Beast tribe. If it were not for these two tribes, the Ching Snake tribe in the Far East would be the most likely alternative. As Situ Nana sipped the freshly boiled water, she nodded in agreement. The conjectures of Sher Mu and Heiyu aligned perfectly, thereby affirming that the route they had previously determined posed no issues. Satana's curiosity regarding the legendary serpent beastmen is quite profound, as it seems that every orc novel features a remarkably powerful serpent beastman. Naturally, Simu remains oblivious to the fact that this capricious little female is already fantasizing about other males. He remarked, regardless of whether they are scorpion beastmen, lizard beastmen, or serpent beastmen, they are all cold-blooded creatures, and it must be quite challenging for them to nurture a female so well. I believe only formidable tribes like the bear tribe and the elephant tribe, known for their gentle nature and lack of hibernation, possess the capability to care for you in such a manner. Chapter 31. Do you believe the lion beast tribe is safe? Sithu Nana inquired with a hint of peculiarity. Why do serpent beastmen require hibernation while bear beastmen do not? She distinctly recalled that bears also hibernated. Lion Mu explained that there are various types of bear beastmen, with the majority not engaging in hibernation. Just as Sithu Nana was about to delve deeper into the subject of non-hibernating bear beastmen, Lion Mu commenced to enlighten her about the renowned 4 tribes of wandering beastmen in the rainforest Zagwa. The 4 tribes of wandering beastmen in rainforest Zagwa include scorpions, crocodiles, serpents, and lizards. Their populations are particularly numerous, with these 4 tribes comprising several small clans that meander through the rainforest, settling in habitable areas for a period. As spring arrives, they congregate in large numbers to raid the various small clans for females. Those who succeed enjoy a peaceful existence for a year until hibernation, while those who do not continue their wandering until the end of spring. During spring, the females enter estrus, and the pervasive scent permeates the region, driving all male beastmen into a frenzy. Once the female's estrus period concludes, the restless hearts of the males gradually return to tranquility. Upon hearing this information from Lion Mu, Sitha Nana was filled with trepidation. It seemed that the cave of Black Feather was indeed quite safe, as those scorpions, crocodiles, serpents, and lizards could scarcely ascend to such heights to seize her. Situ Nana could not help but inquire, what becomes of their companions during hibernation? Lion Mu replied, some wandering beastmen return their partners to their original tribes, while others prepare sustenance for their companions to endure the winter alone. However, many females do not survive until winter. They are incapable of adequately caring for their partners, and these females often perish for a multitude of reasons. C2 Nana's illusions regarding the serpent beastmen shattered into a myriad of pieces. Every time she felt a glimmer of hope for her survival in the Orc continent, another wave of terrifying news would strike her heart. This place seemed intent on reminding her of the precariousness of life, did it not? As the sun ascended higher in the sky, C2 Nana relocated her desk and chair beneath a grand tree, seeking refuge from the oppressive heat. Boredom enveloped her. Yet the laborious tasks were beyond her capacity. Thus, she instructed Shermu to crush a handful of millet while she tended to the fire to prepare rice porridge. Just as the porridge neared readiness, Heiyu returned, carrying several animals, both large and small. At the edge of the pond, he began to bleed the young of these creatures, prompting C2 Nana to hurriedly approach with a freshly crafted bamboo tube to collect the blood. Heiyu looked at her, questioning, "Did you not say blood is quite pungent?" Sid and Nana remarked, "Every ingredient has its own unique preparation method. Let us first experiment and see if it is palatable. If it is not, we shall discard it." She poured half a bowl of water and added a pinch of salt, or so it seemed. Regardless, it would ultimately be wasted if not utilized. With 3 young cubs, Sid and Nana filled a bowl with blood from each animal and had Heiyu inscribe markings to avoid future forgetfulness. Heiyu meticulously prepared the small creatures, ensuring they would be ready for cooking or roasting at a later time, while the 7 larger prey were left untouched, to be stored directly by Sidhu Nana. Throughout that morning, Simu constructed 3 tall bamboo racks, perfectly suited for organizing the items within their space. Heiyu mentioned, "I shall venture out this afternoon to procure more game. It should suffice for your needs for quite some time." Sidhu Nana nodded, contemplating the prospect that if the meat from these animals could be preserved for an extended period, it would certainly suffice for her sustenance for quite some time. At that moment, Simu approached Heiyu, inquiring, "I heard from Sidhu that you intend to depart for the scorpion beast tribe tomorrow?" Heiyu merely nodded and regarded him in silence. Simu continued, "With so many cold-blooded beastmen aware that we are only 2 males escorting Sidhu through the rainforest marshlands, I fear that a throng of wandering beastmen will soon converge upon us." Heiyu snorted disdainfully, "And what do you propose we do instead?" Simu replied, "Shall I return with Sidhu to the lion beast tribe while you scout for information on your own?" Heiyu cast a scornful glance at him and queried, "Do you truly believe the lion beast tribe is a sanctuary?" Simu's mind immediately recalled how Lang Song had taken Sidhu Nana from the tribe. His face flushed with embarrassment, and his gaze darkened. After gritting his teeth, Simu finally admitted, "I recognize my mistake, yet given the incident with Lang Song, I shall remain vigilant towards the other males. It is indeed perilous for you to roam with Sidhu in the open." Heiyu retorted, "You are not even her mate yet. Such words render you untrustworthy." Simu, filled with both anger and helplessness, clenched his fists tightly. He glanced at the mate mark on Heiyu's left arm, left by Sidhu Nana, and felt a pang of sorrow. He wished he could summon the deceased Lang Song for a beating or punish himself instead. After struggling for a moment, he gradually relaxed his fists and, striving for composure, stated, "I am absolutely trustworthy. If we must take Sidhu to those cold-blooded tribes once we arrive, you should keep her concealed while I gather information within the tribe to prevent her from being discovered by those numerous cold-blooded beastmen." Heiyu nodded and then inquired, "How long will it take to reach the scorpion beast tribe from here?" Simu pondered for a moment before responding, "Approximately 5 days." Upon hearing this, Heiyu cast a disdainful look at Simu and remarked to Sidhu Nana, "If we travel at my flying speed, we could visit 5 or 6 tribes before the onset of the light rain season. However, since this lion's pace is inadequate, it would be far too slow." Taken aback by the disdain, Simu could only ask, "What then shall we do?" Hesitated to suggest that carry along. Instead, she grasped his wrist and inquired, "Could we perhaps consider an alternative route? Let depart from a different direction, while we agree to meet at a designated tribe." After pondering their journey, addressed, "In that case, you should set off early tomorrow morning towards the rabbit beast tribe to gather information, while we shall rendezvous at the southern bear tribe, where we will spend the 40 days of the minor rainy season." After all, had no intention of ambling along with the lion. He then turned to and said, "Let us proceed with this plan. What would you like for lunch?" "I shall prepare it for you." C2 Nana remarked, "I have prepared some congee. Shortly, I shall enjoy it with stir-fried meat slices. You have toiled all morning, so please take a moment to rest." Heiyu seated himself upon her wooden stool, gently placing C2 Nana upon his lap, before inquiring, "How many of the little tasks you wish to complete remain unfinished?" Sithin Nana retrieved a stack of leaves, upon which she had sketched various items she intended to create, such as spoons and combs. There were still many designs yet to be realized. "Let us first focus on the larger projects. You may assist me with these upon our return to the cave this evening," she suggested. Heiyu cast a few glances at the drawings before nodding in agreement. He gently touched Sithu Nana's hand and inquired softly, "Would you prefer to remain here this afternoon, or shall we return to the cave?" Chapter 32. I feel even dirtier. Situ Nana contemplated the impending separation from Lion Mu the following day. He was unable to ascend such lofty caves, and it seemed he would not be able to spend the night with her. Thus, she remarked, I shall play here a little longer and return only in the evening. Heiyu, having initially permitted her to be with Lion Mu out of concern for her reluctance to be alone, now seized the opportunity to hunt while Lion Mu kept her company. Heiyu gently stroked Situ Nana's hair, lifted her to her feet, and guided her back to the wooden stump, saying, I shall now go hunting. Situ Nana nodded obediently, all right. As Heiyu took to the skies, Shirmu sidled over and embraced Situ Nana, saying, he calls you Nana. Situ Nana observed his envious expression and couldn't help but chuckle, nodding slightly. Indeed. Lion Mu remarked, I would like to call you that as well. Situ Nana smiled and remarked, only my partner is permitted to call me that. Lion Mu's expression soured further as he replied, little Situ, let us become partners. Otherwise, I feel quite uncertain. Was this a blatant invitation for intimacy? Situ Nana blushed and responded, but I am still underage. That is not permissible. Suddenly, she recalled Heiyu's words, suggesting that partnership could only be established through such means. Lion Mu interjected, I do not wish to mate with you. Are you not aware that there are alternative methods to form a partnership? Reflecting on the events of that night with Heiyu, Situ Nana nodded shyly and suggested to Lion Mu, then please heat some water. Let us both take a bath. Upon hearing her agreement, Lion Mu joyfully went to prepare the hot water. Before the water had even begun to boil, Heiyu returned, clutching 2 prey animals and a bundle of animal hides. Both Lion Mu and Situ Nana felt a wave of anxiety, akin to the sensation of being caught in a misdeed by their parents, or perhaps the guilt of an affair upon the return of a spouse. In any case, they felt a sense of unease. Heiyu instructed Situ Nana to put away the prey and placed the bundle of hides on the table. He stated, what kind of garments do you wish to create? Let this lion craft a couple more pieces for you to alternate wearing this afternoon. I can attend to those smaller tasks later. Situ Nana nodded and said, all right. Shirmu lowered his head, silently sharpening the bamboo tube. Heiyu paid him no mind and merely advised Situ Nana, hurry and eat, lest you go hungry. Situ Nana nodded repeatedly, affirming her understanding. Subsequently, the black feather took flight once more. Situ Nana and Shirmu exchanged a glance, both letting out a sigh of relief. Situ Nana savored 2 bowls of congee alongside stir-fried meat, causing her to perspire profusely. Just as she finished, the water for her bath was perfectly heated. Considering that Shirmu also needed to bathe, she had Shirmu prepare 2 large tubs of bathing water, as Heiyu had previously crafted them. The weather was exceedingly hot, and at this midday hour, a hot bath was hardly necessary. However, recalling that she had recently suffered from a fever, Situ Nana deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Once the 2 tubs of warm water were ready, she stored everything in her space and instructed Shirmu to carry her to a tree hollow. Such trees with hollows were relatively easy to locate. They referred to these trees as house trees, some even boasting 2 levels. Shirmu mentioned that during their wilderness hunts, or when exchanging salt, they often took refuge in these tree hollows. Situ Nana instructed Shirmu to find several large leaves and affix them to the entrance of the tree hollow, so she could bathe within with peace of mind. As she entered, she reminded Shirmu to stand guard outside and not wander off. Shirmu solemnly nodded, declaring, if I ever allow you to encounter such a situation again, I shall perish before your very eyes. Sitana glared at him, exclaiming, what nonsense are you uttering? I am genuinely in peril. What good is your death before my eyes? You ought to declare that even in death, you would safeguard me, ensuring I face no further calamities. Lion Mu responded earnestly, Nana, you are absolutely right. I would rather perish than allow you to encounter any more misfortunes. It seems that the previous incident has left both of them with lingering psychological scars. Situ Nana glanced at him twice, remaining silent, and then stepped into the tree hollow to bathe. She meticulously washed her hair before submerging herself in the bathing tub. Soaking in the warm water was undeniably pleasant, however. The absence of shampoo and shower gel rendered the experience somewhat lacking. As Nana washed, she inquired, Simu, how do the females in your tribe cleanse themselves? Simu replied, they simply wash in the small river. During the rainy season, they bathe under the downpour. In summer and autumn, they wash every few days, while in winter, it is too cold, and they refrain from bathing. Situ Nana exclaimed, how filthy. She inquired, if one is exceedingly dirty, what methods can be employed to cleanse oneself of the grime? Lion Mu responded, it is impossible to be dirty. We merely remain within our dwelling places. How could one become unclean? How could one possibly remain pristine? What While consuming meat, a piece were to accidentally fall onto one's attire, or if juice were to spill upon oneself. Lion Mu replied, such a lapse in attention would be quite extraordinary. Do not companions feed her? If a mishap occurs, one could simply allow their partner to clean it up. C2 Nana expressed, I feel even dirtier. She added, I take a shower every day. Shermu remarked, it's too cold in winter. Taking a shower can easily lead to illness. Sidhu Nana remarked, of course not. Neglecting to bathe can indeed lead to illness. A warm bath can enhance one's well-being. All that is necessary is to take a hot shower. Lion Mu, contemplating Sidhu Nana's delicate and fair complexion, nodded in agreement, saying, whether it improves health is uncertain, but it should certainly help in achieving a fairer skin tone. In the past, people merely brought fire from the heavens into the cave for warmth during the winter, never considering the possibility of indulging in hot baths. However, the act of boiling such copious amounts of water necessitates an abundance of firewood, which means they must stockpile a considerable supply during the autumn months. Firewood, indeed, without electricity, natural gas, or coal, enduring a protracted winter while also heating water would require an excessive amount of firewood. Situ Nana cleaned herself thoroughly, replaced the water with a fresh bucket, and opened the leaves covering the tree hollow, saying, Shermu, I am ready. You may take your bath now. Shermu glanced at the large bucket of warm, pristine water and replied, you should save this water for tomorrow's wash. I am content to use what you have already bathed in. Situ Nana, this doesn't seem right. Lion Mu, what is wrong with it? You take this, put it away, and sit on a wooden stool waiting for me while I wash outside. Siddhana Nana contemplated the potential dangers of waiting for him alone outside. Thus she prepared a basin of clean water for his bath, mindful that with an abundance of firewood, there was no need to conserve even a single bucket of water. Hurry and wash. Make sure to clean yourself thoroughly. Black Feather will be back shortly. Upon hearing her words, Shermu refrained from any further delay and promptly leaped into the bathing tub. Sito Nana sat within the hollow of a tree, reminiscing about the circumstances of her union with Heiyu from the night before. At the time, she was in a daze, somewhat bewildered, and only vaguely aware of his wandering hands upon her. Then, outside the garden, they engaged in a brief encounter, and thus it was sealed. Had she known, she would have inquired with greater clarity. Yet, she felt both timid and hesitant to ask. Soon, Shermu emerged, freshly washed, and inquired from outside, Nana, I am done washing. What shall I do next? Chapter 33. You must master yourself. With a flushed face, Situan Nana removed her delicate undergarment and tucked it away into her space. Then softly urged, come in. As Shermu entered the hollow of the tree, he found her blushing as she sat atop a wooden stump cushioned with animal hides. Unconsciously, a wave of tension washed over him as he declared, I am ready. Please, speak. Sit-Anna stood upon the wooden post, raring her descent to gaze down upon him. She felt her cheeks aflame, yet she steadied herself by resting her hand upon his shoulder and said, you, there, gently make contact with me. That should suffice. Liama looked up, bewildered, and inquired, there? Where is that? C2 Nana felt an overwhelming shyness, burying her face in his shoulder as she softly murmured, well, that to Jiahua. Shermu felt a surge of exhilaration, his entire being ablaze with excitement. He cast his gaze downward, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he inquired, is that all it takes? C2 Nana nodded, saying, yes, just a gentle touch will suffice. Lion Mu lifted her animal skin skirt, revealing a sight he had never encountered before. He removed his own animal skin garment and leaned in closer. Satana, both anxious and bashful, was also filled with curiosity, prompting her to sneak a glance. She had yet to behold that object in detail. The last time, she dared not examine it closely, merely casting a fleeting glance before being repulsed by those two disgusting, vagabond beastmen. Yet, one must admit, the lion-like figure was rather pleasing to the eye. However, the truth is, one remains oblivious until they take a closer look, and upon doing so, they are taken aback. Sita Nana's legs grew weak, and she nearly tumbled from the wooden post. Lion Mu firmly supported her, his eyes glistening with emotion as he admonished, do not move recklessly. Sito Nana bit her lower lip, nervously stating, you must maintain control, do not succumb to excitement. Lion Mu, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled uncontrollably and cautiously made contact with her. However, the two were unable to successfully unite as partners. Lion Mu looked up at her and inquired, what comes next? Situ Nana shook her head and said, it was precisely how couples were formed that night. The two fell into silence for a moment. Nana then gathered her small wooden stool and replaced it with a larger one, laying down a hide before resuming her seat. Turning to Lion Mu, she remarked, I believe I have discerned the issue at hand. Lion Mu suppressed his primal instincts and inquired earnestly, what must be done? Lowered her head and softly murmured, you should first caress me, then make contact. The calmness in Si Mu's heart was once again stirred, and he gently enveloped her in his embrace, saying, I understand. With that, he leaned down and fervently pressed his lips against hers. The luscious warmth of her lips ignited a fire within him, leaving Si Mu both eager and apprehensive. She weakly protested, you haven't been granted permission to kiss. Yet, Si Mu continued his tender exploration, mumbling, it's all the same. His lips and hands lingered on her, fervently threatening to set her ablaze, while his voice, consumed by desire, became husky as he declared, Nana, I adore you so deeply. Nana was also ignited by him, feeling as though she would burst into flames. Mu, like a moth drawn to the flickering flame, sought out the source of that scorching fire. Nana nudged him gently, urging, do not rush into a relationship just yet. There is no need for haste. Nana was genuinely apprehensive that he might lose control, aware that if Haku found out, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she watched him with a mix of fear and anxiety, urging, please, restrain yourself and do not act recklessly. Like a person from the 70s striking a match, Mu delicately scraped the matchbox, and at last, the two successfully became partners. Nana once again felt the warmth radiating from her very bones, a manifestation of his energy nourishing her body through the bond mark on her arm. Beneath the black sculpture, a majestic lion leapt forward, its mouth agape in a fierce roar, exuding an aura of grandeur. Reflecting on the fact that her bond mark on the ebony feathered arm bore no color, she surmised that all bond marks must indeed be devoid of hue. After contemplating the bond mark, Nana turned to embrace the restless Lion Mu, exclaiming, it is accomplished. Just a moment longer. Lion Mu enveloped her in fervent kisses, moving erratically like a child's out-of-control toy car, devoid of rhythm. Nana, both embarrassed and enraged, struck the lion beastman several times, exclaiming, what are you doing? You detestable lion. Meanwhile, Lion Mu, overjoyed at having successfully bonded with his beloved female companion, wore a radiant smile upon his face. Akin to a blooming flower, bring forth the beast hide, and I shall assist you in cleaning your belly. Nana scolded furiously, what nonsense. Get lost. I should have made him use his own bathwater. That lewd, wretched lion. Nana took another bath and then indulged in a nap within the hollow of a tree. Outside, Mu vigilantly stood guard, crafting garments for her from animal hides. By the time Nana awoke, he had fashioned two skirts for her, one resembling the knee-length sleeveless dress she wore, and the other a combination of a sleeveless top and a separate skirt. Mu's stitching was more refined and orderly than that of Heiyu, yet, given the nature of the animal hides, the seams were completely invisible when the fur was spread out. Nana tried on both outfits, and they fit her splendidly. The two-piece skirt, crafted from tiger print, accentuated her figure, making her appear more voluptuous. The exposed waist, even wider and slimmer, amplified her innate allure significantly. Liamu embraced her, showering her with affection, exclaiming, Nana, I truly wish for you to grow up swiftly. Nana also relished the intimacy of his touch and did not push him away. Once he had satisfied his affections, she began to instruct him on the creation of a cloak. This was primarily motivated by the need to fly upon the back of the black feathered creature, fearing the potential of rain or the harsh rays of the sun. As Lion Mu fashioned her garments anew, Nana commenced the task of filtering salt. Although abundant, the salt was tainted with impurities, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged consumption. However, she discovered a lack of materials for filtration. Neither cloth nor paper was available. Thus, she resorted to extracting a bowl of salt, meticulously removing the impurities, and subsequently requested Lion Mu to dissolve the salt in water. Once cooled, she would sift out the undissolved impurities, and finally evaporate the water to yield a bowl of significantly purer salt. Yet, she acknowledged that some impurities likely remained, and for the time being, she had no other recourse. She carefully stored the superior salt while discarding the remnants from the bottom of the pot, or rather, setting it aside for future use in curing meat. It was imperative to recognize the value of salt. How could one afford to waste such a precious commodity? Lion Mu remarked that even the small amount of salt at the bottom of the pot could be exchanged for an entire pot of grain. Once she had perfected the salt, Lion Mu presented her with a splendid white fur cloak. Nana, do take a look at this garment. Is it to your liking? Nana took a glance at it. The design was quite similar to what she had described. It was her first time possessing such a grand genuine leather-long cloak, and she truly found it irresistible. Chapter 34. If one can lie down, one should not sit. Once she donned the white fox fur cloak, it was utterly stunning, accentuating her small face beneath her green hair, making her appear as exquisitely beautiful as an ethereal sprite. Although Situnana cannot see her own appearance, she feels quite content, embodying the essence of a beautiful heroine from a historical drama. Situnana rose on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on Shermu's cheek, exclaiming, "Yes, it's truly beautiful." Without hesitation, Shermu embraced her, showering her with fervent kisses. After their intimate moment, Situnana gently urged Shermu to continue boiling salt and to prepare additional containers of various sizes. As dusk began to envelop the sky, Situnana contemplated preparing a dish for herself. She had yet to experiment with the tuberous plants she had gathered earlier and planned to slice them and blanch them before stir-frying with some meat. The meat she had cooked in the morning was rather spicy, and having already indulged in 2 meat-heavy meals, she yearned for something lighter. Situnana was peeling sweet potatoes with a stone knife crafted by Heiyu, who approached with several large catches in hand. Noticing Situnana diligently at work, he hurriedly took the items from her, exclaiming, "Did I not instruct you to have that lion prepare your meals?" Situnana smiled at him in a flattering manner, saying, "He is preparing something for me, and I haven't cooked, so I will let him do the cooking later." Heiyu glanced at the mate mark on her hand, and Situnana, feeling slightly guilty, lowered her head. Heiyu did not inquire about the mate mark. He simply stated, "You may instruct me on how to proceed." Situnana presented the leaf patterns for the combs and other items she intended to create. "Heiyu, please assist me with these. I eagerly await their completion. If you allow me to cut these plants myself, I shall find it somewhat tedious and merely toy with them." Heiyu glanced at the designs on the leaves and remarked, "These stones are quite sharp. I fear you may injure your hands." Situnana pointed at the leaves and remarked, "This one is for porridge. I shall need it shortly for my meal. And this one is for combing my hair. It has been days since I last groomed myself." "Shermu is inept. Your skills surpass his," she added, a statement that successfully swayed Heiyu. He raised an eyebrow at Shermu before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Just cut the plants. Refrain from venturing near the stove." Shermu glanced at them both, and after Situnana playfully blinked at him, he smiled and returned to polishing the bamboo basin. Situnana nodded at Heiyu and said, "I understand. Please use wood for this, not bamboo." With that, Heiyu took the leaves and began to search for wood to engage in carpentry. After slicing a sweet potato the size of a coconut into pieces, Situnana proceeded to take a small piece of meat to chop, along with some ginger, this time opting to forego the chili. By the time she had prepared the ingredients for dinner, Heiyu had crafted a simple wooden comb, smoothing it to perfection. Having heard her mention it would be used for combing her hair, Situnana held the wooden comb, as large as her palm, in her hands, examining it closely. Though devoid of any embellishments, it possessed a delightful tactile quality. She attempted to groom her hair, the coarse teeth of the wooden comb gliding over her scalp, akin to a gentle massage. After a few more strokes, her hair, which she had washed at noon, was nearly dry, making the timing perfect. She joyfully arranged her long hair, inexplicably feeling a surge of affection for it. Meanwhile, Heiyu had already ignited the stone pot. As he awaited its heating, he busied himself crafting small spoons. Situnana approached and stood behind him, nuzzling against him. Heiyu turned to glance at her and inquired, "How do you suggest we cook it?" Situnana initially intended to express her affection towards him and share her fondness for that comb. However, upon hearing his words, she refrained from voicing it. She took out a bamboo tube of oil and placed it aside, saying, "First, pour in the water. Once it boils, add the sweet potato slices and cook until they change color, then retrieve them. Afterward, drain the water, heat the pot until dry. Add oil to saute the ginger and meat, sprinkle with salt, and once the meat changes color, incorporate these vegetables and stir-fry together. Finally, add water and let it simmer before serving." As she directed the process, Heiyu diligently followed her instructions, urging her to keep her distance, for the oil might splatter during cooking, and he feared it would burn her. Situnana is, in truth, a rather indolent woman, preferring to sit when she could stand and to recline when she could sit. When Heiyu suggested she distance herself, she merely moved to the side, bringing forth a stool to observe him as he prepared the meal. It occurred to her that she desired a wooden sofa that could double as a bed. This way, when she grew weary of sitting, she could lean back and find greater comfort for her slumber. Resting on that rigid wooden stump in the afternoon was quite uncomfortable. If only it could be molded to create a cozy nook, it would be far more enjoyable. Situnana was lost in thought when Heiyu brought over a plate of stir-fried sweet potatoes and meat slices. "Nana, come and enjoy the food," he said. "All right," she replied, pleased as she savored the meal. Although Heiyu's culinary skills were rather ordinary, after all, it was only natural for a master with modest talent to produce a disciple of similar caliber. Nana was not one to be discerning when it came to food. As she relished the dish, Heiyu inquired, "Have you completed the little project you were working on?" C2 Nana nodded and said, "It is essentially ready. Your salt contains numerous impurities, so I instructed Shermu to reboil it in an effort to eliminate as many impurities as possible. However, the large stone vat of salt will naturally take more time." Shermu replied, "I will ensure that all the salt is boiled tonight, and tomorrow morning Nana can come by to collect it." As Situ Nana gazed at the somewhat haggard countenance of Shermu, she realized he must have been unable to rest since her disappearance. Although he appeared to be in good spirits now, he had been tirelessly working throughout the day, and she had not seen him consume a morsel of food or a sip of water. Feeling a twinge of concern, she gently remarked, "There is far too much salt here. I cannot possibly finish it all. There is no need for you to cook everything anew. Please take some time to rest this evening." Shermu smiled at Situ Nana and replied, "Nana, it is of no consequence. Do not fret over me, as a fifth-tier beastman. I can endure several days without sleep. The sustenance is of utmost importance, so simply express your needs, and I shall attend to them. This journey is undoubtedly perilous, and we must locate your tribe swiftly. If your kin require hibernation, it is prudent that we prepare as thoroughly as possible." Hibernation, a concept that had not crossed the mind of Situ Nana, suddenly loomed large. In fact, not only might her tribe require hibernation, but she herself could also face the necessity of it. Time was truly of the essence. Nodding, she responded, "Indeed, I appreciate all your efforts." Shermu replied, "A male should do anything for his partner. You need not worry about my toil, nor should you thank me. Such words only reflect my weakness and indicate that I have not done enough." Situ Nana glanced at Shermu and then at Heiyu. Each time she expressed her gratitude, they appeared discontented, perhaps believing she found their efforts lacking. She reached out, taking Heiyu's hand with one of hers, while grasping Shermu's hand with the other, drawing both of their hands before her. Looking up at them, she declared, "You are both my closest companions and the ones I trust the most. I would never look down on you. I truly believe you have both done exceptionally well. When I say thank you, it is a way of expressing my fondness for all that you do for me." Chapter 35. What use is it to look? It cannot be utilized. Heiyu gently brushed her hair, saying, "Understood, now let us eat." Sito Nana, for once, displayed a rare moment of sentimentality. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to the nuances of emotion, prompting her to simply concede with a resigned, "Very well." While awaiting Sito Nana for their meal, Heiyu diligently heated water and meticulously skinned the game he had brought back, preparing the hides with care. After finishing her meal, Situ Nana took a brief respite. While Heiyu completed his tasks, he instructed her to gather all their belongings. "Let us return to the cave for some rest. We shall come back for the salt early tomorrow morning." By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and despite Situ Nana's reluctance to part from Shermu, she knew there was no choice but to leave. Shermu waved at her with a smile. "Nana, see you tomorrow morning." "Shermu, see you tomorrow morning." Heiyu then carried her back to the cave situated 3,000 meters high. Upon their arrival, he requested her to bring out the hot water and bathing tub he had prepared, for he intended to prepare a bath for her. Sito Nana remarked, "Heiyu, I have already bathed." Heiyu, with an expression of calmness, replied, "You still carry the scent of a lion. Perhaps you should cleanse yourself once more." Reluctantly, Sito Nana blushed, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Surely, that cannot refer to that? I distinctly remember having bathed earlier. It must be due to the fact that Lion Mu embraced me and kissed me twice afterwards." Sitha Nana, feeling somewhat guilty, retreated to take a bath. As she bathed, she inquired, "Heiyu, are you aware of any plants that, when wet, can produce bubbles, cleanse items effectively, and emit a pleasant fragrance?" Heiyu, indeed knowledgeable, replied, "Are you referring to the bubble fruit? Many beastmen utilize it for washing hides, and it does an excellent job of cleaning." Situ Nana exclaimed with joy, "Tomorrow we shall venture to gather some. I intend to use it for my hair." Heiyu replied, "I shall go and pick it for you now. It will be quick." Situ Nana is now aware of the high safety of this cave, and thus she remarked, "All right." Indeed, within 10 minutes, Heiyu returned, bringing with him a small tree less than 2 meters tall. The fruit of the tree resembled snow pears in shape, while their color closely resembled that of the soap pod. Situ Nana promptly removed 2 items and took a bath, feeling a profound sense of cleanliness enveloping her entire being. Even though she used the same product for both her face and body, she finally felt immaculate inside and out. Indeed, after her cleansing ritual, her skin was fragrant and silky smooth, proving to be remarkably effective. After finishing her bath, Sidona donned the newly crafted beige dress by Shermo. This garment, more form-fitting than the one made by Heiyu, appeared subtly different, yet it offered a significantly more comfortable experience when worn. As she emerged, she addressed Heiyu, saying, "Heiyu, I no longer wish to sleep in the grass nest. Please make me a bed." Heiyu gazed at her, inquiring, "What kind of bed?" Sidonana took a branch and began to sketch upon the ground, envisioning a structure made of large tree stumps. The space was ample to her left. She imagined a section for fresh produce, while to her right, a space for cooked delicacies, with an area in the center designated for miscellaneous items. Within the expanse of those massive tree stumps, which required the embrace of 4 or 5 individuals, she envisioned a semicircular wooden sofa that would allow her to recline comfortably when seated outside. After observing their handiwork in the outdoors over the past couple of days, she found herself somewhat fatigued from sitting and yearned for the ability to lie down. Additionally, she contemplated the possibility of joining 2 more segments of tree stumps in front of the wooden sofa, transforming it into a grand bed measuring 2 meters in width and 3 meters in length. Upon hearing her ideas, Heiyu nodded in understanding, yet noted that it was already quite late and suggested postponing the task until the following day. Sid and Nana felt that the nurturing essence of their beast marks had significantly enhanced her physical vitality. Moreover, after indulging in a refreshing afternoon nap, she found herself far from fatigued. "Yet, I do not wish to succumb to slumber just yet. Please prepare for me before I rest again. Or are you weary?" Blackfeather replied, "I am not fatigued." As Blackfeather crafted a wooden sofa within the cavern, Sid and Nana meticulously collected the soap pots, placing them one by one into her spatial storage. Having already washed her hair earlier that afternoon, she opted not to cleanse it again. Sid and Nana sat beside Heiyu, delicately combing her long, lustrous green hair with a coarse wooden comb crafted by him. The texture of her hair was exquisite, soft and silky, which she greatly cherished. Heiyu swiftly completed the wooden sofa, meticulously refining it to perfection. Sido Nana took a brief rest, feeling quite pleasant and comfortable. Then she yawned and said, "Ah." Heiyu remarked, "You seem tired. It would be best for you to return and rest. I assure you, I will have this wooden bed prepared for you." Siduna gently caressed the wooden sofa and realized that it was quite comfortable for her to sleep alone. The remaining 2 wooden stumps could be crafted by Heiyu tomorrow, sparing him the trouble of staying up late. Thus, she decided to put away the wooden sofa and said, "I am feeling quite tired now. You can finish the rest tomorrow. We will have to endure another night in the grass nest." Heiyu lowered his gaze and remarked, "I thought you wished to make a bed because you didn't want to sleep beside me." Sid and Nana raised her head to gaze at him. "What are your thoughts?" Heiyu looked at her, an inscrutable emotion brewing in his profound eyes that Sid and Nana could not comprehend. "Naturally, I wish to share a bed with you." Sido Nana perched with her legs crossed, her delicate white feet moving rhythmically up and down. As she lowered her gaze and said, "Then you should hurry and take a bath, carry me back to rest. I feel quite sleepy." In an instant, Heiyu vanished, swiftly utilizing the water from her recent bath to cleanse herself, while also ensuring the bathtub was left immaculate. Subsequently, she dashed back at a brisk pace, scooping Nana into her arms and racing towards the small cave. Sido Nana stifled a giggle in his embrace, surprised to discover that this imposing man possessed a charming side. He lay back down while holding her, then leaned in to gently press his lips against hers. His kissing skills were still unrefined, lacking the passionate spontaneity of Lionmu. Blackfeather tenderly kissed her lips for a while, then let his lips drift to her cheeks, forehead, and the tip of her nose. Before returning to her lips once more, he pulled her closer into his embrace, extending his large hand to take her petite one and place it upon his feathered skirt, which then vanished into thin air. Satana's hand recoiled as if electrified. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired, "What are you doing?" A deep, resonant voice, rich with magnetism, emanated from above her. As Heiyu remarked, "You have formed a bond with that lion." Indeed, had he not already consented to this arrangement? Although Satana had not intended to bond with Simu so swiftly, his persistent attachment made it quite difficult for her to refuse. Heiyu continued, "You must have touched him. I wish for you to touch me as well." Ah, so this was a manifestation of jealousy. Yet, did it not hold true that the females of the Beastman continent sought multiple partners? She had presumed they were impervious to such feelings. Sid and Nana blushed and stammered, I did not touch him." Hongyu embraced her and inquired, "Then, have you seen him?" Sido Nana, Indeed, there is. Heiyu gently pressed his lips against her cheek and said, then you should also take a look at me. Nana, with her eyes shut tight, refused. It's too dark, I can't see. Heiyu suggested, shall I light a bonfire? No, there's no need for that. Nana felt a surge of frustration within her. What is there to see? In truth, it wasn't unpleasant to behold, but what purpose would it serve? It was utterly useless. Chapter 36. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Heiyu once again took her hand and placed it gently, saying, then why not touch it once more? Nana yearned to withdraw her hand, yet he held it firmly, rendering her efforts futile. The object in her grasp swelled like a waterlogged sponge, growing increasingly unwieldy, searing her skin with an intensity that made her heart race. Heiyu, I cannot endure this, she confessed. As she spoke, his lips descended upon her face and then her lips, enveloping her in a tender embrace as he practiced his inexperienced kiss, gradually refining his technique. Finally, he transformed his hands into wings, sheltering her beneath his protective embrace and whispered, rest now. Satana's hands were finally liberated, and she found herself uncertain whether to withdraw them. Ultimately, she chose to leave them be. Turning to embrace him, she draped her legs across his, pondering internally, truly. He was a behemoth towering over 2 meters, and they were indeed mismatched. She hoped that in time, she would grow to be more fitting, for otherwise their disparity would remain glaring. Nana suddenly whispered, Heiyu, I truly adore the comb you made for me. Heiyu gently rubbed the top of her head and murmured in acknowledgement. Nana fell silent, closing her eyes as she drifted into slumber, surprisingly enjoying a restful night. Before departing the cave the following day, Heiyu instructed her to gather all the belongings within the cave. Nana inquired somewhat oddly, will you not return in the future? Heiyu replied, a male is destined to live alongside his partner. Wherever you choose to go, I shall accompany you. If you wish to return, you may, and if you desire to settle in your own tribe, I will reside there with you as well. Nana embraced Heiyu, saying, wherever you go from now on, I shall follow. I desire for you to remain by my side always. Heiyu's eyes sparkled with delight. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, Nana unapologetically collected everything within the dark cave of Heiyu Mountain. And then she nestled upon his back, departing from the cavern. As Nana soared down the mountainside atop the back of the dark feathered creature, she felt an overwhelming heat. Although dawn had just begun to break, the sun's rays bore down upon her skin with an intensity reminiscent of a sweltering summer afternoon, causing her skin to sting. Upon landing, she promptly donned the grand cloak that Shermu had crafted the previous day. Heiyu gazed at her in surprise, inquiring, do you feel cold? Nana shook her head in resignation, saying, no, it is far too sunny. Fortunately, I made this cloak. Otherwise, I would surely be scorched. After speaking, she gazed at Heiyu's bare chest, inquiring, do you need to wear clothes in winter? Heiyu shook his head, replying, only inferior beasts fear the cold. He then gently touched Nana's sun-warmed hand, adding, from now on, you must inform me of anything that arises. Nana smiled and shook her head, saying, just for a moment, it's fine now. Heiyu replied, do not deprive yourself. After a brief pause, he added, I shall prepare some extra food today for you to enjoy on your journey. All right. As the two engaged in conversation, Shermu approached, saying, Nana, I have made you some millet porridge, and I added some beast meat. Would you like to give it a try? Sure, Nana replied, as she had yet to have breakfast and had intended to share the meal with him. Heiyu cast a glance at Shermu and said to Nana, then you may continue your conversation with him while I go hunt a few more creatures. Nana obediently nodded, and the black feather transformed into a majestic black eagle, soaring into the sky. Lion Mu approached, enveloping Nana in his embrace before kissing her passionately. His fervent kiss left her somewhat bewildered, and it was only when she felt breathless that she gently pushed him away. Relinquishing her lips, Lion Mu then showered kisses upon her cheeks and neck. Nana, feeling somewhat distracted, evaded his lips and said, Lion Mu, please, do not act this way. It is far too fervent for such an early hour. Reluctantly, Lion Mu released her from his embrace, lifting her effortlessly as he walked, declaring, I wish to leave my sin upon you. Nana clung to his waist, gasping for breath in his embrace. So this is how it is. Last night, Heiyu had expressed disdain for the scent of lions that lingered on her. Now, does Simu find her reeking of the smell of black eagles? Nana could only say, but you are all my partners. Surely my body must carry your scent. Lion Mu, with a hint of grievance, replied, just now, your body bore only his fragrance, and not mine. Nana glanced up at him. Now you have it, right? Shermu nodded with a smile. Yes. I shall kiss you a few more times to mask his scent. With that, he leaned down to kiss her again. Sitanana evaded his lips, saying, "Stop it. I am hungry." Upon hearing this, Lion Moose swiftly lifted her in his arms and hastened his steps towards the tree hollow where they had forged their bond the previous day. There, a pot of savory beast meat porridge simmered, filling the air with a delightful aroma. He gently set Sitanana down and eagerly remarked, "The porridge has been simmering for quite some time. Would you care to try it?" Sitanana once stirred with a ladle, observing him cut the beast meat into slender strips the size of a finger. The congee also contained ginger, suggesting it would not possess a fishy odor. Lion Moo cautiously remarked, "I have thoroughly cleaned it with blood and briefly boiled it in hot water before adding it to the pot, so it should be free of any unpleasant taste. Would you care to try?" Upon seeing Sitanana nod in agreement, he filled a half bowl for her using the ladle she had taught him to use the previous day. Sitanana suddenly recalled that she had taken all her belongings away yesterday. Thus this stone pot, along with the bowls and spoons, were all newly crafted by him. Satana felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in her heart. However, they were not fond of her expressing thanks, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She cleared the table to make room for the porridge, then brought out the wooden sofa that Heiyu had crafted the previous night, settling herself down to wait for her meal. Shermu then retrieved 2 eggs from the side. "I have also boiled some eggs for you. Have a bit of porridge and enjoy these 2 eggs," he said, beginning to shell the eggs. Satana gently stirred the concoction with a small spoon before savoring a sip. She had previously ground the grains, resulting in a porridge that was both velvety and fragrant, with the meat of the beast being tender and delectable. After relishing a couple of bites, Shermu slid over another wooden bowl, which contained 2 glistening, fist-sized eggs, accompanied by a freshly crafted pair of chopsticks resting at the bowl's edge. Sithu Nana looked up at him, noticing the cautious anticipation gleaming in his almond-shaped eyes. She smiled gently at him, took his hand to rise, and placed a soft kiss upon his lips. "The food you prepared is delightful. I truly enjoyed it." A childlike grin spread across Shermu's face. "Really? You were able to savor the meal I cooked?" Sito Nana nodded, resuming her seat to partake in her breakfast. On the side, Shermu gazed at her with a countenance full of joy as she savored the meal he had lovingly prepared for her. The dishes crafted by Shermu were no less delightful than those made by Heiyu. Previously, she had been unable to enjoy the grilled meat he had prepared, primarily due to their failure to discover the proper way to handle the food, coupled with her own dental challenges. Chapter 37. As long as he does not betray or harm her, she shall not relinquish him. Situ Nana took a sip of porridge before inquiring, "Shermu, aren't you going to eat?" Shermu smiled and replied, "I have already dined when I caught this splendid pheasant. You should enjoy it." When Sima Nana contemplated the beastly form of Simu, which was that of a lion, she naturally assumed that he consumed raw flesh. Thus, she inquired, "Simu, do you eat beastmen?" The smile on Simu's face faded, and he replied earnestly, "One cannot consume their own kin. Doing so would lead to becoming a mindless savage. However, many beastmen do partake in the flesh of those who are not of their kind. In our fervent tribe, we generally refrain from consuming fellow beastmen unless we are on the verge of starvation. Conversely, the cold-blooded and wandering beastmen do not share this restraint. They may resort to attacking weaker beastman tribes for convenience." "That black-feathered one, did he confront you directly?" Sito Nana shook her head. He did not partake in the meal before her, yet he offered it to her nonetheless. Recalling this unpleasant experience, Sito Nana's expression soured slightly. However, from Shermu's words, one could infer that among these orcs, as long as they were not of the same clan, many were inclined to feast upon one another. Situ Nana could only say, "If you choose not to eat, that is your decision." Shermu embraced her shoulders and remarked, "That dark-feathered one is, in truth, a brutal and savage beast man. He has taken the lives of many of his kind." Situ Nana contemplated the fierce presence of Heiyu, who appeared daunting yet treated her with kindness. Residing in the terrifying and blood-soaked realm of orcs, she recognized the futility of imposing modern moral standards upon him. Thus, she articulated, "You once mentioned that wandering orcs would seize female companions. However, he is unlikely to do so, as he was previously a solitary orc. When he rescued me, he did not coerce me. Instead, he inquired whether I wished to become his partner, stating that should I refuse, he would escort me back to the tribe. It was merely the intensity of my fever that rendered me speechless, prompting him to bring me to safety. He has treated me with utmost care these past few days, and regardless of what others may say about him, in my heart, he remains a noble orc. No matter how cold and brutal Heiyu may be, he is still my first partner." As long as he continues to treat me with kindness, remaining loyal and unharmful, I shall never forsake him. Heiyu and Shermu are both mine. Upon hearing C2 Nana's words, Shermu refrained from voicing further criticisms of Heiyu, nodding in agreement. You are right. As long as he treats you well, that is what matters. The little female he cherishes is indeed fortunate. Even such a seemingly ruthless wandering orc is devotedly protective of her. She will surely treat herself even better. C2 Nana consumed 2 bowls of meat porridge and 1 egg, but could eat no more. Lion Moo suggested that she store the leftovers for later. He said, inform me of the dishes you desire, and I shall prepare them for you to enjoy on your journey. C2 Nana glanced at the ample pot of rice, a generous cauldron of plain congee and meat porridge, alongside stir-fried beef, spicy pork strips, yesterday's sautéed sweet potatoes with pork, and 4 eggs. She remarked, if it truly proves inconvenient to prepare meals on the road, then I shall stew a substantial pot of meat today and brew a pot of meat broth. That should suffice for my sustenance throughout the journey. Very well, came the response. With enthusiasm, Shermu retrieved the remaining substantial portion of the exquisite chicken from the pot of meat porridge. The culinary enthusiast, C2 Nana, who is merely adept at theoretical discussions, has unexpectedly evolved into a grand conductor. She has embarked on teaching Lion Moo the art of braising meat. Despite her own lack of practical experience, Lion Moo's comprehension skills are evidently not as formidable as those of Heiyu, nor does he possess the ability to draw inferences. However, he is inquisitive and seeks clarification before proceeding with any task. While simmering the meat, he took the opportunity to present several garments he had painstakingly crafted the previous night for Ouyang Nana to try on. Lion Moo fashioned for her a striking red cloak, a sleeveless short skirt, a flowing long dress, along with a pair of leather shoes and knee-high socks. Such an array of attire is certainly sufficient for her wardrobe. C2 Nana gazed at the garments and couldn't help but inquire, Shermu, did you not sleep last night? You've been sewing, hunting, and even cooking porridge. Do you find time to rest? Shermu nodded and replied, indeed, I have rested well. The joy of finding you and becoming your partner fills me with boundless energy. I long to serve you, and I am willing to do anything. C2 Nana embraced him and bestowed upon him her kiss. Lion Moo, you are truly wonderful. Just as Lion Moo placed a large pot of meat onto the stove to simmer, Heiyu returned with several catches. Upon his arrival, Heiyu addressed Lion Moo directly. All right, let me handle things here. You should hurry along. Lion Moo shared a brief embrace with C2 Nana, gently kissed her on the forehead, and remarked, then, I shall take my leave. C2 Nana felt a tinge of reluctance as she embraced him tightly, saying, once we reach the Scorpion Beast tribe, if it is the tribe I once belonged to, I shall summon you thrice using my partner's mark, and you will come to me. If it is not, then I will call for you twice. Lion Moo nodded in agreement, replying, Nana, you are truly clever. I shall use the same method to notify you upon my arrival at the Rabbit Beast tribe. They then discussed the order of their journey and a few details. Reluctantly parting ways, Lion Moo turned back multiple times as he headed southward. Seizing this moment, Heiyu prepared a large pot of millet, ensuring she would have ample food for the next several days. Having completed her tasks, it was still morning, and the day felt considerably longer than in her previous world. Perhaps it was the summer, making the days longer and the nights shorter? Yet, the heat was truly intense. After preparing the food, Heiyu instructed C2 Nana to gather her belongings, transforming into a black eagle and soaring northward with her. They were officially departing from this safe and familiar place. What awaited them on this journey? It was a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Sitting atop the spacious back of the black eagle, C2 Nana, clad in her white fox fur cloak, gazed downward as the wind howled past her ears. The verdant earth gradually receded, and the towering mountains diminished in stature. The majestic peaks of the Black Feather territory, once significantly taller than those nearby, now appeared to merge into a vast emerald sea as they ascended higher into the sky. The rainforest Xigu rightfully earned its name, with shimmering bodies of water scattered among the woodlands, where lush trees flourished. Numerous rivers and streams wound their way between the mountains, both large and small. The azure sky, the verdant waters, and the deep green, flourishing forests painted a picture of a vibrant, primordial wilderness. After taking in the scenic beauty of the rainforest Xigu, C2 Nana felt a wave of heat envelop her. Indeed, she had anticipated this. A moment of self-praise was in order. Although the gusts of wind were warm, they were still bearable, without her cloak. She would surely have succumbed to the sun's relentless rays. She couldn't help but reflect on how, after bathing the previous night, she felt slightly darker than when she first arrived. How had the original owner maintained such a complexion? As Lion Mu had remarked, one could not cultivate such a fair and delicate young woman without possessing some level of prowess. Satana lay languidly on the back of the black eagle, slowly drifting into slumber. Chapter 38. Do you mean to say you wish to graze? When Situ Nana awoke from her slumber, she found herself still soaring through the heavens, with the sun positioned directly overhead, casting its warm rays upon her, causing her to break into a sweat. Seduna wiped the sweat from her brow, exclaiming how sweltering it was. The black eagle glanced back at her and said, "If you wish to descend or find yourself hungry, do not hesitate to inform me." Situ Nana suggested, "Let us find a shaded spot to rest for a while." Heiyu nodded in agreement and guided her down into a serene glade within the mountains. Upon descending, Situ Nana's first action was to retrieve water from her spatial pouch to wash her face. Subsequently, she sought refuge in a tree hollow to bathe and change her attire. It is truly remarkable how these orcs managed to endure such sweltering heat while clad in thick hides. This mere half-day had nearly rendered her lifeless from the heat. After finishing her bath, Siduna had her lunch in this hollow tree. Upon leaving the hollow, she noticed a few plants resembling large cabbages growing beside its entrance, considerably larger than ordinary cabbages, towering to the height of her thighs. Seaman Nana approached Blackfeather, entwining her hand with his, and said, "Blackfeather, let us go gather some vegetables. I have been feasting on meat these past few days, and now I yearn for some greens." "Greens?" Situ Nana nodded and said, "Given the sweltering heat, let us take a brief respite before continuing our journey. Here, beneath the shade of the trees, we might discover some succulent, sweet-tasting foliage." Heiyu, observing her fixation on a few clumps of grass, inquired with uncertainty, "Are you suggesting that you wish to consume grass?" "Consuming grass?" Situ Nana found it challenging to elucidate the notion of eating greens, while Heiyu struggled to comprehend her desire for such vegetation. Despite his confusion, he assisted her in gathering the plants that resembled cabbage before lifting her up to search for edible greens. Situ Nana sought out several varieties of plants that appeared to be edible. She would never concede that they were merely weeds. Subsequently, she unearthed some sweet potatoes and even discovered taro, which here was as large as a basketball. A single one could sustain her for quite some time. She recalled that pepper leaves were also consumable, prompting her to request Blackfeather to accompany her in gathering a plentiful supply of tender pepper leaves. During this venture, she encountered numerous fruits, including those resembling lemons and jujube trees. The abundance of fruit in this locale was truly remarkable, and she collected a considerable assortment to store in her space. She also spotted some mushrooms, but Blackfeather advised against harvesting them. "If you wish to consume those haphazard plants, so be it, but these mushrooms are inedible. They are toxic." Situ Nana is not well acquainted with many plants, yet she is truly familiar with this white mushroom. She shook his arm excitedly, exclaiming, "Heiyu, this is an edible mushroom. I have tasted it before. Please let me pick it. It is absolutely delicious." Heiyu replied, "I have encountered the red ones, and they are indeed poisonous." Situ Nana remarked, "But this one is white. Only brightly colored mushrooms are poisonous. Those that are white or brown are indeed safe, I assure you." Heiyu regarded her with skepticism, casting several doubtful glances her way before he plucked one and placed it directly into his mouth. "Ah, Heiyu, that should be cooked before consumption." Situ Nana's warning was cut short as he had already swallowed it. After a brief moment, Heiyu declared, "For now, I feel no ill effects. I will gather some for you, but I shall only cook them once I am certain they are safe." Situ Nana was both touched and amused by his daring act of self-sacrifice. She nodded and said, "All right, please refrain from such trials in the future. Wait until it is cooked before you taste it." Heiyu gently ruffled her hair, remaining silent, and squatted down to pick mushrooms for her. Situ Nana spent an entire afternoon gathering a myriad of chaotic plants, as per the words of Heiyu. She believed that what she was collecting were provisions and an assortment of seasonings. During this time, she also encountered eggs and small prey, which she effortlessly collected as well. Situ Nana gazed upon the space brimming with an array of ingredients, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. As the sun began to dip towards the west, they continued their flight northward, soaring high in the sky, with little else to occupy her mind beyond the breathtaking scenery. She found herself growing bored and began to silently extol the virtues of the beast god. In the midst of her musings, she drifted off to sleep once more, though this slumber was brief. Upon awakening, she discovered the sun was already sinking below the horizon. Turning her head on the back of the black eagle, she beheld the setting sun, casting its last rays across the sky, retreating with its blinding brilliance to leave behind a soft, golden halo. The once azure expanse of the sky, devoid of clouds, gradually transformed, resembling the layers of the sea as they were tinged with golden hues. From her lofty vantage point, it felt as though she herself was enveloped in this golden glow. The sun descended slowly, its fiery red light lingering on the distant sky and atop the towering peaks before vanishing beyond the horizon. Subsequently, twilight began to spread, rendering the outlines of the distant mountains increasingly indistinct until they faded from view. Sito Nana, still captivated, exclaimed, "What a beautiful sunset!" The black-feathered creature soared for quite some time, only descending after circling the area twice as dusk approached. The black eagle alighted by the edge of a lake, yet did not transform into human form. In his beastly guise, he instructed, "Fetch 2 tubs and fill them with water. Shortly, I shall prepare warm water for your bath." Sito Nana obediently retrieved the bathing tub, and after the black eagle filled it with water twice, she stored it away once more. The black eagle then soared into the sky once again, carrying her to a cave nestled within the hillside of a small mountain by the lakeside. This cave, spanning approximately 30 to 40 square meters, appeared remarkably barren at first glance, save for a grassy nest whose origin, be it from a creature or a beastman, remained a mystery. Sito Heiyu entered the cave and instructed Sito Nana to bring out a stool to rest upon. He descended the mountain to fetch a tree, which he then used to kindle a fire. Initially, he filled the entire cave with smoke, and the observant Sito Nana noticed numerous unknown insects fleeing from the haze. Once the cave was thoroughly smoked, he proceeded to set up the bonfire, inquiring as he tended to the flames, "Well, would you like to eat tonight? Shall we cook anew or partake from the provisions in the space?" Sito Nana, contemplating the abundant array of delectable food within the space, cautiously inquired, "You've consumed the mushrooms without any adverse effects for half a day. May I indulge in the mushroom soup?" Heiyu replied, "Your constitution is fragile. It would be prudent to wait until tomorrow. The food will remain fresh in the space until then." Sito Nana, "Very well." She set the table and the food. "I shall indulge in the beast meat porridge." Given the sweltering heat and the lack of physical activity this afternoon, her appetite was rather subdued. Reflecting upon the fresh vegetables she had gathered at noon, she instructed Heiyu to prepare a stir-fry of spicy pepper leaves and shredded potatoes. The meat she had previously cooked was ample, and she intended to simply enjoy a few pieces. Although she yearned for mushroom soup, Heiyu was adamant in his refusal. Ultimately, he prepared the mushroom soup according to her wishes. He partook of a bowl himself, denying her a taste, stating that she could only have some once he was certain it was safe. Chapter 39. A clear morning. Outside awaited 5 lifeless leopards. Sito Nana gazed longingly at the fragrant mushroom soup, salivating for what felt like an eternity, yet she could not persuade Heiyu to grant her even a sip. However, she finally indulged in some leafy greens, which brought her a semblance of satisfaction, prompting her to lower her head and savor her meal. Since Heiyu abstained from cooked food, he permitted her to take out some wood to begin crafting the 2 wooden posts she envisioned as a bed. As Sito Nana observed him engaged in woodworking, she indulged in her meal, preoccupied with the thought of saving leftovers for later. Consequently, she served herself an ample portion and, in a moment of distraction, ended up overindulging. She gently caressed her abdomen while reclining against the backrest of the wooden sofa, contentedly releasing a satisfied belch. "Oh, I have eaten too much," she remarked. Heiyu gazed at her in bewilderment, questioning, "Do you truly relish consuming greens so much?" Sito Nana expressed her discontent with a rebuttal, stating, "That is not grass. It is a vegetable." After a brief pause, she gazed at Heiyu and tentatively inquired, "Is it possible that I am a vegetarian orc?" Heiyu replied, "Orcs that solely subsist on vegetables are exceedingly weak. Hence, those who exclusively consume plant-based diets have nearly perished. Presently, all orcs predominantly thrive on a carnivorous diet." Sito Nana, "Very well." After finishing her meal, Sito Nana took a few turns and, after a half-hour of rest, prepared to bathe. With no private quarters available, she had no choice but to request Heiyu to turn his back. By the time she had swiftly washed herself, Heiyu had also polished the wooden bed. He joined the newly crafted large wooden bed with her wooden sofa and adorned it with 2 layers of animal hides, presenting a most inviting appearance. Satana sat upon her newly crafted wooden bed, meticulously arranging her long tresses. Ever since acquiring a hairband, she had taken to braiding her hair daily, finding it a more comfortable choice in the heat. Meanwhile, Heiyu ventured outside to fetch a sizable stone, using it to seal the entrance of the cave, and then prepared to retire to bed. Sito Nana inquired, "Heiyu, have you not yet partaken of any sustenance? Will you consume those prey now?" Heiyu shook his head and replied, "I have already dined this morning. Perhaps I shall feast again tomorrow morning." Siddhanana scrutinized him and inquired, "Aren't you hungry?" He replied, "Not at all. 1 meal a day suffices." In truth, 2 meals a day would also be acceptable. The primary reason for his preference was that he recalled her earlier remark about how consuming raw food would preclude him from kissing her. Thus he resolved to have his solitary meal each morning. After organizing his belongings, Heiyu took a refreshing bath and then came to embrace Siddhanana as he lay down beside her. The newly crafted wooden bed was quite comfortable, and as he held her, he indulged in affectionate kisses, becoming increasingly skilled in the art of kissing. Having spent a few days in this world, Siddhanana gradually acclimated to the routine of washing up and retiring at dusk, as there were no nocturnal entertainments to partake in. With no television, no mobile phones, and no computers, in the absence of late-night outings for snacks, she found herself longing for her previous habit of staying up late, which invigorated her. However, now, apart from the playful kisses and caresses from Heiyu, whose actions are best left unelaborated, there was little to occupy her time. After all, engaging in any overtly colorful activities was out of the question, considering her youth. Alas, perhaps due to excessive daytime slumber, Siddhanana found it difficult to sleep well at night, compounded by the stifling heat of the cave, which left her drenched in sweat. After much effort, she finally endured until dawn, rising to wash her body and change into fresh attire. The animal skin garments felt unbearable in the warmth. She contemplated wearing only her undergarments to sleep that night, wondering if Heiyu could withstand such temptation. On a brighter note, Siddhanana finally savored the mushroom soup she had been yearning for, accompanied by a small bowl of rice the size of olives and some stir-fried beef, truly a delightful feast. After relishing several bites, she asked, "Heiyu, what would you like to eat?" He responded, "I am content with whatever you choose." Siddhanana retrieved a meticulously skinned bear that occupied nearly half of her table, nearly toppling her breakfast. She hastily stowed her meal away and, gazing at the nearly 2-meter-tall brown bear, asked in bewilderment, "How do you intend to consume this? You won't be disemboweling it, will you?" Heiyu transformed his foot into a talon, effortlessly slicing the massive bear, weighing over 1,000 pounds, into 4 portions, instructing Siddhanana to set aside 3 of them. Faced with the pool of blood on the table, Siddhanana turned her head, realizing he was about to eat it raw. Even before he began, she could already envision the rather gruesome scene. Heiyu remarked, "I shall eat outside the cave." "Wait a moment," Siddhanana said, retrieving a large wooden stump from her spatial storage and placing a sizable leaf atop it. She refrained from explaining the purpose of the leaf, having simply collected it upon seeing it. She then placed the bear meat Heiyu intended to eat on the makeshift table. "It's fine. Go ahead and eat. Since you live with me, you cannot refrain from eating in my presence." "I want to watch you," she added. Heiyu approached, lifted her gently, and kissed her crimson lips before stating, "I am not preventing you from watching me eat. I merely fear that you would not allow me to kiss you." Siddhanana blushed, her earnest demeanor contrasting with her words. She lifted her gaze and gently kissed his lips, saying, "Transform into your beast form to eat. And after you're done, be sure to rinse your mouth and take a bath." Hyen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "All right." Siddhanana retrieved her food once more, while Heiyu transformed into a black eagle to partake in his meal. In truth, if one were to perceive this as the animal kingdom, it would not seem so daunting. However, the cave was permeated with the unmistakable scent of blood, which was inevitable. The 2 individuals attended to their respective breakfasts. Once Siddhanana had stowed away all her belongings, Heiyu remarked, "You should remain deep within the cave. There are several leopards outside. Wait for me to deal with them before you venture out." As Siddhanana grew increasingly anxious, she retreated to a corner and uttered, "Please be careful." Heiyu reassured her, "There is no need to fear. It will be swift." With that, he moved aside a boulder, larger than an automobile, creating an opening a meter wide at the cave's entrance. Once the stone was displaced, Siddhanana immediately heard the low growl of a leopard. Heiyu emerged from the cave, transforming into a magnificent black eagle, standing guard at the entrance. Although Siddhanana could not see the outside scene, the sounds of the leopard's roars and thrashing were unmistakable. Within 10 minutes, Heiyu departed from the cave's mouth. Shortly thereafter, 2 agonized cries of the leopard echoed through the air, and Heiyu returned to his human form, carrying 2 leopards in his grasp. He leaned in towards Siddhanana, still in the cave, and said, "You may come out now." With that, he effortlessly moved the massive boulder aside, fully clearing the entrance. Siddhanana pondered within herself, such immense strength is truly formidable. Upon glancing once more at the mountains and forest outside, she realized that the sun had only just begun to rise. On this clear morning, 5 lifeless leopards awaited her presence. Heiyu instructed her to gather the 5 deceased leopards, collect them, for it will save us several days of hunting efforts. C2 Nana obediently stowed her belongings. And then the black feather transformed into a black eagle, ready to carry her onward on their journey. Sidana nestled upon his back, uttering before his ascent, Black feather. If there are creatures to consume, could you kindly refrain from feasting upon the beastmen? Black feather nodded in agreement, responding, understood. Upon the demise of a beastman, they would transform into their beastly form. Aside from their larger stature and tougher flesh, they bore no distinction from ordinary wild animals. Yet, since she expressed her aversion to his consumption of beastmen, he resolved to partake in regular animals instead. Chapter 40. Never heard of stealing from the mighty. Sidhu Nana and Heiyu set forth once more towards the north, seeking refuge in a tree hollow during the sweltering heat of midday. After enjoying their lunch, Heiyu remarked, Nana, you did not rest well last night. Why not take out your bed and have a nap? It is quite cool in this tree hollow, despite the scorching sun outside. The shaded sanctuary of the forest provided a refreshing respite. Last night, Sidhu Nana indeed had a restless slumber and spoke little. She set up her bed in the cool shade of a tree hollow. Just as she lay down, she noticed that the dark feather had transformed into a majestic black eagle, standing outside the hollow with its eyes closed, ready to rest. Sidhu Nana curiously inquired, Heiyu, can you truly rest while standing like this? The black eagle nodded and replied, indeed, this way of resting does not compromise my combat prowess. C2 Nana let out a soft exclamation. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she heard Heiyu add, however, resting while lying down would be considerably more comfortable. Sidhu Nana lifted her gaze to him for a fleeting moment. However, it was impossible to discern his thoughts. In his human form, the enigmatic nature of the black feather made it challenging to fathom his intentions, and in the guise of a black eagle, she found it even more inscrutable. The black feather remarked, once we have traversed the scorpion beast tribe, I shall hold you and rest. Sidhu Nana, do you really think I cannot sleep without being held by you? What a notion. I can hardly find rest in your embrace. It is stifling, my dear. Do you not realize this? I cannot even push you away. Even when I have rolled to the edge of the bed, you still pull me back into your arms. Sidhu Nana let out a soft sigh and closed her eyes, swiftly succumbing to slumber. After departing from the cave atop Black Feather Mountain, she finally enjoyed a refreshing sleep. When they awoke, the sun had already begun its descent in the west. Black Feather remarked, Nana, it is time for you to take out the food and eat. Tonight, I shall not pause for rest. We will save our respite for tomorrow morning. Sidhu Nana was somewhat perplexed. Resting in the morning? Black Feather nodded in affirmation. We shall take a brief respite in the morning, and by noon, we will arrive at the scorpion beast tribe. At that time, ensure you conceal yourself upon my back, for it is imperative that those scorpions do not catch sight of you. Otherwise, our journey ahead may become quite troublesome. Sidhu Nana inquired, will they persistently pursue us? To which Heiyu replied, there are too few females. If they continue to chase us, I, as a solitary male, am bound to falter at times. Sidhu Nana recalled the words of Lang Song, that within the lion beast tribe, there existed a mere 32 females among 1,000 orc males, 500 of whom had never even laid a hand upon a female. A shiver ran down her spine, and she promptly nodded in agreement. The two proceeded as planned, soaring through the night until they landed at dawn upon a modest hill, relatively sparse in trees, to address their basic needs for sustenance. The daytime in the rainforest swamp kingdom was relatively safe. Encountering wildlife posed no threat, as Heiyu effortlessly captured prey with his claws. Subsequently, Heiyu led Sidhu Nana to a towering tree, over 100 meters high, where he allowed her to unfold her wooden bed upon a substantial branch. And there they rested. Sidhu Nana glanced downward, feeling a touch of acrophobia, and inquired with perplexity, why not seek a tree hollow? Heiyu replied, in the morning, numerous animals and beastmen venture out to roam, making it difficult to rest in a tree hollow. Here, at such a height, it is considerably safer. After saying this, he turned his gaze back to Sidhu Nana and reassured her, I am here. You need not fear falling. Just lie down and refrain from looking down. Sidhu Nana, following his instructions, took the bed out and lay down. In truth, she was not at all weary, for she had spent the previous night asleep on his back. However, they were to head to the scorpion beast tribe by noon, and Black Feather certainly needed to rest well. Otherwise, he might suffer the consequences in battle. After Sidhu Nana lay down, she closed her eyes. Though sleep eluded her, she refrained from disturbing his rest. In her heart, she silently pondered, could the original host belong to the scorpion beast tribe? Based on her understanding of the scorpion beasts, primarily derived from what Shermu had conveyed. She sincerely hoped she was not akin of these cold-blooded creatures. Considering the ratio of males to females in the lion beast tribe, approximately 1 to 30. If the scorpion beast tribe consisted of merely 300 individuals, there would be only 10 females among them. She could scarcely imagine the envious glances those clansmen would cast her way. How, then, did Heiyu intend to ascertain whether she belonged to the scorpion beast tribe? This question was swiftly answered through Heiyu's actions. After resting for 2 hours, he opened his eyes, and together they enjoyed a hearty meal before continuing their flight northward. Indeed, by noon, they arrived at a small tribe nestled within a valley, comprised of merely 7 stone houses and a series of caves. In the heavens, Situ-Nana cast a distant glance before enveloping herself snugly within her white fox cloak. The black eagle circled above the small valley twice before emitting 2 piercing cries, prompting dozens of scorpion beast men to emerge from the cave. The leader, a level 7 chief, looked up and inquired, "What business do you have with our red scorpion tribe?" Black Eagle? The eagle descended slightly, responding, "I have heard that the lion beast tribe has lost a treasure and wish to inquire if you possess any knowledge of it." The scorpion beast men exchanged glances, and the red scorpion chief shook his head, stating, "We are unaware. We have heard nothing of the sort." Suddenly, the black eagle swooped down ferociously and seized an elderly second-tier beastman, lifting him into the air. The scorpion beastman struggled in the eagle's talons, transforming into his scorpion form, attempting to stab the eagle's leg with his venomous tail. The red scorpion chief shouted at the black eagle, "What do you intend to do? We have only heard of capturing females from the tribe, not males." The black eagle ascended the mountain peak with the elderly beastman in his grasp, using one talon to snap the scorpion tail with a sharp crack before casting him to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, the second-tier scorpion beastman struggled to rise, only to see the black eagle land beside him. The eagle then transformed into a human, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful young female behind him, leaving the scorpion beastman utterly entranced. The black eagle queried, "Do you recognize this young female?" The scorpion beastman, despite his age, was as nervous as a youth. I do not know her." What is her significance? Is she the treasure lost by the lion beast tribe?" The black eagle gently pushed Situ-Nana back, taking a few steps toward the scorpion beastman. "Are you truly unfamiliar with her? Is she not one of your tribe's females?" The scorpion beastman shook his head. Our tribe has only 9 females, and none are as stunning as her." With a sudden transformation back into the black eagle, he struck the beastman down with a powerful wing. "Have you seen clearly?" The scorpion beastman's gaze remained fixed upon Situ-Nana, and as he lay on the ground, he declared, "I have seen clearly." No sooner had he spoken than the black eagle extended a talon, grasped his neck, and twisted it with a swift motion. The scorpion beastman did not have the opportunity to utter a cry before his life was extinguished. Situ-Nana pressed her hand firmly against her mouth, stifling the urge to cry out. Chapter 41. Confronting his brutality. The black eagle glanced back at Situ-Nana, noticing her pale face, her eyes brimming with panic and disbelief. He pursed his lips and said, "He has seen your face, and thus he must perish. Come, let us depart." Situ-Nana trembled as she approached and climbed onto the back of the black eagle, enveloped securely in her cloak. She remained oblivious to the eagle's ascent with the scorpion in its grasp. In midair, the creature's body was torn to shreds, and the remnants of its flesh rained down upon the very spot where Situ-Nana had stood moments before. The wind subsequently swept through, concealing her presence. The orcs of the scorpion tribe lingered in the valley below, hesitant to ascend for fear that the black eagle might turn its wrath upon them. It was only after a considerable time had passed since the eagle's departure that they dared to venture to the mountaintop to investigate. Though Situ-Nana did not witness the particularly gruesome scene that followed, the sight of Heiyu snapping the neck of that scorpion orc profoundly impacted her. It was the second occasion she had witnessed a living being transform into a lifeless corpse. Her lack of any special sentiment toward the scorpion orc did not diminish the weight of this experience as a product of the modern world. She had been instilled with the belief that life is paramount, that human life surpasses all else. However, in this realm, the lives of orcs are regarded as insignificant as those of mere insects, extinguished at will. She began to grasp the more tangible meaning behind Shermu's words when he described Heiyu as a brutal wandering orc, one who had taken the lives of many orcs. Even Heiyu himself admitted to being a savage vagrant. Yet, for the first 20 years of Situ-Nana's life, the term brutal was merely an adjective. It was not until this man, her first companion, or rather, the male orc, repeatedly slaughtered orcs before her eyes, tearing them apart and snapping their necks, that she comprehended the essence of true brutality. She recalled how he had once warned Shermu not to mate with her, asserting that even if they bonded, he would turn Shermu into food. Thus, it became evident that he would indeed transform Shermu into sustenance, rather than merely attempting to frighten him. Sitanana's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. After all, he would never harm her, would he? She wiped away the moisture from her eyes, repeatedly reminding herself in her mind as her own psychological mentor. Remain calm, Sitanana. This is the land of the beastmen, a harsh and unforgiving realm. Blackfeather is not brutal. He perished long ago. Here, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong dominate the weak. After soaring through the skies for half an hour, Blackfeather descended with Sitanana upon a grand tree. Once they found their footing on a sturdy branch, he gently cradled her in his arms, striving to temper his strength as he softly inquired, "Did I frighten you?" Having already acknowledged his ferocity and resolved to accept him, Sitanana deemed it prudent to articulate her feelings. Taking a deep breath, she returned his embrace, resting her face against his chiseled abdomen and whispering, "Blackfeather, I must confess, I was indeed somewhat frightened. I have never witnessed such things before. Perhaps I have been shielded too well." Blackfeather tenderly caressed her back and replied, "In that case, I shall endeavor not to slay those beastmen in your presence." Sitanana said, "If necessary, you may kill. Our safety takes precedence. If it is not necessary, then do not kill, all right?" Heiyu nodded. In his perspective, every orc he had slain was indeed warranted. Satana softly called upon Shermu twice, marking a prearranged signal on her left shoulder, signifying that the scorpion beast tribe was not her own. Subsequently, she soared towards the lizard beast tribe in the southeast alongside Blackfeather. Their journey was marked by tranquility rather than peril. Fortunately, they had adequately prepared an abundance of game prior to their departure, allowing Blackfeather to remain by her side without the need to hunt. During their passage, they encountered wild beasts on 2 occasions, both of which Blackfeather dispatched, providing sustenance for their journey. 2 days after departing from the scorpion beast tribe, they encountered a hunting party from the lizard beast tribe. Blackfeather concealed her within the branches of a towering tree, stating, "I shall capture one of their members to inquire, thus sparing us the need to enter the lizard beast tribe." Sitanana understood that the team members brought over for questioning would likely meet the same fate as the scorpion beast man, unless she were the female of this tribe. As she observed Blackfeather transform into his beast form, ready to charge towards the hunting party, she urgently called out, "Blackfeather, wait." She attempted to grasp his hand, but the black feathers slipped through her fingers. With a swift turn, the black eagle soared back, reassuring her, "There is no need for fear. I shall return swiftly." Sitanana nodded, and then the black eagle soared away once more. Sitting upon a fork of the tree, Situna anxiously awaited his return, her heart laden with fear that during this brief absence, some beastmen might emerge to abduct her. She also harbored concerns for the fate of the captured lizard beastman. The hunting party, primarily composed of lizard beastmen, was on their way back to the tribe. If all went well, they would reach their home in just 2 more hours. This area was, in fact, considered part of their tribe as territory, and thus the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie and laughter. Unexpectedly, a black eagle surged forth from the dense thicket behind them, swooping down to launch an assault. The lizard beastmen, believing it to be a predator intent on seizing their catch, swiftly organized a defense under the leadership of a level 6 beastman. After injuring 5 or 6 of them, the black eagle seized one of the lizard beastmen, who appeared to be their squad leader, and soared away through the gaps in the forest. Sitanana observed the commotion of a distant skirmish, noting that the combatants were indeed quite close. The black eagle swiftly returned, clutching a brown lizard in its talons, and perched on another branch. The lizard appeared dazed, and with a firm grip, the eagle's claws elicited a startled cry from the creature, bringing it back to consciousness. The eagle's talons tightened around its neck as it inquired, "Do you recognize this young female?" Pinned against the branch by the eagle's grip, the lizard man glanced around until his eyes fell upon Sitanana, seated on a neighboring branch. In that instant, his eyes sparkled with recognition. The eagle's grip tightened further, causing Sitanana to observe that the lizard's eyes were beginning to bulge. The black eagle coldly commanded, "Answer my question." The lizard struggled beneath the eagle's claws several times before Sitanana interjected, "He may not be able to speak in this form, Heiyu." The black eagle replied, "Transform and respond to me, or I shall snap your neck." With that, its grip loosened slightly. The lizard man gasped for air before transforming into a middle-aged man with short, dark green hair. Only then did Sitanana comprehend why they referred to her as a potential female of the lizard beast men. Her hair color bore a notable resemblance. Yet, the lizard beast men's hue was significantly darker than hers. Chapter 42. Their worldviews differ. The green-haired lizard beastman gazed at Situnana and said, "Beautiful and charming little female. I appreciate your defense on my behalf." The black eagle's claws tightened ominously around his neck, and Situnana could see the long, dark talons piercing into his flesh. The black eagle retorted, "Spare me your trivialities. Answer my question." The lizard beastman cried out in pain, yet the eagle's grip did not relent. Instead, it tightened further. In a hushed tone, he replied, "This little female resembles one from our lizard kin, but I do not know her." The black eagle inquired, "How many females are there in your tribe?" The lizard beastman, his voice barely a whisper, responded, 13, though 2 of them can no longer bear offspring." The black eagle pressed on, "Are there any juvenile females?" The lizard beastman replied, "The juveniles are female beasts. Where would you find a female?" With that, the black eagle twisted his neck, ending the conversation abruptly. Situnana was gazing intently at him, and the suddenness of it startled her. She lifted her head and blinked several times at the treetops, taking a deep breath. After a while, she found her fear dissipating. Once the lizard orc had perished, it reverted to its beastly form. The black eagle released the lifeless lizard, transforming into human shape, and leaped beside Situnana, saying, "This place will not suffice. Inform that lion. We shall proceed to the green serpent tribe." Situnana grasped the other hand extended by Heyu, rising to her feet as she climbed onto his back, silently summoning Shermu to inform him of the outcome. Heyu transformed back into the black eagle, using his formidable talons to rend the lizard into fragments, casting them onto a branch. Situnana stifled her nausea and remarked, "Heyu, it is inherently wrong to take a life merely for the sake of acquiring information. I can comprehend your motives for killing him to conceal my existence after you questioned him, but why resort to such brutality? Why reduce him to this state?" Heyu replied, "This tree bears your lingering essence. Should the lizard beast tribe's members come searching, they will detect it." The overwhelming stench of blood masked her scent. In the midst of Situnana's silence, Heyu carried her away, soaring towards the southeastern direction of the Qingxi tribe. When they finally paused to rest, Situnana turned to Heyu and implored, "Heyu, could you devise a means to gather information without exposing my presence and without resorting to murder?" She was acutely aware of the brutality and savagery of the beastman continent. Yet the thought of taking an innocent beastman's life in every tribe she visited to learn about her origins weighed heavily on her conscience. Her life held value, as did the lives of others. She could not bear the thought of others perishing unjustly because of her. Heyu gazed at her and said, "In the rainforest Zagua, beastmen perish daily for myriad reasons. The death of 1 or 2 is inconsequential. Observe how their tribesmen do not rush to their aid. They are merely males, and their demise is of little significance." Situnana expressed, "Even if they perish by the thousands each day, those individuals do not die because of me. However, the scorpion beastman and the lizard beastman, they could have lived well, yet their lives were extinguished because of my actions." Heyu interjected, "It was I who took their lives." Situnana, "They were slain because of me. Heyu, for your sake, their deaths were worth it." Situnana shook her head and said, "But they do not know me at all. Why would they sacrifice their lives for me?" Heyu replied, "They have seen you." Situnana felt as though she were on the brink of madness. In a fit of desperation, she exclaimed, "It is because I seek my tribe that I have caused the demise of 2 orcs, and there may yet be more innocent lives lost. I cannot bear it. If this is the method I must employ to find them, I would rather cease my search entirely. Let me perish come spring of next year. I refuse to take the lives of so many innocent souls. I simply cannot." In Blackfeather's eyes, something profound was brewing as he replied, "I wish for you to live a long and prosperous life." Situnana helplessly shed tears. In that moment, she felt the immense chasm that lay between them. It was not merely a difference in values, it was a divergence in worldviews. She grasped Blackfeather's hand and implored, "Blackfeather, please refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering innocent orcs. If others provoke you or seek to harm us, then your actions and their demise would be justifiable in my eyes. However, these beings are innocent. They do not deserve such a fate. My conscience cannot bear it. I yearn to live a long and joyful life alongside you in Lionmu. Yet this should not come at the expense of so many innocent lives. Can you find a way to achieve our goals without taking life? We can thrive in happiness together, but I refuse to owe a debt to others." Blackfeather gazed at her tear-streaked face and gently embraced her. His past existence had been a cycle of kill or be killed, rendering him incapable of understanding her sorrow. What constituted an innocent life? To an orc, anyone outside their kin could merely be viewed as sustenance. He had merely extinguished the lives of 2 potential meals without consuming them. One wonders whether the audience perceives the female protagonist as overly sentimental or the male lead as callously indifferent. Ultimately, they simply inhabit worlds apart. Sito Nana, he is indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. I have caused the demise of 2 innocent lives. Hey you, they were merely sustenance. At that moment, Lion Moo's companion, Een, summoned him twice, indicating that Lion Moo had arrived at the rabbit beast tribe and had discovered that it was not the tribe in which she resided. Sithu Nana wept for a while before gradually finding her composure. From her space, she retrieved a piece of wood, allowing the dark feather to part, and then produced a charred twig. With this makeshift tool, she began to sketch her likeness upon the wood. The implement was rather crude, resulting in a depiction that lacked precision, merely a chibi version of herself. In truth, she was a junior majoring in art education, possessing a genuine passion for painting, which rendered her skills quite commendable. Blackfeather observed as she crafted an adorable image of a young female, adorned in 2 small pieces of animal hide. Despite its diminutive size, the drawing evoked a sense of charm. Although the orcs of the beastman continent appeared as adults when transformed into their human forms, none had ever witnessed what a youngling looked like in their human guise. Yet, upon beholding the petite figure she illustrated, Blackfeather was convinced that this was how she must have appeared in her childhood, utterly delightful and enchanting. Sito Nana fashioned some vegetable leaves into the shape of hair and affixed them onto the little figure's head, signifying that it had green hair. She presented the piece of wood to Heyu and said, "From now on, show this piece of wood to the orcs, so they need not behold my appearance." Heyu nodded in agreement. Sito Nana remarked once more, "Take me to find some strongly scented plants or flowers. I shall apply them to myself to mask my own scent. Then, I will procure some leaves to conceal my face, ensuring that no one lays eyes upon me." Chapter 43. Does a female possess any unique abilities? Heyu pressed his lips together and replied, "You need not demean yourself for the sake of irrelevant beasts." Sito Nana shook her head and said, "I do not act for the sake of unrelated orcs, but for the sake of my own conscience." Heyu, unable to comprehend Sito Nana's perspective, nonetheless took her to find a particularly foul-smelling herb, asserting that it was effective in repelling mosquitoes. During the rainy season and the days that followed, mosquitoes proliferate abundantly, prompting everyone to burn this herb to deter the pest from biting the orcs. Heyu encouraged her to gather more, as the minor rainy season was approaching in just over 10 days, and her delicate skin would undoubtedly attract the mosquitoes. Sito Nana gathered an abundance of this mosquito-repelling herb and burned a significant quantity of it, filling her white fox cloak with its pungent aroma throughout the night, intending to wear it upon her arrival at the next tribe. The scent was truly unbearable. Thus, the following day, while journeying atop the black-feathered creature, she donned a different red cloak. They traveled eastward, and on the morning of the 3rd day, Sito Nana beheld a small stone monument suspended on the eastern horizon, behind which lay a cascading sea of clouds. Sito Nana sat up in astonishment and inquired, "Heyu, what is that?" Heyu's voice drifted on the wind. "That is the guardian steel of the rainforest Sigua, which some orcs refer to as the beast god steel." While soaring through the skies, their voices are scattered by the wind, thus this is not the moment for communication. Sito Nana was only aware that they were heading to the Qingxi tribe in the Far East, oblivious to the existence of such wondrous phenomena in that mystical land. She remarked, "I wish to behold that stone tablet." The black eagle nodded in acknowledgement and continued its flight eastward. Upon surpassing a range of hills ahead, they beheld a vast lake, with the enigmatic stone tablet suspended atop a mountain in its center. Towering like a 10-story edifice, the colossal stone tablet, devoid of embellishments or carvings, exuded an aura of ancient gravitas. Below the tablet lay a mist-shrouded green mountain, appearing ethereal from a distance, while atop the mountain, a small lake gushed forth, its waters cascading downwards, ultimately forming a large lake below. This expansive body of water flowed into several depressions, meandering towards an unknown destination. The mountain and lake resembled the pedestal of the stone tablet, while the water mirrored the essence of life, emerging from the east like the sun, bestowing vitality upon the entire orc continent. To the south of the large lake beneath the stone tablet, there were several crude stone dwellings and tree hollows, presumably belonging to the Qingxi tribe they had previously spoken of. As the black eagle approached, Sito Nana caught sight of a mermaid seated by the lake, with flowing black hair and a magnificent fishtail. From a distance, she could not discern the details of its visage, only observing the mermaid's tail glimmering in the golden morning light, one side black and the other white, splashing against the surface of the water, sending droplets that refracted a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. When the mermaid extended its hands to scoop lake water and sprinkle it afar, Sid and Nana happened to fly overhead and glimpsed the mermaid's upward smile, a beauty reminiscent of celestial beings from legend. Before she could take a closer look, the black eagle carried her forward. Although the features of the mermaid remained obscured, the purity of its smile was indelibly etched in Sid and Nana's heart. Her gaze lingered upon it. She had not even discerned whether it was male or female, merely witnessing it frolicking in the water as she drifted further away. Eventually seeing only a small black dot, the black eagle descended with Sidhu Nana in front of the side of the stone tablet. As Sidhu Nana descended from the back of Heyu and turned to gaze down the mountain, she could no longer discern that small black dot. Heyu, standing beside her, remarked, "Today is their day of supplication." Huh? Sidhu Nana responded, looking up at Heyu in confusion. Heyu gestured with his chin towards the front of the stone tablet. Sid Anna observed several large green snakes coiling amidst the lush grassland. She hesitantly inquired, "Is this a form of prayer?" Heyu glanced at Sid Anna, confirming her complete lack of understanding, and proceeded to elucidate, "In the Orc continent, the world is circular, with the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north, each featuring a towering stone tablet that stands sentinel over the land. The orcs from various tribes periodically gather beneath these tablets to engage in a ritual of supplication. It is said that if a female orc is sufficiently devout, the beast god will bestow blessings upon them." At that moment, Sid Anna noticed orcs arriving one after another at the stone tablet, typically accompanied by a group of 10 to 20 male orcs escorting a single female. She beheld a multitude of orc races, with the green snakes and crocodiles being the most prominent. Sith and Nana retrieved the foul-smelling white cloak from her space and draped it around her shoulders, also taking out a small piece of beast hide to cover her face. As she examined her surroundings, she inquired, "Why is it said that as long as a female is sufficiently devout, the male need not be?" Heyu responded, "Those who receive the blessings of the beast god are all females. Males can only attain the beast god's favor when accompanied by females, as solitary males are incapable of receiving such blessings." How is this to be understood? Sidhu Nana wished to express her admiration for the beast god. "Oh, revered beast god, you are truly exceptional." She found herself increasingly fond of this world and its divine beast god. Having perused several novels set in beastly realms, she recalled how the characters therein often regarded females merely as vessels for reproduction, treating those with fertility as prized possessions, while the females themselves seemed to revel in such roles. The frail females were often utilized as means to barter for resources, and those devoid of reproductive capabilities were, lamentably, relegated to the status of communal outlets for the tribe. Thus, she harbored a deep-seated fear that Heyu and Shirmu might view her in a similar light, as nothing more than a tool for procreation. The mere thought of such an existence filled her with dread. Sid and Nana inquired, "Do females possess any extraordinary abilities?" Heyu replied, "Females possess the gift of procreation." Sid and Nana, "What you say implies that the primary role of females is merely reproduction." She could hardly contain her exasperation. Males also possess reproductive capabilities. How does that constitute a unique talent? Kuroha responded, "Although offspring may only be conceived during the female's estrus period, the female possesses the autonomy to choose whether to conceive and can determine the lineage of her progeny, a privilege denied to males. Furthermore, females may have multiple partners and can dispose of them at will. Males, however, are bound to a single partner, and should they take the life of their companion, they would be transformed into a ferocious beast. Moreover, females can commune with the beast gods and receive their blessings, a capacity males lack. Thus, these are the 3 distinctive abilities. What? It appears that the beast gods truly favor females." As Sidhu Nana momentarily faltered, she endeavored to support the biased beast god by stating, "However, the beast god has also bestowed upon the males a robust physique and formidable combat prowess." Heyu glanced at Sidhu Nana and, with an expression of indifference, remarked, "Before reaching maturity, male and female beasts of the same species and rank are not inherently weaker than their male counterparts. It is merely due to the scarcity of females that individuals are willing to sacrifice themselves for their sake, resulting in an ever-dwindling number of females who emerge in their beastly forms to engage in battle." Chapter 44, The Blessing Ceremony and the Boons of the Beast God. Sidhu Nana inquired, "Do you mean to say that after a female beast reaches maturity, she can still transform into a female human?" Heyu replied, "Certainly." However, it was unnecessary for Heyu to respond, as at that very moment, a group of green serpents slithered beneath the stone tablet. Among them, a larger serpent transformed into a slender female figure. She boasted long, azure hair, even more vibrant in hue than Sid and Nana's, devoid of bangs. Although her features were indistinct from a distance, her skin was as fair as that of Sid and Nana. In that moment, Sid and Nana pondered whether she might indeed belong to the tribe of the green serpents, realizing that aside from her more curvaceous figure, she bore an uncanny resemblance to them. As C2 Nana recalled the ruggedly built females of the lion beast tribe, she held a firm belief in their combat prowess. Yet, could these slender serpent beast females truly engage in battle? It soon dawned on her that the majority of serpent beasts possessed a more delicate physique, regardless of gender. Was it merely that the lion beasts exhibited a more robust stature? Indeed, both Simu and Heiyu were exceptionally well-built, each more formidable than the last. In the span of their conversation, a gathering of 300 to 400 individuals had assembled beneath the stone tablet. Heiyu had initially led C2 Nana to a somewhat secluded spot, but as the crowd swelled, a dozen or so crocodile beasts approached them within a mere 10 meters. Numerous beastmen brought offerings, including the heads of wild beasts and an assortment of common fruits. Remarkably, even rice and other crops. A towering female led 4 males to the center, calling out to remind everyone, the blessing ceremony before the approaching small rainy season is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. The previously animated chatter among the beastmen fell silent, transforming the once languid figures into humanoid forms, standing attentively before the stone tablet. Sid and Nana, without realizing it, stood up straight. The tall woman faced the steel and positioned herself firmly. After a brief moment of anticipation, as the sun ascended to hover directly above the steel, she suddenly called out loudly, "Pray." With that, she clasped her hands in a reverent manner across her chest and knelt before the steel, bowing her head in homage. Seeing that everyone was kneeling before that woman, Nana turned to Heiyu and asked, "Shall we kneel as well?" Heiyu replied, "If you wish to kneel, then do so." It seemed he had no intention of kneeling himself. Upon witnessing the Orcish beings prostrating themselves before the ground with their hands placed reverently upon their knees, C2 Nana contemplated for a moment before kneeling down herself to offer 3 bows. After all, she was but an outsider, and it was fitting to pay her respects. The female orc lifted her head and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "The green serpent tribe of the rainforest sect nation beseeches the beast god for blessings. May the beast god bestow his protection upon us." The Orcish assembly echoed her words in unison. The green serpent tribe of the rainforest sect nation beseeches the beast god for blessings. May the beast god bestow his protection upon us. Hearing the nearby Orcish crocodilians utter their supplications to the beast god, praying for blessings upon the green crocodile tribe of the rainforest marshland, C2 Nana silently echoed their sentiments. Whispering her own plea, C2 Nana prays to the beast god, "May the beast god bestow his blessings upon me." The orcs continued their murmured invocations for a considerable time, perhaps contemplating some cherished aspirations. 5 minutes later, all the orcs knelt in place, adopting an okay gesture with their hands. The left hand resting upon their right breast, while the right palm faced upwards over their abdomen, eyes closed as they commenced their prayers. Sitting beside Heiyu, C2 Nana also knelt down, mirroring the actions of those around her. She closed her eyes, sincerely expressing gratitude to the beast god for granting her a second life. At that moment, the imposing stone tablet illuminated with a verdant glow. When C2 Nana opened her eyes to behold the spectacle, she witnessed a wisp of emerald light emanating from the tablet, enveloping her in its embrace. This gentle green luminescence delicately shrouded C2 Nana, and a refreshing sensation washed over her, instilling a sense of boundless vitality within her being. She noticed a small stone tablet emerging in the eastern corner of her space, where a fleeting silhouette of an azure dragon shimmered and vanished. C2 Nana opened her eyes and glanced around, only to find that everyone had turned to gaze at her. The whispers of the green crocodile beasts reached her ears. She has been blessed by the beast god. Surely, she must be a female. A female graced by the blessings of the beast god, with only one male by her side. C2 Nana could even perceive the possessive glances cast upon them. Trembling under the gaze of hundreds, she clutched Black Feather's hand and stood up, retreating slightly behind him to whisper, "Black Feather, what shall we do?" A multitude of orcs, also eager to rise, stirred restlessly before settling back down, feigning their continued prayers. Yet, in the distance, beneath the forest and the lake, tumultuous currents stirred. Black Feather pressed his lips together and replied, "They dare not act during the prayer gathering at the Guardian Monument." C2 Nana remarked, however, "If we were to inquire whether they have lost any females, they would undoubtedly affirm it. Thus, they are now unable to ascertain whether the Ching Snake tribe or even the more distant Green Crocodile tribe belongs to C2 Nana. If time were to stretch further, and the Deer tribe and Crane tribe were to return, it remains uncertain whether even these 2 tribes could be trusted. We must depart at once." With that, Heiyu transformed into a black eagle and lifted Nana into the sky. Nana clutched tightly to the black eagle, her heart racing from the terrifying gazes of the orcs she had encountered. It was only now that she fully comprehended why Shimu had repeatedly insisted that he alone could not protect her and why Heiyu had refrained from taking her into the tribe. These were orcs who would even bring their females to the stone tablet for blessings. The thought of the wandering orcs was utterly chilling. Heiyu, bearing Nana upon his back, did not immediately depart from the area but instead flew towards the territory of the southern green snake tribe. Having journeyed for 3 days to reach this place, he was reluctant to return empty-handed. Surely, there were orcs yet to come for blessings within the tribe, and Heiyu was quite experienced in dealing with the snake orcs. As the black eagle soared into the tribe, the orcs remaining behind to safeguard it cast curious glances their way. The black eagle navigated through the tree houses, and indeed, several male orcs rushed out, hastily climbing the trees. The black eagle casually seized an old green snake and flew off, leaving a bewildered congregation of snake orcs in its wake. The tree houses were primarily inhabited by females, and where the females resided, there were undoubtedly young ones. The snake orc pups enjoyed playing in the tree houses of their mothers, initially believing that the black eagle sought to abduct a female, only to later fear for the safety of their young. To their surprise, the eagle simply captured an old green snake and departed. The orcs were utterly perplexed. As the black eagle carried the old green snake southward, it engaged in a fierce struggle with its claws, drawing blood and leaving the creature on the brink of death before finally alighting in an open area. Upon landing, the eagle did not revert to its human form but instead pressed its talon firmly upon the snake's head, stating, "Transform back to your human form and answer my questions honestly. If this female beside me is indeed a member of your tribe, we might consider residing in your green snake tribe." Chapter 45. The new abilities bestowed by the Guardian Stone Tablet. The green snake promptly transformed back into human form, revealing pale skin marred by numerous claw marks, blood seeping from each wound in a harrowing display of distress. The green snake orc, completely surrendering to the eagle's grip, uttered in anguish, "Ask your questions." The black eagle inquired, "How many females are there in your tribe?" The green snake orc quickly replied, "There are 19. The black eagle pressed on, "Have any females gone missing?" The green snake orc hesitated, then stammered, "No, yes, yes." The admission was a clear indication of deceit. The black eagle continued, "When did they go missing?" The green snake orc responded, "It was 10 days ago, or perhaps just a few days ago. I do not know. I have a partner. My concern lies solely with her." Nana inquired behind the black eagle, "How many companions did the female you lost have?" The green serpent beastman, with a flurry of nervous glances, replied, "I truly do not know. I am solely concerned with my own partner, I swear." Nana reflected, "It seems there is no way to extract the information." The black eagle fiercely grasped the serpent beastman by its vulnerable spot with its other talon, and coldly remarked, "Speak the truth, and I shall release you once I have my answers." Upon hearing there was a chance for survival, the serpent beastman eagerly replied, "Very well, ask away." The black eagle inquired, "How many adult female members does your tribe possess?" The serpent beastman pondered for a considerable time before responding, "There are 5 adult female beasts." The black eagle pressed on, "And what are the females?" The serpent beastman replied, "There are a total of 19 females, as you have previously inquired. Our tribe comprises 500 to 600 beastmen. You already have a mate. Do you not seek to claim more females?" The black eagle released its grip and, with a swift kick, sent him flying 10 meters away. "Be gone." The serpent beastman hastily transformed into a serpent and slithered away. The black eagle reverted to human form and addressed Nana, "This place is not it." "I have understood now." Disappointment filled Nana's eyes. How could something so similar not be it? Black Feather suggested, "Let us quickly consume some food and rest a while. This afternoon, we shall first visit the white crane tribe, then the deer beast tribe, before returning to the crocodile beast tribe, and finally proceeding to the bear beast tribe. This way, our sequence will differ from what they had previously communicated to Lion Mu, as they intended to visit the crocodile beast tribe first." Black Feather added, "The white crane beastmen can fly, so we shall hasten our journey before they can relay the news back to their tribe." Nana could only nod in agreement, responding with a simple "all right." She then relayed the outcome of their venture to her companion, informing Shermu of their findings. What tribe, indeed, did she belong to? Heiyu led her to a sheltered dwelling, allowing her to rest, dine, and shield herself from the sun's harsh rays. Nana leaned against the entrance of the tree hollow, and as her hand made contact, a message resonated in her mind. 40-year-old tree dwelling, habitable. Sito Nana paused for a moment, casting a few glances at the tree hollow. Blackfeather had already inspected the hollow and found no issues. Noticing her standing at the entrance, lost in thought, he inquired, "What troubles you?" Sito Nana shook her head, stepped inside, and first rearranged the table and chairs before bringing out the food. After several days of consumption, the vegetarian dishes in Sito Nana's space had nearly been depleted. In contrast, the meat supply remained abundant, and it seemed to multiply, primarily due to the animals that frequently collided with her during her moments of rest. The black-feathered creature was indiscriminate in its appetite, accepting everything without preference. After finishing their meal, Sito Nana said to Heiyu, "Let us seek some vegetables." Heiyu nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, while the rain holds off these few days, gather more firewood for the space." The two ventured out in search of greens. Sito Nana, upon encountering various plants, eagerly reached out to touch them. Serrated grass, combustible, merely a weed, utterly useless. Line grass, combustible, suitable for stitching animal hides. This is the grass they use for that purpose. Dandelion, slightly bitter, the leaves are edible and possess the ability to clear heat, detoxify, reduce swelling, and promote urination. Tenure apple tree, its fruit is edible. Poisonous hemp, the sap from its leaves can cause paralysis upon contact with wounds. The fruit is toxic, causing dizziness if consumed in small amounts and potentially fatal in larger quantities. As if she had discovered a new continent. Sito Nana pondered whether this newfound ability was a blessing bestowed upon her by the guardian stone. She touched a myriad of plants, collecting not only firewood but also an assortment of miscellaneous items. With ample space at her disposal, she gathered everything within her reach. However, this newly granted ability from the beast god was limited to identifying the basic properties of plants. She remained unable to discern animals or other entities. Yet, this was sufficient to keep Sito Nana exhilarated for an extended period. Heiyu observed her as she indiscriminately collected items, appearing as if she had stumbled upon treasures. But he refrained from inquiring, patiently accompanying her in her endeavor to gather weeds. This was how he perceived her actions. When Sito Nana returned to their tree hollow, thoroughly satisfied, he transformed into a black eagle, taking his place at the entrance to rest. As dusk fell, Heiyu carried Sito Nana southward. During the journey, unable to sleep, she contemplated the transformations within her space. It appeared as a circular landmass, featuring a small earthen mound at its center. At that moment, a faint azure light emerged from the east within the circular expanse, yet she discerned no other differences. The shelves that Shermu had crafted for organizing pots, bowls, and various small items remained in their original positions, and the items she had collected showed no signs of alteration. After a considerable period of observation, Sito Nana ultimately placed the vegetables, fruits, and poisonous plants within the radiant green light sphere. After another moment of scrutiny, she discerned no apparent changes. It seemed that the effect of this green light was merely to identify the plants. The two arrived at the boundaries of the White Crane tribe at dawn on the third day. The abode of the White Crane beastmen lay nestled within a dense forest, adorned with towering trees reaching heights of several hundred meters. The White Crane beastmen had constructed numerous tree houses high among these lofty giants, with most of the tribe residing in the elevated sanctuaries. Heiyu instructed Sito Nana to don the foul-smelling white fox cloak and cover her face before he carried her to a great tree within the territory of the White Crane tribe. He refrained from transforming into his human form, instead perching on a branch and awaiting developments. At that moment, the tribe's members emerged to engage in their daily activities. Upon spotting the imposing black eagle, their leisurely demeanor swiftly transformed into chaos, and all the White Crane beastmen took flight back to their tree houses. It was evident that Heiyu, the sole flying nomadic beastman in the entire rainforest marsh kingdom, had garnered a reputation for both power and brutality that had spread far and wide. Even though this was not his primary domain, his name was well known among the inhabitants. After a lengthy pause, a 7th-level white crane and 2 6th-level white cranes emerged from one of the tree houses. These white cranes were already more than twice the size of ordinary ones, yet they paled in comparison to Heiyu, the magnificent eagle. Their wings appeared almost inadequate next to his grandeur. The trio of white cranes alighted on a nearby tree beside Heiyu, and the leader, remaining in beast form, inquired, "Black Eagle, what brings you to our tribe?" Chapter 46, I will only be kind to you, regardless of good or bad. The Black Eagle directly posed a question. Does your tribe have any green-haired females? At the mention of females, a flicker of alarm flashed in the eyes of the white cranes. The leader responded, Our crane tribe possesses only white-haired, black-haired, and red-haired females. We do not have any green-haired ones. The Black Eagle turned to Situ-Nana and instructed, "Show him that piece of wood." Situ-Nana discreetly retrieved the wooden artifact she had crafted, lifting it silently from behind the Black Eagle, wary that speaking might betray her identity as a female. The Black Eagle inquired of the White Crane beastmen, "Have you encountered a diminutive female such as this?" The cranes exchanged solemn glances, shaking their heads in unison. The leader of the White Cranes remarked, "Not only have we not seen such a small female, but I've never even heard of one. However, if you are merely seeking information, I could inquire among the other members of our tribe to see if anyone has encountered her." The Black Eagle nodded in acquiescence. "Please do." Two sixth-level White Cranes took flight back to their tree dwellings to consult their kin. The Black Eagle remained in his beast form, patiently awaiting their return. The onlookers were oblivious to the fact that a beast man was concealed behind him, unable to discern the characteristics of either gender due to Situ-Nana's meticulous concealment. Soon, the White Cranes returned after their inquiries and shook their heads once more at the seventh-level crane. The leader addressed the Black Eagle. "None of our kin have seen her. However, some of our stronger members have gone to the Beast God Monument for a blessing ceremony. They should return by noon. Would you like to wait for them to ask?" The strong ones ventured far and might have encountered her. "No need," the Black Eagle replied, as he took to the skies with Situ-Nana. By midday, they arrived at the territory of the Deer tribe. The two tribes resided in close proximity and often aided one another, fostering a sense of mutual guardianship. The Black Eagle inquired once more. "And this tribe did have a green-haired female from the Lizard clan, yet she did not recognize Situ-Nana." In her disappointment, Situ-Nana seemed to have grown somewhat numb. "Hey," you remarked, "perhaps we have chosen the wrong direction. If it is not to the east, then it must lie in one of the other three directions." Situ-Nana nodded and returned his smile, affirming, "Indeed, we have nearly located all the tribes of the east." Her thoughts drifted to the white-headed eagle that had perished beside her. The creature's form was not as large as that of the black-feathered bird, suggesting that when he had led her to that place, it must have been less adept at concealing itself than she was now. If they had been too skilled in their hiding, it would have been even more challenging to uncover pertinent clues. After departing from the Deer Beast tribe, the two rested for a night in a cave. In truth, Situ-Nana preferred sleeping in trees, as it was considerably cooler. The cave was uncomfortably warm. However, if she slept in the trees, the black-feathered one would not be able to transform into human form to cradle her as she slumbered. Situ-Nana, concerned for his rest, refrained from informing him. The following day, she gathered a considerable amount of firewood and various odds and ends, and then they continued their journey towards the northwest. After 2 days and nights of travel, they arrived at dusk at the territory of the Crocodile Beast tribe. Heiyu descended with Situ-Nana onto a large tree by a lake, where he perched on a branch and said to her, "I prefer not to take you down there. Please wait here while I fly over to inquire." Situ-Nana peered down from behind him, observing a large lake accompanied by 2 smaller ones, all interconnected. To the northeast of the smaller lakes lay a swamp, and just to the north of the swamp stood a low hill. Above it stretched an endless expanse of dense forest, while scattered between the swamp and the lakes were a few sparse trees. With uncertainty, she inquired, "Are those few trees the Crocodile Beast tribe?" He nodded, affirming, "The lakes, the swamp, and the forest are all hiding places for the Crocodile Beast men. This tribe possesses no secure refuge." Situ-Nana surveyed her surroundings. The towering tree stood over 100 meters tall, although there appeared to be no orcs in sight at the moment. What if a flying orc were to pass by? Not to mention, snakes are known to climb trees, are they not? Heiyu intended to traverse the expansive lake to seek assistance from the Crocodile Beast tribe if he failed to return in a timely manner. Would she not find herself in a perilous situation? Situ-Nana, filled with concern, grasped Blackfeather's arm and inquired, "Could there be flying wandering beasts?" Blackfeather reassured her, "In the rainforest marshlands, aside from myself, there are no other flying wandering beasts. Everyone else prefers to live in groups." Situ-Nana gazed at him with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "Why have you chosen the life of a wandering beast man?" Hirohane replied, "From the moment of my birth, I have been a solitary eagle. By the time I became aware that the Eagle and Hawk clans predominantly inhabit the towering cliffs of Wanjun, I had already grown accustomed to my solitude and had no desire to join them." Only now did Situ-Nana realize that Heiyu was indeed an orphan. Growing up alone in such a perilous rainforest, it was no wonder that he had become so cold and ruthless. Heiyu further explained that in the rainforest Siqua, there existed only 2 tribes of avian beast men. One was the Crane tribe, which they had visited 2 days prior. The other was the 100 Birds tribe, composed of numerous avian beast men, situated to the north of the rainforest Siqua. The avian beast men there, much like those of the Crane tribe, were not particularly formidable in combat, which is why they resided high in the towering trees, a strategy to evade attacks from malevolent beastmen. Nana concluded. Thus, malevolent beasts generally do not possess the ability to fly. Heiyu nodded in agreement, stating, malevolent beasts primarily consist of serpent beasts, crocodile beasts, scorpion beasts, and lizard beasts. Flying beasts can essentially be classified as benevolent. Nana regarded Heiyu with a skeptical gaze, remarking, although you have been quite kind to me, I had presumed you to be a nefarious orc. Both what Shermu has conveyed and what I have witnessed do not align with the notion of a benevolent orc. To her surprise, Heiyu nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, I am a wicked orc. Nana gently kissed Heiyu's jaw while embracing him, smiling as she remarked, I believe your attitude towards the crane and deer clans has improved significantly. In the future, you shall become a commendable beastman. Heiyu replied, the reason I refrain from harming the members of these two clans is primarily because I made a promise to you. There is no necessity to slay beastmen. My kindness will be reserved solely for you, regardless of whether it is deemed good or bad. Nana felt a delightful sweetness in her heart. Being favored indeed brought about a wonderful sensation. However, she did not wish for her partner to be perpetually labeled as a villainous beastman. Thus, she endeavored to clarify, yet, you did inflict injuries upon the serpent beastman, and you have not even laid a finger on those from the other two clans. I believe you are improving. Heiyu gently stroked her head and remarked, cold-blooded beastmen require a lesson. Otherwise, they shall not engage in polite conversation. The crane and deer clan beastmen, on the other hand, possess gentle temperaments and need not be intimidated. Chapter 47, The Orca Beastman, Jing Yin. It appears that one must adopt varying approaches depending on the individual. Nana began to ponder whether she had previously misjudged Heiyu. Realizing that his cruel treatment of the scorpion and lizard beast men stemmed from their inherent nature as not being virtuous beings. She then inquired, what about the crocodile beastmen? Heiyu responded, there are hardly any good ones among them. Moreover, their thick hides and large physiques make them the most challenging for me to contend with. It was only then that Nana comprehended the reason behind his insistence for her to await his return here. Nana wished fervently that she were not one of the females of the crocodile tribe. Primarily because she had no desire to dwell in the murky depths of lakes or swamps, and the visage of crocodiles, upon closer inspection, proved rather terrifying. Upon noticing her cessation of inquiries, Heiyu spoke up, at this moment, they are all out and about. I shall descend now, which will make it considerably easier to capture a few. Do not fear while you remain here. Should any danger arise, simply summon me through the bond mark, and I shall return at once. The thought of being able to call him through the bond mark eased Nana's apprehension significantly, and she nodded in agreement, replying, all right. Heiyu scanned the surroundings once more to ensure there were no immediate threats before transforming into a black eagle and soaring towards the crocodile beast tribe. Nana gazed at the dark eagle soaring low above the crocodilian tribe, soon witnessing numerous black figures emerging from the lakes, swamps, and dense forests, undoubtedly the crocodilian orcs. Subsequently, a fierce battle ensued. Nanacito, gripped by anxiety, nearly lost her balance atop the tree. A cold sweat enveloped her as she steadied herself against the trunk and gazed downward, when a thought intruded her mind. Centuries-old sequoia, flammable. Yet, what captivated her eyes was the mesmerizing mermaid seated by the lakeshore, just a stone's throw away. She remained as enchanting as she had been 6 days prior. Her magnificent black and white tail poised half submerged in the water, half resting upon the shore. As Nana gazed at his face, he too lifted his eyes to meet hers. Although they were separated by several hundred meters, her gaze was profoundly captivating. When her eyes met his enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes, she froze as if struck by lightning, her vision narrowing to exclude all else. Her hand, which had been resting against the tree trunk, slipped, and she plummeted from the towering height of the tree. Oblivious to her peril, still entranced by the sight of the mermaid. The mermaid, seated by the lakeside, witnessed the figure descending from the tree and, in a graceful arc, transformed into a colossal shadow that leaped towards Nana, extending her hand to catch the small figure that had suddenly fallen. Before Nana could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. She gazed, bewildered, at the remarkably handsome merman before her. His delicate, oval face was adorned with a pair of captivating, electrifying peach blossom eyes, which were now fixed on her with concern. Are you all right? His voice was pure, clear, and ethereal. Nana's gaze drifted from his eyes to his rosy, soft lips, where the alluring pearl-like curve in the center of his upper lip ignited a desire within her to kiss him passionately. This thought crossed her mind, and without hesitation, she acted upon it. As Nana extended her hand to rest upon the sleek, sculpted chest of the merman, yearning to press her lips against his, the merman abruptly spun around, enveloping her in his embrace, and then engaged in a flurry of strikes, seemingly battling an unseen adversary. Nana, cradled in the embrace of the handsome merman, remained oblivious to whom he was contending with. After a brief exchange of blows, he gently placed her behind him and turned to sing, resuming the fray. His melodious voice resonated with enchanting grace, making Nana feel as though her ears were being blessed with an exquisite charm. Could this be the fabled song of the merfolk? Yet, who was daring to challenge him? As Nana glanced over from his side, she realized that it was the black eagle assailing him. He swiftly used his large tail to deflect the eagle's attacks while simultaneously shielding himself. Remarkably, the black eagle was at a disadvantage. He was struck and sent flying by the mermaid's tail. Upon landing, he exchanged a fierce glance with Nana before launching himself towards the mermaid with renewed ferocity. Nana called out urgently, "Hey you, do not strike him." The handsome merman glanced back at Nana, ceasing his song. Instead, he transformed into a massive black fish, measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, and lunged towards the black eagle, colliding with it forcefully and sending the 3-meter creature flying. The handsome figure was not a merman at all, but a colossal orca. Leveraging his size and robust physique, he relentlessly swatted the black eagle away, evading its attacks by shifting back into human form. However, each time he struck the eagle, he could not escape being scratched in return. The merman oscillated between his human and beast forms, his knee-length hair billowing in the air, as if it floated upon Nana's heart. The speed of the two, the eagle and the fish, was so swift that Nana could barely discern their movements. She could only retreat a few steps and lean against the large tree from which she had fallen. "Please, cease your fighting." As Nana gazed anxiously, a sudden force surged from behind her, prompting her to swiftly evade to the side. The individual behind her yanked down her white fox cloak, causing the fur covering her face to fall away as well. Nana turned to see a nearly 10-meter-long crocodile lying on the ground behind her. "Ah, hey you." Startled, Nana found herself unable to stand as the crocodile lunged at her with its gaping maw. Suddenly enveloped in darkness, she fell into the embrace of two individuals. A sun-kissed hand firmly grasped her shoulder, while another arm encircled her waist with force, pulling her in a different direction. The crocodile, having been sent flying by a powerful kick, was once again hurled into the air, its body hanging from a tree, a testament to the might of the black and white-tailed creature. Nana raised her head, and the two pairs of distinctive yet remarkably attractive eyes were silently engaged in a subtle contest. As they were situated closely, the sharpness within their gaze was momentarily overlooked, creating an illusion of an impending kiss. The handsome orca gentleman stepped back, releasing his grip, and presented Nana with a charming smile. "Little female, I am called Jing Yao." His laughter was indeed captivating, and although Nana sought to avoid being infatuated, the electric allure of his peach blossom eyes rendered her face flushed with embarrassment. Jing Yao retreated a step further and addressed Heiyu. "If you wish to capture the crocodile beastmen, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in a perilous encirclement." Heiyu surveyed the surroundings and noticed dozens of crocodiles crawling towards them. Without uttering a word, he hoisted Nana onto his back and ascended into the air. At that moment, the crocodiles lunged toward them, but they were swiftly repelled by the powerful strikes of the orca Jing Yao. As Nana witnessed a dozen crocodiles lunging towards Jing Yin, she anxiously called out, "Jing Yin." The black eagle had already lifted her high into the air, and as it departed, it did not forget to carry away the crocodile that had been struck and left hanging on a tree by both itself and Jing Yin. The black eagle soared with Nana to another grand tree not far away, pinning the crocodile beneath a branch and stating, "Transform into human form. I have a few questions for you." Nana clutched the back of Heiyu and gazed downward, witnessing the fierce clash below, where the encircling crocodiles left Jing Yin with no avenue of escape. Chapter 48. This was meant to be a beautifully tender declaration of love. Nana hastily urged Heiyu, refrain from questioning for now. "You must go and save him." Heijiao glanced down with a stoic expression and remarked, "He sought to seize you. His demise is only fitting." Nana quickly replied, "He did not push me. I fell on my own accord. And he merely caught me. Furthermore, he just thwarted those crocodiles' attacks." The black eagle gazed at her and remarked, "You were perfectly fine in the tree. If he hadn't collided with it, how could you have possibly fallen?" Nana, blushing, confessed, "I'm just infatuated." She continued, "I stumbled a bit, but he truly did not." The black eagle, unfazed, cast a glance downward and remarked, "Whether he did or not, if he perishes, it merely signifies his weakness." Sithu Nana had been gazing down at the battling whales and crocodiles when, upon hearing the words, she turned her head in astonishment, looking at Heiyu with disbelief. "How can you say such a thing?" Black Eagle tightened his grip with his talons, causing the crocodile beastman to cry out in pain, and replied, "Aside from you, I care not for the lives or deaths of any other beastmen." What should have been a tender declaration instead resonated with a chilling sense of indifference at that moment. Sithu Nana, holding back her tears, gazed downward and witnessed the great whale finally breaking free from the jaws of most of the crocodiles, with 3 or 4 still clinging to its body as it leaped into the expansive lake. Instantly, the surface of the water was marred by ripples of crimson, and soon the waves began to churn violently. The crocodiles at the shore pursued momentarily, only to retreat, seemingly aware that they were no match for the whale in the depths. Gradually, the tumultuous waves of the lake began to settle, and then the whale emerged from the heart of the lake, lifting its head to bestow upon her a gentle and enchanting smile. Sithu Nana beheld the wounds adorning his chest and shoulders, the crimson stain starkly contrasting against his fair complexion. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed upon him. Yet he responded with a smile, waving his hand before plunging into the water. His dark, flowing hair floated upon the surface of the lake before swiftly vanishing beneath the depths. Sithu Nana felt a profound sadness. This man, who possessed a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, was a complete stranger to her. Previously, she had been wrapped in layers of clothing, cloaked in a foul-smelling mantle. He had risked his life to save her from falling to her demise, nearly losing his own life in the process. After extricating himself from danger, he still smiled and waved goodbye to her. Sithu Nana felt as though her heart had been taken away by him. As she gazed upon the ripples dancing on the surface of the lake, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Sithu Nana kept her head bowed, and the black-feathered creature remained oblivious to her tears. Noticing that the fish had departed, he inquired of the crocodilian beast beneath his cloth, "What is the name of this young female?" The crocodilian replied, "I do not know her. How could I possibly be aware of her name?" In a fit of frustration, the black-feathered one kicked the crocodilian down to the ground beneath a tree. "Ah!" The crocodilian writhed in agony for some time before transforming back into a crocodile and slowly slinking away. The black-feathered creature then reverted to his human form, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, and remarked, "It is not the case that you belong to this tribe. If you were indeed one of their females, he would undoubtedly recognize you." Sithu Nana nodded quietly. Heiyu gazed at her and remarked, "In just a few days, the minor rainy season will arrive, providing us ample time to reach the bear beast tribe. The majority of the bear folk possess rather gentle temperaments, which is why I have planned for you to spend the minor rainy season there. However, take a moment to consider if you find the accommodations unappealing. We shall seek out a cave of our own. The game should suffice, and during our rest, we can gather ample greens and firewood." Sitting quietly, Nana choked out a soft response, "All right." The moment she spoke, Heiyu discerned something amiss. He gently lifted her chin, revealing her bright, tear-filled eyes and delicate, heart-shaped face. With utmost care, Heiyu endeavored to wipe away her tears, offering solace with his words, "There is no need for despair. The crocodile beast tribe was never a suitable place for females to dwell." Sithu Nana buried her face in his sturdy embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Her sorrow was not born from the loss of her tribe. Rather, it stemmed from his heartlessness and his inability to comprehend her feelings. Even in the warmth of his tight embrace, knowing that he cared solely for her, she felt an overwhelming sense of sadness and profound loneliness. He gently stroked her back, assuring her, "I will surely help you find your tribe." Sithu Nana wearily wiped away her tears, let out a deep sigh, and lifted her gaze to Heiyu, asking, "Heiyu, do you have feelings for me?" A look of surprise flickered in Heiyu's eyes before he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I do." Sithu Nana gazed at him, uncertain whether his affection for her was the reason behind their union or if their union had sparked his fondness for her. Suddenly, she felt a disinclination to share her thoughts with him, merely suggesting, "Let us find a place to spend the night." He nodded in agreement and transformed into a black eagle, lifting her onto his back and soaring away from that place. After flying south for approximately 2 hours, he landed atop a towering redwood tree, standing over 100 meters tall. Sithu Nana was aware that they would be sleeping in the trees that very night. She positioned a wooden bed upon the fork of the branch she had found, nibbled on a few morsels, and then reclined. Heiyu transformed into a black eagle, standing beside the grand bed, his wings spread above her, creating a canopy that shielded her from the winds at that height. ensuring she would neither be disturbed by the breeze nor feel stifled. Situ-Nana, unable to sleep and disinclined to converse, lay quietly in bed until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting off. The following day, after they had breakfast, as Heiyu held her while gathering her favorite foods and firewood, he gently said to her, "Nana, do not be disheartened." Situ-Nana was indeed feeling quite despondent. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to remedy her mood. Thus, she managed a faint smile, lifting the corners of her mouth. Heiyu inquired, "Are you upset because I didn't assist that fish?" Upon realizing he was onto something, Situ-Nana felt a desire to engage in conversation with him and nodded, responding, "A little. Do you have feelings for him?" Heiyu asked, gazing at her intently. Indeed, Situ-Nana harbors feelings for him, yet even in the absence of such affection, they ought to extend their assistance. After a night's reflection, her emotions have settled. She recognizes a harsh truth. He is a cold and ruthless wandering beastman. Nonetheless, he has become her companion. Since he cares for her, she resolves to reason with him. Thus, Situ-Nana meticulously elucidates to Heiyu, "Jing Yan embraced me to rescue me. You did not even inquire before resorting to violence against him. This is your first misstep." Subsequently, he risked himself amidst the assault of the crocodile beastmen to ensure our safe ascent. You possessed the capability to aid him. Yet you stood by as he nearly faced demise at their jaws. This is the second error I perceive in your actions. To witness someone who has aided you perish in indifference, who would extend help to others in the future, I implore you to embody the virtues of a noble beast man. This does not mean you must rush to save everyone, but to those who have offered us assistance, you must lend your aid. Chapter 49, The Bear Beast Tribe, at last. Arriving in the realm of normalcy, Heiyu pressed his lips together, yearning to convey to her, that was a 7th-level whale beast man. How could he so easily fall victim to those mid-level crocodiles? Moreover, he had not even sung, for it is well known that the siren's song is his most formidable weapon. Yet, gazing at her earnest expression, furrowed brow, and unwavering attention upon him, he could only nod and respond. "In the future, as long as you are safe, I shall follow your guidance. Do not be disheartened." Situ-Nana let out a sigh and nodded. "All right, as you say." Heiyu replied. And upon noticing Situ-Nana's brow unfurling, he leaned in to gently kiss her lips. Situ-Nana offered him no response, nor did she evade his presence. She was uncertain of her ability to transform him into the person she desired. Thus she could only embark on a gradual journey of exploration. She had always felt incapable of truly mastering him, which is why she genuinely preferred gentlemen, akin to Jing Yan. Heiyu swiftly carried Situ-Nana southward, soaring over the lush, low hills and traversing the myriad rivers and lakes, until they arrived at the Bear Beast Tribe on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Simu had already reached the Bear Beast Tribe the previous day and signaled to the two. Although this was not the tribe in which Situ-Nana had previously resided, they all believed that spending the 40 days of the minor rainy season in a larger tribe would be more advantageous. After flying over a grove of bamboo, the black eagle descended before a rice paddy. As Situ-Nana gently stimulated the partner mark of Shirmu upon her descent, she conveyed her arrival. Indeed, it was not long before a throng of brown bears and a lion emerged from a cave nestled in the mountainside. After descending, they traversed the irregular patches of wetlands and approached Situ-Nana and the black eagle. The golden-maned lion, transformed into his human form as Shirmu, rushed forward and embraced Situ-Nana with fervor, exclaiming, "Nana, I have missed you dearly." Situ-Nana embraced the passionate lion beast man, Lion-Mu, exclaiming, "I have missed you too." Lion-Mu held Situ-Nana for quite some time before releasing her, taking a moment to appraise her from head to toe. Ever since Situ-Nana had been taken out of the lion beast tribe by Wolf Song, the rainforest Zigua had seldom experienced heavy rainfall. The air was thick with anticipation for the forthcoming minor rainy season, resulting in an exceptionally sweltering atmosphere. In such oppressive heat, Situ-Nana appeared markedly haggard from her travels. With a twinge of concern, Lion-Mu gently caressed her delicate face, which was smaller than his palm, and remarked, "Nana, you have lost weight. You must have endured considerable hardship along the way, haven't you?" Situ-Nana smiled at Lion-Mu, saying, "I am fine, just a bit warm." The leading brown bear orc turned to Heiyu and inquired, "Are you the black eagle residing in the heart of the rainforest marshlands? I hear from Lion-Mu that you intend to spend the small rainy season with your partner in our bear tribe." Heiyu nodded, "Indeed. How much supplies will be necessary?" "We shall depart after the small rainy season." The brown bear orc replied, "If you are willing to join our tribe, there are females available and supplies will not be required." Heiyu, maintaining a stoic expression, reiterated, We shall depart after the small rainy season. It was evident that the brown bear orcs were aware of the notorious black eagle, and they did not welcome this fierce creature. However, they understood that driving Heiyu away would also mean losing the charming little female. The brown bear orcs glanced at Sith and Nana several times, smiling as they said, Lion Mu has already mentioned you. Both of you are formidable, and we sincerely invite you to join our bear tribe. Of course, we will not coerce you if you choose not to. Heiyu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Lion Mu took Sith and Nana by the hand and approached, saying, Nana, this is the head bear of the brown bear clan, Be Brown Poo. Sid and Nana greeted Zongpu with a warm smile, saying, Hello, Zongpu. I am Sid and Nana, and this is my companion, Heiyu. I hope to trouble you for the next few days. Zongpu, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, The lovely young lady Sid and Nana. We are truly delighted that you have come to our tribe to spend the small rainy season. Please, follow us. Lion Mu lifted Sid and Nana and walked alongside Zongpu, remarking, Last year, when our lion beast tribe traveled to the vast northern sea to trade for salt, we encountered Zongpu. At that time, he was not yet a level 7 beastman. I never imagined that after a year, he would have ascended to a higher rank. Zongpu, a robust middle-aged man with brown hair, chuckled and said, I too did not foresee that you, little lion, would become so formidable, nor that you would find such a beautiful partner. Haha. Previously, Situ Nana accompanied Heiyu as they traversed between tribes, perpetually on edge in the primitive jungle where conflict could erupt at any moment, and life was often extinguished over trivial disagreements. Now, as she listened to the conversation between Zongpu and Shermo, she felt as though she had finally arrived in a realm of normalcy. Zongpu led his companions across the rice fields and addressed Shermo, saying, I shall escort you to this point. Tomorrow marks the final day of summer. We will gather at the mountaintop at dusk to offer our prayers. We hope you will join us to witness the divine spectacle of the beast goddess heavenly fire. Shermo nodded in agreement, affirming, Very well, we shall be there. Zongpu smiled at Situ Nana and Heiyu before departing with 2 brown bear beastmen. 2 other brown bear beastmen lingered, their closely cropped brown hair complementing their brown leather skirts. One imposing brown bear beastman, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, turned to Situ Nana and said, Nana, during this prolonged and confining rainy season, have you considered seeking additional companions within our tribe? Traveling through the rainforests of Zay Kingdom with only 2 partners is simply inadequate. He thumped his muscular chest resoundingly and added, as a level 4 single beastman, I assure you I can safeguard you in the perilous jungle. Sith and Nana was not fond of strangers addressing her in such an informal manner. She preferred to be called by her full name, and when someone approached her simply calling her Nana, it felt as if they were presuming an intimacy that did not exist. Thus, she smiled at him and replied, You may call me Sithu. Only my partner is permitted to call me Nana. The expression on the face of the brown bear orc momentarily froze, realizing that she was declining his familiarity. Another brown bear orc leaned in and said, Sithu, my name is Zongyan. Although I am only at level 3, I possess a variety of skills, and I craft beautiful leather garments. At that moment, Lion Mu had already carried Sithu Nana to the entrance of the cave, where he had stayed the previous night. Lion Mu addressed the 2 brown bear orcs, saying, Nana has traveled quite a distance and is quite fatigued. We shall meet again at tomorrow's blessing ceremony. The 2 brown bear orcs paused at the cave's entrance, looking at Sithu Nana, and replied, Very well, Sithu. We shall enjoy tomorrow's blessing ceremony together. Sitting gracefully, Sithu Nana offered them a polite smile. All right. Upon witnessing her response, the 2 brown bear orcs departed with an air of elation, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 50. Preparing one's abode. Lion Mu cradled Sithu Nana and carried her into the cave. This cave was akin in size to the one he had in the lion beast tribe, measuring approximately 40 to 50 square meters. It also housed a smaller chamber of around 10 square meters designated for storage. Inside the cave, aside from a grassy nest, there lay some firewood and a piece of prey, with nothing else to be found. Lion Mu gently placed Sithu Nana upon the grassy nest and said to her, This firewood and prey were brought from the bear beast tribe yesterday. You and Blackfeather should rest here for a while. The small rainy season is approaching, and I shall go gather any additional supplies we may need. Sithu Nana ventured into the small cave, only to find it devoid of any significant resources. However, she had already amassed a considerable stockpile within her own space during her moments of respite over the past few days, which should suffice. Yet, the thought of residing in this desolate cave for 40 days prompted her to contemplate enhancing her living conditions. The issue of sanitation particularly troubled her. Was she truly expected to brave the torrential rain to relieve herself in the wilderness? Sid and Nana could not help but inquire. Does the little rainy season refer to a continuous downpour lasting 40 days? Heiyu responded, not necessarily. There may be a few days of sunshine interspersed. Yet it predominantly consists of incessant heavy and light rain. On rainy days, one finds it challenging to locate dry items. Thus, an ample supply of firewood is essential. C2 Nana began to comprehend the situation. She addressed her two companions, saying, while it is still light, let us venture into the wilderness together to gather supplies. You may not be able to carry much firewood back, but I certainly can. Lion Mu replied, you have been weary for so many days. It would be best for you to rest comfortably in the cave. C2 Nana shook her head and said, I am not tired. And it does not matter whether I take a day or two off. Isn't the rainy season long enough for a 40-day respite? This is the first place I have stayed for an extended period since arriving on this work continent. I wish to make it a bit more comfortable. C2 Nana clung to Lion Mu's arm and said, Lion Mu, let us venture out together. Lion Mu cast a glance at Heiyu, who in turn looked towards C2 Nana. C2 Nana blinked her large eyes. Heiyu, she called. Heiyu nodded. Let's go. The three of them exited the cave. And Heiyu transformed into a black eagle, lifting Sid and Nana onto his back before using his claws to grasp Shermu and soaring out of the bear beast tribe. During this period, it had scarcely rained, making the search for dry firewood quite effortless. As Sid and Nana gathered firewood, she collected all the edible and useful plants she could find. She also instructed Heiyu and Shermu to locate a towering redwood, over 100 meters high, and cut it into 3 sections to store inner space. With such a substantial tree as her timber, she felt well prepared for the upcoming 40 days of the light rainy season. During this time, she had been sitting on a wooden sofa that served both as a chair and a bed, and she planned to utilize the rainy season to have them assist her in crafting the furniture necessary for her daily needs. Next, Sid and Nana set her sights on a tree known as the house tree. This tree was not particularly tall, yet its thick trunk and dense crown, resembling a mushroom, caught her attention. Most importantly, she envisioned the need for a private bathroom. She could place this house tree next to the cave of the bear tribe, allowing them to dig a small tunnel, thereby providing her with a space for her personal hygiene and washing needs. Could she perhaps dig a dry toilet underground? She shared her thoughts with Heiyu and Shermu, both of whom found the idea feasible. They agreed that they could simply dispose of the bathwater daily. Shermu informed Sid and Nana that the females in their tribe, when unable to venture out during the rainy season, would relieve themselves in stone basins, while their partners would take care of the disposal. The males, being more rugged, would venture out to hunt even in light rain, finding it manageable. He suggested that Sid and Nana could adopt a similar practice, thus eliminating the need for a dry toilet. Sid and Nana contemplated the notion of a litter box for pets, believing it would foster a cleaner and more hygienic environment. Burying waste in sand would alleviate any potential embarrassment. However, the necessity of a bathroom remained evident, for the caves were poorly ventilated, rendering them quite unsanitary. As twilight approached, Black Eagle carried Sid and Nana on his back, clutching a 2-story tree with his talons as they soared back to the bear beast tribe. Meanwhile, Lion Mu returned with an assortment of prey, some hunted by Black Feather previously, and others procured that very afternoon, intended as contributions to the bear beast tribe as supplies. Upon their return to their dwelling, Black Feather promptly set about removing the branches from the tree, ensuring that it could be positioned against the cave wall. Lion Mu began to address Sid and Nana's requests for improvements to their living quarters. The first task at hand was to create a wooden door as the cave entrance. Nearly 3 meters wide and 3 meters high, left Sid and Nana feeling quite vulnerable. The lack of privacy was discomforting for someone accustomed to modern sensibilities. She instructed Lion Mu to construct a 2-meter-tall wooden door, considering that the average height of the orcs on Beastman continent ranged from 1.7 to 2 meters, with Black Feather being the tallest she had encountered. This wooden door would merely obstruct their line of sight, embodying the adage that one must guard against the honorable, not the dishonorable. Subsequently, she unearthed several small pieces of animal hide that she found unappealing and directed Lion Mu to affix them to cover the remaining 1-meter gap. As he hammered the hides into place, Lion Mu inquired, why go to such lengths? Couldn't we have simply constructed a larger wooden panel to block the view? Sid and Nana sat upon a tree stump, savoring her dinner, and remarked, if we were to directly block the entrance with wooden planks, the cave would become quite stuffy and poorly ventilated. Lion Mu, adhering to Sid and Nana's suggestion, affixed several pieces of animal hide to a long stone, crafting a movable curtain. He leapt down from the stump and approached Sid and Nana, exclaiming, Nana, you are truly astute. Indeed, you are deserving of the blessings bestowed upon you by the beast god. Sid and Nana smiled at him and remarked, Indeed, how could one possibly be worthy of such a formidable Shermu? Shermu's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with brilliance as he replied, I am not formidable. You are the truly remarkable one. As the two engaged in their affectionate conversation, Heiyu removed the wooden board that had been blocking the entrance and announced, Nana, a female from the Bear Beast tribe has come in search of you. Sithu Nana set down her utensils and, taking Shermu's hand, exited the cave. Outside, she encountered a statuesque female towering over 6 feet, leading 3 other females and numerous male beasts who stood at the cave's entrance. Among them was Zongpu. Zongpu addressed Sithu Nana from outside, saying, Little female, this is Zongqing, the matriarch of our bear clan and my partner. Zongqing beamed a warm smile and exclaimed, Sithu Nana, you are truly a beautiful and charming little female. Sithu Nana was taken aback to discover that the chieftain of the Brown Bear clan was, in fact, a female. In her mind, chieftains were always formidable male beastmen. This brown Qing sported a cascade of long, wavy brown hair and donned a tiger-striped leather skirt, exuding both voluptuousness and the primal beauty of untamed strength. Chapter 51. Does a higher rank grant the liberty to strike beasts at will? Sithu Nana gazed at Zongqing with an envious glint in her eyes, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of inferiority. Greetings, Chief Zongqing. Your beauty is the epitome of what a female should embody. I have brought shame upon our kind. Zongqing gently patted Sithu Nana's hand with a smile. Regardless of one's appearance, you have not brought shame upon our kind. While you may be a bit slender, what truly matters is your health. You are remarkably beautiful, and when it comes to seeking a partner, you far surpass me. You have accomplished feats that many females can only dream of. With that, she cast a pointed glance at Heiyu, who stood nearby. Sithu Nana was perplexed. Yet upon observing the group of single creatures with gleaming eyes behind Zongqing, she instinctively recoiled in trepidation. Zongqing, with a playful smile, remarked, Why are you afraid of them? If you fancy them, simply embrace them. If not, just send them away. Sithu Nana gazed at Zongqing with a somewhat dazed expression. As the psychological shadow cast by Lang Song loomed large over her, could she truly drive him away? Zongqing released Sithu Nana's hand and said, I merely came to meet you. Initially, I intended to assess what your cave might be lacking, but now that darkness has enveloped the sky, I shall not disturb your rest. Should you require any assistance, you may seek out Zong Yang and the others in the adjacent cave. I shall return tomorrow to converse with you. Sithu Nana nodded, expressing her gratitude for the concern. I lack nothing here, she remarked. In truth, there was nothing to begin with, but in the future it will transform into a place of abundance. With a gentle smile, Zongqing led a group of over 10 individuals away. After bidding farewell to Zongqing and her companions, Sithu Nana turned back towards the cave. By this time, the sky had turned pitch black, yet the bright, full moon illuminated the area outside the cave, casting a soft light. However, upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped her, rendering her hand invisible before her eyes. Sithu Nana addressed Simu, saying, Simu, please kindle a fire. It is exceedingly dark. In truth, her night vision was still remarkably sharp, yet her spirit remained accustomed to the comforts of a well-lit environment. Simu replied with a simple, all right, before turning to gather wood shavings from the planks to start a fire. Observing Heiyu still working on the branches of the house tree, Sithu Nana remarked, Heiyu, it suffices to clear the branches near the cave, leave the outer ones as they are. They may still provide some shelter from the rain at the cave's entrance during the rainy season. Heiyu nodded, having nearly finished with one side of the branches. He then pushed the house tree against the cave wall, declaring, I will soon dig a passage between the cave and the tree hollow. You will be able to bathe inside in no time. Sithu Nana nodded with delight. All right. Heiyu proceeded to excavate a cave, while Shermu ignited a fire, illuminating the cavern with a warm glow. Sithu Nana felt no warmth of home. Instead, she was engulfed in an overwhelming heat. The temperature soared into the 30s, and it had been over 10 days since the last rainfall. While the cave had offered a semblance of coolness, the flames of the bonfire were now threatening to suffocate her with their intensity. After swiftly finishing her unfinished dinner, Sithu Nana yearned for a refreshing cold shower, for the heat was unbearable. However, Blackfeather was still engaged in digging a tunnel. Therefore, she ventured into the small cave designated for storing items, which lacked a bonfire and offered a cooler respite. As she surveyed the modest space of about 10 square meters, an idea struck her. Why not utilize this cave as a room? During the 40 days of the rainy season, converting it into a living space seemed like an excellent choice. By draping a hide at the entrance, no one would be able to see inside, and they might even believe it to be a store of supplies, which would be quite advantageous. Satana Nana has unveiled the wooden bed previously crafted by Heiyu. However, accommodating the three of them on this 2-meter wide and 3-meter long bed may prove somewhat cramped. It appears that a new bed will need to be constructed in the future. Additionally, laying down some animal skins on the floor and adding a quaint dressing table topped with a vase holding a single flower would undoubtedly create a charming atmosphere. At the entrance of the cave, Situ Nana pondered for a considerable time. Then, Lion Mu approached, enveloping her in his embrace, and gently rested his forehead against hers, whispering, "Nana, I have missed you dearly." With that, he pressed his lips against hers. After more than 10 days apart, Situ Nana too had yearned for Lion Mu. And she reciprocated by wrapping her arms around him, engaging in an intimate and passionate kiss. After Black Feather completed the preparations for the cave, he cast several glances at the couple before quietly tidying up the scattered items inside and carrying Situ Nana's bathing tub outside. Once Lion Mu had savored the kiss enough, he reluctantly released Situ Nana, cradling her in his arms with great satisfaction, saying, "Nana, you have lost so much weight. During this period, I shall prepare an abundance of delicious meals for you." Sitoan Nana leaned comfortably against his embrace and said, "MHM." Lion Mu replied, "You mentioned earlier that you wanted to eat scrambled eggs. Teach me how to prepare them." Situ Nana responded with a soft all right. Her obedient and compliant demeanor ignited a fervent passion within Shermu's heart. He lifted her chin and fervently pressed his lips against hers. Situ Nana had already tidied up the cave and, after taking a bath, returned with a large bucket of bathing water. Heiyu Ching forcefully tore Simu away and tossed him out at the entrance of the cave. Simu, somewhat irritated, inquired, "What are you doing?" "I was just getting close to Nana." Heiyu, with an impassive expression, retorted, "You were already being affectionate before I left, and upon my return, you were still at it." Simu protested, "I didn't do anything in between." Disregarding his claims, Heiyu was about to drag C2 Nana for a bath when he noticed her slightly swollen lips. He reached out to touch them, only to pivot and deliver a sudden punch to Simu's face. This unexpected assault left both C2 Nana and Simu momentarily stunned. One was caught off guard by the abruptness, while the other was baffled, as battles among beastmen typically involved claws and bites, rather than fists. After several blows, Simu, evading the attacks, furiously shouted, "Hey Dio, what are you doing? Just because you have a higher level, does that give you the right to strike a beast at will?" He shielded his head and face, but Heiyu, unable to land a hit on his face, kicked him out of the cave, warning, "If you act so recklessly again, you'll experience the might of my claws." Simu, recalling C2 Nana's slightly swollen lips, fell silent, his handsome face contorted in a pitiful expression as he gazed at her. C2 Nana could only offer a faint smile to Lion Mu, reflecting on how, during that incident, Heiyu had also been equally careless. Nevertheless, she decided to let it go. C2 Nana entered the dwelling tree through a small passage freshly excavated by Black Feather. He had meticulously sealed the junction between the dwelling tree and the cave, rendering it impervious to the slightest breeze. Within the hollow of the tree, he had prepared a sand basin and a small brazier for her. "You may bathe now. With the brazier, there is no need to fear the darkness. This water is cold, but do you not have hot water stored in your space? Retrieve it, and I shall assist you in adding a touch of warmth to it, so it will no longer be frigid." Sid Nana nodded in agreement. Heiyu prepared the bathwater for her and only left after ensuring everything was in order. Chapter 52. This bed is a bit small. Sito Nana indulged in a soothing warm bath, casually washing her clothes as well, which she then hung to dry in a tree hollow. During this period, she had taken to washing her clothes immediately after bathing, ensuring they would be dry by the following day. It was imperative that Black Feather did not witness her doing laundry. He always insisted on assisting her, yet the garments were hardly soiled, merely bearing the scent of perspiration. A quick rinse was all that was necessary. Upon her emergence, Situ Nana was immediately lifted by Heiyu, who instructed Shermu, "Please dispose of Nana's bathwater and fetch a fresh bucket of water. She will require it for her morning wash." Shermu promptly acknowledged, "Understood." Subsequently, Heiyu gently laid Situ Nana upon the wooden bed within the small cave. Sito Nana remarked, "Heiyu, this bed feels rather cramped." Heiyu retorted, "Where is it small? I have always slept soundly here." Without waiting for her response, he pressed his lips against hers. He lingered on her lips for a considerable time, and when she gently pushed him away, nearly breathless, his lips softly brushed against her head, her face, and her neck. Sito Nana was deeply moved by his affectionate kiss. He had never embraced her in such a manner before. Just as she began to lose herself in fanciful thoughts, Heiyu ceased kissing her, merely enfolding her in his arms and placing her hand upon his third hand, stating, This bed is meant for the two of us. Nana felt a mixture of relief and disappointment as she looked up at him and inquired, "Where will Shermu sleep?" At that moment, Shermu had completed the tasks assigned by Heiyu and returned after taking a bath. He entered the small cave and declared, "I wish to sleep alongside Nana." Heiyu cast a glance at him and retorted, "That is not permissible." Shermu, unwilling to accept this, protested, "I am also Nana's partner. Why should it be forbidden?" Heiyu remained silent, his cold gaze suggesting that any further dispute might lead to conflict. Shermu, unable to meet his stare, lowered his eyes and said, "You cannot monopolize Nana like this." With an expressionless demeanor, Heiyu replied, "Are you seeking a fight?" Nana, genuinely apprehensive that a conflict might arise, hurriedly exclaimed, "Heiyu, I too wish to share a bed with Shermu. Would it be acceptable if I sleep with you today and with him tomorrow?" Heiyu cast a glance at Nana, pressed his lips together, and replied, "You shall spend 2 nights with me before you can sleep with him for one." Nana, fearing that Simu might still refuse, immediately embraced Heiyu and said, "Very well, let it be as you wish. However, it has been quite some time since we were together. Tonight, I would like him to sleep beside me. He may rest in the grassy nest. Is that acceptable?" Heiyu reluctantly replied, "All right then, let him sleep outside tomorrow." Nana felt helpless, uncertain of how to address the situation with the three of them sharing a bed. After all, what harm could it possibly bring? However, faced with the formidable presence of Heiyu, she found herself at a loss for words. She buried her head in his embrace and remained silent. In the meantime, Shermu felt a deep sense of disappointment. Yet, he knew he could not contend with Heiyu and thus complied with his wishes. Quietly, he stepped outside to gather the grass nest and brought it back inside. Heiyu paid him no mind and, lowering his head, tenderly kissed Nana on her cheeks and lips before softly uttering, "Let us rest." Nana harbored a desire to alter her circumstances. However, she was merely a 20-year-old girl who had experienced but a fleeting romance, and thus found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. Indeed, she felt a tinge of trepidation towards him, and it was precisely this apprehension that rendered her often bewildered. Despite his willingness to do so much for her and his kindness towards her, in moments of despondency, she could only quietly nestle in his embrace before surrendering to slumber. The following morning, after a light breakfast, Nana accompanied Heiyu into the wilderness, for he had informed her that the minor rainy season was imminent, making outdoor excursions inconvenient thereafter. Thus, they needed to gather provisions today. In truth, Nana had nearly fulfilled her quest, having even discovered wheat, which the locals referred to as millet. Yet, she had not yet had the opportunity to savor this millet, primarily due to her recent forays into the outdoors, which were ill-suited for the preparation of elaborate dishes requiring extensive cooking time. Their primary aim that day was to procure eggs and some seasonings, so that when the rainy season arrived, they could prepare a sumptuous feast within the cave. The previous batch of cooked food was quickly depleting, necessitating a replenishment of ready-to-eat provisions. Heiyu led her on a morning expedition, during which he prepared a simple lunch for her in the wilderness. After they finished their meal, they set out to locate the solitary hunter, Simu. Concerned for Simu, a 5th-level beastman, and Nana being alone in the wild, Heiyu insisted they return to the tribe for safety. He intended to hunt alone in the afternoon, believing it would yield greater efficiency. Nana and Lion Mu returned to the bear beast tribe, instructing Lion Mu to proceed with his plans for arranging the cave. Firstly, she gathered some inferior animal hides to nail at the entrance of the small cave, thereby separating the sleeping quarters from the living area. Next, she directed Lion Mu to excavate a fire pit designated for placing a pot, ensuring that the smoke would be vented outside. Nana could only admit that she lacked technical skills. As an ordinary girl residing in a bustling metropolis, she was entirely unfamiliar with the principles behind the rural stone stove. All she knew was to instruct Shermu to gather stones to construct a stove, securely positioning it in the corner with a proper vent for smoke, thereby eliminating the need to rebuild the cooking platform each time and alleviating the heat within the cave. Once Shermu had fashioned the stove, Nana began to teach him how to scramble eggs. She first retrieved a wooden basin and instructed Shermu to crack open 2 eggs, each the size of her head, and pour them into the basin, adding salt and stirring them thoroughly. As she mixed, the pungent aroma of the eggs wafted up, prompting her to request that Shermu crush a fist-sized piece of ginger to extract its juice, which she then incorporated into the mixture to mitigate the eggy scent. When the stone pot reached a suitable temperature, she directed Shermu to pour in oil, followed by half a basin of the egg mixture. Only after it began to set did she allow him to stir it, resulting in a delightful batch of scrambled eggs. After preparing this dish, C2 Nana felt that the stone stove had largely fulfilled her expectations. Although the smoke ventilation was mediocre and some smoke still lingered in the cave, her limited knowledge constrained her ability to make further improvements. Once Shermu had prepared 2 batches of scrambled eggs, she then instructed him to fry some eggs sunny side up. This task was simpler. All they needed to do was heat the oil and fry the eggs until both sides were cooked. Shermu transformed all 12 of the large eggs he had gathered that morning into sunny side up eggs, one of which would suffice for C2 Nana's meals for 2 or 3 servings. The remaining 3 or 4 smaller eggs were set aside, intended for boiling when they heated water later, or perhaps for baking, which she had heard was quite fragrant. Although she had never tasted baked eggs and was unsure how to prepare them, as C2 Nana savored her perfectly crispy yet tender sunny side up eggs, Zongqing arrived, accompanied by a tall, well-proportioned female. This time, they were not accompanied by a large group of male beastmen, but rather just 2 males who appeared to be their partners. Chapter 53. Who is truly obedient? Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Zongqing exclaimed dramatically, "Heavens! C2, what delectable food do you have in your cave? It smells divine." C2 Nana placed the half-eaten fried egg back into the wooden bowl and stepped outside. Zongqing, hello. Zongqing stood at the cave entrance, peering inside. In the center of the cave lay a large wooden stump, upon which rested 2 wooden bowls, one containing the eggs that C2 Nana had been enjoying, and the other reserved for the fried eggs prepared by Shermu. Naturally, the bowl belonging to Shermu was empty, for C2 Nana, in her quest to preserve freshness, had promptly collected the eggs into her space as soon as Shermu had scooped them out. C2 Nana smiled as she invited them in, saying, "Zongqing, please come in. I'm merely frying an egg, so there is not much to eat." Zongqing and her companions followed C2 Nana into the cave. Inside, there were 3 wooden stumps serving as seats, as originally, only 3 individuals resided there. Thus, C2 Nana had only brought out 3 stumps, with outsiders present. It was inconvenient to retrieve additional stumps. She turned to Zongqing, smiling, and said, "Please take a seat." With that, she settled back onto her original spot. "All right." The 2 of them mimicked her and perched upon the stumps, immediately captivated by the flames dancing in the stove. One of the female companions expressed her astonishment. "C2, you possess heavenly fire." Zongqing echoed her curiosity, inquiring, "How did you manage to bring heavenly fire to our bear beast tribe from other clans?" "You must know that we have to ensure the heavenly fire remains alight in our tribe. Each day, we need a beast to vigilantly guard it in the cave." At that moment, Liamo had just finished scooping the last fried egg into an empty wooden bowl. Sister Nana said to them, "You should also give this fried egg a try." Zongqing's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at the egg, exclaiming, "Food cooked with heavenly fire. Sister, you are truly remarkable. I simply must give it a taste." With that, she reached out to grab it. C2 Nana hastily called out to her, "Zongqing, wait a moment." In the midst of their bewildered gazes, C2 Nana instructed Shermu to promptly procure 4 slender branches, the very ones that you had plucked from the tree yesterday, now resting beside the hearth in the cave. At that moment, the female noticed the companion mark, a humanoid imprint, on Shermu's left arm. She remarked, "This companion mark is indeed humanoid. Initially, I found it hard to believe. C2, do you not possess a beast form? Why is the companion mark in humanoid form?" This question had not crossed C2 Nana's mind in quite some time, and she struggled to articulate a response to others. Having spent so long outside, she nearly forgot how to interact with ordinary people. Observing her silence, the female, feeling slightly awkward, added, "I am merely curious, if you prefer not to share." "That is perfectly fine. By the way, my name is Zongru." C2 Nana smiled at her, saying, "Zongru, how do you do?" I was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Shermu had already prepared 2 pairs of chopsticks and brought them over. C2 Nana, utilizing her skill in teaching them to wield chopsticks, deftly divided the fried egg, which was slightly larger than their faces, into 2 halves. She then placed the chopsticks into the hands of Zongqing, encouraging her, "Do give it a try and see if you can pick up the egg with the chopsticks." The 2 young women, filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness, grasped the chopsticks and commenced their endeavor to learn the art of consuming fried eggs. Meanwhile, Shermu and the 2 male beastmen who accompanied them remained stationed at the entrance of the cave, for it was customary that when women gathered to chat, the presence of men nearby was often unwelcome. As C2 Nana observed the playful banter and mutual encouragement between Zongqing and Zongru, she was suddenly reminded of her university roommates, who shared a similar camaraderie. One of her roommates was particularly forthright, always speaking her mind without reservation. while they sometimes found her incisive remarks irksome. They often sought her counsel when indecision plagued them, evoking a complex blend of affection and exasperation. Reflecting on this roommate, Sustenance resolved to speak candidly to her companions. After all, the original owner of her body harbored a deep-seated desire to enlighten others that being a natural female was not synonymous with being an ominous beast, and that all misfortunes were unrelated to her. Although this sentiment was likely directed towards her kin, should she not aspire to enlighten all the denizens of the rainforest kingdom and even the entirety of the beastman continent? As she listened to Zongqing and Zongru extolling the virtues of the delectable fried egg, Sustenance seized the moment to reveal. As you can see from the partner mark on my companion's arm, I do not possess a beast form. I am a natural female, born in human shape. The two, momentarily pausing to swallow their bites of egg, gazed at her in astonishment. Born in human shape? How extraordinary. After a brief pause, they added, Situ, this fried egg is truly delicious. Sustenance smiled and nodded, saying, cooking a fried egg is indeed quite simple. Simply heat the stone pot and crack the egg into it to cook it thoroughly. You may also ask your partners to prepare it for you. Zongqing gazed at the stone pot and the dwindling flames of the stove, remarking, the heavenly fire in our tribe is only brought back to the cave for warmth before the arrival of winter. Zongru nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, to ensure that the heavenly fire does not extinguish, we require a substantial amount of firewood. Sustenance recalled the absence of fire in the lion beast tribe and addressed the leader of the brown bear clan, Brown Qing, saying, I have just received the blessing of the beast god at the guardian stone tablet in the Far East. He has instructed me to impart the knowledge of fire-making to everyone, so that in the future, we need not toil so hard to preserve the embers. Fire-making. Brown Qing and Brown Ru appeared momentarily speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. Sustenance nodded, saying, after tonight's prayer gathering, I shall impart the method of making fire to all the orcs of the bear beast tribe. Zhou Qing, astonished, inquired Sidu, are you truly willing to share such a wondrous technique with our bear beast tribe? Sustenance smiled and said, indeed, the beast god instructed me to do so. I am grateful to the beast god, and I also thank Sido. You truly are a wonderful female. Zongqing gazed at Sustenance with the admiration reserved for an idol. Suddenly, Zongru exclaimed, no wonder you were able to tame that ferocious black eagle beast man. It turns out you possess such remarkable prowess. Sustenance felt a bit awkward. What did her ability to start a fire have to do with Black Feather? And when had she ever tamed him? Zongqing glanced around the cave, ensuring that the ferocious black eagle orc was nowhere in sight, before leaning closer to Sustenance and whispering, you have no idea. I've heard that the black eagle is particularly savage, even preying on females. We were terrified when we heard from Shi Mu that he was coming. Who would have thought he would be so submissive before you? You say I am impressive, but in my eyes, you are the most formidable female of all. Sustenance blushed, exclaiming, where is he ever obedient in front of her? It is she who is submissive before him. Zhang Ru gently patted Sustenance's hand, reassuring her, all right, we haven't asked you to divulge the secrets of taming a husband, so there is no need to feel anxious. Chapter 54, Women Should Support One Another. Sustenance, in a fit of resignation, proclaimed, I am not anxious, nor do I possess any secrets for taming a husband. Zongqing nodded with a smile, replying, indeed, what secrets could a woman possibly wield for taming a husband? A woman is akin to the sovereign of a cave, possessing the power of procreation. Even the lives of our partners rest in our hands, compelling them to behave submissively before us. However, it is sometimes advantageous to indulge our beastly spouses, for male beasts invariably delight in flattery. Sustenance was utterly astonished by the words exchanged between Zongqing and Zongru. Is this truly how females interact with their male counterparts? Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly inquired, do your partners always heed your words? Zongqing responded, of course. What male would dare to disregard his partner's wishes once they are bonded? However, we certainly wouldn't dare to seek out a black eagle, as they are rather fierce. In this regard, you are far more formidable. Sustenance glanced at the left arms of the two women, both adorned with strapless garments, which conveniently allowed her to observe the companion marks. Nearly 2 full circles in number. Intrigued, she inquired, how many companions does one circle represent? Zongqing replied with a smile, each circle consists of 9 companions. I have precisely 2 circles, plus my primary companion, totaling 19 companions. However, 2 have perished, leaving me with 17 companions. Zongru added, I, too, have 17. Though I have lost 3 companions. Sito Nana did not inquire about the circumstances of their partner's demise. Through her recent experiences, she had come to understand that men are indeed quite susceptible to death. Whether through hunting, seeking salt, or falling prey to marauding beasts, the perils were abundant. Illness could strike, or one could succumb to the venom of poisonous insects or snakes. There were also those who unintentionally ingested toxic substances, whether animal or plant, and met their end. Others might perish from sun exposure or, conversely, from the biting cold. In truth, the ways of dying were manifold. Sithu Nana inquired softly, "What do you do during the night when you have so many companions?" The two females exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with shared amusement. Zongqing remarked, "Such a question is only posed by those with fewer partners. Those with many do not concern themselves with it." Zongru added, "You have too few companions. Perhaps you should seek some within our bear tribe. If you are not fond of Zongji and Zongyang, you may find others among the bear clans, black and white bears. Polar bears, or even black bears would suffice." Sito Nana conversed with them for quite some time, shedding her shyness, and playfully nudged the two, saying, "What are your plans for the evening? You are suggesting I find a companion. Yet you seem unperturbed by the thought of the black-feathered creature devouring those bear-like beasts as if they were mere sustenance." Upon hearing this, the smiles on their faces instantly froze, and Zongqing gazed at Sito Nana in astonishment. "That black eagle would even consider your companion as a meal?" Sitha Nana promptly shook her head, insisting, "No, I only have two partners." Zongqing and Zongru exchanged glances, contemplating, "So, she's merely attracting the male beastmen?" Zongqing then said earnestly, "Your primary partner's behavior is unacceptable. You must address this. Otherwise, remaining with just two partners would be quite disadvantageous for you." Sita Nana inquired directly, "How can we treat this?" Zongru immediately chuckled, "Are you daring enough to accept him? There is no remedy for such a fierce companion. We certainly cannot take on someone so formidable. Sito Nana, I am aware of his ferocity. There is no need for you to reiterate." After a moment of contemplation, Zhuangqing softly suggested, "You might consider issuing him a warning. Simply convey that should he dare to consume your maid, you shall refrain from sharing a bed with him or assisting in the bearing of offspring. However, do not disclose that we imparted this advice. For although my partner is also of the 7th tier, he cannot contend with him." She paused briefly before continuing, "At night, resting is quite simple. Everyone can nestle together in a large grassy abode or choose to sleep only with their most cherished partners. Personally, when I am in a good mood, I alternate between them, spending a night with each. In times of melancholy or exuberance, I opt to be with my primary partner or the one I hold in special regard. Sometimes, it is unnecessary to overly concern oneself with the sentiments of partners. One's own happiness is paramount." Sithu Nana nodded and replied, "All right, I shall keep it to myself." She then grasped Zhuangqing's hand and said, "Dear sister, please teach me once more what other methods can be employed to ensure that the beastly husband listens." Zhuangqing was momentarily taken aback. "What sister?" Sito Nana remarked. "One may refer to a female older than oneself as sister, while a female younger than oneself may be addressed as younger sister." Zongqing inquired with curiosity, "Oh, did the beast god impart this wisdom to you?" Sito Nana nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the beast god has decreed that females must support one another. Otherwise, the males may eventually take advantage of us." Zhang Ru retorted, "Dare they?" Sito Nana contemplated the wolf pack and remarked, "They no longer wish to live. They dare to take such risks. Is it not said that the feral beastmen will seize the females?" Zongqing, recalling the chaos of the wilderness, nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, we females must support one another." Thus, the three women huddled together, quietly discussing the art of taming their husbands. It was only then that Situna realized that in the Orc continent, it was not solely the females who could enhance their bodies through the partner mark. The males could also elevate their abilities through this bond. After forming a partnership, males could communicate the divine power of the beast gods through their female counterparts, thereby facilitating their ascension. This is why males willingly entrust their lives to females. Without a partner, they must endure countless life and death battles to progress. However, once united with a female, although she could easily end their lives, though typically, few females would kill their partners without cause, they could procreate and ascend more effortlessly. Thus, the males deeply yearn for the favor of females. Their pursuit is not solely for the sake of offspring. After all, not every male covets progeny, but every male requires strength. Without it, death could come unexpectedly. Moreover, with a female partner, they can fulfill their primal physiological needs together and gain a cohort of male companions with whom they can share life and death entrusting their backs to one another. In the Orc continent, it is widely acknowledged that the most trustworthy relationships among males are those who share the same female partner, uniting them in a formidable bond of strength. In summary, the advantages of forming a partnership with a female are truly abundant. Sister Nana truly feels enlightened. The whispered conversation among these three women came to a close as Blackfeather returned, laden with a bounty of prey. Upon his arrival, Brown Sunny smiled and said, "We have already intruded upon little Sister Ceto's afternoon, so we shall take our leave. Remember to ask Brown Extreme to accompany you to the tribe's blessing square during dusk for the blessing ceremony." Sister Situna nodded, acknowledging, understood, Sister Zonqing and Sister Zongru. "See you shortly." "See you soon." Zonqing and Zongru departed with their two bear companions, who had kept vigil at the cave entrance for an entire afternoon. Heiyu gently ruffled Situna's hair and inquired, "Did you converse for an entire afternoon? Are you weary?" Chapter 55. You were too weak. Unworthy of qualification, Situ Nana shook her head and said, "I am not tired. However, I must admit that after speaking for a while, I feel somewhat parched." Heiyu immediately shot a glare at Shermu, exclaiming, "Are you not going to pour some water for Nana?" To which Shermu, perplexed, replied, "When several ladies wish to converse, am I to restrain them from doing so?" Heiyu, with a look of disdain, averted her gaze from him and said to Situ Nana, "Allow me to prepare some hot water for you." Situ Nana smiled and said, "No need. I still have hot water prepared. It's just inconvenient to take it out and drink in front of them." Situ Nana poured herself a drink from the bamboo tube. To which Heiyu remarked, "What inconvenience is there? They cannot take away your space." While sipping her water, Situ Nana responded, "You make a compelling point." In the novels she had read previously, the female protagonists often concealed their uniqueness with great caution, leading her to believe that it was prudent to keep such traits hidden from others. Situ Nana inquired uncertainly, "Is it truly of no concern?" Lion Mu replied, "You have already disclosed to the bear tribe that you are inherently female, and you mentioned that you would teach everyone how to kindle fire from branches shortly. Therefore, the matter of space should be of no issue, should it? Is this space not a gift bestowed upon you by the beast god?" Situ Nana nodded, considering it a blessing bestowed by the beast god. Lion Mu continued, "You claim to have received the beast god's favor beneath the stone tablet? You are truly a female favored exceptionally by the beast god. This evening, many single beastmen will undoubtedly seek your companionship." Situ Nana, recalling the conversation she had with Zongqing and the others that afternoon, awkwardly inquired, "Did you overhear what we discussed this afternoon?" Lion Mu, gazing at her with caution, responded, "You spoke rather loudly, so I caught the majority of it. Will that make you unhappy?" Situ Nana, "No, not at all. They haven't said anything that shouldn't be heard by Shermu, have they? It would be best if Heiyu remains unaware." Shermu cast a glance at Heiyu and said to Situ Nana, "Nana enjoys conversing with the ladies during the next rainy season. I shall accompany you to seek them out." Situ Nana was uncertain whether his words implied that he intended to exclude Heiyu. She glanced over and noticed Lion Mu winking at her with his enchanting apricot eyes. Situ Nana smiled knowingly at him and nodded. Heiyu was oblivious to the silent exchange they shared, but he instructed Situ Nana to gather the pile of game. He then added, "There is still a little time before dusk. Allow me to prepare some food for you, as their tribe consumes it raw, and you do not partake in such fare." Situ Nana smiled at him, saying, "The stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat from noon are still available, and this afternoon, Simu even prepared some eggs for me. I shall suffice with just a little. You have spent the entire afternoon hunting. It is time for you to rest. The sun has already begun its descent, and twilight approaches swiftly. Therefore, everyone has decided against venturing there, and we shall wait a while to attend the prayer gathering." Situ Nana was enjoying her dinner in advance when her neighbors, Zongji and Zongyang, approached and stood at the entrance of the cave. "Little Situ," they said, "the sun is beginning to set. Shall we go attend the tribe's blessing ceremony?" After finishing her last bite of food, Situ Nana said to them, "Please wait a moment. I will be ready shortly." Zhangji remarked, "Dear Situ, there is no need for such words. We shall certainly wait for you. There is no need to rush." Situ Nana offered them a gentle smile before retreating into her modest cave to tidy herself up. She donned a loose-fitting vest dress crafted from black feathers and opted to leave her wooden lace-up sandals unchanged. After all, a day had passed, and her hair had become somewhat disheveled. She gathered it into a relaxed ponytail, securing it with a leather strap fashioned into a charming bow beneath the braid. For a young lady, possessing a vanity cabinet is indeed quite essential. However, it must be noted that even with such a cabinet, it proves futile, as the Orc continent lacks mirrors or any substitute for them. Situ Nana addressed Shermu and Heiyu, who had graciously tidied up her dishes, saying, "All right." The trio departed from the cave, where Zhongji and Zhongyang greeted Sid and Nana with cheerful smiles. "Little Sidhu, shall we go?" they inquired. "Yes," Sid and Nana replied, just as Heiyu embraced her leg and lifted her effortlessly into his arms, allowing her to perch upon his strong forearm as they ascended the mountain alongside Zhongji and Zhongyang. Shermu, trailing closely behind Heiyu, posed a question to Zhongji. "Will the blessing ceremony be attended by all the members of the Bear Beast tribe?" Zhongji nodded in affirmation and, gazing up at Sid and Nana, explained, "As this day marks the significant occasion of welcoming the Beast Goddess Celestial Fire, it is indeed a gathering of the entire Bear Beast tribe." Curious, Sid and Nana inquired, "How many females are there in your brown bear clan?" Given that this was a question frequently posed by Heiyu to various tribes along their journey, it was only natural for her to express interest in the matter. Zhang Yang replied, "Our brown bear clan boasts 11 females, yet both I and Zhangji harbor little affection for them. Our hearts are drawn to you, little Situ. Would you consider becoming our mate?" This sudden declaration caught Situ Nana off guard, nearly causing her to choke. She reached out to steady herself against Heiyu. But before she could decline, Heiyu interjected, "You are too weak, unworthy." Zhangji and Zhongyang fell silent for a moment, after which Zhangji tentatively asked, "Is it necessary to be at least level 5 to qualify?" Heiyu cast a glance at Shermu, as an orc raised on the precipice of life and death. He preferred the solitude of nurturing his own companion and leading a life together. However, he feared solitude for her sake, to ensure her well-being. He reluctantly acknowledged the need for her to seek additional partners. Should Situ Nana insist on finding more companions, he hoped they would be stronger. Thus, Heiyu stated, "Defeating this lion is the minimum requirement." Shermu detected disdain and contempt in his words, for he was once among the most formidable of the younger generation within the lion beast tribe, even the strongest among the singles. He smiled at Situ Nana and remarked, "Nana, I feel that with a few more battles, I shall reach level 6, and I will certainly triumph over this black eagle in the future." Heiyu scoffed, "Humph. A mid-level orc. How many level 7s have fallen to my hands?" As Situ Nana recalled what Zhuang Qing had said, "Although my partner is also at level 7, he cannot surpass him." Thus, as the wandering scorpion orc declared, level does not signify everything. Strength cannot solely be measured by rank. She remembered the formidable Jingyan, who had momentarily forced Heiyu to retreat, recognizing him as a true paragon of excellence. Would she ever see him again? Her thoughts had already drifted to another man. Leaving no response to Shermu's words, Heiyu was widely recognized as a brutal wandering orc in the rainforests of Kwa. Not only the orcs within the tribe, but even the wandering orcs feared him. Upon hearing Heiyu's statement, Zhuangji and Zhuangyang realized their hopes were dashed, and they fell into a silence. Chapter 56. The 6 bear clans of the Bear Beast tribe. The group walked briskly towards the summit in silence, and after a brief span of minutes, they arrived at the peak. The so-called Blessing Square was not at the summit, but rather at the junction between the 3 mountains. There, several hundred individuals had already formed 6 circles, seated together. Beyond these 6 circles, many more orcs surrounded them, creating a larger circle. Sid and Nana, with her keen eyes, observed that the 6 circles were predominantly occupied by a female accompanied by 2 males. Some were seated alone, while most nestled in the embrace of a male companion. At a glance, there were no fewer than 50, if not 60, females present. Sitana turned to Brown Yang and inquired, "Did you not just mention that your clan of brown bears consists of only 11 females?" Brown Yang nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed." Sid and Nana cast another glance at the females, and beside her, the brown bear spoke. "Our bear tribe is comprised of 6 clans of bears. Those are the females from other clans." Subsequently, the warriors of the brown bear clan exchanged words with Sid and Nana. Elaborating on the composition of their bear tribe, there exist 6 distinct types of bear folk: black and white bears, brown bears, black bears, white bears, as well as the lesser panda and raccoon. Moreover, apart from these 6 clans, there are some allied folk, such as the splintered wolf tribe and the dwindling sheep clan, among others. Within their bear tribe, there are 53 females, with each clan led by a female chieftain, while the strongest male warrior is designated as the head bear. Due to the hibernation requirements of the brown and black bear clans, their male warriors are somewhat less esteemed, perhaps aware of their diminished prospects for becoming Sid and Nana's mate. They now speak rather candidly. The other 4 clans do not hibernate, and the combat prowess of the lesser panda and raccoon clans is comparatively weak. The lesser pandas have always been dependent on the black and white bears, while the raccoons align themselves with the white bears. In recent years, the formidable black and white bears and the white bears have been vying for dominance over the tribal leadership, with the bear tribe on the brink of division into two factions. However, following the demise of a ninth-tier warrior from the black and white bear clan 10 years ago, 5 years passed, another warrior successfully ascended to the ninth tier, marking the tribe's sole ninth-tier warrior. The emergence of this ninth-tier warrior has quelled the impending schism within the bear tribe. The tribal leader is also a member of the black and white bear clan, specifically the ninth-tier warrior, Xianghua. As the black and white bears secured the leadership position, only the names of the warriors from the black and white bear clan bear the title of bear. The other clans do not share this distinction. Sister Nana remarked, "Indeed, strength reigns supreme. Without sufficient power, one may even have their name snatched away." As she spoke, they had already traversed the vast circle of formidable beastmen and arrived at the inner circle, where the females were seated. Zongqing led Zongru and several other females, each with varying hair colors, towards Sister Nana, saying, "Sister, allow me to introduce you to the other chieftains of our bear tribe." As the females stood independently, Heyu gently set Sister Nana down. Sister Nana greeted them with a smile, expressing her delight in meeting the esteemed chieftains of the bear beast tribe. With a warm smile, Zongqing introduced each leader to Sister Nana. "This is Xiangxiu, the chieftain of the black and white bear clan." Xiangxiu, a middle-aged female, possessed long black hair and a round, amiable face, exuding both charm and grace. Next, we have He Luo, the chieftain of the black bear clan. He Luo was an elderly female with short black hair and distinctly defined features. Finally, allow me to introduce Xiaosu, the chieftain of the panda clan. Xiaosu was a petite female with striking crimson long hair, resembling a contemporary woman from the modern world. Sister Nana greeted each of the clan leaders in turn. "Greetings, Leader Xiangxiu." "Greetings, Leader He Luo." "Greetings, Leader Xiaosu." Xiangxiu, smiling warmly at Sister Nana, remarked, "Yesterday, I heard from Zongqing that an exceptionally formidable and adorably petite female had arrived in our Xiang beast tribe, and indeed, the reputation precedes you." Xiangxiu then gestured for Sister Nana to sit amidst a gathering of females, inquiring further, "We have heard that you are a naturally born female. Could you enlighten us on what it means to be a naturally born female? Is it true that one appears in human form from the moment of birth?" Sister Nana settled among a group of females, while Heyu and Shermu, like the companions of the other females, took their places behind them, standing guard. From the hues of the leader's hair and the colors of their fur skirts, Sister Nana deduced the black-haired, white-skirted individual belonged to the black and white bear clan. The white-haired, white-skirted one was from the white bear tribe. The brown bear was characterized by its brown hair and brown skirt. The black-haired, black-skirted figure represented the black bear clan. And the gray-haired, gray-skirted individual was likely a raccoon. The color palette of the little panda clan was more varied, encompassing shades of brown, orange, and yellow. As C2 Nana beheld two black and white bear orcs sprinting towards her in their beastly forms before transforming into humanoid figures, she realized that these creatures were none other than giant pandas. Overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of this national treasure, she longed to reach out and touch them. However, she understood that such desires could not be indulged, for one must not indiscriminately touch orcs. After taking a seat beside C2 Nana, Zhang Cheng leaned in to whisper softly in her ear, "The individual seated across from us is Bai Bing, the chieftain of the white bear clan. Beside her is Huan Li, the chieftain of the raccoon clan, and there is Xin, the sole female wolf of her kind." Bai Bing was a strikingly beautiful young female with long white hair and an air of haughtiness. Huan Li, a middle-aged female, possessed long gray hair. Xin, on the other hand, was a mature female with short, shoulder-length brown hair. The features of the white bear and raccoon orcs were pronounced, their skin tone reminiscent of Caucasians, giving them a distinctly Western appearance. Conversely, the brown and black bears bore deeper facial features. While the black and white bears and the lesser pandas not only shared similar skin tones and facial structures but also mirrored the stature and physique of individuals from the Huaxia nation. Xin's beast form was likely that of a brown wolf. Upon seeing the brown wolf, C2 Nana was reminded of Langsang, and she couldn't help but acknowledge her less than favorable perception of wolves. She felt a pang of guilt for her slight prejudice. C2 Nana smiled at Zongqing and then turned to Xiangxiu, saying, "As you mentioned, a naturally born female is shaped like a human from the moment of birth, and can speak a year later." The group of females exclaimed in unison, "Wow, that's truly impressive." Sister Nana, "There's nothing particularly impressive about it. Since the humanoid form lacks combat capabilities, it has always been rather weak." Xiaosu remarked, "A female doesn't necessarily require combat prowess. Being able to speak at such an early age surely enables effective communication with the beast deity. Sitha smiled and replied, "It's not too bad." Zongqing interjected, "Did you not promise to teach us the method of kindling fire in our tribe? First, please partake of some food. Once you have finished, we shall learn from you." The women chimed in, "Indeed, do eat quickly." Everyone eagerly began to indulge in their meal. Their fare consisted of fresh game meat, an array of fruits, bamboo shoots. The male companions had helped peel them, ready for consumption, various raw vegetables, radishes, and nuts. Most surprisingly to Sitha were the contents of the bamboo tubes. Noticing her curiosity, Zongqing brought a large bamboo tube before her and said, "This contains pre-soaked millet. Do give it a try." Chapter 57. Attempting to label me? Watch as I place the label upon your own head. Nana cast a glance downward, and indeed, the grains had been soaked and softened. Zongqing directly plucked a grain the size of an olive and placed it in her mouth, savoring its taste as she spoke. It's soft and not hard at all, with a hint of sweetness, quite delightful. Grains are among the most energy-rich foods, second only to beast meat, and are favored by all. As she spoke, she shifted another bamboo tube closer and said, "This contains millet, which is sweeter than the grains but contains less energy." Nana cast a glance and remarked, "What millet? This is clearly wheat." These grains of wheat, having been soaked, were the size of red dates. Noticing that everyone was consuming them raw, she could not help but inquire, "Apart from providing warmth in winter, has your tribe ever contemplated other uses for fire?" "Other uses?" The female members present exchanged glances with Nana, and Wolf Xian lifted her chin slightly, regarding Nana with a look of disdain as she retorted, "So you truly are the companion of a wandering beastman? You are utterly ignorant of the utility of fire. Beyond illumination and warmth, fire is, of course, utilized to incinerate unclean and ominous objects." Nana was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the ominous phrase. She recalled the original owner's long-held aspiration to demonstrate that being born a female was not a harbinger of misfortune. However, upon learning that the Bear Beast tribe intended to incinerate what they deemed to be unlucky, she was reminded of ancient practices in Huaxia where fire was employed to purge ill omens. At that instant, she felt a surge of relief for the original owner, grateful that her kin had not resorted to heavenly flames to end her life. Nana remained silent, while Zongqing spoke up. "In fact, heavenly fire can also be used to prepare delectable dishes. This afternoon, we savored delicious eggs cooked with heavenly fire in Little Sito's cave." Zongru nodded in agreement. Indeed. Upon witnessing Wolf Xian whispering something into Bai Bing's ear, Nana was suddenly confronted by Bai Bing, who exclaimed, "You peculiar, naturally born female dare to recklessly employ heavenly fire for cooking? Do you not fear disrespecting the beast god?" And by Bing's words, Nana discerned a profound malice. Yet it was evident that it was Lang Xian who had orchestrated such insinuations. At that moment, Lang Xian regarded her with a mischievous smile, as if relishing in the torment. On the Beastman continent, all beastmen revered the beast god. Even those malevolent creatures who sought to seize females dared not act beneath the sacred stone tablet. She had not provoked Lang Xian in any way. So why was she being targeted so ruthlessly? To accuse her of disrespecting the beast god was an outrageous slander. Indeed, after Bai Bing uttered those words, a significant portion of the beastmen present cast suspicious and hostile glances towards Nana. Nana has yet to rid herself of the ominous label that clings to her. How could she allow her original self to bear the mark of disrespect towards the beast god? She promptly asserted, "The beast god bestowed the heavenly fire upon the beastman continent with the intention of enabling us to lead better lives. This divine fire serves as a source of illumination and warmth. Does it not enhance our existence? Does it not allow us to endure the harshness of winter more comfortably?" Bai Bing, upon being posed this question, nodded in agreement, indeed. However, Nana remarked, "However, the celestial fire serves not only the purposes of illumination and warmth, but it possesses an array of additional applications. The beast god has tasked me with enlightening everyone that celestial fire need not be preserved within a cavern for extended periods. It can also enhance the flavor of our sustenance. Should we all master the art of utilizing fire, the beast god would no longer need to expend divine energy each season to bestow celestial fire upon us. Do you wish to remain ignorant of the method to harness fire, thereby compelling the beast god to labor tirelessly each season to grant us celestial fire? Such an attitude is indeed disrespectful to the beast god. Attempting to cast aspersions upon me? Watch as I place that very label upon you instead." "Humph." Bai Bing, her fair complexion tinged with a flush, retorted, I have not. Everyone follows this practice. On what grounds do you claim that the beast god sent you to inform us? Lang Xian interjected, indeed. For all these years, we have preserved celestial fire in this manner. When has the beast god granted you a divine revelation? Huanli chimed in. Are you a favored female by the beast god? In our tribe, only Xiong Xiao and Bai Bing have received such blessings. Bai Bing is the most devout of women. How could she possibly show disrespect to the beast god? Seemingly reinvigorated, Bai Bing raised her chin in defiance and declared, yes, among the younger generation of women. I alone have been blessed by the beast god. I am the most pious of women. How could I ever show disrespect to the beast god? Sidanana inquired. When were you blessed by the beast god? Huanli replied, Bai Bing received the blessing of the beast god last year, and since then, there have been no reports of any female being bestowed with such a blessing. Sidanana nodded and inquired. A female blessed by the beast god is one who has received the beast god's recognition. Is that correct? Bai Bing replied, certainly. Situnana declared. As fate would have it, I, a naturally gifted female, have also garnered the recognition of the beast god and have been blessed by him. Upon her utterance, all the beastmen gazed at Situnana with astonishment, save for Lang Xian, who regarded her with a skeptical gaze, questioning, when did you receive the blessing of the beast god? Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Situnana cast a glance at Heyu, who spoke. 10 days ago, my companion was blessed by the beast god beneath the guardian stone, an event witnessed by the orcs of the Qingxi tribe, the black crocodile tribe, the white crane tribe, and the deer beast tribe. The three females, led by Bai Bing, exchanged a glance with Heyu, pressed their lips together, and remained silent. With an expression of admiration, Zhong Qing remarked, so, young Sithu has also been blessed by the beast god. No wonder she is so formidable. At that moment, Xiang Shou smiled and proclaimed, the orcs of our bear beast tribe firmly believe in the beast god and in the blessed females. Therefore, we kindly request Sithu to teach us how to kindle fire and utilize divine flames for cooking. Situnana smiled at Xiong Xiu and said, I have already taught my partner the method of starting a fire. Now I can impart this knowledge to the Xiong beast tribe. After speaking, she glanced at Simu and continued, Simu, please step forward to demonstrate how to ignite a fire for everyone. Once the fire is lit, cook the grains in this bamboo tube to show everyone the delectable food bestowed upon us by the beast god. Very well, Simu replied. Moving to the center of the gathering of females, where he began to search for dry wood and grass to kindle the flames. The orcs, aware of his intentions, encircled him closely, forming layers upon layers around him, their eyes fixed intently on his efforts with the withered branches. A male white bear orc scoffed. With just these few broken branches, how can you possibly start a fire? The heavenly fire is a gift from the beast god. It cannot be so easily summoned. Another male from the wolf tribe echoed, indeed, claiming to use heavenly fire to cook food is clearly not the work of a true orc. Black Feather glared coldly at the wolf orc and warned, repeat that if you dare. The pressure emanating from Black Feather was overwhelming, causing the wolf orc's complexion to pale noticeably. At that moment, the leader of the Xiong beast tribe, Xiong Hua, the only 9th-level orc present, stepped forward to shield Black Feather's gaze. He addressed the wolf orc, stating, when a female speaks or acts, males should refrain from interrupting. Situnana instinctively understood. When women speak, men should refrain from interrupting. One cannot help but admire the formidable leader of the black and white bears. He truly exudes an aura of coolness. Alas, he's already a middle-aged beastman committed to another. Heyu cast a glance at Xiong Hua, then snorted disdainfully at the figure behind him. The wolf tribe beastman promptly lowered his head and retreated to the side. This black eagle is known for his propensity to engage in fierce confrontations. He has long ruled the rainforest marsh kingdom with an iron fist, daring to challenge even those of level 8. After all, if he cannot win, he can simply take to the skies, leaving his pursuers behind. Anyone who lays eyes on him is bound to feel a headache. The prayer square fell into an eerie silence for a moment. At this juncture, Shermu finally succeeded in igniting a fire through friction, his efforts drawing the attention of the onlookers as the dry twigs caught flame. Having kindled a fire before, Shermu quickly added more twigs to stoke the flames, which blazed brightly. The unsettling tranquility was soon shattered, and the square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. It is indeed the heavenly fire. He has summoned the heavenly flames from the branches. Amidst the fervent discussions of the beastmen, Shermu placed the bamboo tube in front of Situnana over the bonfire, commencing the preparation of bamboo rice. Situnana instructed Shermu to cut several small pieces of beast meat, along with bamboo shoots and greens. And then she found a section of bamboo to cover the bamboo tube. She announced to everyone, once the aroma wafts through the air, We shall let it stew for a while longer before savoring our meal. All eyes were eagerly fixed upon the bamboo tube perched over the bonfire. Xianghua inquired, "Little maiden, can this method of extracting celestial fire from the branches truly be learned by our bear beast tribe?" Sito Nana nodded with a smile. "Of course. Shermu has already demonstrated it for everyone. Now you can all give it a try. Once the fire is lit, we will collectively prepare the bamboo rice." Consequently, nearly half of the formidable beastmen in the Blessing Square were engaged in the art of friction firemaking. This was not an exceptionally challenging task. They possessed ample strength and swiftness. Before long, the square was ablaze with over 100 bonfires, and the preparations for bamboo rice commenced. Situan Nana exclaimed, "It is truly sweltering. With temperatures soaring above 30 degrees, I feel as though I might perish from the heat." As they arrived at the Blessing Square nestled within the valley at dusk, their lengthy conversation had caused the sun to completely dip below the horizon. What should have been a darkened mountain landscape was instead illuminated by a flickering glow. The grains had been soaked in advance, rendering them tender and enabling them to cook swiftly. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Situnana opened her bamboo tube and, using chopsticks, shared a taste of the delicacy with Zhangqing, Zhangru, and Xiangxiu. After taking a bite, Xiangxiu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "I never imagined that millet could be so delectable. It is even more fragrant and sweet than beast meat." Zhangqing added, "Indeed, it is truly exquisite." Situnana also shared a portion with Heiyu and Shermu, though both merely sampled a taste. The female members of the bear beast tribe indulged in the delectable hot meals, showering praises upon the feast, their satisfaction evident. As for the males, these delicacies were meant for the females, so they refrained from indulging excessively. Bai Bing savored the food prepared with heavenly fire, while Situnana noticed that Lang Xian had been whispering to her, frequently glancing their way. However, Bai Bing did not pursue further trouble with Situnana, indicating a measure of wisdom, avoiding being merely a pawn in others' games. Once everyone had their fill, Xiangxiu led the group in a blessing ceremony. The ritual of the bear beast tribe mirrored that conducted 10 days prior beneath the guardian stone tablet. Following Xiangxiu's fervent call for prayers, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed respectfully towards the eastern stone tablet, then placed her hands on the ground before her knees and kowtowed 3 times. Xiangxiu then lifted her head and proclaimed aloud, "The bear beast tribe of the rainforest marshland beseeches the beast deity. May the beast deity grant us protection." The other beastmen echoed in unison. "The bear beast tribe of the rainforest marshland beseeches the beast deity. May the beast deity grant us protection." Since Situnana has chosen to invoke the banner of the beast god, she exhibited a remarkable devotion during the prayer ceremony. Alongside the others, she knelt in place, forming an OK gesture with her hands. Her left hand rested upon her right breast while her right hand, palm facing upwards, was positioned over her abdomen. With her eyes closed, she commenced her prayers. After nearly an hour of collective supplication, the females began to indulge in food and engage in lighthearted conversation. The single male beastmen, in turn, encircled the seated females and commenced to dance. As Situnana turned to face the others, she felt the fatigue of sitting for an extended period. Like everyone else, she perched herself on her partner's lap. Indeed, it was Heiyu's, for Shermu could not compete with him. She watched the males as they danced. Zhongqing remarked to Situnana, "They are performing the courtship dance. If you fancy one of those males, simply beckon him or toss a fruit in his direction, and he shall be yours. Once the blessing ceremony concludes and you have paid your respects to the beast god, you may bring him back to the cave to become mates." Heiyu cast a glance at Zhongqing, causing her smile to falter momentarily before she averted her gaze to observe the dancers once more. Meanwhile, Xiangxiu chuckled. Situ has too few partners. She could choose several more, lest she do a disservice to the blessing bestowed upon her by the beast god. Sito Nana glanced at Xiangxiu's left arm, where it was adorned with 4 complete circles of partner marks, each circle containing 9 marks, totaling 36. In addition to the solitary first partner mark above, there were altogether 37. Quite impressive, indeed. Situnana smiled at Xiangxiu and said, "All right, I will keep an eye on it." Heiyu tightened his grip on Situnana's hand and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Do not seek out someone so feeble." As Situnana observed, the male beastmen who danced were predominantly low-level beastmen, primarily ranging from levels 1 to 3, with level 4 being a rarity. It seemed that once they ascended to intermediate status, they became quite sought after. Those who struggled to find partners were typically low-level beastmen. After completing their dance, this group of male beastmen would transition to perform before another circle of female beastmen. Occasionally, a female would toss a fruit towards a male, who would catch it, and then approach her side. Suzuna found it intriguing and turned to ask Zongqing, Sister Zongqing, what if the male is unwilling to accept the female who throws the fruit? Brown Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Such lowly male beastmen should consider themselves fortunate if any female deigns to acknowledge them. How could there possibly be those who refuse acceptance? C2 Nana remarked, I mean. If, Xiangxiu replied with a smile, if you do not wish to accept, simply refrain from catching the fruits thrown by the females. Oh. C2 Nana felt that it should indeed be possible to refuse, although it was unlikely that any male would actually do so. Curiously, she then inquired, do intermediate males not seek partners? She recalled that Zong Ji and Zong Yang seemed to be of the 3rd and 4th levels, respectively. Xiangxiu explained, intermediate males, if they have a desired partner, will directly court her. It is only those males who have already been rejected by their preferred females who will perform the courtship dance. Chapter 59. She wished to discuss emotions with the beastmen. Sith and Nana instinctively understood that the lowly orcs possess no agency, solely capable of attracting the attention of females through the performance of courtship dances. In contrast, the intermediate orcs are afforded the opportunity to pursue their desired partners, only resorting to the courtship dance once they have relinquished hope for a beloved female. The act of performing this dance signifies a willingness to accept any suitor who is amenable. Thus, it seems that orcs are devoid of romantic sentiments. They simply unite based on compatibility. However, in comparison to humans, orcs exhibit commendable qualities in that once they bond, they do not engage in infidelity, domestic violence, or divorce. With the mark of partnership, they remain steadfastly loyal to their chosen companions throughout their lives. Yet, what occurs in the absence of such a mark? This emblem indeed serves as a commendable safeguard for the females. C2 Nana pondered over Heiyu and Shermu, uncertain whether their affection stemmed from her appearance or simply from the serendipity of their encounter. Was it truly her, C2 Nana, that captivated them? Or could it have been any other persona, be it Bear Nana, Wolf Nana, or Tiger Nana? Contemplating this question filled her with melancholy. What was she truly anticipating? Did she long for them to fall irrevocably in love with her at first sight? Yet, even if they were enchanted by her, their infatuation would be directed towards the original form, not the essence of C2 Nana herself. Her aspirations for a romantic connection with the beastmen seemed, in retrospect, rather naive. Sid Nana could not help but reminisce about that magnificent whale, so exquisitely beautiful and gentle. However, what she truly cherished was merely his appearance. On one hand, she scorned those who were enamored with her own likeness, while on the other, she found herself captivated by the allure of others. How hypocritical. Amidst Sidhu Nana's self-derision, the performances of the lower-tier male beastmen finally came to an end. Following the conclusion of the courtship dance, the intermediate males began to present the formidable fangs or horns of the fierce creatures they had once hunted, seeking the favor of the female counterparts. As C2 Nana adjusted her sitting posture, 3 formidable beastmen approached her, each brandishing a fong, and knelt before her on one knee, imploring, C2, please accept us as your companions. This unexpected display startled C2 Nana. With an air of nonchalance, Heiyu remarked, only by defeating this lion can one earn the right to be C2's partner. Heiyu consistently articulated undeniable truths with a calm demeanor. The 3 beastmen exchanged glances with Heiyu before turning their attention back to C2 Nana. C2 Nana could only manage a faint smile and replied, I apologize, but I am not yet inclined to seek a new partner. C2 Nana arrived at the Bear Beast tribe yesterday. Everyone had already inquired about the strength of their trio. Upon hearing their words, it became evident that there was little hope. The expressions on the faces of the 3 male beasts ranged from disappointment to a knowing acceptance. One of them, a black bear beast, spoke up, very well. I am Heishan. Should you wish to seek a new companion, do remember to reach out to me. Sido Nana displayed a courteous smile and replied, indeed, very well. The male beast man, upon witnessing her smiling response, seemed to believe that Sido Nana had consented to be his companion, and thus, he departed with a cheerful demeanor. The other 2 males, however, turned away with a hint of disappointment and subsequently hurried off to pursue courtship with a female of the Black Bear clan, Sido Nana. Before C2 Nana had the chance to voice her complaints, another imposing beastman approached, holding an unknown animal's horn in his hand. Greetings, C2. My name is Bayan. Would you do me the honor of being my partner? C2 Nana smiled at him apologetically. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. The white bear orc, Bayan, replied, very well. Just as he turned away, another powerful orc approached. Upon noticing the beast tooth in his hand, C2 Nana leaned against Heiyu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being held in such a firm grip. The bear tribe members were all muscular figures. Even those not as tall as Mu still possessed an imposing physique. At that moment, she wished for someone slender and gentle. Someone who could stand up to Heiyu. Her thoughts drifted to Jing Yin, wondering if he held any affection for her. She resolved that if fate allowed her to see him again, she would confess her feelings if he remained single. Just then, she overheard the orc declare, "C2. I am a level 4 black bear orc. This is the tiger tooth I have hunted, and I wish for you to accept my courtship." Heiyu interjected, shielding C2 Nana's face with his hand. "Defeat this lion first." Mu remained silent, merely clenching his fist. Although he hoped C2 Nana would eventually find a partner who was stronger, he believed that defeating the lion was essential. After all, was he to be considered weak? He silently vowed to leave the bear tribe during the rainy season to hone his skills through life and death battles. Heiyu's hand was larger than C2 Nana's head. With a single gesture, he obscured her face from view, and seeing her silent demeanor, the orc walked away disappointed. Since it was clear that victory was a prerequisite for success, no one dared to approach further. After all, any level 5 orc would likely already have a female partner chosen for them. Currently, there were no level 6 single orcs in the bear tribe. Attaining level 5 granted one the eligibility to be pursued by females, making it rare for anyone to reach level 6. As for level 7, which categorized an orc as a high-ranking member, it was exceedingly difficult for a single male orc to advance to this status without external assistance. If such an orc existed, he would become the object of desire among females. Regardless of gender, high-quality resources were what everyone competed for. After a considerable time, another level 4 orc, sporting pure white hair and clad in a black leather skirt, approached C2 Nana with his beast tooth, his eyes filled with affection. This black and white bear orc was as tall and strong as Mu, yet his charming apricot eyes, accentuated by prominent lower eyelids, exuded a gentle innocence. C2 Nana had a fondness for black and white bears. However, fearing that her rejection might sadden him, she smiled and shook her head before he reached her. The black and white bear orc hesitated momentarily but still approached her, smiling as he said, "I am Xiong Wu, the black and white bear orc. I like you. Will you be my partner?" His smile was warm and inviting, dispelling any intimidation one might expect from a robust orc. Instantly, C2 Nana felt a spark of affection for him. Heiyu exchanged glances with Mu, who then spoke, "Defeat me." Xiong Wu nodded, addressing Mu, "Xiong Wu, the black and white bear orc, challenges you." Liamu felt a profound insult. How dare a level 4 bear beastman challenge him? He stood up, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he proclaimed, "I am a level 5 lion beastman, so do not accuse me of bullying you." Bear Mist nodded and replied, "No, you may go all out." Upon hearing Bear Mist's words, the surrounding beastmen erupted in cheers. "Bravo, Bear Mist, splendidly done. Show that little female the might of our bear clan." In Chapter 60, if you do not accept him, do not concern yourself with him. Sitting beside C2 Nana, Bear Shio suddenly spoke up, "Bear Mist, this is a level 5 lion beastman." Bear Mist smiled at Bear Shio and said, "Mother, even if I might lose, I wish to understand the extent of the disparity." "Mother, so this is Bear Shio's child." She had been conversing with me, unaware that her offspring had come over to confess to me. The orcs in front of C2 Nana, aware of the impending beast battle, promptly cleared a space. Slowly, Simu walked into the designated area and transformed into a magnificent golden lion. Xiongwu flashed a smile at C2 Nana, then retreated a few steps to stand before the great lion, morphing into a colossal black and white bear. In terms of size, a bear's form typically surpasses that of a lion when they are of the same level. Thus, even though Xiongwu was one rank lower than Simu, their physical dimensions were comparable. The lion and the black and white bear exchanged a few glances before, amidst the raucous cheers of the orc spectators from the bear tribe, they charged at one another with fierce roars. C2 Nana had always perceived the black and white bear as endearingly clumsy, adorable, gluttonous, and playful, until this very moment when she realized her misconceptions. This was a bear that feasted on flesh, its ferocity rivaling that of a lion. The bear, Wu, sought to exhibit his prowess to the female he admired, yearning for her affection. Meanwhile, the lion, Mu, was even more determined to assert his strength. He wanted his beloved Nana to recognize that although he could not defeat Heiyu, he too was a formidable beast. The dignity of the lion had long been trampled by the black eagle, and he felt a compelling urge to vindicate himself. Thus, the confrontation between the lion and the black and white bear became exceedingly intense. Mu, a level 5 majestic lion, transitioned from cautious probing to a decisive dominance. He relentlessly overpowered Wu, leaving no respite for his opponent. Blood swiftly seeped from the black and white bear, staining its pristine fur with striking crimson, creating a harrowing sight. During this period, Situ Nana has witnessed numerous gruesome scenes, and now, as she observes the fierce contest between the two beasts, she finds herself not particularly fearful. After watching intently for a while, she rose from Heiyu's embrace and said, "All right, Simu, you have emerged victorious. Please, cease your actions." Simu was infuriated by Xiong Wu's audacity to challenge him, and upon hearing Situ Nana's voice, he fiercely clawed at the black and white bear one last time before relenting. Situ Nana cast a glare at the lion that had retreated to the side, intending to approach and check on the condition of the bear mist, only to be embraced from behind by Heiyu. Situ Nana nudged him, but he remained unmoved. She could only turn back and say, "I will go check on him." Heiyu replied coolly, "If you do not accept him, then do not concern yourself with him." As Situ Nana turned to glance at the bear, Xiong Wu, who was struggling to rise from the ground, she felt an urge to exclaim, "I accept him, may I?" Yet, recalling his previous declaration that he must conquer Lion Mu to be worthy of her companionship, she hesitated. Despite his evident defeat, proclaiming her acceptance in front of so many would only serve to humiliate him further, so she stifled her words. Xiong Xiao, filled with concern, gently nudged Xiong Hua, urging, "You should check on the cub." Xiong Hua replied nonchalantly, "He'll be fine, he won't die." At that moment, the black and white bear, Xiong Wu, had managed to recover and stand upright once more. He transformed back into human form, revealing numerous wounds, with 3 particularly deep gashes on his left shoulder that continued to bleed. Xiong Wu offered a smile to Situ Nana and reassured Xiong Xiao and Xiong Hua, saying, "Father, I'm all right." He then turned to Lion Mu, who had also returned to human form, and approached Situ Nana, declaring, "I will challenge you again once I reach level 5. Lion Mu tilted his chin, responding, "You may do so at any time." Xiong Hua nodded in agreement, adding, "You have only recently attained adulthood. Take the time to hone your skills, and you will soon achieve level 5. Situ Nana turned to Xiong Xiao and said, "Excuse me, Chief Xiong Xiao." Xiong Xiao waved her hand dismissively and replied, "In battles among the valiant, sustaining injuries is quite commonplace. There is no need for you to apologize." In truth, she had been extremely worried moments ago, but now that she saw Xiong Wu had only sustained a minor injury, it was of little concern. Such trivial wounds would heal by tomorrow. With a smile, Xiong Xiao addressed everyone, "It is quite late. Let us offer our prayers and await the beast god to bestow the heavenly fire." The crowd began to return to their places, preparing for the prayers, while Xiong Wu seemed to have departed at some point unnoticed. Situ Nana softly inquired of Zongqing, "Sister Zongqing, will the divine fire of the beast god reach our bear clan?" Zongqing replied, "It is uncertain. The location of the divine fire bestowed by the beast god is rather unpredictable. Thus, our bear clan has always kept a reserve of this divine fire, fearing that if it is released too far away, we will not arrive in time to retrieve it. You must understand that tomorrow marks the onset of the minor rainy season. If it is too distant, by the time our clan's people reach it, the divine fire may very well be extinguished by the rain." Sianna became increasingly convinced that the divine fire of the beast god was indeed a volcanic eruption, with its location being entirely random. However, considering the vast expanse of the Orc continent, it is quite remarkable that a volcano situated at the heart of the world could spew its fury across the entire land. The rainforest Zigua, with its dense woodlands, remains unscathed, harboring trees that have thrived for 2 to 3 centuries. One cannot help but exclaim in admiration, "Truly impressive." Curious, Situ Nana inquired, "What shall we do once the beast god releases the heavenly fire?" Xiong Xiu replied, "If the heavenly fire is distant, we shall express our gratitude to the beast god and return to rest. However, if it is nearby, we will proceed together to offer some sustenance to the beast god and then retrieve the new heavenly fire." Upon finishing her words, Xiong Xiu led everyone in kneeling towards the west, bowing 3 times. This time, she did not speak, but silently formed a gesture of prayer, directing her intentions towards the central forest of the Orc continent, awaiting the divine response. After Situ Nana knelt and sat down, it wasn't long before she began to doze off. Ever since her arrival on the Orc continent, her routine had revolved around rising with the sun and retiring at dusk. In truth, even atop the back of the black-feathered creature, she would slumber regardless of the light. Compared to her usual schedule, today felt particularly late. Arriving at the Blessing Square at dusk, she participated in the preparation of bamboo rice, offered her prayers, danced, and engaged in beast fights. This entire sequence was both novel and exhilarating. However, now that the atmosphere had quieted, she found herself succumbing to sleep once more. Situ Nana was on the verge of slumber when Shi Mu gently nudged her, calling out, "Nana." Suddenly, Situ Nana awoke, glancing at Shermu before directing her gaze towards the direction he indicated. Before her lay a vast, starless expanse of dark sky, from which billowed great plumes of green smoke. Given that the moons of the Beastman continent hung in the eastern, southern, western, and northern skies, she immediately discerned that this smoke emanated from the very heart of the continent. Abruptly, the ground trembled beneath her feet, sending a jolt of alarm through Situ Nana. This is an earthquake. In a state of panic, she looked around, only to find everyone else seemingly unfazed. It was inconceivable that they felt nothing. Just as self-doubt began to creep in, the earth quaked once more, the tremor more pronounced than before. Sedana whispered to Shermu, "Shermu, did you feel the earthquake?" Chapter 61, The Divine Fire of the Beasts. Shermu gazed at her and replied, "Ah, this is the beast god signaling everyone that the divine fire is about to be unleashed. Another tremor will herald the third season's divine fire." Sidanana pondered. Is it truly possible to experience this? She could only utter weakly, "The beast god is indeed magnificent and omnipotent." At that moment, the earth trembled with an even more intense quaking, and soon, all the inhabitants of the Beastman continent were enveloped by a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens. Accompanying this sound, the sky was painted crimson, as molten lava soared into the air amidst the darkness, rushing forth in all directions. The flames etched countless fiery streaks across the night, with dozens of fiery lights advancing towards the east, witnessing the celestial fire hurtling in all directions. Sidanana suddenly rose to her feet, a fervent desire igniting within her heart. She yearned to gather the lava spewing forth from the volcano. Heiyu and Shermu swiftly followed suit, but before they could inquire, a colossal, blazing fireball shot towards them from the sky. The beastmen of the bear clan were thrown into a frenzy, shouting, "Run! Do not be struck by the celestial flames. Who has provoked the beast god?" Amidst the chaos, Heiyu transformed into a black eagle, ready to lead Sidanana to safety. Situnana reclined upon the back of the black eagle, proclaiming, "Heiyu, carry me aloft. I yearn to seize the heavenly flames." Both Heiyu and Shermu gazed at Situnana in astonishment, with Shermu exclaiming, "Nana, you shall be consumed by the heavenly fire." Situnana tapped the back of the black eagle and urged, "Hurry." With a clenched jaw, Heiyu soared into the sky, carrying Situnana as they ascended towards the oncoming celestial flames. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the lion and bear clan members, the black eagle charged towards the blazing inferno above, reminiscent of a moth drawn to a flame. The searing heat enveloped them, and the black eagle instinctively arched its wings back to shield its beloved companion. In response, Situnana extended her left hand behind her, and the immense crimson glow abruptly vanished into her grasp. Upon glancing into her space, Situnana noticed that the small mound of soil in the center had grown significantly taller, resembling a diminutive volcano. Her realm no longer bore the dark crimson and ashen hue it once had. Instead, it now revolved around the volcano, akin to two concentric circles enveloping one another. All the items she had previously gathered remained in their original positions, but an additional layer of space had emerged beyond this basketball court-sized circle. To the east, a vibrant expanse of greenery was suffused with a delicate azure energy, while the south, west, and north remained devoid of any features. In Sitana's mind, a stream of information flowed. The Phoenix realm, where the soul from another world had returned, had already expended 90% of its energy. If the powers of the four guardian symbols of the Phoenix realm could be collected, they would ensure the survival of the otherworldly soul for an additional century. Situnana gently touched the pale blue energy, the power of the azure dragon tree, symbolizing the force of life, capable of healing external wounds and dispelling malevolent energies. It appeared that the identification of plants was merely a byproduct of the azure dragon tree's potency. When Situnana's consciousness withdrew from the spatial realm, Heiyu was still soaring above the bear beast tribe with her. As Seema Nana gazed downward, she observed the orcs of the bear beast tribe awaiting her at the blessing square. In the distant northern expanse, a faint crimson glow flickered. The black eagle remarked, "That direction marks another site where celestial fire has descended. It appears to have ignited a forest conflagration. Shall we proceed there?" Situnana replied, "No need. Let us descend." The black eagle gently carried her down towards the blessing square of the bear beast tribe. The chieftain and leaders of the tribe approached to greet them. At that moment, Situnana noticed that each of the orcs' foreheads bore a black ancient character. Could this be a symbol denoting their rank? Xiangxiu exclaimed, "Truly a blessing from the beast god. Had it not been for you, Sido, seizing the heavenly fire, our bear beast tribe would have faced a grave calamity this time." Situnana observed that both Xiangxiu and Xianghua bore the ancient character for 9 upon their heads. This signified their status as 9th-level beastmen. Within the Xiong beast tribe, only Xiong Xiao, the sole female, displayed the character for 9, while the other females bore 4 with the character for 6. And the remainder were marked with 3. Among the male beastmen, apart from Xiong Hua, who was of 9th level, there existed 1 at 8th level and 4 at 7th level, with a multitude of others ranked lower, rendering an accurate count impossible at a mere glance. Bai Bing scrutinized Situ Nana from head to toe and inquired, "How did you achieve this?" Situ Nana observed a 6-character inscription upon Bai Bing's head, thus identifying her as a mid-level female. Situ Nana was uncertain of her rank among females, yet this did not deter her from feigning an air of mystery. With an enigmatic smile, she declared, "It is the beast god who guides my actions." The crowd gazed upon Situ Nana with a profound respect and admiration, their eyes fixed upon her. Huanli then inquired, "Could it be that those born as females are the chosen emissaries of the beast god, traversing the land of the beastmen?" Situ Nana pondered that although Huanli had been closely accompanying Bai Bing, she was likely an undercover agent dispatched by her. Under the watchful gaze of the wary wolf X sign, she resolved to feign once more, declaring, "The guidance of the beast god must hold profound significance. Yet it is beyond verbal expression. I beseech you all to refrain from further inquiries." The orcs of the bear tribe nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed. Matters pertaining to the beast god are not to be spoken of. Was it the great and omnipotent beast god who bestowed divine omens upon those naturally born as females?" They expressed their gratitude for the blessings of the beast god upon their bear tribe. After collectively extolling the virtues of the beast god, they returned to their respective homes. Situna sat atop the back of the black eagle as they soared back to the cave. Once the black-feathered creature transformed back into human form, she noticed that his stylish, jet-black hair was singed in several places. She gently examined his arm and inquired, "Hey you, have you been burned? Are you all right?" He shook his head, reassuring her, "I am unharmed." Situ Nana gently pulled him down and ran her fingers through his hair, confirming that it had indeed been scorched. He remarked, "It's merely a tad burnt, nothing to worry about." Situ Nana stood on tiptoe and placed a gentle kiss upon his face. At that moment, "When I urged you to charge into the flames, what were your thoughts?" Heiyu, gazing at her with his profound eyes, replied, "If it meant your demise, I would willingly embrace death first." In that fleeting instant, Situ Nana felt her heart weighed down by the gravity of such emotions, nearly rendering her breathless. "You would truly sacrifice your life for me?" she asked. Heiyu affirmed, "I would do so at any moment." Situ Nana nestled into his embrace, holding him tightly, the weight of their profound emotions palpable. Regardless of his cold and brutal demeanor, there was no doubt about his heart. She lifted her head from his chest, drawing him down to capture his lips with hers. He, in turn, lifted her up, and they succumbed to a passionate kiss. When Shermu returned from the prayer square of the Bear Beast tribe, he beheld the sight of the two lost in their fervent embrace at the cave's entrance. A pang of envy coursed through him as he gazed at them several times before he quietly went to prepare a bath for Situ Nana. Situ Nana, breathless, lifted her gaze from Heiyu's embrace to steal a glance at the silent Shermu, uncertain if he was particularly sorrowful. Ignoring Shermu, Heiyu carried Situ Nana into the bathing chamber. Chapter 62. Relying on oneself rather than others, it seems I must depend on my own efforts. After finishing her bath, Situna stepped outside, only to find the wind howling fiercely. After enduring the oppressive heat for more than a week, the arrival of the breeze was a welcome relief. She opened the wooden door and beheld the pitch-black expanse outside the cave, where the luminous full moon was obscured by dark clouds. The tempestuous wind whipped through, scattering branches and leaves in every direction. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of silver lightning cleaved through the darkness of the sky, with a resounding roar that echoed across the heavens. A torrential downpour descended abruptly, drenching the land in a cacophony of rain. Sit-Anna stood at the mouth of the cave for a while, gazing into the distance. When Heiyu approached and lifted her into his arms, "Daybreak is imminent," he said, "and this torrential rain is likely to persist for at least 5 days. Would you prefer to witness the daylight afterwards?" Situ Nana only then realized that she was so fatigued that her eyes could scarcely remain open. She nestled against Heiyu, who carried her back into the small cave. Before lying down, he tossed aside the grassy nest where Shermu was sleeping. Situ Nana called out into the night, "Lion Mu." "Good night." Lion Mu promptly responded from outside, "Nana, good night." The heavy rain swept away the stifling heat in the air, bringing a refreshing coolness to the little cave. After being embraced by Heiyu and gently laid down, Situ Nana promptly closed her eyes. Heiyu showered her with several kisses and placed her hand upon his body. She remained still, drifting into slumber just a second after he finished his affectionate gestures. This was the most restful sleep Situ Nana had experienced since arriving at this unfamiliar orc continent. She slept soundly until noon. In fact, had it not been for the urgent need to visit the restroom and the persistent growling of her stomach, she could have slumbered even longer. When Situ Nana awoke, she did not find Heiyu by her side. The small cave was empty save for herself. The aroma of food wafting through the air heightened her hunger. As Situ Nana emerged from the small cave, she beheld the relentless downpour outside, the rain cascading with fervor. Upon the table rested a large pot of savory beast meat porridge, accompanied by a pot of grains and a dish of stir-fried meat slices. Shermu was still tending to the fire, simmering the beast meat. Turning to her with a smile, Shermu remarked, "Nana, you have finally awakened. I have prepared breakfast for you. And lunch will soon be ready." Situ Nana approached and gently kissed him on the cheek, saying, "You've worked hard." Lion Mu reciprocated with a tender kiss on her rosy lips, replying, "How could preparing food for one's partner be considered arduous?" As Situ Nana emerged from the treehouse, having tidied herself, she found herself still unable to locate Heiyu. Curiously, she inquired, "Shermu, where is Heiyu?" While serving the stewed beast meat into a bowl. Shermu replied, "Heiyu mentioned that he senses an imminent upgrade, so he has departed the tribe for 2 days." An upgrade. Situ Nana had been contemplating finding a more formidable partner to liberate herself from Heiyu's domineering control, yet unexpectedly, he was set to level up. Thus, the prospect of seeking a more powerful companion now seemed futile. In a tribe of 1,000 beastmen, was Shermu truly the only young 5th-level single male beastman? And as for the bear tribe, not a single one was in sight. Those who might have been were likely already chosen by the females here. Hence, relying on others proved less effective than relying on oneself. It appeared she would have to depend on her own abilities. Shermu prepared both her breakfast and lunch. And as Situ Nana sat down ready to eat, she invited, "Shermu, please join me for a meal." Shermu took a bowl and settled beside her, asking, "Do you desire my company?" Situ Nana inquired, "Have you eaten?" Lion Mu nodded and replied, "I have dined, yet I can accompany you." Situ Nana remarked, "All right. Then accompany me in a modest meal. Since they are orcs, let them indulge in raw fare. A mere morsel of cooked food will scarcely satiate them. A casual sharing now and then will suffice." Lion Mu, unfamiliar with chopsticks, prepared himself a half bowl of porridge, seated beside her, sipping delicately while casting amused glances at Situ Nana's innocent grin. Situ gazed at the torrential downpour outside, munching contemplatively as she remarked, "I never realized that the minor rainy season could bring such heavy rain. Surely, the deluge of the major rainy season must be even more terrifying?" Liama replied, "While the early phase of the major rainy season is often accompanied by intense thunderclaps, it is not necessarily frightful. The minor rainy season tends to be more alarming, as it can bring hailstorms, which may cause injury if one is struck. Consequently, in the preceding days, few animals or beast folk venture outdoors." Situ Nana turned to look at Shermu and inquired, "So, you will be staying in the cave for the next few days?" Shermu nodded and replied, "Indeed. I shall not leave until Heiyu returns. Moreover, tonight it is my turn to keep you company as you sleep. Please show me how to make a bed." Situ Nana's face involuntarily flushed for a moment. After a brief contemplation, she nodded and said, "I have many things I wish to create. I will sketch them out shortly, and you can take your time to work on them in the coming days." Lion Mu immediately nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." After finishing her meal, Situ Nana returned to the small cave and tidied up the bed she had previously shared with Heiyu. She instructed Shermu to construct a large bed to fit inside, one spacious enough for 4 or 5 people to comfortably rest upon. Following her request, Shermu began to craft the grand bed. While he worked, Situ Nana sat beside him, taking out a wooden board on which she sketched the designs of tables and chairs, as well as a vanity, a vase, and aesthetically pleasing cups and plates. As her earlier creations had only consisted of deep bowls, lacking the small, flat ones she desired. After indulging in her artistic pursuits for an entire afternoon, she felt the fatigue settle into her shoulders and neck. However, her enthusiasm for painting only intensified, though she lamented the absence of colored pigments. Meanwhile, Shermu finally completed the new bed she had requested. Excitedly, he lifted Situ Nana and placed her onto the newly crafted wooden bed, exclaiming, "Nana, I can finally hold you while we sleep." Yet, the new bed, constructed from still damp timber, proved to be rather uncomfortable to lie upon. Situ Nana pushed Shermu away, saying, "We cannot sleep directly on this wooden bed just yet. We should first warm it by the fire and then lay down some animal hides before resting." Shermu looked at her quizzically, asking, "Are you feeling cold?" "It's simply unwise to sleep on damp wood," Siddhanana replied. Shirmu gathered wood shavings and branches that were deemed useless for carpentry, igniting a fire to warm both sides of the newly crafted wooden bed. Once it had cooled sufficiently, they laid down the animal hides. The bed appeared remarkably inviting. Finally, Shirmu was able to hold Siddhanana close and lie down on the warm, comfortable bed, showering her with fervent kisses. However, when his kisses became increasingly indiscriminate and his hands began to wander, Siddhanana pushed him away, admonishing, "You mustn't be so reckless. We cannot repeat what happened last time." Her words only fueled Shirmu's desire. He whispered against her earlobe, "Nana, let us have another go, just like the day we pledged ourselves to one another. I promise to behave. Is that not reckless in itself?" Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "If you dare to act recklessly, hey, you will surely have his way with you." The implication of have his way was quite literal. Simu, in a bold gesture, dispelled his animal hide skirt and placed Siddhanana's delicate hand upon his masculine form, saying, "Yet, I yearn for a moment of intimacy with you. Let us not mate, but simply share a kiss." Siddhanana could hardly restrain herself and touched him a few times. Having indulged in the allure of MOU, she found herself unable to control her impulses upon this encounter. In Chapter 63, experimenting with the art of enchantment, Shirmu assumed her agreement and embraced her fervently, showering her with kisses before attempting to disrobe Siddhanana. Siddhanana was ignited with a fervent desire by his teasing, and she quickly pushed him away, fearing that while he might restrain himself, she could not, which could lead to dire consequences. She kicked Simu off the bed and declared, "Enough. I'm going to have dinner now. You go and make 2 more stands." Simu leaned in once more to kiss her lips, and with a lingering reluctance, he replied, "All right, what kind of stands would you like me to make?" Siddhanana and Shirmu exited the room together, instructing Shirmu to construct 2 shelves beside the stove for miscellaneous items. This arrangement would allow the ingredients to be placed on the shelves before cooking and the prepared dishes to rest upon them afterward. Having already crafted 3 bamboo shelves, Shirmu was undeterred by the prospect of working with wood and promptly set to work. By the time Siddhanana finished her dinner, he had completed the shelves. As Siddhanana observed that the day had not yet fully darkened, she instructed Shirmu to continue crafting the table before she indulged in her own bath. Only upon the completion of the table would he be permitted to wash up and retire for the night. Upon his eager return from the bath, Shirmu, brimming with excitement, entangled himself with Siddhanana on the bed, yearning for affectionate gestures and tender touches. Siddhanana felt a mixture of joy and sorrow, ultimately stating, "If you continue like this, when Heiyu returns, I shall inform him that you have coerced me." At once, Shirmu became obedient, saying, "No, Nana. I shall not disturb you any longer. If you wish to rest, then rest." However, Siddhanana's discontent deepened. "Why is it that you heed Heiyu's words, yet disregard mine? Since the beast god has favored the females, it is only fitting that we assert ourselves." Siddhanana gritted her teeth, resolute that her first step towards empowerment should commence with Shirmu. She pinched his waist, yet he exhibited no response. Undeterred, she scratched at his chest a few times. Shirmu gazed at her and inquired, "Nana, do you wish to be affectionate with me once more?" Siddhanana leaned over and playfully bit down hard on Lion Mu's lips. In response, Lion Mu immediately embraced her and pressed her onto the bed, showering her with fervent kisses. Siddhanana relinquished her intention to punish him with force. Recalling the subtle techniques of managing a partner imparted to her by Zhang Qing and the others yesterday afternoon, she waited until he released her lips before speaking in a serious tone. "Lion Mu, you must cease this instant." Upon hearing her voice, which was markedly different from the previous soft and gentle tone, Lion Mu immediately halted his indiscriminate affections and regarded her with a hint of apprehension. Siddhanana feigned anger and, with a tone of indifference, remarked, "Do you merely desire my body? In truth, you show me no respect whatsoever." Lion Mu, somewhat perplexed by her words, felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, for it was the first time she had spoken to him in such a manner. He refrained from pressing her further and turned to lie beside her, inquiring gently, "Nana, are you upset?" Siddhanana spoke with a nasal tone. Shirmu cautiously replied, "I won't kiss you anymore, so please don't be upset." Siddhanana averted her gaze, lowering her eyes as she said, "I have already cautioned you not to behave this way. You only wish to provoke my anger in order to elicit a response from me, do you not?" Lion Mu gently grasped her hand, replying, "That is not the case. I believed you enjoyed our intimacy. Just moments ago, you initiated a kiss. I promise to heed your wishes from now on, so please do not be upset." Siddhanana cast a sidelong glance at him, noticing the cautious expression etched across his face. It seemed evident that he was not merely heeding the words of Heiyu. Rather, he misinterpreted her feeble attempts to dissuade him as a form of endearment. She then turned to him earnestly and remarked, "You have previously claimed that you would heed my every word, yet you have failed to uphold that promise." Before Shermu could respond, C2 Nana raised her hand to silence him and continued, "I shall grant you another opportunity. Should you choose to disregard my counsel once more, then I—" She hesitated, contemplating the notion of relinquishing him, yet found herself unable to do so. After all, her intentions were merely to experiment with the methods of training a beastly consort, and her frustration was not genuine. Thus, she altered her statement. "Then I shall refrain from sharing my bed with you for an entire season." Shermu wrapped his arms around her, resting his head upon her shoulder as he vowed, "I will listen. I promise to obey." Sitanana gently caressed his head and remarked, "Well, I shall observe your future conduct." Lion Mu refrained from kissing her again, instead holding her tightly in his embrace, declaring, "I aspire to be your most obedient partner." But could she truly cultivate such obedience? The following morning, Lion Mu approached Sita Nana with a pitiful demeanor, cautiously inquiring, "Nana, may I steal a kiss from you?" "Just on the lips." Sita Nana generously bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. After a prolonged embrace, during which Lion Mu savored the moment, Sita Nana's lips appeared slightly swollen. She playfully tapped him and chided, "Do not kiss for such an extended duration." Lion Mu nodded repeatedly, "Understood." Siyu Nana remarked, "When it is just the two of us, you may kiss me above the neck, but do not linger too long, and ensure no marks are left behind." Upon hearing this, Lion Mu beamed with delight and replied, "Understood." He then began to shower her face and head with kisses indiscriminately. At that moment, Heiyu returned. Upon arriving back at their residence, Heiyu was met with the sight of his partner entwined with Lion Mu, engaged in fervent affection. Not only was Lion Mu kissing her recklessly, but he was also touching her without restraint. Heiyu approached, forcibly separating Lion Mu and casting him aside, before enveloping Siyu Nana in his embrace, declaring, "Nana, I have reached level 8. C2 Nana also caught sight of the fleeting ancient character 8 emblazoned on Heiyu's forehead. With a gleam of joy in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Heiyu, you are truly remarkable. In the Lion Beast tribe, which boasts 1,000 warriors, there exists but a single 8th level warrior. And in the Bear Beast tribe, comprising 2,000 warriors, there is only one 8th level and one 9th level warrior." With the thought that Heiyu had already been able to take her on adventures at the 7th level, now that he has ascended to the 8th level, could it be that she might soon soar freely across the Orc continent? Heiyu gently ruffled her hair and replied, "The true brilliance lies within you. I could only attain the 8th level after becoming your partner." Sido Nana proudly proclaimed, "Indeed, we are all quite formidable. Such impressive orcs." Yet they remained confined to the cave to engage in woodworking. After Heiyu and Shermu crafted 8 stools, they proceeded to create various other pieces of furniture for her. Sita Nana presented an array of her previous artworks for them to replicate. She also requested Lion Mu to craft several half-open wooden boards and an easel for her. Immersed in the downpour, she created a charcoal drawing of the Bear Beast tribe. Lion Mu marveled at Sita Nana's artistic talent, exclaiming, "Nana, your painting is truly remarkable. It feels as though a piece of the Bear Beast tribe has been transposed onto this wooden board." C2 Nana was quite pleased with herself, however. She merely captured a sense of ambience in her artwork, which fell far short of resembling a photograph. In the afternoon, she set aside her painting to instruct Shermu and Heiyu in the art of culinary delights. Each time they prepared a meal, they would cook a substantial quantity. And after C2 Nana sampled a little, they stored it in their spatial realm. They planned to continue this daily practice, ensuring that by the end of the rainy season, they would have amassed enough provisions to sustain them on their journey. Chapter 64. Perhaps I am the head of the household that evening. C2 Nana naturally shared her slumber with Heiyu. It had been agreed that she would sleep with him for 2 nights before spending one night with Shermu. Having already shared a bed with Shermu the previous night, Heiyu unceremoniously cast Shermu outside once more when it was time for bed. The large bed remained constructed by Shermu, who was left feeling both indignant and powerless. The torrential rain continued to pour, and the following day, C2 Nana resumed her painting while Heiyu and Shermu busied themselves with various woodworking tasks. As night fell again, it was Heiyu's turn to accompany C2 Nana to sleep. However, upon observing the cavern filled with an assortment of shelves and items, she resolved to advocate for her future happiness. After finishing her bath, she emerged and embraced Heiyu, saying, "Heiyu, I wish to discuss something with you." Heiyu gazed at her, awaiting her words. Sita Nana gently pushed Heiyu into the small cave that served as their room, guiding him to sit on the bed. Leaning against him, She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered softly in his ear, "I wish for the three of us to share a bed. Look how spacious this bed is. It can easily accommodate all three of us. Just as we agreed before, you would hold me for 2 nights. And he would hold me for 1. This way, I can see both of you every night. Will you promise me?" Heiyu glanced outside momentarily before turning back to gaze at Siddhanana. "And what did the lion say about this?" Siddhanana shook her head, expressing her discontent. "No. It's just my own thoughts," she said, pouting unhappily. "Other females can sleep with 10 partners, yet I haven't even experienced being with 2. Not to mention being surrounded by companions. I can't even enjoy the luxury of having someone on either side." Her playful, pitiable demeanor ignited a passionate fire within Heiyu. He reached out, drawing her into his embrace and bestowing upon her a fervent, lingering kiss. "All right," he murmured, "as long as it is your desire, anything is possible." C2 Nana's initially pitiable appearance swiftly transformed into one radiant with sunshine. Her face beamed with a smile as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. And she leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, exclaiming, "I knew you were the best to me." Heiyu remained silent, merely reaching out to tenderly stroke her head. C2 Nana called out to the cave, "Lion Mu, come inside and rest after your bath." Lion Mu had just secured the wooden plank that blocked the entrance to the cave and was preparing to sleep on the ground. Hearing C2 Nana's voice, he curiously lifted the animal hide to peer into the small cave. C2 Nana smiled and beckoned him, saying, "Come in, we shall all 3 sleep together." Lion Mu, initially taken aback with surprise, cast a tentative glance at Heiyu. Noticing that he offered no objections, he stepped inside. C2 Nana awaited his arrival at the bedside, embracing him with a gentle kiss before nestling down with Heiyu. After lying down, she bestowed another kiss upon Heiyu, her hand eagerly finding his, while her other hand rested contentedly. Was she not, in some measure, taking charge of her own destiny? Heiyu cast a glance at the small figure in his arms and closed his eyes, cradling his cherished companion. Liama reclined at the bedside, content in the knowledge that he could finally share a room and slumber alongside them. 5 days later, the cave that Sid and Nana called home had undergone a remarkable transformation. A large, round dining table now stood adorned with 8 stools, its surface graced by a bamboo vase intricately carved, holding a carefully pruned branch bearing small fruits. Previously, she had been unable to procure beautiful, non-toxic flowers, so a branch would suffice for the moment. Adjacent to the hearth, 2 shelves overflowed with pots, bowls, and utensils essential for daily living. Beside the shelves, 2 stone buckets contained grains and long-lasting gourds. On the opposite side of the hearth, an easel held a drawing board upon which Sid and Nana had sketched a golden-haired lion for Lianmu, the artwork already exuding character, with only a few details remaining. Next to the easel stood a tall wooden screen, where Sid and Nana was poised to carve with a sharp beast's tooth. The room also housed a vanity, devoid of a mirror but furnished with 2 distinct combs, freshly crafted beast hide hairbands, bone hair ornaments, wooden hairpins, and a petite vase. To add a personal touch, she had pinned her inaugural painting of a rainy scene from the bear beast tribe on the cave wall, infusing the space with an unmistakable sense of life. Sid and Nana relished this way of life, indulging daily in activities that brought her joy. She would admire the rain, engage in painting, and in the evenings, share tender moments with her companions. Although she could not venture outdoors, she found little desire to do so. However, prolonged gazing at the rain could evoke a sense of melancholy. Fortunately, painting served as a delightful diversion to pass the time and ease her spirits. Shermu, being quite the conversationalist, made the hours slip by swiftly. This afternoon, feeling fatigued from her artistic endeavors, Sid and Nana sat at the dining table, gazing out at the rain-soaked scenery while contemplating what furniture she might create next. In truth, she yearned to craft an umbrella, allowing her to venture outside even on rainy days. Yet, her skills were lacking, and she struggled to recall the umbrella's structure, even considering making one that could not be folded. Meanwhile, Heiyu assisted her by fashioning carving knives of various sizes from beast bones. Aspiring to create exquisite engravings on wood and bamboo, different chisels were indispensable. While carving a vase, she felt that her current tools were inadequate and requested Heiyu to modify them for her. At the same time, Shermu was using a stone scoop to grind the millet that Sid and Nana had previously collected into flour, as she had developed a craving for noodles. As he scooped the millet, he remarked, "Nana, in a couple of days, once I've crafted the items you desire and the rain has subsided, I shall venture into the wilderness to hone my skills." Satana raised her head curiously and inquired, "Whom do you seek to battle in the wilderness?" Shimu replied, "Beasts. Ferocious creatures, or even wayward beastmen will suffice. I believe that after enduring a few more battles, I should be able to reach level 6. Heiyu responded, Do so expeditiously. Once you return after attaining level 6, I wish to explore further south of the Bear Beast tribe to gather information. There lies a sculpted beast tribe near the towering cliffs, and I am eager to witness it. Sitanana turned to Heiyu and inquired, "Is this the tribe where Heiyu was born?" Heiyu shook his head and replied, "No, I was merely pondering your mention of a falcon that perished beside you. Hence I came to ask." After a brief pause, Heiyu cast a disdainful glance at Shermu and remarked, "This lion is far too feeble. Were he a higher-tier beastman, I would have no objections to you sharing a night with him." The inadequacy of the lion lingered in the air. Heiyu continued, "Should he manage to reach level 6, I would take the opportunity, while you are still in the Bear Beast tribe, to visit the nearby tribes, thus avoiding the waste of these precious days." Chapter 65, The Second Challenge of Bear Mist. Indeed, Sitanana finds it rather inconvenient to traverse the wilderness on a rainy day. However, Heiyu is quite capable of doing so. It was only then that Sitanana realized he harbored such thoughts, which explained his search for a formidable yet benevolent beast tribe to endure the minor rainy season. However, she too was eager to visit the one in Stone Cliff. The hints bestowed by the Phoenix's miniature world indicated that if she could gather the protective powers of the 4 symbols of the Phoenix realm, she would be safeguarded for an additional century, a lifespan she was determined to acquire. If her memory served her correctly, the powers of the 4 symbols were represented by the Eastern Azure Dragon, the Southern Vermilion Bird, the Western White Tiger, and the Northern Black Tortoise, corresponding respectively to wood, fire, metal, and water. She had acquired the wood power of the Eastern Azure Dragon as a blessing from the Eastern Guardian Stone Tablet, and living in this beastman continent, where fire was so inconvenient, she eagerly anticipated the fire power of the Vermilion Bird. To obtain the other 3 protective powers, it seemed she would need to visit the 3 respective stone tablets. Contemplating this, Sitanana inquired, "Heiyu, how long does it take to reach the Guardian Stone Tablet at One in Stone Cliff from here?" Both of them regarded her with surprise, and Lionmu asked, "Nana, do you wish to see the Guardian Stone Tablet at One in Stone Cliff?" Upon seeing Sitanana nod, Heiyu replied, "I have never visited the Guardian Stone Tablet at One in Stone Cliff, but I have heard that the 4 Guardian Stone Tablets are located at the ends of the 4 realms. It takes 12 days to fly from the Eastern Guardian Stone Tablet to the Sculpture Beast Tribe. So traveling from the Sculpture Beast Tribe to the Southern Guardian Stone Tablet should require 8 days. From the Bear Beast Tribe, it would take approximately 5 days. Therefore, the journey from here to the extreme southern region would take 13 days. Sitanana pondered for a moment. Since the Phoenix realm could sustain her soul for a century, it implied that even if she failed to fulfill the original owner's wishes, her life would remain intact. Autumn spans 100 days, so dedicating 30 days to traverse back and forth for her own longevity seemed reasonable. Should she instruct Heiyu to disregard the original owner and proceed directly to the ends of the 4 corners of the world? Yet, utilizing another's body without assisting them in realizing their final desires felt somewhat unjustifiable, especially with the rain pouring down relentlessly. After much hesitation, Sitanana ultimately decided to first locate the original tribe and join her kin in the rite of passage. Should gaining her people's acceptance prove to be a prolonged endeavor, she would endure the so-called great rainy season of spring, along with the harrowing phase of estrus, before departing from her original tribe to the far reaches of the 3 realms to gather the powers of the 4 symbols. Thus, she lifted her gaze towards Heiyu and said, "The journey has taken a bit longer than anticipated. Never mind. I shall seek my tribe and earn my kin's blessings before proceeding." Lionmu readily concurred, saying, "Indeed, in the future, do seek more companions. We shall protect you as you make your way." Should she decide to embark on the journey now, Heiyu would undoubtedly leave him behind, flying away with Nana alone. What could this grounded lion possibly do? Heiyu remarked, "If we walk, I can fly for a day while you would need to traverse for 2 or 3 days. Heiyu would fly back and forth for 30 days, while she would have to walk for 80 to 90 days. What a tormenting journey that would be." Sitanana inquired, "Heiyu, can you not grasp Lionmu with your claws to hasten our travel? This way, he wouldn't need to part from us." Heiyu glanced at Lionmu and replied, "That would slow our flight and render combat rather inconvenient." Sitanana ingratiatingly remarked, "There is no need to fight while soaring in the sky. Isn't it true that the rainforest Zigua lacks airborne vagabond beastmen?" Heiyu nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, the rainforest Zigua is devoid of them, yet the 10,000-fathom cliffs harbor such beings." He paused momentarily before adding, as a wandering beastman, "My experiences have taught me that one must always ensure their combat readiness. Otherwise, the threat of demise looms perilously close." Situan Nana was immediately reminded of the omnipresent dangers of the rainforest kingdom and could only nod in agreement, saying, "Indeed, hey you were correct. It was nothing." Henceforth, she would consider it an adventure. She glanced at Shermu and then at Heyu, offering them a reassuring smile as she said, "When you leave the tribe and venture into the outside world, please be cautious." Shermu replied, "Nana, rest assured, I will take good care of myself." Heyu, meticulously sharpening the beast bone carving knife, implied with his words, a man cannot truly elevate his status without experiencing life and death in battle. Thus, the notion of being cautious and protecting oneself remains but an empty phrase. At this thought, Situanana's spirits began to dwindle. Just then, through the rain curtain, a massive black and white bear, clutching two long tusks, dashed towards the cave where they sheltered from the torrential downpour. Sitanana set down the carving knife and bamboo tube in her hands, while Heyu also placed his carving knife aside and walked to the left front of Sitanana. The black and white bear did not enter their cave but paused beneath the branches of the nearby tree. The bear transformed into a human figure, revealing Xiongwu. He held two 3-meter-long ivory tusks in his hands and smiled at Sitanana, saying, "Sitter, these are the tusks I hunted, a gift for your amusement." Sitanana understood that accepting the beast's fang signified an acknowledgement of the other's courtship. Thus, she remained motionless. Lion Mu approached Sitanana's right side, scrutinizing Bear Mist from head to toe. "Have you reached level 5? Bear Mist placed the fang upon the ground and replied to Lion Mu, "Indeed, the black and white bear. Bear Mist challenges you." Lion Mu harbored a rather unfavorable impression of this black and white bear. Upon hearing its words, he transformed into a majestic and formidable lion. Leaping forth from the cave, Bear Mist, not one to yield, instantaneously reverted to his beastly form as a black and white bear. Thus, the lion and the bear stood face to face in the clearing before the cave. Both creatures' eyes glimmered with fierce combativeness, and the air was thick with tension. As the torrential rain lashed against their bodies and then cascaded away, seemingly cheering them on, Lion Mu initiated the assault, opening his cavernous maw to reveal sharp, menacing fangs, and lunged fiercely at Bear Mist. In response, Bear Mist deftly sidestepped the lion's onslaught, swinging his powerful paw with great force towards Lion Mu. A resounding crash echoed as their strengths collided in midair, sending a spray of water soaring into the atmosphere. C2 Nana hurriedly rose from her seat and approached the cave entrance, with Heyu standing vigilantly by her side. The two observed the breathtaking battle unfolding before them. They witnessed Shermu swiftly adjust his stance and launch another assault. With astonishing speed, he circled behind Xiongwu and leaped fiercely, attempting to bring the formidable bear crashing to the ground with his robust physique. However, Xiongwu demonstrated remarkable reflexes. With a swift pivot, he charged directly at Shermu. And once again, the two fierce beasts collided with tremendous force. The nearby orcs, residing in their caves, peeked out to witness the spectacle, some even venturing out, illustrating that the curious onlookers are ever present. The lion and the black and white bear exchanged fierce blows, occasionally tearing at one another and striking with their claws, each lunge and bite imbued with boundless power. Chapter 66. I Shall Return. Situnana and Heyu stood silently at the mouth of the cave, observing the fierce battle between the lion and the black and white bear. Heyu spoke up, "That black and white bear is still somewhat weaker than the lion. You need not worry." What Sito Nana witnessed was a fierce and evenly matched battle between them. However, as an 8th level orc, Black Feather could undoubtedly discern the dynamics of a fight involving a 5th level orc. It was only natural that Xiongwu, who had recently ascended to level 5, would find himself at a disadvantage against Shermu, who had likely been at that level for some time. After what felt like an eternity, Sito Nana finally recognized the weaknesses that the black and white bears exhibited. She immediately called out, "Enough. You two, cease this." The two beasts heeded her command. Disengaging from their struggle, Shermu transformed back into his human form and approached Sito Nana, asserting, "Nana, I can defeat him." The black and white bear also reverted to his human shape, standing amidst the rain, his breath unsteady from the intense battle. In between deep breaths, he spoke to Sito Nana. "Though I currently remain slightly inferior to the lion in strength, in the realm of male combatants, rank does not dictate all." As he spoke, he pushed his rain-soaked white hair back, revealing his striking features. "Sito, grant me a little time, and I assure you I can vanquish this lion." His beautiful almond-shaped eyes shone with determination and affection. Shermu's own breath quickened as he fixed his gaze on Xiongwu, declaring, "Give you more time, and you shall only suffer a more humiliating defeat." Xiongwu cast a glance at him, "Then let us resume." as both were poised to continue their duel. Sido Nana interjected, "Do not fight any longer." The two combatants halted, turning their attention towards her. In that brief moment, Sido Nana felt the rain soak her feet up to her calves, prompting her to step back into the cave. Xiongwu, believing she had lost interest in granting him further chances, displayed a look of profound disappointment and sorrow. Yet, he remained undeterred, stubbornly stating, "Sido, I will go to the wilds to enhance my combat prowess. I know you intend to wait until the rainy season concludes before departing. May I have one more chance before you leave?" As he spoke, he brushed his hair back again, his face drenched in rain, and his expression a blend of sadness and a humble plea that deeply moved Sido Nana's heart. She smiled at him and waved her hand, saying, "Do not stand out in the rain. Come to the mouth of the cave. I have a question for you." Xiongwu's eyes sparkled with hope as he strode forward. But Shirmu positioned himself at the cave's entrance, preventing his entry. Xiongwu, however, showed no intention of entering the cave and stood at the threshold, his face alight with anticipation, saying, "Sido, please, ask your question." Situ Nana gazed into his seemingly luminous eyes and inquired, "Why do you wish to become my partner?" Her question evidently astonished the three males present, as the notion of a male desiring to bond with a female hardly warranted inquiry. Yet, she posed the question earnestly. Consequently, Xiongwu once more swept aside his dripping hair and solemnly replied, "Because I hold affection for you, I wish to become your partner." Observing that the confrontation had subsided, the onlooking beastfolk gradually dispersed, each returning to their respective abodes. Sidana, undeterred, pressed on with her inquiries, but at the blessing ceremony that evening, "We met for the first time, and you immediately sought to bond with me. What is it that you find appealing about me?" She yearned to comprehend the thoughts of these beastmen, unlike them, who merely chose partners based on mutual attraction or strength. She was human and harbored deeper emotional and spiritual aspirations. At this moment, Xiongwu's breath had steadied, and he replied, "The blessing ceremony was not the first occasion on which I beheld you. My initial sighting was when you arrived at the Bear Beast tribe. You were smiling as you embraced Lionmu, and I found your smile to be exquisite. You must be a remarkably gentle female." He paused briefly before continuing, then, "During the blessing ceremony, when you conversed with Bai Bing and Lang Xian, I perceived you to be an exceptionally intelligent female." Situ Nana reminisced about the two instances he had mentioned, pondering why she felt she had not exhibited any remarkable qualities that might have captured his attention. Xiongwu inquired, "That night, I intended to propose to you, yet you smiled and shook your head. Was it that you wished to spare me the embarrassment of a public rejection?" Sitha Nana nodded and said, "But you still came." She believed he had not grasped her meaning, yet to her surprise, he had indeed understood. Xiongwu gazed at her with an expression of admiration and smiled as he spoke. "It is your gentle smile and the way you shake your head that reveal to me your extraordinary kindness and deep respect for men. I wish to convey my feelings to you. Just like now, you ask me to avoid the rain while conversing with you. The more I engage with you, the more I find myself drawn to you. Situ Nana, is this not a trivial matter?" She herself does not perceive anything particularly commendable in her actions. Yet it is precisely this minute detail that endears him to me even more. As she stood in a daze, Xiongwu took a deep breath and inquired, "If I were able to defeat Shirmu, would you be willing to accept me?" It turns out that the beastmen do not eschew matters of the heart. Rather, their emotions are imbued with a purity and fervor that surpasses that of humans. Be it Heiyu, Shirmu, or this Xiongwu, each has allowed Situ Nana to experience the genuine affections of the beastmen. Sita Nana was already moved by him. She resolved that, even if he could not defeat Shirmu, she would accept him. Shirmu interjected, declaring, "Defeating me is impossible." Xiongwu cast a glance at Shirmu and said to Sita Nana, "I will continue to strive for greater strength. I shall return to challenge your second partner before the end of the rainy season." With that, he turned and transformed into a black and white bear, charging into the curtain of rain. Watching the departing panda, Sita Nana called out, "Xiongwu, don't you dare die? I will be waiting for your return." The rushing black and white bear suddenly came to a halt, rolling playfully in a small puddle. He transformed back into his human form, turned to Sita Nana, and waved. "I will definitely return." With those words, he sprinted away in his human guise. Sita Nana laughed heartily. The sight of him rolling about was utterly amusing, and the declaration, "I shall return," was equally comical. She had watched her fair share of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf during her childhood. Heiyu reached out and embraced her, inquiring, "Will you accept him?" Meanwhile, Shirmu wore an expression of displeasure, asserting that Black and White Bear could never defeat me. Situ Nana glanced up at Heiyu and Shirmu. Heiyu wore his customary stoic expression, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts, While Shermu clearly displayed his discontent, now that she had solidified her own feelings, it was imperative to convey them to them unequivocally. Moreover, she aspired to embody a resolute woman, unwilling to be dominated by Heiyu any longer. Chapter 67. How to justify a journey through time, having arrived in a world abundant with handsome men, filled with devoted and dashing figures. Could she really afford to remain ensnared by these two unyielding giants? It was essential to gather an array of exquisite gentlemen, otherwise. How could she justify her journey through time? How could she honor the gift of the Phoenix realm bestowed by her grandmother? Even if she could only admire them from a distance, she must first gather them close to her heart. She now lamented not having secured that enchanting mermaid by her side sooner. Sito Nana embraced Heiyu and said, "Carry me back and sit down." Heiyu obliged, gently placing her beside the newly crafted table and allowing her to settle upon his lap. Lianmu also approached and took a seat beside her. Sita Nana gazed at Shermu and inquired, "Shermu, did you not previously suggest that I seek additional partners within the lion beast tribe? Have you now changed your mind?" Shermu shook his head and replied, "No, that is not the case. Although Heiyu is formidable, it is evident that you cannot limit yourself to merely the two of us as partners. It would be preferable for you to avoid following the example of Chief Xiong, who has taken on 30 or more companions." Sita Nana inquired, "Then why do you harbor a dislike for Xiong Wu?" Lion Mu cast a glance at Heiyu and replied, "He challenged me at level 4. I sensed a certain disdain in his gaze." Sita Nana remarked, "However, this was stated by Heiyu. In order to court me, one must first defeat you." Lianma cast another glance at Heiyu. In truth, he harbored a deep disdain for Heiyu, yet felt powerless to resist, thus redirecting his animosity towards the individual instead. After a moment of contemplation, Lianmu exhaled deeply and said, "Nana, you are indeed correct. In fact, Xiongwu possesses considerable strength. Should you seek a new companion, he would be a commendable choice. I acknowledge that I had misjudged him previously." Sito Nana looked up at Heiyu once more. Heiyu remarked, "If you like it, then take it." Upon hearing his acquiescence, Sito Nana beamed with joy. To both Shermu and Heiyu, her smile was dazzling, leading them to believe that she harbored a particular fondness for the black and white bear. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Nana addressed Heiyu, saying, "Since Shermu dislikes it, Heiyu, please refrain from expressing it that way in the future." Heiyu cast a glance at Shermu, who met his gaze with unwavering resolve before turning his eyes away. Sito Nana embraced Heiyu and said, "We are a family. We must unite in love and harmony. I understand that you disapprove of my preference for weaker orcs. Could you perhaps articulate a more graceful refusal for me regarding those lesser orcs?" Heiyu replied, "Henceforth, I shall assert that one must attain level 5 to qualify as your partner." Sito Nana smiled at him, tilting her head to plant a kiss on Heiyu's cheek, then leaned over to bestow a gentle kiss upon Shermu, saying to them, "In the future, when I encounter an orc that I fancy, I shall inform you both. You will assist me in testing his character and strength to ascertain whether he is a worthy companion. If he does not meet my approval, I would like you to help me drive him away. Is that agreeable?" Heiyu replied with a simple hum. Shermu added, "Very well, Nana. You may choose whomever you wish and strike at anyone you desire." Reaching a mutual understanding with her two partners, Sito Nana felt elated at the prospect of having the opportunity to gather those she admired around her in the future. The thought of days filled with handsome suitors brought her immense joy, and she silently expressed her gratitude to the beast god. Having finished her words, Shermu resumed his task of transferring the scooped wheat flour into the wooden basin. Since the wheat had been collected by Sito Nana from the wild, it retained a slight moisture, but thankfully, the preservation capabilities of the spatial artifact ensured it would remain fresh for some time. Sito Nana set aside half of the flour and proceeded to instruct Lion Mu on how to add water and knead the dough until it became a smooth, cohesive mass. The orcs, possessing ample strength, swiftly transformed a large basin of flour into a dough of ideal consistency, its surface polished and devoid of any residual flour. The prepared dough required a resting period of 15 to 30 minutes. During this time, it was opportune to simmer a rich bone broth for later use in cooking the noodles. Heiyu also assisted her in crafting an orc bone carving knife. As Sito Nana took possession of the knife, she suddenly remembered the two elongated ivory tusks left by Bear Mist and promptly requested Heiyu to retrieve them for her. Such lengthy tusks must hold considerable value. Heiyu carefully picked up the tusks, which had endured a prolonged exposure to rain at the cave entrance, and rinsed them clean of rainwater before bringing them inside. Sito Nana retracted one piece while idly handling another on the table. This ivory, exceeding 3 meters in length, was far beyond her capacity to lift, estimated to weigh around 200 to 300 pounds. Its surface was lustrously white, and when touched, it felt akin to jade, cool, translucent, and possessing an extraordinarily smooth texture. Situ-Nana is aware that ivory can be crafted into exquisite carvings, a delicate art form she genuinely enjoys and can manage, albeit with difficulty. However, the ivory is exceedingly hard, rendering her unable to carve it effectively. She can only work with softer materials like soap and paper crafts. It is only in the past few days that she has attempted wood and bamboo carving. At that moment, Heiyu interjects, cautioning her that such beast tusks can pierce the hides of intermediate beasts, advising her to exercise caution while engaging with them. Situ-Nana gazed at Heiyu and inquired, "Are you suggesting that it cannot penetrate the hide of advanced beastmen?" Heiyu replied, "What I mean is that even in your hands, it can effortlessly pierce through the skin of intermediate beastmen." After a moment of contemplation, Situ-Nana concluded that it was indeed quite impressive. It was not merely a decorative item. She inquired, "So, this beast tooth can be wielded as a weapon? If my speed is sufficient and my strength adequate, I could potentially slay a high-ranking orc with it, correct?" Heiyu nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed. This is a rare third-tier beast tooth from A, and such specimens are scarce. To find a tooth of superior quality, one would have to obtain it from an orc." Situ-Nana inquired while stroking the ivory, "Does this imply that ordinary beasts can ascend to a maximum of level 3? Simu affirmed, "Indeed. However, within the same tier, the size of the creature is often a determining factor. For instance, a level 3 elephantine beast possesses the capability to vanquish level 4 or even level 5 beastmen. In a 1 versus many scenario, even a level 6 beastman may find themselves in peril. This is due to the extraordinary sharpness of their tusks and the remarkable thickness of the elephant's hide." Situ-Nana nodded, recalling the words spoken by Lang Song before his demise. He had claimed that he was on par with the scorpion, yet possessed a physical advantage. Thus, in the realm of beastmen, whether it be wild creatures or beast folk, the dynamics mirrored those of the real world. A wolf, even at the same level as a lion, would inevitably succumb to it. In terms of both offensive capability and size, there exists a profound disparity. Furthermore, the observation made by Heiyu regarding the predominantly herbivorous beastmen perishing in significant numbers also held considerable merit. It would indeed be a curious anomaly if a rabbit were to triumph over a lion. Situ-Nana nudged the ivory towards Heiyu, but it proved too heavy to move. "Could you assist me in crafting it into a weapon for my self-defense?" she inquired. Lion-Mu remarked, "Nana," intending to assure her of their protection, yet hesitated as memories of the incidents within the lion beast tribe flooded his mind, prompting him to remain silent. Heiyu picked up the ivory, examining it thoughtfully, and asked, "What form do you envision for it?" Situ-Nana pondered for a moment before she decided to set her thoughts aside. She retrieved a leaf and a charcoal pencil, preparing to sketch the weapon she envisioned. As she strived to recall the details of the weapon, she realized her memories were rather vague. Unable to settle on an image, she opted to commence with making noodles. She addressed Shirmu, saying, "Shirmu, the dough has sufficiently risen." Chapter 68. The art of noodle making. Under Situ-Nana's direction, Shirmu kneaded the dough once more, imparting greater elasticity to it. Once the dough was prepared, Situ-Nana began to instruct him in the intricate craft of noodle pulling, a task that truly tested Shirmu's patience. He struggled for an extended period, unable to produce the desired result. Of course, Situ-Nana was no expert herself. She had merely observed others perform the technique during her visits to a Lansdowne noodle shop. Ultimately, they resorted to using a rolling pin to flatten the dough into thin sheets. While rolling, it was essential to sprinkle some dry flour on the surface to prevent sticking. After achieving the desired thinness, they cut the sheets into strips. Heiyu and Shirmu toiled together for half the day, while Situ-Nana completed her weapon design. She resolved to craft a short dagger measuring 30 centimeters in length from ivory, with a blade extending only 10 centimeters. The shorter length would afford her greater control when wielding it. After all, she was no combatant. If the moment arose when she needed to act, it would likely be a perilous situation, one where her life hung by a thread. In that critical moment, she could catch her adversary off guard as they approached. For a 30-centimeter ivory blade aimed at the heart would surely prove fatal. Situ-Nana finally savored the handmade noodles before nightfall. The texture of the artisanal noodles was delightfully chewy, albeit a tad too thick. Overall, it was quite commendable, although the process was undeniably laborious. Situ-Nana expressed a profound sense of accomplishment in witnessing the transformation from wheat to noodle, even if her involvement was merely verbal rather than manual. However, for those from the southern regions who lack the skill to prepare such delicacies themselves, it remains an arduous task indeed. Situ-Nana gathered the uncooked noodles, deciding to set them aside for a later indulgence when her appetite craved them once more. However, the remaining flour could be transformed into delightful buns or dumplings. After all, on a rainy day, there was nowhere to venture. She could immerse herself in painting, and since they were not adept at culinary pursuits at home, what else could they do? The following day, as the rain had considerably lessened, Sith and Nana observed numerous male beastmen venturing out for activities. Lion Mu remarked, "Nana, the rain has indeed diminished today. I shall depart from the bear beast tribe to enhance my skills in the wilderness." Cedo Nana embraced him gently, saying, "Please take care of yourself." Lion Mu lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on her lips, replying, "I will return once I reach level 6. His implication was clear. He would not return until he attained that level. Cedo Nana declared, "Regardless of your level, you must return safely." Lion Mu smiled at her and replied, "I shall not disappoint you." He then transformed into a lion and dashed out of the cave. As she watched the golden-maned lion disappear into the distance, Cedo Nana let out a gentle sigh. In the world of beastmen, strength was revered above all, an immutable law of their primal existence. Heiyu assured, "It won't be long. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Cedo Nana gazed at Heiyu with anticipation. "Are you suggesting that he is on the verge of leveling up?" Heiyu nodded and replied, "You have already attained the status of a high-ranking female. If he cannot upgrade, it simply means he is exceedingly weak." Cedo Nana, "Me? A high-ranking female?" Heiyu replied, "Indeed, your advancement has been remarkably swift. When I first met you, you were a low-ranking female. Under the blessings of the Guardian Stone Tablet, you ascended to an intermediate level. And after receiving the heavenly fire at the Bear Beast Tribe's blessing ceremony, you elevated to a high rank. That is why I have also reached level 8. Cedo Nana recalled that the very next day after she received the heavenly fire, she departed from the Bear Beast Tribe to pursue her own advancement. Is this what it means for partners to assist each other in their growth? Heiyu nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed. Otherwise, why do you think you seldom encounter high-ranking solitary males? For those without a partner, ascending to higher levels is exceedingly challenging." Sith and Nana gained a profound understanding of the rarity of female beings. Even a formidable orc like Heiyu must ascend through such means. It is no wonder that level 8 and level 9 orcs are so seldom encountered. She also reflected upon the fact that within the entire Bear Beast tribe, there exists only one advanced female, Xiongxiu. Indeed, I, Sith and Nana, am truly remarkable. Aha. Sid and Nana indulged in a moment of self-admiration before bestowing a kiss upon Heiyu as a token of her affection. This formidable and powerful beastman, already impressive in his own right, attributed all the credit for his advancement to her, unlike certain individuals who, having gained advantages from women, would ironically proclaim, "Without me, how could you possibly achieve such feats?" The two exchanged sweet nothings for a while, after which Cedo Nana produced a piece of ivory, requesting Heiyu to fashion a short blade from its tip. Once he had completed the blade, she asked him to create a comb, a hairpin, a bracelet, a cup, and a bowl from the remaining length of the ivory. Heiyu gazed at the long piece of ivory and inquired, "Do you have such an affinity for the beast tusk gifted by that black and white bear?" Cedo Nana lifted her gaze to him, though his expression revealed little. She discerned a hint of jealousy within him. She felt compelled to clarify, "It is not the tusks he gifted me that I cherish, but rather the exquisite items crafted from them. Do you not find these ivory pieces, smooth and cool to the touch, striking in their beauty? They surpass the elegance of those fashioned from wood or bamboo by far." He replied, "I shall create for you a cup and a bowl from this ivory. And once I procure a tusk from a mammoth, I will fashion more for you." C2 Nana believes that the jealous orc is unreasonable. The prey is clearly present, so why wait for him to hunt? Moreover, with Shirmu currently absent, he certainly will not venture out to hunt, and they must wait for Shirmu's return. Sister Nana could only say, "Very well, then I shall wait for Xiongwu to return and complete the other tasks for me." Heiyu pressed his lips together, appearing somewhat reluctant to refrain from undertaking any tasks for her. Cedo Nana said to him, "Do not bring me ivory. You can find me something different yet equally beautiful. There are many things that I adore." Heiyu nodded and inquired, "What kind of things do you desire?" C2 Nana pondered for a moment and then said, "Find me a black stone. No, find me stones of various colors. Any hue will do." Heiyu nodded in agreement. "All right." After a day of incessant light rain, the rain finally ceased the following morning, and the long-awaited sun graced the sky once again. As C2 Nana observed numerous beastmen emerging to engage in various activities, she felt an irresistible urge to accompany Heiyu for a stroll around the Bear Beast tribe. Having resided there for quite some time, she realized she had yet to interact with the inhabitants of the tribe. At that moment, Zhang Qing and Zhang Ru approached, perched on the backs of their partners, and called out before reaching the cave's entrance, "Little C2, the sky is clear. Let us venture outside to play." Zhongqing was seated atop a great white bear, its limbs caked with mud from the incessant rain that had poured down for the past week, leaving the ground utterly saturated. "Very well, just a moment," C2 Nana replied as she donned a pair of 10-centimeter wooden clogs, allowing Heiyu to lift her up as they departed from the cave where they had lingered for several days. Chapter 69. Deliberate Indulgence of Youthful Aggression. Zhongqing and Zhongru led their two partners, alongside C2 Nana and Heiyu, forming a group of 8 as they exited the cave and descended the mountain. They traversed an irregular expanse of rice paddies before entering the bamboo grove ahead, where they spied numerous females engaged in various activities. The forest floor was adorned with an abundance of wild orchids, resplendent in shades of purple and blue. The group busied themselves gathering flowers, while some male beastmen crafted garlands from the orchids to present to their partners or the females they admired. Zhongru remarked, "These water orchids bloom only after heavy rains. They are truly exquisite. Let us gather some for our enjoyment." C2 Nana nodded in agreement, remarking on the undeniable beauty of the flowers, suggesting that a bouquet would grace a vase splendidly. Zhongqing inquired, "What is a vase?" As the three women descended from their companions, C2 Nana observed their bare feet, an image that struck her as rather unsanitary. Steadying herself with the support of Heiyu, she explained, "A vase is a container for flowers, typically crafted from wood or bamboo." Zhongru then fixed her gaze upon the wooden clogs adorning C2 Nana's feet, asking, "Little C2, what are those on your feet?" C2 Nana remarked, "These are wooden clogs, designed to shield our feet from the sharp blades of grass." Zhongqing, in admiration, exclaimed, "You are truly brilliant. No wonder the divine beasts bestow their blessings upon you. I too wish for my partner to craft me a pair." C2 Nana remarked, "Certainly. On such a rainy day, we can don elevated wooden clogs. Typically, I wear flat ones in my cave, as I prefer to forego the two supporting wooden boards beneath. It is quite comfortable." Sithan Nana plucked an orchid, the water orchid, blooming resplendently after the rain. Alas, this particular flower serves no purpose other than to be admired. Three women, while gathering orchids, engaged in lively conversation about fashion and adornment, as various single male creatures from the bear tribe showcased their muscles around them. Some were picking flowers, others climbing trees, creating an atmosphere of delightful commotion. Noticing Sitha Nana's curious gaze, Brown Ching leaned in and whispered in her ear, "These unattached males are vying for your attention. If you fancy one, simply smile at him and beckon with your hand." C2 Nana cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, "Is it possible that they, too, are courting you?" After uttering these words, she paid no further heed and moved aside, bending down to pluck a pair of orchids that bloomed in tandem. Suddenly, a small gray wolf dashed forward, startling C2 Nana. Before she could react, Heiyu pulled her away, and in that instant, the splendid cluster of orchids was ravaged by the little gray wolf. With a grin, the wolf approached, cradling the mischievous pup, and said to C2 Nana, "My little one can be quite unruly. I hope I did not frighten you." Sithan Nana believed that she must have intentionally incited the juvenile to commit an act of aggression, although it was merely a trivial matter. She did not wish to hold a grudge against her, nor did she desire to contend with such a diminutive wolf cub. However, to prevent her from repeatedly charging forward, Sithu Nana felt it necessary to issue a warning, lest this little wolf assume that she was an easy target. With a deliberately cheerful smile, she remarked, "I must admit, I was indeed startled. However, considering it is your first offense, I shall pardon you, dear little wolf cub. I hope you can keep a close watch on him. Otherwise, what if my companion mistakes him for a predatory brute seeking to seize a female and ends up snapping his neck? He is, after all, a notoriously ruthless stray orc." C2 Nana spoke, and the expressions on the faces of Lang Xin and her 5 or 6 companions turned grim. They hurriedly approached and pulled her away. Whispering something in her ears, they did so. Sid and Nana understood that they were either trying to deceive her or merely recounting the brutality of Heiyu. At this moment, Situ Nana noticed that only her second partner was a wolf beast, while the rest were bear beastmen. Astonishingly, at such a young age, she already had over 30 partners. She inwardly exclaimed, "Wow, you were truly impressive." However, Wolf Xin cast an unfriendly glance at Situ Nana and ultimately refrained from speaking further. Is this the advantage bestowed by a partner's fearsome reputation? Situ Nana looked up and smiled at Heiyu, intending to coax him further. To her surprise, Heiyu nodded and replied, "You are absolutely right. I was just contemplating giving that little wolf cub a kick, fearing I might accidentally kill him. From now on, If anyone dares to charge towards you, I shall assert that I believe them to be a rogue beastman attempting to seize a female, thus justifying my forceful response. Sitting in a state of bemusement, Situ Nana cradled Heiyu and softly murmured, "Please, we are merely guests in their tribe. If we were to harm their young, our stay would surely be jeopardized." My earlier words were merely a ruse to intimidate her, ensuring she did not perceive me as an easy target, thus preventing her from incessantly seeking to trouble me. Zhongqing leaned closer, whispering in Situ Nana's ear, "However, Situ, what you said earlier was genuinely frightening." Zhongru added. Yet, I must admit, witnessing the expression on Lang Xian's face was quite satisfying. She constantly incites by being to scold us, truly insidious. Situ Nana gazed at the two female members of the Brown Bear clan, expressing her surprise. I assumed her hostility was directed solely at me. It appears she extends it to you as well. Zhongqing replied. She wouldn't dare provoke me. After all, I am the clan leader. Zhongru added. Aside from a few clan leaders, she shows a slightly better disposition towards the white bears and the black and white bears. However, she treats the younger female bears of other clans with disdain. This is rather peculiar. Why is her animosity exclusively aimed at the younger females? Is she fearful of others encroaching upon the male she desires? Yet, she already possesses more than 30 partners. Does she truly have such a voracious appetite for companionship? As they conversed, Bai Bing from the White Bear clan approached. Wolf Xian handed the gray wolf cub to her partner and hurried over to Bai Bing, exclaiming, "Bai Bing, you've arrived. Wasn't it mentioned that your clan had an agreement with the black and white bears, stipulating that the next single male to ascend to level 5 would become your partner? I heard that Xiong Wu has already reached level 5. It seems you will soon have a formidable new companion." All the female bears present turned their attention to Wolf Xian and Bai Bing, subsequently engaging in hushed discussions. Bai Bing furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding. While I indeed had such an arrangement with Xiong Xiu, she glanced at Situ Nana. Recalling the events of that fateful night when Xiong Wu challenged Shirmu for Situ Nana's sake. Although Xiong Wu did not prevail, it was clear to everyone that his affections lay with Situ Nana. Bai Bing, being an exceptional female herself, had no desire to contest for a male she did not favor. Wolf Xian glanced at Situ Nana and provocatively inquired, "Are you afraid of her?" Bai Bing shot a glare at Situ Nana before retorting to Wolf Xian, "Why would I fear her? I have been blessed by the beast god." Wolf Xian countered. That outsider has not accepted Xiong Wu, and at that time, he was not even at level 5. Who knows whether he will still harbor feelings for her once he ascends. Bai Bing cast a couple of glances at Situ Nana, when suddenly Zhang Qing interjected. "You might be surprised, but there is someone who knows whether Xiong Wu will still like Situ." Chapter 70. The Power of Rumor. Wolf Xian looked at Zhang Qing and asked, "You know? How did you find out? Did Xiong Wu tell you?" I never imagined he was the type to court females indiscriminately. Before Zhang Qing could respond, a female from the Black and White Bear clan interjected. "How can you speak of Xiong Wu in such a manner? If C2 does not accept him, how will he ever find a partner? Xiong Wu is not that kind of male." Wolf Xian regarded the Black and White Bear female with a look of feigned innocence, saying, "I haven't said anything. I merely inquired how Zhang Qing came to know Xiong Wu's feelings." The Black and White Bear female, visibly agitated, stamped her foot and declared, "Regardless, you cannot speak of him in that way." Sidanana quietly inquired of Zhongru, "What is the relationship between that Black and White Bear female and Xiong Wu? If Xiong Wu truly is the type of male who indiscriminately flirts with females, she would never accept him. Although he does not appear to be such a male. She is not particularly adept at judging character, so it is best to clarify." Zhongqing explained to Lang Xian, "Yesterday, Xiong Wu came to the dwelling of our Brown Bear clan to seek out Sidu and even engaged in a scuffle before her cave, which many members of our clan witnessed. Upon hearing that many clan members had seen it, Lang Xian quietly remarked, 'It's good to know.' Zhongru then informed Sidu Nana, that Black and White Bear female is a beastman born of the same mother as Xiong Wu, having been born a year earlier than him." Sidu Nana, "Ah, so you are the sister of Xiong Wu?" Zhongru nodded. "Yes, indeed, she is his sister." As the two whispered to each other, Bai Bing loudly announced to everyone, "Since Xiong Wu has a favored female, I shall not consider him as a partner. I have no interest in a male whose heart does not belong to me." After finishing her statement, she shot a glare at Lang Xian and departed with her companion. At that moment, the Black and White Bear female, Xiong Wu's sister, approached Sidu Nana and said, Sidu, do not listen to Lang Xian's nonsense. Xiong Wu is not that type of male." Sister Nana smiled and nodded at her, saying, I understand, sister. The female bear, taken aback for a moment, replied. I am not called sister. My name is Xiong. Sito Nana smiled as she shared with everyone the terminology related to familial relations among their kind. When referring to siblings born of the same mother, if it is a male who is older, he is addressed as elder brother, while a younger male is called younger brother. In the case of females, they are referred to as elder sister and younger sister. If the bond is particularly strong, as it is between her and Zongqing, they may affectionately call each other elder sister, as if they were born of the same mother. Zongqing joyfully exclaimed, Sito, I never realized I held such a cherished place in your heart. Situ Nana nodded with a smile. Of course. When I first arrived on the Orc continent, I knew nothing. It was Zhongqing and Zhongru who taught me how to be a woman and how to train my beast husband. It was truly wonderful. Xiangjie responded. I see. But what about your mother's mother? She has always treated me exceptionally well. I wish to address her without directly using her name. Yet I am uncertain how to do so appropriately. Sister Nana remarked, Mother's mother is referred to as grandma, while mother's father can be called grandpa. She then casually added, additionally, Mother's older sister and younger sister can be addressed as aunt. Xiangjie inquired further, what about mother's brothers? Situ Nana's father is an only child, thus devoid of uncles and aunts. The only relative on his side is a solitary aunt. After some contemplation, it seemed she should refer to him as uncle. However, the relationships are predominantly based on maternal lineage, and thus, no one considers paternal ties. Didn't Xiangjie inquire about maternal connections? Consequently, she declared, I believe the elder males are called grandfather, while the middle-aged ones are referred to as uncle. This way, there would be no need for further inquiries. Primarily, she wished to avoid explaining the complexities of terms such as uncle, aunt, aunt's husband, and uncle-in-law, as they were simply too numerous. A group of females surrounding her nodded in agreement. Xiangjie further inquired, Situ, did the beast god impart all this knowledge to you? Indeed, Situ Nana affirmed with a nod. After all her uniqueness stemmed from the beast god's benevolence. For who could rival the omnipotence of the beast god? Her admission garnered her a multitude of adoring gazes from the surrounding females. At that moment, Situ Nana suddenly noticed several long-stemmed white mushrooms nestled among the batch of water orchids in Xiangjie's hands. She reached out to touch one, exclaiming, These are dandan mushrooms. Consuming them raw can lead to diarrhea, but they are edible when cooked. Astonished, she looked up at Xiangjie, surprised to discover that she too shared a fondness for fungi. Xiangjie, meeting her gaze, shyly confessed, I think these mushrooms are quite beautiful. So I picked them for fun, without any intention of eating them. Situ Nana exclaimed, but this is edible. Meanwhile, Xiangjie's companion hastily interjected. The mushroom is not safe for consumption. It is toxic. It can be picked for enjoyment, but it must not be eaten. Situ Nana cast a glance at him, and then turned to Xiangjie, saying, Sister Xiangjie, could you tell me where you picked these? Xiangjie led her, along with Zongqing and Zongru, for several hundred meters. After rounding a small earthen slope, they beheld a vast expanse of these delightful mushrooms. Sito Nana's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey you, quickly help me pluck them all. I want to eat. Xiangjie, the companion of her black and white bear, softly advised, Little lady, someone has tried it before and suffered greatly, nearly losing their life. It is truly inedible. Sito Nana smiled at him and said, Thank you for your reminder. These mushrooms can be consumed as long as they are cooked thoroughly. Hey, you had already begun assisting her in picking the mushrooms. Situ Nana also crouched down to pick mushrooms. Beside her, Zongqing whispered, Do not smile indiscriminately at the males. They might misconstrue your intentions as a desire to form a partnership with them. This is particularly true for those who are already in relationships, as Xiangjie would undoubtedly be displeased. Situ Nana paused for a moment, then swiftly turned to look at Xiangjie, only to find her expression somewhat displeasing. Regardless of whether she was the elder sister of Xiongwu, the partner she had chosen for herself, or merely an ordinary individual, it was never her intention to disrupt the harmony of another's marital relationship. Thus, Situ Nana promptly rose and approached Xiangjie, intertwining her arm with hers, and said, Sister Xiangjie, I harbor no romantic feelings for your partner. I merely believe he is a genuinely kind-hearted orc, which prompted my smile. However, her explanation did little to improve Xiangjie's demeanor. In fact, her praise for her partner only deepened Xiangjie's discomfort. Situ Nana, fearing that further explanations would exacerbate the situation, deftly diverted the topic, saying, This mushroom is known as the dandan fungus. Consuming it raw can lead to stomach aches and diarrhea, yet when cooked, It becomes quite delectable. Later, when you visit my cave, I shall have my partner prepare it for you. However, it will only be for us females. Males are not permitted in my cave. Upon hearing this, Xiangjia's expression softened considerably. However, Peiyu was displeased and retorted, I will only cook for you. And I have no desire to prepare it for any other females. Sito Nana exclaimed, my head feels heavy. Zongqing stepped forward to mediate, saying, fear not. Come to my cave. My companions shall prepare a meal. Zongru replied, very well. Your cave is spacious. Let us feast on these mushrooms there. Subsequently, everyone joyfully set off to gather mushrooms. Chapter 71. The ultimate aim of Wolf Xian. In truth, Xiangjia had a fondness for the delectable dandan mushrooms. Having sampled them before, she unfortunately suffered from a bout of diarrhea, which prompted her companions to keep a watchful eye on her. As the group concluded their mushroom gathering and prepared to return, Wolf Xian suddenly appeared, remarking, surely this foreign female does not intend to harm the females of our bear clan by bringing a few young ones to consume such mushrooms? Sitanana coldly retorted to the incessantly provocative female, what business is it of yours? Her blunt dismissal left Longxin somewhat taken aback. Although Longxin was known for her penchant for instigating trouble, others often tolerated her due to her status as the sole female of the wolf tribe. To everyone's surprise, Sitanana boldly responded with insults, prompting Longxin to retaliate viciously, do you dare to harm the females of our bear clan? I shall report you to Xiong. I will have her expel you. It seemed that Longxin's ultimate goal was to have her ousted. The irony was that she was already destined to leave after the minor rainy season had passed. What was it about her that irked Longxin so? Though perplexed by Longxin's erratic behavior, Sitanana remained resolute. Spending considerable time with Heiyu had indeed imparted upon her a semblance of his composure. C2 Nana lifted her chin slightly and coldly gazed at her, saying, you go, by all means. As an outsider, I shall inevitably depart. But you, a female of the wolf clan, how long have you resided among the bear beast tribe? You constantly sow discord among the females here. What is it that you truly desire? Her words caused a profound shift in the expression of Lang Xian, who, in a flurry of panic, exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? Although I am a female of the wolf clan, I was raised in the bear beast tribe and am, of course, one of them. I have never instigated conflict among the females. I share a splendid rapport with Bai Bing and the others. I have no intention of leaving. If anyone should depart, it should be you. Just take your wandering beastman companion and do not take away our esteemed males from the bear beast tribe. Sito Nana revealed an expression of understanding as she exclaimed, oh, I see. You fear that I might form a bond with the exceptional males of the bear beast tribe and take them away when I leave. Wang Xian replied, indeed. If you were to take away our outstanding males, our tribe would be left with significantly fewer formidable beasts. Sitanana squinted at the companion mark on her hand and smiled. How many formidable males can I take with me? Unlike you, I have no intention of seeking out 30 companions. If I were to follow your lead, I would indeed be accompanied by numerous powerful orcs. The orcs, perhaps simple-minded, remained oblivious to her clear words, save for Heiyu, who raised an eyebrow, clearly understanding her implication. The wolfkin, visibly flustered at having her thoughts laid bare, exclaimed with a pale face, I don't know what you're talking about. I would never abandon the mighty bear beast tribe. With that, she hastily fled. Xiangjie remarked, Sita, you are truly impressive. You're the first to make her run away like that. Sitanana smiled at Xiangjie and remarked, have you all been too accommodating towards her? For those with impure intentions, whether female or male, a good scolding would suffice. Zongqing replied, there are too few females. Everyone is reluctant to reprimand them. The group then settled onto the laps of their respective partners and continued their idle chatter as they made their way to Zongqing's cave. Her cave was indeed quite spacious, double the size of Sitanana's. However, apart from 2 straw nests and a charred pile of firewood, there was nothing else within. Sito Nana gazed upon her desolate cavern and inquired directly, Sister Zongqing, what shall we use to cook in your cave? Zongqing replied, shall we not utilize bamboo tubes for cooking? My little cave is abundantly stocked. Fresh jerky, an array of fruits, bamboo shoots. There is indeed an ample supply of everything. As she spoke, her companion had already entered the small cave to retrieve bamboo, preparing to craft the cooking tubes. C2 Nana ultimately resolved to return to her cave for cooking. With no other options available, what else could she do? Thus, the 4 female companions redirected their steps towards C2 Nana's abode, which was not far from the cave of Zongqing. The males, cradling their partners, arrived within 2 minutes. Hiyumu, with a stern expression, directed the other males to carry wooden basins to the creek to wash the gathered mushrooms. while he himself busied with crafting firewood within the cave to prepare the pot. This was the duty of the males. While the females entered C2 Nana's cave with a sense of wonder akin to Lu Laolau's exploration of the Grand View Garden. Xiong Jie gazed around, overwhelmed by the abundance of items. Wow. C2, you have an astonishing number of things in your cave. Zhong Qing stood in awe before the black and white portrait C2 Nana had painted of her partner, the lion beast man. How could your companion appear on the wood? Zhong Ru picked up the intricately carved bamboo vase resting on the table. This bamboo tube on the table is simply exquisite. Sitanana smiled as she introduced her quaint abode, and while speaking, she replaced the branches in the bamboo vase on the table with the water orchids they had gathered that morning. The cave instantly transformed, becoming more vibrant and full of life. Situ Nana introduced everything within the cave to everyone, who then expressed their wonder and admiration throughout the journey. Situ Nana cast a glance at the small cave that served as a room. She had concealed it with animal hides, hoping that everyone would regard it merely as a storage space and not venture inside. Indeed, the others showed no inclination to explore the small cave. Their curiosity was directed towards the spacious main cave, where they wandered about, touching this and that. The most popular item among them was the intricately carved vase. Huangqing and her companions soon returned with the freshly cleaned mushrooms. Heiyu took the wooden basin, ensuring that the males did not enter the cave. Sito Nana recalled Black Feather's reluctance to cook for other females. However, to avoid any misunderstandings, she could not permit other males to enter her cave. Thus, she approached the hearth and offered, "Let me cook." Black Feather gently pushed her aside and replied, "I shall do it. You just tell me how to prepare it." Sita Nana immediately smiled at him and said, "All right, I truly enjoy the food you prepare." Heiyu remained silent, merely stroking her head. However, after spending considerable time together, Sita Nana had become adept at discerning the subtle nuances of his expressions, and it was evident that he was in a state of delight at that moment. Situ Nana instructed Heiyu to retrieve the beast meat, slice it, and saute ginger in the oil until fragrant. He then added the beast meat for a vigorous stir-fry, followed by the addition of the dandan mushrooms. Subsequently, water was poured in, and the pot was covered. Once the water reached a boil, salt and a few fragments of green vegetables were added purely for aesthetic appeal, after which the dish was ready to be served. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafted throughout the cave. Although the preparation was rather simple, for the orcs who had been consuming raw meat just 10 days prior, this was undoubtedly the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Heiyu prepared a bowl of mushroom soup for each female orc, placing a pair of chopsticks at the rim of each bowl, and then stood by the stove, motionless. Chapter 72. Never heard of anyone seeking scorn. Zhong Qing, brimming with excitement, awkwardly grasped the chopsticks, ready to commence her meal. At that moment, Lang Xian, Xiong Xiu, Xiao Su, and their partners arrived at the entrance of the cave. Xiong Xiu, filled with concern, called out into the cave, "Xiong Jie, are you there?" In truth, she had already spotted Xiong Jie's partner standing at the cave's mouth, so she knew she was indeed present. The several male orcs stationed at the entrance stepped aside to grant them passage. Xiong Xiu soon caught sight of the 4 young female orcs seated around the table, eagerly anticipating their meal, while the mouth-watering aroma of the food permeated the cave. C2 Nana and the other 3 young women set down their bowls and chopsticks. Rising to their feet, Xiong Jie, somewhat awkwardly, called out, "Mother." Zhong Qing and Zhong Ru responded, "Chief Xiong, you have arrived." Sithu Nana greeted Xiong Xiu with a smile. "Greetings, Chief Xiong Xiu. Please, do come in." Xiong Xiu glanced at Sithu Nana. She had initially felt quite favorable towards this woman who taught the community to kindle fires and prepare bamboo rice, blessed by the beast god. However, upon hearing from Lang Xian that she intended to lead everyone in consuming poisonous mushrooms, concern compelled her to rush over. Xiong Xiu offered a brief smile to Sithu Nana and guided Xiao Su and Lang Xian into the cave. Sito Nana stated directly, "Well, I welcome both Chief Xiong Xiu and Chief Xiao Su's arrival, but as for Wolf Xian, her recent act of scaring me with her cubs makes her unwelcome. Though I fail to comprehend how cubs could instill fear in a female, given the existing conflict between them," Xiong Xiu sensibly remarked to Wolf Xian. "In that case, you need not enter." Wolf Xian, with a reluctant smile towards Xiong Xiu, replied, "I have no desire to enter this outsider's cave. I merely fear for the safety of the young females in our tribe." Sitha Nana, disregarding her surroundings, addressed Xiong Xiu, "Please, esteemed chieftains, have a seat." Xiong Xiu surveyed the cave, adorned with an array of items, and with a smile, settled down beside Xiao Su. ever since Song Qing occasionally visited Sithanana. She had arranged the 8 stools crafted by Heiyu and Shirmu within the cave. Otherwise, they would have had no place to sit. After taking her seat, Xiongxiu's gaze fell upon the bowl before them, and she recognized it as the infamous poisonous mushroom that could induce diarrhea in orcs. She glanced at it a couple of times before looking up at Xiangjie and inquired, "Have you eaten any?" Xiangjie held a deep respect for this gentle and amiable matriarch. Sitting upright on her stool, she replied earnestly, "I have not yet partaken." Sito Nana settled into her seat and picked up her chopsticks, deftly lifting a piece of the delectable Dan Dan mushroom to her lips. The exquisite sweetness of the mushroom enveloped her palate, and with that single bite, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Almost instinctively, she reached for another. However, Xiangxiu swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Sito, this mushroom." Sitanana swallowed the in her mouth before addressing Xiongxiu, saying, "Chief Xiongxiu, this mushroom is known as. Consuming it raw can lead to diarrhea, causing stomach pain, and severe cases may even result in the death of orcs. However, when cooked, it is harmless and quite delicious." Outside the cave, Lang Xian shouted loudly, "Just because you say it is harmless, does that make it so? If an orc were to die after consuming it, the blame would rest upon you." Situ Nana glanced at her companion, lifted her bowl, and took a sip of the mushroom soup. After savoring a piece of the dumpling mushroom, she remarked, "These bowls of dumpling mushrooms were prepared by my partner. If Xiangjie and her group feel unwell after dining here, it would indeed be my fault. Therefore, I shall partake first. They may observe my well-being before they indulge. However, should they, or any other beast, encounter issues in the future, it will no longer concern me. We are all adult beasts, capable of making our own choices regarding what to consume and the consequences thereof. I am not their maternal guardian, nor can I oversee their dietary safety for a lifetime. To accuse me of causing harm is quite laughable. It is strange indeed that while other male beasts ascend to level 7, 8, or even 9 in battle, your paternal beast returns from combat without advancement, having instead lost limbs. Does that make him a victim of the beast's progression? Truly perplexing." Wang Xian was momentarily bewildered by her reasoning, yet she understood the implication of her words regarding her father. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "You venomous female! How dare you speak of my father in such a manner? It is your father who has lost his limbs." Wang Xian's words struck home, for indeed, the original owner's father had suffered such a fate. Sito Nana smiled and said, "I was merely using a metaphor. Your father beast won't come to harm just because I utter a few words. Why are you so anxious?" Wang Xian replied angrily, "What metaphor are you referring to? Your words are exceedingly harsh and venomous." Sithu Nana swallowed the beast meat in her mouth and remarked, "In your absence, I certainly would not invoke your paternal beast as a comparison. I am speaking within my own cavern, and you are not summoned to listen. If my words offend you, then be swift to depart. What purpose do you serve standing at the entrance of my abode? I have no inclination to entertain your presence." To the benevolent beast folk, my words are quite pleasant, yet to those who are unwelcome, whether they be male or female, I hold no regard. Should you provoke me further, I shall demonstrate to you what truly constitutes harsh speech." Unable to contain herself, Wolf Xian retorted, "Speak then, let us see what unpleasant words you can conjure." Situ Nana chuckled heartily. "Haha, I have never encountered anyone who deliberately seeks scorn. Allow me to enlighten you. I must say, your wolf clan is indeed malevolent, akin to a treacherous wolf. Have you heard of this term? The rabbit beast tribe graciously took you in, yet you wolves sought to usurp their territory. This is what we refer to as a treacherous wolf. Furthermore, your ambitions are akin to a wolf-esque greed, as you covet everything for yourselves. You conspire with the cunning beasts in your misdeeds, and you possess a heart devoid of gratitude, harming those who have aided you. Should your wolf clan continue in this wretched manner, failing to repent sincerely and seek forgiveness from the beast gods, a tumultuous future awaits, filled with chaos and lamentation." This barrage of idiomatic expressions left Wolf Xian utterly bewildered. She seemed to grasp the meaning yet remained perplexed. The venomous nature of those words was palpable. You. Xiongxiu could no longer bear the scene and addressed Wolf Xian's partner. "Enough, Wolf Gu. Swiftly take your companion home to rest. I know Wolf Xian is a cheerful soul who can converse with anyone, yet Situ does not wish to engage with her again." Wolf Gu replied affirmatively, "Understood." He then lifted Wolf Xian and departed. Once they had finally left, Situ Nana eagerly resumed her meal, exclaiming, "This mushroom dish is truly delectable." Xiongxiu, observing Situ Nana devouring the mushrooms, could not resist inquiring, "Situ, Is it true that the wolf clan is such a nefarious breed? Chapter 73. Eating, like seeking a partner, must not be done with excessive greed. Sitha set down her bowl and gazed at Bearshio, saying, in truth, I have only encountered 2 wolf tribe beastmen. One is Wolf Xin, who constantly seeks to provoke me. The other is a brown wolf. I had intended to reside in the lion beast tribe, but there was a wolf beastman who, upon my rejection of his courtship, took advantage of Lion Moo's absence to abduct me into the wilderness. He even sought to conspire with the vagrant beastmen to torment me. It was through this ordeal that I crossed paths with Heiyu. Therefore, I harbor a profound aversion towards wolf tribe beastmen, an intense loathing. As for whether all wolf tribe beastmen are wicked, I believe that every race possesses both virtuous and malevolent beings. However, those I have encountered from the wolf tribe have been particularly detestable. Zhongru remarked, I see. Were I in your position, I too would hold a deep disdain for wolf tribe beastmen. Suddenly, Zhongqing interjected. Today she mentioned that you would seek out many formidable beastmen as companions and lead them away. Surely, she does not intend to entice the beastmen of our bear tribe to the rabbit tribe, does she? Sido Nana, it is quite a challenge, dear sister. Have you finally pondered upon this matter? You are indeed the matriarch of the brown bear clan. Could we not exhibit a swifter response? Zhongru remarked, it is no wonder that she has sought so many partners within merely 5 years of adulthood. Until this year, she only bore wolf beasts. And it was only when her partners caused such a commotion that she finally gave birth to a bear beast. Sidanana hurriedly remarked, these are all things you said. I am unaware of them. Xiongxiu and Zhongqing exchanged glances, astonished that a mere beast man, typically inept at deception, could possess such cunning. It was indeed a revelation of treacherous ambition. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall outside, and Xiongxiu's partner called out, it's raining. Soon it may intensify. If you have matters to discuss, you must be swift. Xiongxiu glanced outside and confirmed that the sky had indeed darkened, signaling a downpour that would likely last several days. Thus, she declared, well then, we shall take our leave. Xiangjie, cradling the bowl of mushroom soup, reluctantly pleaded, Mother, since Sita has eaten without incident for so long, may I partake as well before we depart? I have never tasted such delectable food. Sita Nana remarked, what a true gourmand. However, the mother remained silent, rendering her unable to speak. She merely finished the last drop of mushroom soup in her bowl. Xiongxiu cast a glance at Sita Nana. Sido Nana lifted her gaze and smiled at her, remarking, in truth, many varieties of mushrooms are edible, freshly harvested. They are sweet and delightful. If there are any leftovers, they can be sun-dried for prolonged preservation. However, they must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. Be wary of those with vibrant colors. Reds and purples should be avoided at all costs, as they are undoubtedly toxic. In the future, if you wish to try any new delicacies, it is prudent to sample a small amount first. She gestured with her pinky finger, adding, only after confirming safety should you allow the females to indulge, ensuring their well-being. Yet, moderation is key, while some foods may be harmless in small quantities. Consuming them in excess could lead to unforeseen issues. Thus, one must exercise restraint. Much like in the pursuit of companionship, avarice is ill-advised, wouldn't you agree? Xiongxiu nodded in agreement, saying, Sido, you are absolutely right. She turned to Xiangjie, encouraging, if you wish to partake, then do so, but remember Sido's words. With that, she rose and said to Sido Nana, we shall take our leave now. You may continue your merriment for a while longer before heading back. It appears the rain is about to intensify. Sita Nana and Xiangjie stood up to bid farewell to Xiongxiu and Xiao Su as they departed from the cave. Xiongxiu, perched upon her companion's back, turned to Xiangjie and remarked, before Sita leaves the tribe, do make an effort to visit her and spend time together. There is much you can learn from her. A female blessed by the beast god is surely an exceptional woman. Xiangjie replied, understood, mother. After seeing off the esteemed elders, the 4 young women returned to the dining table. The 3 who had never tasted the mushroom soup eagerly lifted their bowls and, within a minute, devoured the entire contents. They then collectively extended their bowls, exclaiming, another bowl, please. Reluctantly, Heiyu obliged, serving each of them another generous helping. Sido Nana also added a small portion to her bowl, intending to join them for the meal. However, she overestimated the situation. By the time she settled down with her bowl, they had already finished. The 3 women swiftly consumed the entire large pot of mushroom soup. After savoring the delectable broth, the rain intensified, prompting them to leave reluctantly. Before departing, Xiangjie expressed her lingering desire, stating, Once the skies clear, we shall return for another meal. Seema Nana stood at the entrance of the cave and addressed everyone, encouraging them to have their partners prepare meals for them. Not only mushroom soup, but also bamboo shoots and beast meat cooked together can be quite delectable. Have them make a stone pot. Anything can be cooked. Just remember to let your partners taste it first. After hearing her words, the group returned to their caves with bright eyes. It was evident that during the impending rainy days, they would certainly be busy preparing a variety of delicious dishes within the caves. After bidding farewell to 3 companions, Seema Nana immediately turned to Heyu and said, Heyu, aside from that patch of dandan mushrooms, there must be a plethora of different mushrooms in various places. The rain isn't too heavy now. Hurry and gather some. Heyu replied, I cannot leave you alone here. Let us wait for the lion to return before we venture out. Sito Nana, very well. It seems that the companionship is indeed scarce. In the gentle rainy season of the rainforest nation, the rare sun appears like a bashful maiden, revealing itself for only half a day before retreating once more in the afternoon. The rain intensifies, pouring down in torrents by dusk, resembling a deluge unleashed from the heavens. The sound of the rain cascades like a grand symphony performed by nature itself, rendering the entire world devoid of color. On this dreary rainy day, Situ Nana could only occupy herself with her art supplies, her mind occupied with concerns for the safety of Shermu and Xiongwu, hoping for their safe return. Shermu did not disappoint Situ Nana. By noon the following day, after having departed from the bear beast tribe for 2 days and nights, he successfully ascended to level 6 and returned safely. Shermu dragged back 2 enormous yellow-haired tigers with black stripes, his eyes sparkling as he approached Situ Nana, exclaiming, Nana, I have successfully reached level 6. Situ Nana once enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Lion Mu, congratulations. Lion Mu lowered his head to her, bestowing a fervent kiss upon her crown, and then, cradling her face, he pressed his lips passionately against her crimson mouth. After a considerable while of allowing him to kiss her, Situ Nana finally pushed him away, as he showed no signs of relenting. With a smile, Shermu released her and said, Nana, I have caught 2 magnificent tigers for you. The fur is quite warm. You could use it to make garments or simply drape it over yourself during the winter. Nana nodded, considering that such a large piece of tiger skin would be squandered if fashioned into a mere garment. It would be far more suitable for a cloak or a quilt. Heyu approached and remarked, The lion has returned. I shall go gather mushrooms for you now. Chapter 74. The paper-making enterprise gets underway. Situ Nana gazed out of the cave, observing the torrential downpour that, while not a tempest, was indeed a heavy rain. She turned to Heyu, who was preparing to fetch the animal skin bag, and said, Heyu, given the intensity of the rain, it would be wise to wait until the weather improves before venturing out. Heyu shook his head in response, assuring her, it's all right. He then addressed Shermu. There is a female from the bear clan who harbors ill intentions towards Nana. Ensure she remains within your sight. Shermu replied solemnly, understood. Heyu gently patted Situ Nana on the head, stating, I shall return shortly, before taking his leave. Once Heyu had taken flight, Shermu held Situ Nana in his embrace, showering her with affection for a considerable time before saying, Nana, please store away these 2 tigers. I will tend to them once the weather clears. All right. On such a rainy day, with little to be accomplished, the 2 found solace in each other's warmth. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, Shermu began preparing a meal for Situ Nana. When she had finished her dinner and was ready to rest, Heyu returned, carrying a substantial bundle of various mushrooms, along with a few yellow and red stones. Nana, are these stones suitable? He inquired. Situ Nana picked up the materials and examined them. In truth, she was not adept at mixing pigments, but she was merely acting on a whim. I am uncertain. So I shall set it aside and try again tomorrow. Heyu remarked, then tomorrow, I shall assist you in preparing it before departing from the bear beast tribe. Heyu intended to first explore the areas south of the bear beast tribe and subsequently proceed to the stone carving tribe at Warren Cliff. If their search yielded nothing, they would head directly west and north after the minor rainy season concluded. The stones were manageable, thus. She instructed Heyu to shatter a piece of red stone and reduce a small fragment into powder. Transforming that tiny piece into a completely granular-free powder required considerable effort. Once it was ground into powder, it should be mixed with a sticky adhesive. She wondered if resin would suffice. Situ Nana added a bit of porridge water and tried it out, then prepared to attempt painting. Heyu observed her efforts, which had consumed a considerable amount of time, yielding only a small bamboo tube filled insufficiently with dark redstone powder, and inquired, what comes next? Nana replied. I must paint first to ascertain the efficacy of this method. She further explained to Heiyu, this is merely a pastime I engage in during the light rain season. If you intend to head south, do take care of your safety. Heiyu gently ruffled her hair and said, then I shall take my leave. Nana smiled at him and said, all right, I shall await your return. Nana did not immediately use the newly crafted red paint to create her artwork. Instead, she first completed the portrait of Lion Mu. In the sky behind, she depicted a black eagle, upon which sat a girl with long hair. Lion Mu, observing the tiny girl no larger than a thumb, expressed a hint of jealousy, saying, Nana, you should paint yourself larger, seated upon my back. With a smile, Nana remarked, I think this is quite wonderful. She added distant mountains and clouds to the canvas and said to Simu, this is a family portrait of the three of us. You should hang this painting in your room. Simu gazed at the artwork several times. The lion was depicted with an imposing grandeur, while the black eagle and the young girl were rendered too small, making it difficult to discern any details, as it was drawn with charcoal rather than fine brushwork. In truth, even the facial features were indistinguishable. However, since they were seated upon the back of the black eagle, it was evident that it was Nana and her companion, Heiyu. Following Nana's request, Simu hung the family portrait back in his room and replaced the previous landscape painting of the bear tribe with it in the living room, believing a scenic painting would be more fitting for the space. Once he completed the existing artwork, he began to create a new, aspiring to paint a red flower, primarily to experiment with the feasibility of the paint's preparation method. However, before that, he required a brush for coloring. After numerous unsuccessful attempts at making a gouache brush, she instructed him in crafting a calligraphy brush. This was not difficult. By gathering animal hair of moderate softness and cleanliness, binding it together with string, and inserting it into a bamboo tube the size of a little finger, it could be easily accomplished. Nana commissioned Shermu to craft 4 sizes of brushes, large, medium, small, and extra small. She then fashioned a brush washer, a brush holder, and a palette from ivory. Regardless of the absence of paper, the setup appeared quite complete. Shermu felt no jealousy over the use of ivory for these items. He regarded them simply as wood or bamboo, rendering any feelings of envy unnecessary. The method employed by Nana to create pigments could be deemed a failure. This uncertainty stems from the fact that although the red hue can indeed be applied to the wooden board, it peels away once dried, leaving only a faint trace of red. Nevertheless, she remains undeterred, as her endeavor was merely a pastime. Perhaps next time she could experiment with resin. Being trapped in a cave by the incessant rain is exceedingly tedious, and Nana can only occupy her time by painting and crafting small trinkets. After exhausting 2 pieces of wood with her painting, she was inspired to make paper. She had previously crafted some rudimentary card from wood and grass, shredding them into small fragments without the need for a fine powder. She mixed these with water, creating a slurry akin to thin porridge, and added a bit of starch to enhance the adhesive quality. By fashioning a mesh to collect the fibers from the water and allowing them to dry, she could produce paper, a technique she had learned in kindergarten. However, she lacked a mesh. Perhaps she could weave one from bamboo? While she was not adept at crafting intricate baskets, she could certainly make a flat mat. Indeed, her manual skills were commendable, having studied fine arts which involved considerable hands-on work. Thus, Nana requested Shermu to slice bamboo into thin strips 1 meter in length, while she wove a mat measuring 1 meter long and half a meter wide. She then began her paper-making endeavor. The paper she produced was a pale yellow, rough and uneven, yet it could be deemed a success. Although it was too rigid for wiping, it sufficed for painting. During the ensuing rainy days, she experimented with various proportions in her paper-making, while Shermu prepared her an array of meals thrice daily, storing the leftovers to enjoy once the rainy season concluded. The stove was conveniently used to dry the paper pulp more swiftly. After 4 days, a brief period of sunshine emerged, and Zongqing returned to visit Nana, only to find her cave filled with an assortment of frames for drying paper, leaving little room to step. Curious, Zongqing inquired, C2, are you engaged in some remarkable endeavor? To which Nana replied, what great achievement could this be? These are merely remnants from kindergarten play. However, it is noteworthy that she had succeeded in producing paper that could be folded multiple times without tearing. Implicitly, she had finally liberated herself from reliance on leaves and animal hides, instead utilizing coarse tissue paper. Sister Nana chuckled and shook her head, saying, it's nothing significant. We simply found ways to entertain ourselves in the cave since we couldn't go outside. Chapter 75. It seems that everyone is facing their own struggles. Zhongqing approached the rack and carefully examined the bamboo boards, each adorned with a layer of pale yellow substance, and asked in confusion, "How does one play with this?" Sithunana retrieved a piece of stiff paper from the easel to show her. This paper, crafted initially, was so rigid that it could be held effortlessly, maintaining a perfectly rectangular shape. Upon its surface, a red flower was depicted. However, as soon as it was lifted, the vibrant red began to flake away, causing the flower to lose its brilliance. Sithunana awkwardly remarked, "That's just how it is. I'm just drawing a few things." Zhongqing replied, "Although these red ones may fall off, this flower is still quite beautiful. You truly are impressive." Sithunana, reluctant to acknowledge her own prowess, deftly shifted the topic by inquiring, "Sister Wangqing, what brings you to seek my company?" Zhuangqing replied, "With rare clear skies today, let us venture outdoors and perhaps gather some delicious mushrooms along the way." Sithunana gazed at Zhongqing with a knowing smile, realizing that she was quite the foodie. However, after spending so many days in the cave, she truly yearned to step outside for a while. Nodding in agreement, she said, "Very well, let us depart at once." Sithunana donned a pair of elevated wooden clogs, only to discover that Zhongqing was also wearing similar footwear. It appears that the orcs possess quite the aptitude for learning. The two females perched upon the beastly forms of their companions had scarcely left the cave when they encountered Zhongru approaching. Zhongru remarked, "Zhongqing, I sought you out, and upon finding you absent from the cave, I surmised you must be here with Situa." Zhongqing replied with a smile, "Indeed. I was contemplating having my partner prepare some dandan mushrooms for her." The trio of females set forth with great enthusiasm. However, their spirits were dampened when they reached the mountaintop designated for female leisure, only to be met with a sudden downpour. They dared not gamble on the fleeting nature of the seasonal rain, prompting a hasty retreat. As they parted ways, they agreed to reconvene on a sunnier day for more merriment, with plans to enjoy the dandan mushroom soup prepared by Zhongqing's partner in her cave. Sithunana returned to her cave to continue her papermaking endeavors. When fatigued, she would occasionally indulge in painting or engage in some sculpting. As for Shermu, initially, upon witnessing his relentless busyness, Sithunana felt a twinge of sympathy for him. However, to her surprise, once he found some leisure time, he would incessantly cling to her for affectionate embraces and kisses. Sithunana relished the attention he lavished upon her, yet simultaneously, she found his incessant clinginess rather suffocating. Hence, she devised various tasks for him to engage in. For instance, grinding ivory into a fine powder yielded a pristine white substance, which could later be transformed into white pigment. Similarly, pulverizing charcoal resulted in a deep black powder. She also instructed him to craft winter garments, long-sleeved tops and trousers. However, his proficiency in tailoring the underarms and crotch was lacking, prompting Sithunana to suggest wide-legged culottes and sturdy leather shoes, accompanied by long socks. Once the garments were completed, she turned her attention to the culinary arts, preparing an array of delicacies. For example, she set into the laborious task of making dumplings. From kneading the dough to crafting the wrappers, and finally, filling them with assorted fillings, a truly labor-intensive endeavor, ensuring he remained occupied. As the days passed, 20 had elapsed since the last rainfall. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, and both Zhongru and Xiong paid her a visit. They ventured to the area where the women of the tribe gathered to enjoy the fresh air and pick flowers. However, they observed that the number of orcs present was rather sparse. The women accompanied only one or two partners, in stark contrast to the previous occasion when throngs of them had gathered. Logically, after such a prolonged period of confinement, one would expect a greater desire to revel in the outdoors. Sithunana directly inquired of Zhongqing, "Sister Zhongqing, there seems to be a scarcity of people today. Is it that everyone has found more entertaining locales to explore?" Zhongqing shook her head and replied, "No, starting today, the valiant beastmen of our tribe are departing for the hunt. Once they have prepared the game adequately in the greatest rainfall before the minor rainy season has passed, the salt exchange team from our tribe will set forth to the boundary of the vast northern sea to procure salt." Sithunana harbored a certain curiosity regarding the matter of salt exchange. How long would it take to travel from the bear beast tribe to the vast northern sea? Xiong replied, "It will take approximately 40 days, and after spending 5 or 6 days there, we must hastily prepare provisions for the winter upon our return." Sithunana could not help but exclaim, "It seems that life is arduous for everyone." Zhongqing nodded in agreement and remarked, "Every year, the orcs of the tribe faced the greatest losses during the salt exchange. The journey is exceedingly long, and at times, they encounter herds of beasts or ferocious predators. Furthermore, during the post-rainy season, the prevalence of venomous insects and mosquitoes is particularly high. Additionally, there is the ever-present threat of unscrupulous orcs, unprepared for a bountiful hunt, who may seize the prey from the salt exchange convoy. In any case, each year, many orcs perish during the salt exchange. Ceto Nana gazed into the downcast eyes of the three females and inquired, I have heard from my companion that both the bear beast tribe and the elephant tribe are the most formidable clans within the rainforest Sequa. Is it possible that any beastmen would dare to assault your salt exchange convoy? The three females felt a surge of delight at Ceto Nana's commendation. Brown Sheen smiled and waved her hand, saying, Indeed, the bear beast tribe is quite powerful, yet to prevent nefarious beasts from ambushing the convoy upon its departure, we cannot dispatch all of our elite warriors. Brown Jia added, regardless, the journey to the vast northern sea takes over 80 days round trip. No one can predict what dangers may arise. In contrast, the lion beast tribe's salt exchange expedition is considerably shorter. Sidhu Nana inquired, apart from the vast northern sea, are there any other places without salt? Zongqing replied, some tribes exchange for salt at the towering cliffs. Yet the salt from the cliffs is also obtained from the vast northern sea. In trading with them, the required furs and meats would significantly increase. Hence, everyone prefers to venture to the vast northern sea themselves. Sidhu Nana pondered the potential risk of price hikes from monopolistic traders and chose to remain silent. The orcs, being rather straightforward, likely would not engage in unscrupulous business practices. As they conversed, they gathered all the mushrooms in the area, still yearning for more. They ventured further afield and discovered fragrant mushrooms, beef liver mushrooms, and a type of poisonous mushroom. Naturally, Sidhu Nana did not hesitate to instruct Shermu to gather the shiitake and porcini mushrooms. Fortunately, with the power of wood to identify edible plants, she was spared the fate of merely gazing longingly at the mushrooms. At the same time, Sidhu Nana took the opportunity to educate the three women about the poisonous varieties, cautioning them not to confuse them, for she would not bear responsibility should any mishap occur. Zhang Qing, Zhang Ru, and Xiong Jie responded with laughter, assuring her that they would not hold her accountable. Xiong Jie remarked, in the past, I often craved wild mushrooms because I had consumed harmless ones. However, during this year's rainy season, I encountered a problem. Since then, my partner and mother have forbidden me from eating mushrooms, fearing I might inadvertently consume one of these toxic varieties. Sidhu Nana cautioned, consuming raw mushrooms is inadvisable. You were merely fortunate in the past. In the future, you must be discerning before partaking in food. Xiong Jie smiled apologetically, I understand. After gathering the mushrooms, as previously agreed, they all proceeded to Zong Qing's cave. Chapter 76. The combat power of females is also remarkable this time. Zong Qing's cave was no longer barren and desolate as it had been before. It now featured a table and chairs, a cooking stove, and a three-tiered shelving unit, clearly indicative of a human habitation. Sidhu Nana gave a thumbs up to Zong Qing, exclaiming, Zong Qing, this cave of yours finally feels like home. Zong Qing replied with delight, indeed. I have learned from the esteemed females blessed by the beast god. Ceto Nana, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Sister Zongqing, your words make me quite shy. Xiong Jie replied, being blessed by the beast god is truly a commendable matter. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. Curious, Sidhu Nana inquired, Xiong Jie, your mother is also blessed by the beast god. May I ask what makes a female blessed by the beast god so special? Xiong Jie promptly replied, only females bestowed with the beast god's blessing can ascend to the rank of high-ranking females, which consequently facilitates a swifter advancement for their partners. I have heard that on the Orc continent, it is exceedingly challenging for males without partners to transcend level 7 and become high-ranking orcs. Moreover, if their partner is not a high-ranking female, it becomes quite arduous for them to elevate from level 8 to level 9. Sidhu Nana pondered, according to Xiong Jie, the abilities possessed by female beings are solely beneficial to male beastmen, rendering them utterly useless for the females themselves. Are they merely relegated to the role of auxiliaries for the males? Yet, based on her previous understanding, the beast god favored the females. So it seemed unreasonable for these two rather trivial abilities to be all there was. Undeterred, she inquired, is that everything? After a moment of contemplation, Xiong Jie uncertainly replied, I heard from my mother that high-ranking females, like 9th-level male beastmen, can harness the power of the beast god to engage in battle. However, since my mother has never demonstrated this power in my presence, I am not entirely sure. Harnessing the power of the beast god in combat? That ability sounds quite impressive. Sustenance's eyes sparkled as she inquired, your mother is a high-ranking female, and your father is a 9th-level male. Does that mean they both possess the ability to unleash the power of the beast gods in battle? Can your mother possibly defeat your father? Xiangjie, bewildered yet amused, replied, why would my mother wish to fight my father? Their relationship is quite harmonious. They would never resort to conflict. Sustenance inquired. Whose combat prowess do you believe is superior? Xiangjie responded, it must be my father, for he is perpetually engaged in battle, whereas my mother seldom ventures beyond the tribe for such endeavors. At this juncture, Zhongqing interjected, the combat strength of Chief Xiongxiu is formidable as well. 5 years ago, when Chief Xianghua led the salt exchange team to the vast northern sea and did not return, a horde of scorpion orcs attacked our hunting party. Subsequently, an orc returned with news that it was Xiongxiu who rallied a group of orcs to drive the scorpions away. Female orcs can transform into their beast forms for combat, and their larger physiques confer considerable strength in battle. Xiangjie, filled with admiration, exclaimed, I had no idea my mother was so formidable. At that moment, Zhongru suddenly asked, then why is the tribe forbidding me from leaving to fight? I believe my combat abilities are quite strong as well. Zhongqing pursed her lips and replied, this is due to the dwindling number of female orcs capable of transforming into human form. Whenever a hunting party is accompanied by a female, should they be discovered by wandering orcs, an attack on the hunting party is inevitable. Thus, in an effort to minimize trouble and protect the females, the tribe has prohibited them from accompanying hunting expeditions. Sito Nana observed the somewhat dim gaze of Zhongqing, and it was evident that she had partaken in the thrill of hunting, relishing the experience of venturing into the wild. What a pity it was. The 4 young ladies joyfully savored a delectable mushroom soup at Zhongqing's place, and with contented hearts, they returned to their respective homes, braving the gentle drizzle. Upon returning home, Situ Nana began to sense the divine power of the beast within her, since she, as a high-ranking female, was capable of manifesting the beast god's strength. It stood to reason that she, too, as a high-ranking female, should be able to achieve this feat. Situ Nana sat upon her bed, assuming the posture of one who prays beneath the guardian stone in the farthest east, and gradually immersed herself in meditation upon the beast god. Slowly, she entered a wondrous state. She felt a flow of red light coursing through her, encircled by a halo of illumination akin to candle flames. This brilliant red light was not static. Rather, it flowed in a gentle clockwise manner, reminiscent of a spring. As the radiant essence, emblematic of the beast god's power, coursed past the 2 partner marks on her left shoulder, a subtle surge of energy seeped into the companion marks of her partners, Heiyu and Shermu. Subsequently, thin wisps of white light emanated from the companion marks, merging with the flowing red light and silently nourishing her body. So this was the mutual assistance between partners? No wonder, when she had been burning with fever, everyone had proclaimed her fate was dire, asserting that as long as she bonded with them, she would survive. Was it truly that power flowed between partners through the companion marks? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Situ Nana endeavored to direct her own red light toward the palm of her right hand. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a sphere of red light glowing within her palm, which she had placed at her side. It truly could be manifested externally. However, just as her concentration wavered, the red light vanished instantly. Sito Nana made another attempt. As the red light illuminated her palm for the second time, she calmly focused her energy to control it. With her efforts, the orb of red light grew increasingly radiant and expansive, eventually reaching a size larger than her head, which left her feeling slightly strained. It appeared that her energy remained insufficient. Having only ascended to the rank of senior female beastmaster for 20 days, and having scarcely meditated during this period, she realized that with such formidable potential, diligent cultivation was imperative. Not only must she strive for self-improvement, but she also needed to seek out Xiongxiu next time the skies cleared to inquire about harnessing the divine beast power in combat. During this monotonous, drizzly season, aside from papermaking, Sito Nana now had another endeavor, the cultivation of the divine beast power, based on the materials at her disposal. Situ Nana has nearly completed the papermaking experiment. She has selected 3 formulations. The first is a soft paper suitable for use as toilet paper. The second is a relatively stiff paper that absorbs little water, intended for inkwash painting. The third is a highly absorbent yet rigid paper, designed for charcoal drawing. Sito Nana has commenced mass production. Though it is a handcrafted endeavor, one must ponder the true extent of this production, a daily output of merely a dozen sheets. However, with the advent of paper, she is liberated from the confines of painting on wooden boards. In truth, during the latter part of the rainy season, the downpour has significantly lessened compared to the initial 10 days. While there are moments of heavy rain, more often it is a moderate drizzle, occasionally accompanied by light showers. Thus, it is entirely natural for the male members of the bear beast tribe to venture out for hunting during this time. After several days of diligent effort, Situnana has managed to externalize the power of the beast god into a luminous sphere over a meter in diameter. The question, however, remains, how does that sphere engage in combat? Chapter 77. The bear missed on the brink of death on an afternoon 5 days later. The sky was drizzling lightly. Unable to wait for the rain to cease, Situnana eagerly urged Shermu to take her in search of Shio the bear. After inquiring with the brown bear residing in a nearby cave and gaining a general understanding of Shio's whereabouts, Shermu instructed Situnana to don her red cloak. Transforming into a magnificent lion, he allowed Situnana to mount his back as they departed the cave. The white cloak, previously torn away by the crocodile beastman in the crocodile tribe, had not been retrieved. Situnana resides in the den of the brown bear clan and is on her way to the mountain of the black and white bear clan to seek out Shio. Although they belong to the same tribe, she must traverse a mountain to reach her destination. Fortunately, the swift lion Mu, a 6th-level lion, ensured that her cloak remained mostly dry. Upon entering the settlement of the black and white bear clan, she beheld a throng of beastmen gathered before the cave where Shio was said to dwell, their voices raised in fervent discussion. Situnana instructed Shermu to halt at a distance and listen intently. It appeared that their hunting party had encountered a ferocious beast, resulting in several orc warriors sustaining grave injuries. This was indeed a significant predicament. It seemed she had arrived at an inopportune moment. Although the Azure Dragonwood's power within the Phoenix's small world was said to possess the ability to heal external wounds and dispel malevolent forces, she had never attempted to harness it. To claim it could heal external injuries, just how severe could those injuries be? Situnana, not one to meddle unnecessarily, had no intention of stepping into the fray. She cast her gaze downward and spoke to Shermu. It appears they will be quite occupied. Let us return. Shermu nodded in agreement and was about to turn away when 2 black and white bears burst forth from the surrounding crowd, charging directly towards Situnana. Shermu's body tensed, entering a state of readiness. However, as the bears reached Situnana, they transformed into 2 beast men, 1 male and 1 female, Kong Jie and her partner. With reddened eyes, Kong Jie implored Situnana, could you please take a moment to look in on Kong Wu in the cave? Situnana gazed at her in astonishment and asked, is Xiong Wu injured? Xiong Jie nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks as the gentle rain fell upon her face, swiftly soaking it and rendering her appearance particularly pitiable and disheveled. She choked on her words, stating, he was out hunting with the hunting team, gathering supplies to trade for salt, when unexpectedly they were ambushed by a ferocious beast. In his effort to protect the weaker orcs, he retreated first and sustained severe injuries. Xiong Jie, her face awash with tears, continued to speak in a torrent. They say he has been tainted by an evil aura, and there is a possibility he may transform into a beast. Consequently, some members of the tribe wish to use divine fire to eliminate him before he fully transforms. But he is still conscious. He was injured while retreating to safeguard his companions. Situnana was not only astonished that the one injured was Xiong Wu, but also taken aback by the fact that one could transform into a ferocious beast after being harmed by one. She recalled that on her very first day in the Orc continent, the initial words she heard were from that detestable wolf, Song, who said, I am not a ferocious beast. How could I possibly consume a female? She had always assumed that ferocious beasts were merely more ruthless than ordinary beasts, never anticipating that they could embody such brutal existence. Her thoughts were fleeting, and seeing Xiong Jie incessantly chattering, she hastily interjected, you mentioned taking me to see Xiong Wu. Why don't you lead the way? Xiong Jie wiped away her tears and replied, I thought you might be unwilling. Very well, follow me. With that, Xiong Jie grasped Situnana's hand and turned toward the throng, pushing aside the orcs gathered at the cave's entrance as they ventured inside. As Situnana listened intently, a middle-aged bear beast man within the cave declared, although it is said that Xiong Wu and his companions faced a dozen fierce beasts to ensure the safe retreat of our kin, they have become tainted by malevolent energies and can no longer remain among us. Otherwise, they risk transforming into 5th-level ferocious beasts. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiong Xiu rebuked him fiercely, Silence. It is you who shall become a beast. Countless beastmen have suffered bites and scratches from ferocious beasts, yet not all have succumbed to transformation. They have shielded you, and yet you seek to incinerate them alive. They are still normal beastmen. I do not consent. Xiong Jie tugged Situnana towards Xiong Xiu. her voice trembling as she called out, "Mother." Sitanana beheld the three majestic beasts lying on the ground, 2 black and white bears and 1 white bear. They were grievously wounded, with numerous gashes etched across their backs and arms. The 2 black and white bears bore 2 or 3 deep wounds, exposing bone, while the white bear suffered the most severe injury to its left leg, where bone was also visible. At that moment, blood flowed copiously from their injuries, pooling beneath them in a large crimson stain. Notably, a faint black mist enveloped all their wounds, and due to the sheer number of gashes, it appeared as though a shroud of darkness clung to their forms. Could this be what is referred to as an aura of malevolence? Upon noticing Sitanana examining the injured beasts, Xiangxiu managed a strained smile and remarked, "Sita, what brings you here?" Sitanana nodded at Xiangxiu. "Greetings, Chief Xiangxiu. I have come to visit Xiongwu." She squatted before the black and white bear on her left, instantly recognizing the nearly unconscious creature as the love-struck bear that believed itself to be perfect, having witnessed it engage in battle in its beast form on 2 occasions. Xiangxiu looked sorrowful and nodded. "It is good that you wish to see him." The onlooking beastmen whispered amongst themselves, yet within the cave, apart from Xiangxiu and her daughter, only Sid and Nana remained, as the males dared not voice their thoughts. Sido Nana reached out to caress the plush bear's face, her heart aching as she called out, "Bear mist." The once dull eyes of the black and white bear sparkled anew as he lifted his gaze towards Sido Nana, revealing a profound expression of affection. In that moment, he transformed into human form, as the human bear mist attempted to rise from the ground. Sido Nana gently pressed him down, saying, "Do not move." Now in human form, the visible wounds were even more shocking. Just then, others entered from outside, the leaders and chieftains of various bear clans. Brown Qing, Black Luo, Little Su, White Bing, Huanli, and Wolf Xian all stepped in. Sitanana cast a glance at them, merely nodding at Zongqing before disregarding the rest. The clan leaders and the chief bears were naturally attended to by Xiongxiu and Xianghua. She wished to ascertain whether she could harness the power of the Azure Dragonwood from the Phoenix's miniature realm to rescue Xiongwu. Xiongwu lamented, "Sidu, I did not return safely. I have failed to fulfill my promises." Sidu Nana gently placed her hand upon his lips, smiling as she spoke. "I have heard that you were wounded in the course of safeguarding the retreat of your kin. As a member of the tribe, it is only natural that you protect the orcs within it. However, those who witness their plight and wish for their demise shall soon no longer be your comrades." Chapter 78, Healing Wounds and Dispelling the Malevolent Power of the Azure Dragonwood. Sitha Nana's realm is named Phoenix Little World. The small hill that houses the celestial fire corresponds to the volcano in the central forest of the Orc continent, which emits the heavenly flames. To the east lies the power of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 elemental forces of this world. Although she has yet to utilize the Azure Dragon's wood power within her realm, she believes that its application should be akin to that of the beast goddess power. As Situ Nana's consciousness delved into the depths of the space, she summoned the power of the Azure Dragonwood to flow from her left hand, which indeed illuminated with a radiant azure glow. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, she gently caressed the wound on Xiongwu's back. The dense mass of dark energy enveloping him dissipated instantly under the embrace of the azure light, and remarkably, the bleeding from his wound ceased, revealing the onset of healing. Clearly, this approach was the correct one. After Sido Nana dispelled the dark mist from Xiongwu's back, she paid no heed to the minor wounds. Her hand gently glided over the deepest gash on his back, where the formidable wound, now enveloped in a serene azure glow, ceased its bleeding and began to heal at an imperceptibly slow pace. Situ Nana pressed the wound together with her right hand, and indeed, the healing process accelerated significantly, visibly fostering the growth of new flesh. Within a few minutes, the wounds on Xiongwu's back had completely healed. In fact, all the injuries on his body were fully mended. Inside the cave, all the beastmen held their breath at the moment the azure light appeared. Only when Situ Nana retracted the azure glow from the palm of her left hand did they collectively exhale in relief. Situ Nana gazed at Xiongwu and inquired, "Xiongwu, how are you feeling now?" Ever since he opened his eyes, Xiongwu's gaze had been fixed intently upon Situ Nana's face. Upon hearing her question, he replied dreamily, "I feel as if I have already recovered." Situ Nana smiled at him, and then stood up. Xiongwu followed suit, his eyes unwilling to blink. "Situ, thanks to you." "Xiongwu, are you truly well?" Xiangjia could hardly believe her eyes. Just moments ago, she thought her most formidable brother was on the brink of death, and now, mere minutes later, he was perfectly unharmed. Zongqing approached and said, "Situ, you are extraordinary. How did you manage that?" At that moment, the cave was filled with the hushed whispers of the orc tribesmen. "This little female is truly remarkable. Is she the female of the Xiong clan?" How come we've never seen her before? She is the one who visited our tribe during the minor rainy season. The one who taught us how to make fire, and who received the celestial fire on the day the beast god bestowed it. Oh, she is the companion of that ferocious black eagle orc? C2 Nana could only put on a faade once more, feigning mystery as she proclaimed. This is a gift bestowed upon me by the beast god, an innate ability of a natural female. Xiongji exclaimed. Wow, C2, you are truly remarkable. Zhongqing added. Indeed, C2, you are deserving of the blessings granted by the beast god. At that moment, Bai Bing approached and inquired, C2, might you also lend your aid to my companion? Seeing that her gaze was fixed upon the white bear, C2 Nana realized that the creature must be her companion. She cast another glance at the power of the azure dragonwood within the space. Having just rescued Bear Mist, she sensed a slight diminishment in its energy. These two beastmen could still be saved. Even if they could not be fully healed, the malevolent aura surrounding them should be dispelled. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, the wolf named Exan leapt forth once more, exclaiming, her prolonged silence suggests a reluctance to assist. C2 Nana cast a glance at her, noticing that Lang Xin was gazing at her provocatively. Lang Xin remarked, you spent the little rain season with our bear beast tribe. Our tribe has ensured your safety, so you cannot turn a blind eye to those in peril. C2 Nana deliberately displayed a contemptuous expression and, with a cold laugh, remarked, whether I choose to assist the members of the bear beast tribe has no bearing on my past experiences during the little rain season there. My partner has already offered the prey to the bear beast tribe. Noticing that Wolf Xin was about to speak again, she continued, furthermore, this gathering is composed of the leaders and chief bears from various clans of the bear beast tribe. It hardly seems appropriate for a mere female of the wolf clan to interject, does it? It was leader Bai Bing who requested my assistance in rescuing her partner. What business do you have in this matter? Are you perhaps envious of my innate femininity, which compels you to interrupt whenever I speak? You, an outsider, continuously label me as an alien female, when in truth, you are the one unable to integrate into the bear clan. Indeed, if you truly regarded yourself as part of the bear beast tribe, you would refrain from interrupting during the leader's discourse. How utterly misguided. Wolf Xin, being one who relished stirring trouble yet lacked the skill for argumentation, found herself at a loss. Perhaps it was because everyone had always accommodated her as an outsider. The last female of the wolf clan. After being chastised by C2 Nana, she blushed and stammered. You. C2 Nana inquired, what do you mean by that? I initially intended to rescue those two bear beastmen, yet you have been conversing with me, wasting precious time. Are you hoping that I will arrive too late to save them, allowing them to bleed to death? If they perish, the blame shall lie upon your incessant chatter. Wolf Xin stammered, I. Bai Bing, in a fit of anger, forcefully shoved her aside, exclaiming, your partner is unharmed. What are you doing here? Quickly, take your partner and leave. As Wolf Xin attempted to protest, Bai Bing firmly pushed her toward the black bear who had initially threatened to kill the three bear fox. Glaring at her as she commanded, you are not to follow me any longer. Depart at once. The black bear promptly embraced Wolf Xin, saying, Wolf Xin, let us return home for now. Xiangjie stepped forward, positioning herself defiantly in front of Wolf Xin, clearly expressing her disdain. Bai Bing paid her no further heed and addressed C2 Nana, saying, C2, I should not have spoken ill of you before. I apologize here and now. Please. I implore you to also save my partner. C2 Nana said to Bai Bing, I am uncertain whether my abilities can restore them to their former state like Xiongwu. I shall do my utmost. Xiongxiu added, then, C2, please attempt it quickly. They are on the verge of giving up. C2 Nana lowered her gaze to observe the two bear-like creatures, noticing the increasing dark aura enveloping them, with their fur beginning to reveal intricate black patterns. Shou the bear remarked, they have already begun to transform into malevolent beasts. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, C2 Nana ceased her playful banter and crouched down. Channels of azure light coalescing in her left hand as she endeavored to dispel the sinister energy surrounding the two figures. This azure light was evidently the nemesis of the dark aura. As it drew near, the shadows began to dissipate. C2 Nana observed the small wounds gradually healing. Yet the deep gashes, revealing bone, were evidently not so easily mended. She then advised, close the larger wounds on them. Bai Bing had also witnessed C2 Nana's actions moments before, and thus she knelt beside the white bear, assisting her partner in bringing together the gash on his thigh. That black and white bear was the embodiment of Xiong Wudong's strength. Chapter 79. All of you, join forces. C2 Nana dispelled the malevolent aura surrounding them and healed their fatal wounds before finally collecting the azure light. At that moment, She felt a wave of weakness wash over her, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Shermu was there to support her from behind. "Nana, are you all right?" Scythian Nana felt a slight dizziness and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing, just a bit of exhaustion." Although the wounds on the two bear beasts had not fully healed, they could be considered minor injuries. With a day's rest, they would surely be lively and energetic by tomorrow. Bai Bing, noticing Scythian Nana's pale complexion, approached her with heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Sithu, I am immensely thankful. I shall have my companion bring you some prey." She did not express disdain for her inability to heal her partner, suggesting that her earlier remarks were perhaps a momentary lapse in judgment, or possibly influenced by the provocations of Lang Xian. Sithu Nana smiled at her and said, "It seems you can still distinguish right from wrong." At that moment, Bai Bing's expression was quite complex. Her white bear companion transformed into human form and stood beside Bai Bing, addressing Sithu Nana with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." The black and white bear also morphed into a middle-aged male beastman with dark hair, expressing his appreciation to Sithu Nana. "Little female, I am truly grateful for your intervention. You are indeed a naturally chosen female by the beast god. May the beast god always bless you." Sidana has come to realize that she should not smile casually at the male beastmen. Thus, she nodded to the two who expressed their gratitude and said, "The beast god has decreed that I spend this brief rainy season in the bear beast tribe. Everything is according to his divine plan. May the beast god continue to bless the bear beast tribe." Afterward, she addressed the assembly of chieftains and the head bear, stating, "In any case, I advise you to remain cautious of that wolf, Xian. With that, I take my leave." Bear Shou nodded and replied, "I understand. Thank you very much, Sitana." As Sithu Nana and Shermu were about to turn away, Xiongwu hurriedly followed and implored, "Sithu, please agree to be my companion." As Sithu Nana cast a glance at Xiongwu, poised to beckon him to accompany her, she was unexpectedly met with the collective plea from all the solitary male beastmen guarding both the cave and its exterior. "Sithu, please consider becoming my partner." Startled, Sithu Nana was taken aback by the sudden appearance of over a dozen male beastmen vying for her affection. Who wouldn't be alarmed? She cast a glance around and noticed that Xiongwu looked tense, while the other male beastmen gazed at her with fervent intensity. However, most of these beastmen were of a lower rank, with only two being of the fourth tier. With a smile, Sithu Nana addressed Xiongwu, saying, "If you can defeat this group of male beastmen courting me, I shall accept your proposal and become your partner this evening." In that moment, a spark of determination ignited in Xiongwu's eyes, coupled with a fierce battle spirit. He proclaimed to Sithu Nana, "This time, I will not let you down." Turning to the group of suitors, he challenged, "You all, come at me together." With that, he confidently stepped out of the cave, leading the way. As the others followed suit, encircling him in the clearing before the cave entrance, Sithu Nana smiled at Xiong Xiu and Zhong Qing, taking Shermu's hand as they approached the entrance of the cave. Among the group of Sithu Nana's suitors, one of the level 4 male beastmen addressed her, saying, "Sithu, if we emerge victorious, will you accept us, all these gentlemen?" Sithu Nana did not respond directly. Instead, she cast a flirtatious glance at him and cheerfully inquired, "What do you think?" Before her words had fully dissipated, the horde of single beasts erupted in a cacophony of roars, charging towards Bear Mist. Like a creature infused with adrenaline, Bear Mist bellowed in rage as he lunged at the formidable level 4 beastman. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly evading 2 attacks from the level 4 beastmen before swiftly retaliating with a powerful strike to the foremost assailant. However, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. While he managed to send 2 flying, 3 more surged toward him. Meanwhile, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, creating numerous small puddles upon the ground. Yet the combatants, dozens of colossal bears, remained undeterred, engaging in an intense and fervent struggle. All the chieftains and leaders of the bear tribe had emerged to witness the unfolding events, simultaneously inquiring about the occurrences surrounding the day's hunting expedition while observing the fierce battle before them. It must be noted that Bear Mist was indeed an exceptional and promising young beastman. Just prior to the light rainy season, he had been a level 4 beastman. Yet, before the season concluded, he ascended to level 5, exhibiting combat prowess that belied his recent advancement. Bai Bing marveled at Bear Mist's capabilities, lamenting her missed opportunity to partner with such a remarkable individual. Yet, as she gazed at the naturally slender female, adorned with a warm smile, she sensed an aura of strength emanating from her petite frame. As a fellow female blessed by the beast god, she felt compelled to strive for her own enhancement. Shermu harbored concerns that Sithu Nana might truly accept so many partners, primarily due to their evident weakness, exclaiming, "There are too many of them." Bear Mist might not necessarily prevail. As C2 Nana observed the fierce onslaught of over a dozen male beastmen against Xiongwu, she proclaimed with a commanding voice, "Xiongwu, should you falter, I shall never wish to lay eyes upon you again." Xiongwu, entangled in a relentless exchange with the beastmen, was momentarily taken aback by her words. In an instant, a surge of formidable power erupted within him, with a thunderous roar. He unleashed his might, sending 2 level 4 beastmen soaring with his massive paws. The remaining adversaries soon found themselves dispatched with ease, as if they were mere children in his presence. Standing amidst the fallen beastmen, Xiongwu, panting heavily, turned his gaze toward C2 Nana and declared, "I shall not disappoint you again." C2 Nana released Shermu's hand and, with eyes brimming with admiration, gracefully approached Xiongwu. Standing before him, she extended her right hand and delicately tapped her index finger on his wildly beating heart, inquiring, "Am I the only one here for you?" Instantly, Xiongwu's face flushed crimson, a rugged beastman, such as he had never encountered such teasing. His heart seemed ready to leap from his chest as he stammered, "Of course. In my heart, there is only you." With a playful smile, C2 Nana drew a circle on his chest and gently suggested, "Then, let us return to the cave together." Xiongnu not only felt a blush rise to his cheeks, but his entire being was ablaze with fervor. Amidst the cheers of the onlooking orcs, he lifted C2 Nana into his arms and twirled her around before placing her upon his shoulder. His eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy, and his smile radiant like the dazzling sun, he exclaimed to Xiang Xiao and Xianghua, "Mother, Father, I am going to pay homage to the beast god with C2. Xiang Xiao, filled with pride for her child, nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed to the blessing square at once." C2 Nana embraced Bear Mist's shoulder, her spirit uplifted by his joy, and with a gentle smile, she inquired, "Great beast god, what preparations are necessary?" Bear Mist replied, "As long as you are willing to join me, that is all that matters." Chapter 80. The complete process and secrets of bonding in the Beastman continent. Bear Mist's family accompanied him to the blessing square, while the unrelated beastmen dispersed on their own. At that moment, the persistent drizzle finally ceased, and the clouds, having mysteriously vanished, allowed the evening light to brighten the sky. They treaded through the puddles on their way to the blessing square, which had been soaked by nearly 30 days of rain, leaving the ground damp. Within the blessing square stood a slightly elevated stone platform, provided by the beastmen of the Bear Clan for their kin to pay homage to the beast god. The surface of this platform was notably flat, devoid of any standing water. Bear Mist gently set C2 Nana down and said to her, "C2, I apologize for the wet ground, but I can no longer wait." C2 Nana removed the hooded cloak from her head and, upon lifting her gaze, beheld the long-awaited sun peeking through the horizon. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated everyone's faces, casting a radiant glow upon them. In the aftermath of the rain, the dusk was graced with sunlight, and a splendid rainbow emerged in the sky. C2 Nana pointed at the vibrant rainbow and smiled, saying, "Xiongwu, look, this is a gift from the beast god." As everyone gazed at the resplendent rainbow, they spoke with a tone of reverence and devotion, exclaiming, "The beast god truly is omnipotent. We are grateful to the beast god." C2 Nana and Xiongwu ascended the stone platform, where Simu promptly joined C2 Nana's side. C2 Nana cast a peculiar glance at him. Lion Mu said, "Nana, we have yet to pay homage to the beast god. Allow me to join you in this reverence." C2 Nana turned to glance at Xiongwu, then cast her gaze upon the several clan leaders, including Xiang Xiao. Noticing their silence, she inferred it was permissible. Thus, she smiled and nodded, saying, "All right." Xiang Xiao approached the three and inquired, "Are you prepared?" As both Shermu and Xiongwu nodded in affirmation, Xiang Xiao produced a bamboo tube filled with clear water and asked Xiongwu, "Did you not present any beast fangs or bones to C2?" Xiongwu replied awkwardly, "I did offer them, but they were too lengthy for C2 to carry conveniently." C2 Nana inquired with curiosity, "What purpose do you serve?" Xiang Xiao replied, "To pierce through their chests and extract their heart's blood to forge an alliance." C2 Nana drew forth a short blade crafted from the ivory gifted to her by Xiongwu, proclaiming, "This is made from the beast's tusk bestowed upon me by Xiongwu." Clad in a cloak that enveloped her entire form, no one could ascertain whether she had been concealed within it prior, hence none were taken aback. Xiongwu's face immediately brightened with a joyful smile. The presence of an item fashioned from her gift suggested a yearning for companionship. Xiang Xiao evidently pondered this notion as well, feeling a surge of happiness for her offspring, knowing that he was cherished by a female he admired. With a smile, Xiang Xiao accepted the short blade from C2 Nana, drawing it across Xiongwu's chest, which instantly bore a wound the length of a hand. Xiangxiu first returned the ivory blade to Sithanana before collecting a few drops of his heart's blood in a bamboo tube. Under the guise of her cloak, Situnana concealed the ivory dagger within her spatial pocket, her heart aching slightly as she gazed upon the bloody chest of Xiongwu. Yet, under her watchful eyes, the wound mended itself in less than a minute. After collecting the vital essence from Xiongwu, Xiangxiu turned her attention to Shirmu. Instead of offering beast fangs or bones to Situnana, Shirmu directly drew his own fingernail across his chest, allowing his own blood to flow. Xiangxiu collected this precious lifeblood in a bamboo tube and subsequently handed it to Situnana. Situnana, feeling somewhat bewildered, picked up the message and inquired, "What must I do?" Xiangxiu smiled gently and replied, "You need to express to the beast god your willingness to form a partnership with both of them. Then drink from this bamboo tube filled with blood, and subsequently kneel together with them in reverence to the beast god." Situnana glanced at the blood within the bamboo tube. Although it was not a large vessel, the scent of blood unsettled her greatly. What if she could not suppress her urge to vomit? However, having come this far, she could not possibly declare that they would not pay homage to the beast god or abandon the coupling ceremony altogether. In truth, Lion Mu had previously refrained from insisting on a renewed tribute to the beast god, as he understood her aversion to consuming anything raw. She insisted that the prey be drained of blood and thoroughly cooked before she would partake. This was especially so since they had already entered into a union at that time. Sitting resolutely, Nana, without any semblance of hesitation, proclaimed, "By the grace of the beast god, I, the naturally born female Nana, willingly unite with the lion tribe's Shirmu and the bear tribe's Xiongwu as partners." With a determined breath, she downed an entire bamboo tube filled with blood in one go. It must be said, the taste was undeniably pungent. Struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to retch, she observed that the two individuals beside her had also knelt down. As Situnana knelt down, she heard the two individuals beside her simultaneously declare, from the lion beast tribe, Lion Mu pledges to become Situnana's partner, vowing to guard her with his life, to cherish her, unwavering unto death. From the bear beast tribe, Bear Wu vows to become Situnana's partner, pledging to protect her with his life, to love her, steadfast unto death. Such were their vows of union on the beastman continent, truly beautiful and romantic. Upon completing their declarations, the two began to bow deeply, and Situnana followed suit, bowing 3 times. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable connection with Lion Mu, a thread linking their fates. She sensed that she held the power over Lion Mu's very existence. Was this the reason Black Feather had mentioned, that by merely severing the bond of partnership, she could bring about his demise? Previously, she had not experienced such a sensation. It seemed that this mysterious ritual was essential for a complete and successful union. Her bond with Black Feather appeared unclear, likely because they had not performed the beast deity ceremony. Perhaps their relationship had not yet been acknowledged by the beast deity, hence the lack of recognition of their partnership. Similarly, there was no connection with Bear Wu, possibly because they had yet to fulfill that particular rite. According to the proper customs of the beastman continent, the correct procedure for bonding involved worshipping the beast deity, followed by mating, thereby completing all necessary rituals. However, Black Feather seemed to have discovered some knowledge regarding the principles of mating from an unknown source, thus exploiting this loophole. Situnana quickly grasped the intricacies and secrets surrounding the union on the Orc continent. She smiled as she stood up alongside Shirmu and Xiongwu. Xiongwu wore a blissful grin, his gaze fixated on Situnana's face ever since he had paid his respects to the beast god. The intensity of his stare caused her cheeks to flush with warmth. Observing her son nearly glued to Situnana, Xiongxiu could only chuckle helplessly and remarked, "Well then, you may return to the cave to mate. We still have matters concerning the hunting team to attend to." Her candid words deepened Situnana's blush. She replied to Xiongxiu, "Mother, I am grateful for your assistance in presiding over this union ceremony. I shall not intrude any further." Xiongxiu regarded Situnana with curiosity, asking, "Why do you call me mother?" Chapter 81. How to harness the power of the beast god. Situnana posed a peculiar rhetorical question. "I have already become bonded with Xiongwu. You are his mother. Should I not address you as mother?" Xiongxiu chuckled and replied, "There is no need for that. You are a female, and thus you need not follow him in addressing your matron as mother. Only males are required to call your maternal figure mother. This bear tribe could indeed be considered a matriarchal society. Wouldn't you agree?" Situnana responded with a gentle understanding. "I comprehend, Chief Xiongxiu." After a brief pause, she continued, "When I depart from the bear beast tribe, I shall take Xiongwu with me. I hope you won't feel reluctant." Xiongxiu nodded and replied, "I am aware." Wherever the partner is, there too shall the male be. I am truly delighted that Xiong Wu can unite with the female he cherishes. You enjoy traversing the orc continent. In the future, you may bring him back to our bear beast tribe for a short visit. However, you have too few companions. It is imperative to remain in the safety of the large tribe during the spring. Sith and Nana intended to journey across the orc continent, and they had previously conspired about the narrative concerning the bear beast tribe. However, now that she had become one of their own, Sith and Nana felt no need for further deception. She declared, Chief Xiongxiu, in truth, my purpose is not to wander the orc continent. I have forgotten my past and seek to reclaim my tribe. This is why Heiyu departed from the bear beast tribe to assist me in my search. Sidu Nana conveyed her message to both Xiongxiu and Xiongwu. After a moment's contemplation, Xiongxiu replied, if you cannot recall your former tribe, perhaps it is best to let it be. Why must you insist on reclaiming a past that no longer exists? Xiongjie chimed in, indeed, Sidu. Why not join our bear beast tribe directly? We would be delighted to welcome you among us. Sitting quietly, Situa Nana shook her head with a smile, saying, no. Thank you. I still wish to reclaim my past. Have you heard of any tribes that have lost their female members? Xiongxiu and Xianghua exchanged glances. With Xianghua responding, we have not heard of such a thing. Xiongxiu added, a female as remarkable as you would surely prompt an entire tribe of warriors to search if one were to go missing. However, we have not encountered any news of this. It could be that your tribe resides quite far from here. Xianghua continued, if that is the case, I believe it would be unwise for you to continue your search elsewhere. On the 20th day of autumn, most tribes from the rainforest marshlands will gather at the intersection of the rainforest marshlands and the vast northern sea to trade salt. This market will last for approximately 20 days. At that time, you can simply go there, and your kin will undoubtedly come to find you. Sid and Nana and Shermu exchanged a glance. This might indeed be a viable strategy. However, their initial intent in venturing out was to locate their tribe as swiftly as possible, and they had not anticipated that after 40 days, they would still be devoid of any news. Logically, if she had vanished, her tribe should have been searching for her as well. The original owner yearned to live within the tribe, aiming to demonstrate that being born a female orc was not a harbinger of misfortune, and that all calamities were unrelated to her. Could it be possible that the orcs of her tribe had banished her? Might they have chosen to ignore her presence altogether? This posed a dilemma. One must ponder whether orcs could truly feign ignorance so convincingly. They had commenced their search from the true north, progressing eastward and southward. Yet these areas had yielded no information. Nevertheless, she had distinctly appeared in the northeastern region of the rainforest marsh kingdom. Thus, her tribe must lie to the northwest? With 30 days remaining until the 20th day of autumn, perhaps she should simply make her way there and wait? Sid and Nana intended to summon Heiyu later for a discussion. She smiled at Xiongxiu and said, I will give it careful consideration. Thank you, Chief Xiongxiu. And also, Chief Xianghua. Just before bidding farewell, Sid and Nana recalled the purpose of her visit. She pulled Xiongxiu aside and inquired, Chief Xiongxiu, there is actually another matter of great importance that I wish to discuss with you today. Noticing the seriousness of her inquiry, Xiongxiu regarded her intently and replied, Sidu. Please go ahead. Sidu Nana mentally organized her thoughts before speaking. Chief Xiongxiu, I would like to inquire about how the esteemed female warriors harness the power of the beast god in battle. Noticing the surprise in Xiongxiu's eyes, Sidu Nana added, if it is inconvenient for you to disclose this information, please do not feel pressured. Xiongxiu responded, are you referring to the external manifestation of the beast god's power for combat? Sidu Nana nodded and remarked, I am aware that everyone can engage in combat using their beast forms. I have heard from Xiongjie that you are also a formidable black and white bear. However, I lack a beast form, so I have been contemplating the possibility of harnessing the power of the beast god in battle, not only for combat, but also as a means to respond to danger. Xiongxiu scrutinized Sito Nana for a considerable moment before replying, you are correct. Females should possess combat prowess as well. Whether it is utilized is one matter, but the mere existence of it is another. I have never encountered a young and advanced female like you. You are truly remarkable. Upon finishing her words, Xiongxiu gathered a sphere of red light in the palm of her right hand. This red light rapidly expanded, transforming into a semicircular shield measuring 1.5 meters in height. In the radiant glow, Xiongxiu appeared particularly resplendent. She retracted the shield and informed Sito Nana. What you witnessed just now was the beast god's shield, capable of withstanding the full force of a level 9 beastman's strike. To withstand the full force of a level 9 beastman is truly astonishing. Sito Nana exclaimed in awe. Xiongxiu continued, under Sito Nana's admiring gaze. The beast goddess power of males is white, while that of females is red. In addition to forming the beast goddess shield, we can also materialize sharp claws for offensive purposes. She raised her right hand, and 5 fingers sprouted 30-centimeter long, razor-sharp red energy claws. Subsequently, she hurled them towards a tree situated over 10 meters away. The claws soared forth, expanding slightly during their trajectory, and struck the trunk of the massive tree, which was thick enough for 2 people to embrace. With a resounding crash, the tree was cleaved in 2 and toppled to the ground. Sid and Nana exclaimed in astonishment. Xiongxiu, you are truly remarkable. Xiongxiu smiled and replied, such an assault, I can only execute thrice. Hence, it is seldom employed in my daily skirmishes. However, it serves excellently in emergencies or for self-preservation. Each orc possesses a unique approach to combat, and you may explore your own. First, coalesce the beast god shield. Once the shield has solidified, you may then endeavor to shape it into a form of your desire for offensive maneuvers. Sitanana nodded earnestly, I understand. Thank you very much, Chief Xiongxiu. Chief Xiongxiu smiled and waved his hand. There is no need for gratitude. You have taught us the method of kindling fire in the bear beast tribe and assisted us in harnessing the heavenly fire. In comparison, sharing these matters with you is of little consequence. Do you have any further inquiries? Sitanana shook her head and said, No, that's all. Nonetheless, I am truly grateful to you. Speaking of starting a fire, I am aware of a type of stone known as flint. When 2 pieces of flint strike and rub against each other, sparks fly forth, making it much easier to ignite a fire. You may want to seek it out in the future. Chapter 82. Eager to roll into the grass nest, Xiongxiu nodded. If we can find such stones, that would be splendid. We shall certainly give it a try. After bidding farewell to Xiong Wu's family, Sitanana perched herself upon the back of the black and white bear, transformed from Xiong Wu as they departed into the fading glow of the sunset. The golden lion, transformed from Shirmu, followed closely behind. Witnessing the harmonious coexistence of the lion and the black and white bear brought a smile to Sitanana's face. She leaned against the black and white bear, reaching out to caress its ears. The plush, rounded ears felt delightful to the touch. It must be said that she had developed a genuine fondness for Xiong Wu, the black and white bear. Both the bear and Xiong Wu were dear to her. Now, having the affection of both, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The trio, 1 person, 1 bear, and 1 lion, swiftly returned to the cave where they temporarily resided in the brown bear tribe. Stepping down from the soft and cozy back of the bear, C2 Nana beheld the transformation of the creature into a tall, handsome man, his face flushed with embarrassment. Observing the bashful demeanor of Xiong Wu, C2 Nana felt a playful urge to tease him once more. However, before she could utter a word, Xiong Wu enveloped her in a warm embrace, his voice trembling with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as he declared, Nana, I have finally become your partner. He then cast a glance around the cave, cluttered with an array of unfamiliar items, and inquired, Where's your grass nest? Sitanana found herself blushing at the thought of his eager desire to share an intimate moment with her. She gently wrapped her arms around Xiong Wu's neck and placed a soft kiss on his lips before saying, Xiong Wu, do not rush. First, please heat some water for me to bathe. I have something important to discuss with you. Xiong Wu was indeed quite anxious, for he had long harbored feelings for this charming creature. After finally pledging to the beast god together, what could possibly warrant delay in their union? Moreover, Sitanana had been teasing him in front of others and had continued to provoke him on their way back, such as playfully pinching his ears. How could he not feel impatient? With eager eyes, Xiong Wu inquired, Must it be spoken before our union? Lion Mu interjected, Yes. Set Nana down and come over to heat the water. Though slightly bewildered, Xiong Wu complied and gently released Sitanana upon receiving her affirming gaze. Lion Mu instructed Xiong Wu, Come here and start the fire. It was worth noting that due to their 3 daily meals, the fire in their cave had rarely extinguished, eliminating the need for the arduous task of friction firemaking. Lion Mu explained, This stone pot is for heating water. Every afternoon, we boil a large batch for drinking and bathing. He then pointed to another pot simmering with beast bone soup and continued, This stone pot is designated for cooking food. Nana requires 3 meals a day and enjoys a mixed diet, so you must learn how to use the stone pot for cooking. Xiong Wu gazed at the 2 stone pots in astonishment, exclaiming, Nana can bathe in such hot water? If she enjoys a mixed diet, why not have 2 pots for cooking, 1 for meat and another for plants? Otherwise, how long will it take to prepare 3 meals? As Sito Nana had just settled onto the stool, she nearly burst into laughter upon hearing those words. So you think I could consume 2 pots of food in one sitting? And 3 meals a day? That would surely be the end of me. Sito Nana chuckled, covering her mouth. Lion Mu recalled the first time he heard Sito Nana express her desire for a hot bath. He too had feared for her safety. Realizing that it was not merely his own naivety, but rather the remarkable cleverness of Nana that shone through. After sufficient laughter, Sito Nana remarked, Xiong Wu, I do not consume all the food in a single sitting. The beast god has bestowed upon me a space to store provisions. We prepare a substantial amount of food at once and then place it within this space, allowing us to forego cooking while traveling after the rainy season concludes. As we can simply partake of the meals we have already prepared. Xiong Wu gazed at Sito Nana with admiration, exclaiming, Nana, you are truly remarkable and incredibly intelligent. You are indeed worthy of the blessings bestowed upon you by the beast god. As Xiong Wu busied himself with boiling water, Simu filled a bowl with the beast bone soup that had been simmering throughout the afternoon, presenting it to Sito Nana. Sito Nana retrieved a bowl of millet rice and a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat from her space, and looked up to ask Xiong Wu, I am about to have my dinner. Would you care to join me? Xiong Wu gazed in astonishment at the food that appeared as if conjured from thin air by Sito Nana. However, such a modest portion was hardly sufficient for him. And besides, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the pursuit of companionship. He had no appetite for food at all. As Sito Nana enjoyed her dinner, she recounted to Xiong Wu the narrative she had previously shared with Heiyu and Shermu. I once experienced a high fever, and in the haze of nearing death, a voice revealed to me that I am a naturally born female devoid of beast form. It urged me to return to my original tribe and participate in the coming-of-age ceremony with my kin. Thus, I am still considered a cub, and I must seek to reclaim my ancestral tribe. For now, I cannot engage in mating with you. Xiong Wu silently processed Sito Nana's words before glancing at the mate mark on her left arm, where a black eagle and a lion were distinctly emblazoned. Sito Nana understood his meaning and replied, Heiyu is aware of a method to form a bond without mating. It is through this means that we have become partners. Xiong Wu ultimately reconciled with the reality that he could not engage in such intimate acts with the female he cherished, and the light in his eyes dimmed significantly. After a moment of disappointment, he looked up at Sito Nana and inquired, Nana, may I address you in this manner? The orcs of the Xiong beast tribe were well aware that she permitted only her partner to call her this. Others were obliged to refer to her as Tuesday. Sito Nana nodded and smiled at him, saying, Of course, we have both worshipped the beast god together. You are already my partner. Bear Mist's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Sito Nana, saying, Nana, although we cannot mate just yet, I wish to bond with you in that manner first. Once you have truly matured, we shall mate in earnest. No wonder you are so petite. It turns out you are still a cub. I will diligently learn to cook and ensure you grow strong and robust. Satura Nana, it is not necessary. In fact, the physique of her current body surpasses that of her former self, possessing alluring curves. Wouldn't you agree? She was only 1.6 meters tall before, rather slender, lacking the voluptuous bosom, the delicate waist, and the elongated legs she now possesses. Xiong Wu remarked, regardless of how long it takes for you to truly come of age, I shall patiently await your transformation. Sito Nana nodded and replied, Yes, I understand. You will make a wonderful companion. Xiong Wu gazed at her with admiration, saying, Nana, you are truly an exceptional woman. It must be said that being regarded by Xiong Wu with such adoring and respectful eyes greatly satisfied Sito Nana's vanity. Sito Nana smiled at them and said, Of course, if you wish to be my companions, you must express your gratitude to the beast god. In chapter 83, Only for me to strive, Xiong Wu immediately responded, I am grateful to the beast god for sending such a splendid female to our bear tribe. Once Sito Nana finished her dinner, the hot water was nearly ready. The weather had been consistently pleasant, hovering around 20 degrees, making it quite comfortable. Thus there was no need for excessively hot water. Under the guidance of Shermu, Xiong Wu prepared the bathing water for Sito Nana. Before she entered the tree hollow to bathe, Sito Nana reminded Xiong Wu, You should also take a proper bath. Xiong Wu obediently nodded, All right. As Shermu tidied up Sito Nana's dishes, he turned to Xiong Wu and said, Xiong Wu, there is something I must inform you. Xiong Wu looked at Shermu and replied, Go ahead. Shermu spoke earnestly, When I bonded with Nana, Heiyu had made it clear that she was not to engage in mating until she was in heat. You must exercise self-control when you bond with Nana later, otherwise, that ruthless black eagle will not let you off easily. Xiong Wu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain, and replied, I know, isn't there a method to bond without mating? Shermu reiterated, Just remember, if you dare to mate with Nana, be prepared to become black eagle's prey. Xiong Wu could only nod solemnly, leaving the cave to bathe, albeit with a hint of confusion. The males, of course, did not need to heat water in the cave for their baths. They could simply find a nearby stream to cleanse themselves thoroughly, although he was unaware of the method to bond without mating since Nana had instructed him to wash. He felt obliged to do so. Upon returning from his bath, Xiongwu found that Sid and Nana had not yet finished bathing. Noticing the absence of a sleeping nest and animal skins in their cave, he decided to gather all his possessions from his solitary dwelling. He directly inquired of Shermu, "Where will we sleep tonight? Where is the most suitable place for the nest?" The reality was that everyone stored their belongings in that small cave, so Xiongwu had not considered that they would sleep there. Having spent 20 days on a bed, Shermu now looked down upon the notion of a mere nest and remarked, "You brought that shabby nest here? Well, once Nana finishes her bath, you can spread it out in the tree hollow. If you wish to sleep in a nest by yourself, then do so. We shall not sleep in a nest." Xiongwu asked, "Then where will you sleep? The space in this cave is quite limited. Surely we cannot sleep on the table where Sid Nana eats." Just then, Sidhu Nana emerged from her bath, wrapped in a piece of animal skin and wearing flat wooden clogs. Noticing the large bundle in Xiongwu's arms, she inquired, "Xiongwu, what do you have there?" Xiongwu replied, "These are all my belongings from before, animal skins, a nest, and some food." Sid and Nana remarked, "Then you may assist me in putting it away." Even his belongings she unceremoniously regarded as her own private property. Xiongwu placed a large bundle before her, intending to inquire about her preferred arrangement, when Sid and Nana waved her left hand, and the items vanished. "All right, let us take a rest," she declared, linking her arm with Xiongwu's as they proceeded toward the small cave. Upon their return from venerating the beast god, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. After Sid and Nana enjoyed her dinner and took a bath, the night had completely enveloped the surroundings. Within the cave, only the faint glow of the fire remained. Together, Sidhu Nana and Xiongwu approached the entrance of the small cave, where she lifted the animal skin that obstructed the entrance. It was then that Xiongwu beheld the cave's interior, a large wooden platform adorned with animal skins, accompanied by an elongated, oval-shaped object crafted from animal hide, evidently designed for slumber, which promised utmost comfort. Nearby stood a wooden rack, upon which rested a vessel reminiscent of a dining table, adorned with a few water orchids, alongside some trinkets of unfamiliar nature. His beloved little female truly embodied elegance and an appreciation for life's finer details. As they reached the wooden bed, the lion-like figure, Shermu, had already secured the mouth of the grand cave with wooden planks and followed them inside. Sidhu Nana was poised to tease the bashful Bear Mist when she noticed Lion Mu entering. With a hint of curiosity, she remarked, "Lion Mu, I intend to bond with Bear Mist, so please, do not enter just yet." Upon hearing this, Lion Mu's expression fell, and he inquired with a tinge of disappointment, "Are you planning to share the night with him alone?" Sid and Nana cast a glance at Xiongwu before turning to Shermu and said, "I shall first bond with Xiongwu." Shermu nodded in agreement. Sidhu Nana could not help but inquire, "Will you be watching us as we form our bond?" Lion Mu retorted, "Is that not permissible?" Sid and Nana's face flushed crimson. "Of course not," she replied. Lion Mu glanced at Xiongwu, then turned his gaze back to Sid and Nana, expressing his displeasure as he said, "Very well." Sidhu Nana gazed at his despondent demeanor and, unable to bear it, gently suggested, "Why don't you wait outside? Once we successfully bond as partners, you may join us, and we shall all share the same resting space." Instantly, the melancholy lifted from Shermu's face, and he beamed, replying, "All right." He then turned to Xiongwu and added, "Remember, do not mate with Nana." Without waiting for a response from Xiongwu, he stepped outside. Xiongwu, perplexed, looked at Sidhu Nana and inquired, "Nana, how do we form a partnership?" Sidhu Nana gently rested her hand upon his robust shoulder, pressing Xiongwu down to sit at the edge of the bed, while she gracefully straddled his thigh. In the wake of her bold movements, the fur draped around her form unfurled, revealing her delicate figure, reminiscent of jade and ice. At that moment, Xiongwu felt a rush of breathlessness upon beholding her exquisite physique, his face, his head, even his entire being flushed with a deep crimson. His captivating eyes remained fixed upon her, as if ensnared by an enchanting spell, rendering him utterly motionless. Sidhu Nana inquired with a smile, "Xiongwu, do you find me beautiful?" It was at that moment that Xiongwu seemed to awaken from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Too timid to look further down, he dared not even exhale, as his mind was engulfed in a haze, mechanically uttering, "Beautiful, beautiful." Sidhu Nana placed her hand upon his chest, which felt as if a tiger were leaping within, and solemnly proclaimed, "Xiongwu, before you truly become my partner, I need you to promise me one thing." Xiongwu nodded earnestly and replied, "Speak, and whatever it may be, I shall comply." Situan Nana declared, "From now on, you shall strive solely for me and for no one else. Your life is to be sacrificed only for my sake. Beyond me, no one else merits such perilous devotion." Xiongwu stared blankly, nodding in agreement. Situ Nana continued, "I cannot permit you to endure such grave injuries for the sake of others. Do you understand?" Xiongwu solemnly nodded, "I understand." Chapter 84. The Tidings Brought by Heiyu. Situ Nana said, "Repeat what I have said." Xiongwu replied, "I, Xiongwu, will henceforth devote myself solely to you, Situ Nana, and will only perish for your sake. Beyond you, I shall not place myself in peril for anyone else." Situ Nana nodded in satisfaction, then extended her arms to embrace his neck and tilted her head to kiss him. Xiongwu trembled all over, struggling to restrain himself from pushing her away. He held her head and kissed her for quite some time before, with reddened eyes, he said, "Nana, this is too difficult. I truly like you, very much, and I yearn to be intimate with you, to unite with you." He gasped for breath, pausing for a considerable moment before adding, "But didn't Heiyu say it was not permissible?" Seeing him on the verge of tears, his entire being flushed with crimson, Situ Nana felt an irresistible urge to tease him further. Leaning in, she whispered into his ear, while mating is off the table, "I never said you couldn't gaze upon me, nor did I prohibit you from touching or kissing." Like a volcano that had long been stifled, Xiongwu suddenly embraced her tightly, tumbling onto the bed together, where he began to engage her with both his hands and lips. Situ Nana was truly eager to experience the sensation of such intimacy, yet upon recalling Heiyu, she decided against it. Reassuring herself that there was still ample time ahead, the two of them indulged in tender affection for an extended period, engaging in every act permissible between spouses. Save for that final step, ultimately they succeeded in forging a bond as partners. Situ Nana and Xiongwu thus established a connection akin to that shared with Shirmu. Situ Nana requested Xiongwu to carry her for another bath, after which she donned a sleeveless top and A-line shorts before returning to bed. Shirmu, yearning and unfulfilled, lay beside her, embracing her. Ever since that occasion when Situ Nana had turned a cold shoulder to him, he had not had the opportunity to engage in intimacy with her properly. Situ Nana embraced him and bestowed upon him a fervent kiss, smiling as she said, "Lion Mu, do not be jealous. I do not appreciate you like this." With a hint of playful affection and a touch of pleading, Lion Mu replied, "I too long to be close to you." Situ Nana kissed him once more, then turned her back to him, pressing her petite form against his sturdy frame. She took his hand and placed it gently upon her chest, saying, "You may only hold me like this while I sleep, and no wandering hands." Lion Mu was instantly soothed by her words. He eagerly nestled closer to her and joyfully replied, "All right." Situ Nana extended her hand to embrace the bear, Xiongwu, and planted a gentle kiss upon him. "You too. Hold me as you sleep." Xiongwu obediently cradled her close and bestowed a kiss upon her lips, exclaiming, "Nana, you are truly wonderful." At long last, she found herself immersed in a blissful existence, enveloped by affection from both sides. The best part was that both of them were ever so compliant with her wishes, allowing her to indulge in whatever her heart desired. Their days were filled with warmth and joy, devoid of any cold demeanor. Life was simply exquisite. Alas, this effervescent happiness lasted but 2 fleeting days before it came to an abrupt end, for Heiyu had returned. Heiyu had long anticipated the arrival of this black and white bear, so when he witnessed Xiongwu crafting the ivory combs and bracelets that Situ Nana had previously requested, there was no hint of surprise. Despite Heiyu's perpetual cold expression, commanding presence, and penchant for silence, he remained her steadfast partner. Situ Nana greeted his return with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Heiyu, you're back." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his waist in a gentle embrace. Heiyu reciprocated, affectionately ruffling her hair as he remarked, "It's been 18 days since we last met. You've grown a little taller." "Really?" Situ Nana exclaimed with delight. The prospect of further growth filled her with joy. Heiyu then seated himself beside her at the dining table, stating, "I have searched all the neighboring tribes around the bear beast tribe, but I did not find anyone who recognized your tribe." Situ Nana was already aware of this outcome. For each time Heiyu visited a tribe, he would softly stimulate their bond mark twice. Situ Nana nodded and said, "It's all right. From now on, we shall cease our search in various places." She recounted to Heiyu what Xiong had mentioned, that most tribes would venture to the vast northern sea to exchange salt. She preferred that they not wander aimlessly and suggested they simply wait at the border of the northern sea when the time came. After she finished speaking, Heiyu replied, "When I was preparing to go to the Wanjunstone Cliff, I heard that 8 octopus beastmen from the Northern Sea were searching for you everywhere. They claimed you were their future mate whom they have raised since childhood." 8 octopus beastmen. C2 Nana nearly choked on her own saliva. What was this about tentacles? Cough, cough, cough. Nana, are you alright? Xiongwu set down the ivory chopsticks he was crafting and gently patted her back. Shermu approached and sat at the dining table, looking at Heiyu. After such a long inquiry, had she finally uncovered news from her original tribe? 8 octopus beastmen? Wasn't that a bit excessive? After taking a deep breath, Situ Nana raised her head to look at Heiyu and inquired, "Have you seen those octopus beastmen?" Heiyu replied, "No, it was the serpent beastman from the white snake tribe who informed me. He mentioned that a few days ago. 8 octopus beastmen arrived at the area where I used to reside, claiming that I had taken their future partner. Subsequently, they headed east." The group exchanged glances. And Xiongwu asked, "Can we trust what that serpent beastman said?" Heiyu nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, as local beastmen." Shermu and Xiongwu could not comprehend why Heiyu would place his trust in a serpent beastman, given their notorious reputation. Was it perhaps due to their shared status as wandering beastmen? Shermu bluntly declared, "I do not believe the words of serpent beastmen." Heiyu shot him a cold glance and remarked, "I am not so naive as to be unable to discern whether the beastmen I have watched grow up are good or bad. If I inquire, I will know the truth. Does he dare deceive me? That would be tantamount to courting death." This was to imply that he was unaware of the villainy of Lang's song. In that moment, Shermu failed to grasp Heiyu's sarcasm, and instead found himself inwardly cursing those cold-blooded beastmen. Who could truly fathom the thoughts of such heartless beings? However, Situ Nana quickly understood the underlying tension. To spare Shermu any embarrassment, she interjected, "Heiyu, do you mean to say that the serpent beastman is one you watch grow up?" Heiyu nodded, confirming, "He is a beastman from the white snake tribe, adjacent to the forest where I lived. If I recall correctly, he previously mentioned that he had slain the strongmen of that tribe, which prompted a flicker of doubt in Situ Nana's eyes. Nevertheless, since Heiyu had watched him grow, it was possible they shared a bond of some sort. If Heiyu trusted him, then she would choose to trust as well." Heiyu continued, "Those octopuses likely followed our trail, and it may take them several days to reach us. Would you like to seek out those octopuses, or shall we wait for them to find us here?" Chapter 85. The childhood betrothed of the octopus. 8 octopus beastmen, claiming to have raised her since childhood, were searching for their future partner everywhere. Situ Nana felt overwhelmed, pondering why the original owner had not bestowed upon her the memories of the past. She had previously stated that she was born in the rainforest. Could it be that she was a sea-dwelling beastman from the rainforest? Such incomplete revelations were truly frustrating. The rainforest Zigu kingdom harbored no aquatic beastmen. A congregation of octopus beastmen would undoubtedly thrive in the vast northern sea. Indeed, she had aspirations to journey to the northern sea, specifically to the guardian steel in the far north, to harness the water power of the black tortoise. However, who could ascertain the truth behind those octopus beastmen's claims? If, by any chance, the original owner had genuinely been raised as a child bride by them, would she truly be expected to bond with those 8 octopuses? Good heavens! If it were merely 1 or 2, she could endure it. But 8? How could she possibly manage? Yet, as she contemplated her own exceptionally fair and delicate skin, which starkly contrasted with the sun-kissed females of the lion and bear tribes, she realized she resembled someone who had never basked in sunlight, having grown in a greenhouse. This, she surmised, must be a reflection of the original owner's lineage. After observing numerous females, none bore such a pristine complexion, and she found herself fatigued after just a few steps. She had long suspected the frailty of this body. If it had indeed spent its life beneath the sea without traversing any terrain, it would all make sense. Furthermore, her poor dental health might also be attributed to a diet predominantly consisting of raw fish. Situ Nana pondered the predicament of her tribe residing beneath the ocean. How would Heiyu and the others navigate their existence in such an alien environment? It was truly an insurmountable conundrum. The eagle reigns supreme in the sky, while the lion and the bear dominate the jungle, yet all are rendered helpless beneath the waves. Perhaps the bear possesses the ability to swim, nonetheless. The eagle certainly does not. After much contemplation, Situ Nana finally declared, "Let us disregard those octopus orcs and proceed directly to the vast northern sea. We cannot simply acquiesce to a group of individuals claiming to be our destined partners and follow them without question." She resolved to first venture to the northern sea to ascertain whether she was indeed a child bride of the octopus before determining her subsequent course of action. Such significant matters cannot be based solely on one perspective. It is essential to have corroboration from a third party. Heiyu nodded and remarked, currently, only the northwestern region of the Rainforest Kingdom remains unexplored. We can journey there and wait for the salt trading tribes at the northern sea to inquire further. If they are indeed not tribes of the Rainforest Kingdom, we shall continue to the northern sea. Lianmu and Xiongwu silently agreed. Heiyu turned to Xiongwu and inquired, when will your tribe's salt trading team depart? Xiongwu replied, the salt trading team will set off in a few days. Our tribe does not wait for the end of the light rain season. Instead, we will depart on the next clear day. The rains in the days leading up to the light rain season will not be too heavy, and it is acceptable for the men to endure a little rain. C2 Nana recalled that Xiongwu had been injured while accompanying the tribe's hunting party last time, and thus inquired, Xiongwu, you need not accompany the tribe's salt exchange team any longer, do you? Xiongwu shook his head and replied, since you have not joined the Bear Beast tribe, I no longer consider myself one of their orcs. That is why I previously sought to assist the tribe by securing additional game. Heiyu remarked, if your tribe's salt exchange team departs before the end of the rainy season, then Nana should refrain from journeying with them. Sita Nana cannot be exposed to the rain, and thus she cannot embark on a journey with the orcs from the salt exchange team. Bear Mist nodded and said, indeed. Nana should wait until the end of the light rain season before departing from the Bear Beast tribe. Blackfeather then added, you and Lianmu should set off together tomorrow towards the confluence of the vast northern sea. It will take you approximately 30 days to reach your destination. After the light rain season concludes, I will fly over with Nana, and we should arrive simultaneously. Lianmu and Bear Mist exchanged glances. Indeed, the speed of the land beasts could not compare to that of the flying orc, especially considering that it was an 8th-level eagle, unmatched in swiftness by any orc. Both Lianmu and Bear Mist had no objections, but Sita Nana did. Since the trading fair would not commence until the 20th day of autumn, and there were still around 30 days left, for the sake of her century-long lifespan, Sita Nana was keen to set off in the rain. She declared, Blackfeather, I wish to leave with you tomorrow. Let us head to the Guardian Stone Tablet at the vast northern sea ahead of time. Blackfeather looked at her and inquired, you wish to visit the Guardian Stone Tablet in the far north? Sito Nana nodded and inquired, will we have sufficient time? Heiyu contemplated for a moment and replied, if we proceed at the utmost speed and depart tomorrow, we should be able to return to the salt trading beach in less than 40 days. However, it is possible that we may not arrive in time for the commencement of the salt trading event, as some nearby tribes tend to depart rather early. After speaking, he glanced at Shirmu and Xiongwu, pondering if they could hasten their pace to gather information when the time comes. Sita Nana nodded and replied, certainly. I have enough provisions in my space to last me for quite a while, and the rain is not too heavy now. I shall don my cloak and embark upon your back. She produced a piece of paper and meticulously sketched a rectangle, with a circle at its center. From this central circle, she drew 4 diagonal lines extending towards the corners, explaining as she went, these represent the 4 guardian stone tablets, with the central circle indicating the heart of the forest. The 4 lines mark the boundaries of 4 distinct regions. And this is the juncture between the rainforest marshlands and the 10,000 fathom cliffs. Blackfeather pointed to the intersection of the rainforest marshlands and the 10,000 fathom cliffs, directing attention to the center of the eastern guardian stone tablet, and said, here. Sita Nana inscribed the character for bear at the location indicated by Heiyu, then inquired, what about the beast carving tribe? Heiyu gestured toward a point not far southwest of the intersection of the rainforest Ziqua and the Wanren stone cliff. Sita Nana inscribed a character once more. She meticulously charted the locations of the lion beast tribe, scorpion beast tribe, crocodile beast tribe, and the mountains where Heiyu resided upon the map, recalling the words spoken to her by Heiyu. It appeared that the bear beast tribe was in close proximity to the towering cliffs of Wanren, which explained the prolonged journey to the north. Thus, should she venture first towards the southernmost land? Sita Nana pondered for a moment before turning to Heiyu and inquired, what if we journey to the southernmost land? Heiyu replied, it will take us 15 days to reach there, and returning to the Salt Exchange Beach will also demand nearly 40 days in total. Xiongwu then asked, Nana, what compels you to venture to both the southernmost and northernmost lands? Sito Nana expressed her desire to visit the stone tablet, hoping to receive the blessings of the beast god once more. However, Lianmu interjected, stating that a female can only receive the beast god's blessings once in a lifetime, and that she had already been bestowed with such grace. Sita Nana was momentarily taken aback and retorted, who claimed that a woman can only receive the blessing of the beast god once in her lifetime. Chapter 86. I didn't realize you were such a jealous one. Lianmu was also somewhat bewildered by Sita Nana's inquiry, After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It is commonly said that way. I have never heard of anyone receiving the blessing of the beast god twice." Nana, with a smile, remarked, "The absence of something in the past does not preclude its existence in the future. Just as there were once no naturally born females, yet now we have them. Do we not? She is indeed a rare embodiment of a naturally born female, and she wields the Phoenix's miniature world. Surely, this Phoenix realm will bestow blessings upon her." At this juncture, Xiongwu interjected, "In truth, one need not be beneath the guardian stone tablet to seek the beast goddess blessings." Under the inquisitive gaze of Nana, Xiongwu continued, "I have heard from my mother that the closer one is to the guardian stone tablet, the more readily one may receive its blessings. However, there are also females who, without approaching the stone, can still attain the blessings of the beast god. My mother was graced by such blessings while she was earnestly praying in the tribe. The females residing in the marshy lands of the rainforest received blessings from the guardian stone tablet of the Far East, since none have ventured to such distant lands. The notion of seeking a second blessing from a different stone has not occurred to them. I believe that if you wish to receive the blessings of the guardian stone tablet of the far south, you may commence your prayers upon entering the towering cliffs of Wanren, perhaps without the necessity of journeying to the far south." C2 Nana nodded and said, "All right. I understand." She gave a light kiss to Xiongwu, remarking, "You are quite knowledgeable." Xiongwu's face flushed slightly as he glanced at Heiyu, apprehensive that he might be displeased. Heiyu cast a brief look at Xiongwu, maintaining his usual expressionless demeanor. He addressed C2 Nana, "So, shall we set off for the 10,000 Rinstone Cliff tomorrow?" "Indeed," C2 Nana affirmed with a nod. Turning to Heiyu, she continued, "Please lead me to the sculpture beast tried first. Was it not mentioned that there is a deceased sculpture by my side? It would be prudent to inquire there. Additionally, I shall see if I can receive a blessing. If that proves unfruitful, we will then proceed to the guardian stone tablet in the extreme south. Once I have accepted the beast god's blessing there, we shall fly directly to the vast northern sea to exchange for salt." She looked at Shirmu and Xiongwu, stating, "You two should head directly from the bear beast tribe to the salt exchange. This way, neither of us will be delayed." Shirmu and Xiongwu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Xiongwu added, "If we are to go to the vast northern sea, none of us can descend into the depths. Is it possible for the trustworthy serpent beastman to accompany us?" Shirmu replied, "Serpent beastmen are cold-blooded and selfish. I do not trust them. What if he harbors ill intentions?" Xiongwu glanced at Shirmu and then at Heiyu and C2 Nana, uncertain of their thoughts. Though he believed one should not solely rely on rumors, after all, many claimed that this black sculpture was cold-blooded and brutal. Xiongwu perceived him as a reasonable individual. Nevertheless, if the consensus was that it was unsuitable, so be it. Heiyu regarded C2 Nana for a moment, noting her lack of aversion towards the serpent beastman. Before addressing Xiongwu, "You are correct. I shall summon the serpent beastman to join you on your journey to the vast northern sea." In a state of defeat, Shirmu went to retrieve the food he had been preparing. Heiyu could fly, whereas he and Xiongwu were confined to the ground, unable to venture into the depths of the sea. Frustrated, he remarked, "I cannot bring myself to trust the serpent beastman. Even companions raised together may betray one another for the sake of a female. I truly cannot place my faith in one of the notorious wandering beastmen from the rainforest kingdom." At that moment, Shirmu belatedly recalled Heiyu's earlier words. "I am not so inept as to be unable to discern whether the beastmen I have grown up with are good or bad." Thus, Heiyu had implied that he was poor at judging character, lacking discernment. Although such an idiom did not exist on the beastman continent, understanding Heiyu's sarcasm left him feeling quite embarrassed. Heiyu paid him no mind and said to C2 Nana, "Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet him outside the tribe, and then they will proceed northward. That serpent beastman is quite obedient if you take a liking to him. You may consider him as a partner. If not, once he has gathered the information after diving into the sea, I shall dispose of him." So, the serpent beastman over there is not a powerful entity, but rather an obedient one? This greatly diverged from her preconceived notions of serpent beastmen. To simply kill him for displeasure, how did he regard him? Furthermore, was the life of a beastman truly so insignificant? C2 Nana found herself at a loss for words. However, during this period, far too many orcs had perished before her eyes. Now, upon hearing Heiyu speak of taking lives, she surprisingly felt no fear, a truly alarming phenomenon. Sidana has yet to determine whether to accept the serpent beastman she has never met. Liama remarked, "Serpent beastmen are cold-blooded creatures. They are incapable of adequately caring for their partners, and furthermore, They must hibernate during the winter. When the season arrives, you shall no longer see him. Sima Nana smiled at Lion Mu and said, Lion Mu, I truly cannot perceive that you are a jealous person. Lion Mu gazed at Sima Nana and inquired, What is a jealous person? Sito Nana remarked, You always seem to disapprove of any potential suitor I might consider, finding fault in every aspect of him. At once, Shermu fell silent, and after a moment of pressing his lips together, he replied, Nana, it is not that I wish to hinder you from seeking a new companion. I merely wish to highlight the shortcomings of serpent beasts. Should you develop an affection for someone, I will not stand in your way. Satana smiled at him, contemplating that Shermu required occasional reminders. Thus, she nodded and said, Yes, I understand. You are quite obedient to my words, are you not? Shermu promptly affirmed, Indeed. Situ Nana remarked, that serpent beast man must not be a weak creature. Otherwise, Heiyu would never permit him to be my companion. Heiyu responded, He is a level 6 beast man. A level 6, indeed. No wonder. Heiyu continued, I have traversed numerous places, and aside from myself and that whale, I have not encountered a single unattached level 7 beast man. Sitha Nana nodded in agreement, saying, I shall consider it after I have seen it tomorrow. She had never encountered a level 6 single beast man. So the serpent beast man was indeed quite remarkable. However, thoughts of the level 7 mermaid and the breathtakingly beautiful whale beastman filled her mind. The strong and enchanting whale, with its alluring peach blossom eyes, was swiftly becoming the ethereal white moonlight in her heart. Unbeknownst to others, her thoughts had already drifted towards that particular fish. Having concluded their serious discussions, Heiyu swiftly departed the cave in search of the obedient serpent beast man. Shermu, although merely speaking casually, held a profound respect for her decisions deep within his heart. The prospect of parting from her filled him with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. He found himself missing her even before their separation. He embraced her for an extended moment before finally releasing her, saying, Nana, on this journey, do think of me. Sidhu Nana nodded in his embrace, expressing her reluctance to part with the clingy Lion Mu. Chapter 87. In which direction should one face when worshipping the beast god? After Sidhu Nana and Lion Mu separated, Xiong Wu hugged Sidhu Nana and said, Nana, as you journey southward without us by your side, please take care to ensure your safety. Understood. Sidhu Nana had spent the past couple of days at home learning to harness the power of the beast god. She had already managed to create a shield using this power, albeit an unstable one. She was confident that within a few days, she would be able to maintain a stable beast god shield. This could be considered a modest means of self-defense. The three of them embraced and exchanged affectionate words for a while, before Xiang Wu reminded Sidhu Nana to check her supplies for the journey. She needed to ensure she had ample food and clothing. Upon inventorying her provisions, she found that there was plenty of food, given that they cooked 3 large pots daily. However, she only had 3 sets of clothing suitable for the cool weather. The rainy season brought chilly mornings and evenings, and her fur garments would not dry in such conditions. Moreover, once the rainy season ended, autumn would arrive, bringing progressively cooler temperatures, making it impractical to wear such short clothing. Consequently, Lion Mu and Xiong Wu immediately set to work crafting garments for Sidhu Nana, tailored to her specifications. Lion Mu fashioned a long black fur cloak for her, ensuring that while she rode on the back of Heiyu, others would remain unaware of her presence. He also created a fitted vest, undergarments, a long-sleeved top, and a shorter cloak. Xiong Wu prepared a long-sleeved hoodie and trousers, a long-sleeved dress, along with 2 pairs of gloves and fur socks. Sidhu Nana felt that these should suffice for her needs. While they were busy with the clothing, Heiyu returned, bringing out the previously unprocessed game and furs for further preparation. Once everything was organized, it was already midnight. They all entered the small cave that served as their sleeping quarters. The large wooden bed, once perceived as spacious, now felt cramped with their robust figures. Particularly with Heiyu's presence, it was a tight fit for all 4 of them. Having not seen Sidhu Nana for 18 days, Heiyu lay down and immediately pulled her into his arms, kissing her fervently yet tenderly. His kiss reflected a newfound ability to convey his emotions through varied expressions of affection. Lion Mu positioned himself behind Sidhu Nana, ensuring that he did not press against her as Xiong Wu had. Heiyu's arm encircled her protectively, preventing anyone from encroaching upon her space. Meanwhile, Xiong Wu settled behind Lion Mu. Heiyu utilized this passionate kiss to express his longing, resting her hand in the warmest part of his own, ceasing any further movement. Indeed, Heiyu was remarkably sincere. Satana contemplated her recent intimate encounters with Shermu and Xiong Wu, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Heiyu. In a playful manner, she began to caress him and inquired, "Heiyu, have you missed me these past 10 days?" Heiyu replied, "I have." Nana takes pleasure in teasing honest individuals. Aware of his reticence, she deliberately provokes him, asking, "How much do you miss me?" To which Heiyu replies, "I miss you quite a lot." Nana gently touched his chest and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" This question posed a slight challenge for Heiyu, who pondered for a moment before responding. "I find myself contemplating what you are doing in the bear beast tribe, whether you are well-fed, the art you have created, if the other females have mistreated you. And I long for the sight of your smile, for the moments when you engaged in conversation with me. Indeed, I deeply miss you." As Nana playfully nibbled gently at the spot over his heart, she inquired, "Have you thought of kissing me?" The entire orc, Heiyu, stiffened at her words. He tightened his embrace around her and, pressing his lips together, admitted, "I have." After uttering this, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to cast a cold glance at the lion, Simu, who lay behind Nana. Simu immediately adopted an innocent expression, exclaiming, "I haven't done anything." Heiyu then turned his gaze toward Xiangwu, who remarked, "Nana hasn't seen Heiyu for 18 days. She must surely miss him." Nana remained oblivious to the silent exchange of glances among her companions. However, the words spoken by Xiangwu reminded her that aside from Heiyu, there were indeed 2 other companions present, and it would be unwise to tease Heiyu excessively. Thus, she embraced Heiyu tightly and said, "Indeed, I have missed you dearly." Consequently, Heiyu shifted his gaze from the 2 individuals and instead looked down at the tiny, delicate companion nestled in his arms. He gently caressed her head and back, inquiring, "Has anyone been unkind to you?" Nana shook her head, saying, "No, rather, she wishes to bully me." "Do I appear that easy to intimidate?" Subsequently, she recounted the events that transpired during Heiyu's absence. Upon learning of her ability to heal external injuries and dispel malevolent forces, Heiyu remarked, "That is indeed a remarkable gift." Nana gazed at Heiyu and remarked, "Heiyu, I have already worshipped the beast god alongside Shermu and Xiongwu. She has yet to pay her respects." Heiyu nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from responding. Nana recalled the time in the Far East when everyone knelt before the guardian stone tablet to offer their prayers. However, Heiyu remained standing, and she pondered his thoughts. Could he be an orc who does not revere the beast god? Indeed, Heiyu held the beast god in little regard. Having grown up alone in the perilous rainforest marshlands, individuals like him, who have endured the edges of life and death from a young age, seldom place their trust in others. The beast god had never extended even the slightest assistance to him. Why should he kneel before such a deity? Moreover, should one worship the beast god facing the stone tablet in the Far East or the mountain that unleashed celestial fire in the central forest? This eagle asserted its independence, refusing to bow. Previously, Heiyu's belief was that the vastness of heaven and earth paled in comparison to his own greatness. Now, his perspective has shifted. My partner comes first, I come second, and all other beast gods follow behind. Noticing that he made no mention of worshipping the beast god alongside her, Nana expressed her desire to journey to the far south and far north in search of unique abilities. She explained that the power to heal wounds and dispel malevolent forces was bestowed upon her by the stone tablet in the Far East. The beast god may have neglected him, yet he treated his partner with great kindness. Heiyu responded, "So, shall we seek opportunities to venture to the far west in the future?" Nana nodded in agreement. Everyone contemplated the long and arduous journey ahead. Lionmu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "If we were to run, it would take us no less than 80 days, if not a full 100. Heiyu cast a disdainful glance in his direction, too weary to engage with the loquacious lion. Xiongwu suggested, "Nana, in the future, you might consider finding a few more flying beast companions. During this visit to the eagle beast tribe, take the opportunity to observe closely, so that you won't have to face the perilous journey with Heiyu alone. We could also travel together on the backs of your other flying companions." Nana remarked, "This idea has potential. Is she truly considering expanding her harem?" In Chapter 88, the legendary obedient serpent beastman raises the question, how do those females with over 30 partners manage their nocturnal escapades? Surely, the pressure must be immense. Moreover, will that multitude of partners become envious and engage in fierce conflicts? Furthermore, recalling Heiyu's previous threat to turn Shermu into a meal, Nana discreetly cast a glance at Heiyu, noticing that he remained silent and showed no signs of displeasure. She couldn't help but feel a sense of relief within. It appears that although Heiyu is domineering, he is indeed amenable to the notion of having multiple partners. In this regard, the male beastmen of the beastman continent are remarkably generous. She then glanced at Shermu, who, in stark contrast, was not so magnanimous. He was particularly prone to jealousy, yet had no choice but to accept that his partner had multiple companions. The prevailing circumstances of the beastman continent dictated this reality, and he felt powerless to alter it. In such a state of whimsical reverie, Situnana drifted into slumber, having retired late the previous night. She indulged in a prolonged slumber the following day. It was still the latter part of the rainy season, and the sky was persistently drizzling, casting a dreary atmosphere perfectly conducive for sleep. Hence, when she finally roused, she felt no sense of tardiness until, during breakfast, she learned from Xiongwu that it was already noon. The prospect of embarking on a journey loomed, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment at her late awakening. Just then, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Heiyu, gazing skyward, advised, "Nana, perhaps you should wait until the rain subsides a bit before setting out." Is this what they refer to as unfavorable weather? Nana could only nod in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Do we have any waterproof animal hides?" Xiongwu replied, "In truth, many animal hides possess a degree of water resistance. A light raincoat would suffice. However, in the case of heavy rain, those furs would become saturated, weighing heavily upon you." As Sito and Nana reminisced about the harrowing experience of being dragged out of the lion Mubu tribe by that wretched wolf Song, the damp beast's skin wrapped around her felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. She then recalled the saying, "Water-soaked old cowhide weighs the same, whether soaked or not." Thus, she addressed Heiyu, saying, "I have heard of a type of old cowhide that is also waterproof. The key is that even when soaked, it remains unchanged in weight. Can we procure such old cowhide? It would be perfect for crafting a raincoat, and as long as it doesn't rain heavily, I would have nothing to fear." Heiyu responded, "Speaking of waterproof materials, it reminds me that snake shed skin is impervious to water. I shall seek out the snake beastman to procure some shed skin for your raincoat. It is quite lightweight." Lion Mu interjected, "The snake beastman's shed skin is reserved solely for their mates. Nana has never even encountered that snake beastman." Heiyu cast a glance at him and turned to Sito Nana, saying, "Then I shall search for the shed skin of a deceased snake beastman." One could not help but wonder, was he indeed a wandering beastman, seeking the shed skin of a dead snake beastman? Would it not evoke a sense of wearing the skin of the deceased? Truly, there seemed to be no boundaries in his pursuits. Sita Nana found herself repulsed by her own thoughts. Yet, wearing animal pelts seemed equally unappealing. Such matters were best left unexamined. She addressed Heiyu, inquiring, "Did you not mention that I would have the opportunity to meet that serpent beastman today? Why not bring him into the bear clan?" Kongwu promptly responded, "Heiyu cannot conveniently escort the serpent beastman into the bear clan, as our tribe harbors a certain reluctance toward unaccompanied wandering beastmen. However, I could speak with my father and accompany him in bringing the serpent beastman here." Satana recalled that he was an unpopular serpent beastman, considering Xiongwu's words. It seemed that Heiyu's temporary residence in the bear beast tribe was granted out of personal regard. Thus, she remarked to Heiyu, "Well then, I shall wait until the rain diminishes before I venture out to meet him." Heiyu glanced at the sky and replied, "The rain's abatement is uncertain. I shall go out in search of old Nyopai." Sitanana regarded Heiyu as an industrious orc, seemingly incapable of pausing for even a moment. It was no wonder that he had become a rare and esteemed solitary wandering orc. She embraced him and said, "The rain is torrential. You need not go out, as there is no urgency. Please stay with me in the cave this afternoon." Heiyu, looking down at Sitanana, felt indifferent to the rain's intensity. However, the concern of his partner for his well-being, along with her desire for his company, stirred a softness in his heart. He gently patted her head and replied, "Very well." The heavy downpour persisted throughout the afternoon. During this time, Sitanana seized the opportunity to craft several sheets of paper for her personal use, vowing never again to resort to leaves or tattered animal hides. Xiongwu had fashioned all the trinkets she desired from ivory, including but not limited to ivory bowls, various cups, chopsticks, spoons, pins, carving knives, palettes, paperweights, vases, bracelets, combs, and hairpins. Lion Mu had prepared several dishes for her as well. Heiyu, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, spent half the day with her in the creation of paper. As dusk approached, the rain had considerably lessened, transforming into a gentle drizzle. Thus, Sitanana donned her newly made black fur cloak, cradled by Heiyu in his left arm as if she were a small child. Together with Lion Mu and Xiongwu, they departed from the bear beast tribe to meet the legendary obedient serpent orc. After descending the mountain, they traversed irregular patches of rice fields, subsequently entering the bamboo groves that encircled the outskirts of the bear beast tribe. Beyond the bamboo forest lay an open clearing, in front of which flowed a river, with dense woods and gentle hills on the opposite bank. As they approached the river, a magnificent pure white serpent emerged, its body thicker than Sidhu-Nana's waist and extending over 10 meters in length. The white serpent coiled along the riverbank twice before transforming into a man with fair skin and long white hair cascading to his chest. His sharply defined V-shaped face bore exquisite features, elongated serpent-like eyes, and thin lips. The white serpent orc smiled gently and said, "Boss Hey, you have finally come out." Heyu nodded slightly and turned to Sidhu-Nana, saying, "This is he." The white serpent orc glanced at Heyu before directing his gaze towards Sidhu-Nana, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, little female. I am Shijun." Sidhu-Nana offered him a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Sidhu-Nana." She averted her gaze from his face. The physique of the serpent-like figure before her was not as exaggerated as that of Heyu or Shirmu. He possessed broad shoulders and a slender waist, with the contours of his chest and abdominal muscles flowing seamlessly. Clad in a white, serpentine short skirt, his long legs were strikingly fair, elongated, and perfectly straight. It was truly a captivating sight, giving the impression that below his chest, there were only legs. Due to the wet ground, the riverbank after the rain was a mire of mud, and Heyu had not set Sidhu-Nana down. The serpent-like figure gazed at Sidhu-Nana, his eyes transforming into hearts, and with a serpentine grin adorning his face, he addressed her, "Sidhu-Nana, you are heading to the vast North Sea, are you not?" It seemed that Heyu had already conferred with him about assisting with the water's depths. Sidhu-Nana nodded and inquired, "Can we go together, you and I, as companions?" Chapter 89. Is she perhaps too entranced by the serpent? Shijun replied, "Of course. It's no trouble at all. Wherever you wish to go, we shall go." His intense gaze made Sidhu-Nana feel somewhat shy to meet his eyes. She averted her gaze and noticed him standing on one leg, his right foot elegantly crossed over his left, gently tapping the ground with his toes. His long, slender legs appeared so luminous, they seemed to radiate light. The fine rain fell upon the saturated earth, splattering droplets of mud onto his feet, which then slid away effortlessly. Evidently, the snake's skin was indeed water-resistant, as not a speck of dirt tarnished his feet. Bear Mist observed Sidhu-Nana's unwavering attention on the gentleman and surmised that she was inclined to accept him. Thus, he addressed Shijun, saying, "I am Bear Mist. And this is Lion Mu. Do you happen to have a snake shed with you?" Shijun glanced at Bear Mist before turning his gaze back to Sidhu-Nana, responding, "As a matter of fact, I do have a snake shed nearby. I happened upon it while shedding my own skin, just as I encountered Black Boss. Does the little lady require it?" Sidhu-Nana nodded gently and said, "Hey, you mentioned that snake skin is waterproof. I wish to venture out in the rain. Thus I intend to fashion a raincoat from it." Shinjun wore a sweet smile, glanced at Heyu, and then addressed Sidhu-Nana. "Indeed, Big Brother Hei is correct. My snake skin is indeed waterproof. What style of raincoat do you wish to create? Is it akin to the one you are currently wearing? I am quite adept at sewing. In the past, Big Brother Hei had me craft a set. Surely it was meant for you. Did you find it to your liking?" Sidhu-Nana recalled the time when Heyu suggested learning to sew from the serpent beastman, returning with a daring leopard print ensemble consisting of a crop top and a form-fitting skirt. She found it unappealing, too revealing for her taste, and consequently tossed it into the corner of her space. However, she mused that it might not be so bad to wear it before her partner before bedtime. Turning to Heyu, she inquired, "Did he make that outfit?" Heyu nodded and informed Shijun she dislikes that outfit and has never worn it. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shijun's face, yet he gazed at Sidhu-Nana with hopeful anticipation and asked, "Then, what kind of attire do you desire? I shall ensure it is crafted to your liking." Sidhu-Nana emerged from the space with a long-sleeved hoodie dress crafted from bear fog, presenting it to Shijun. "Create something like this, but a tad larger and a touch longer," she requested. Shijun, striding over with his long legs, took the dress, examining it from front to back. He then looked up at her, as she was seated upon Heiyu's hand, and remarked, "This garment is rather oversized. Do you intend to wear it externally?" Sidhu-Nana nodded and said, "Indeed, I wish to don this over my leather attire. For the hat, please sew it in such a manner that I can insert a cord within. When the rain pours heavily, I shall tighten the cord, and the rain shall not strike my face." Shijun pondered for a moment, then nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "Little lady, you are truly astute. This poses no challenge." After a brief pause, he added, "Thus, I shall craft similar protections for your hands and feet, and you shall have no fear of the rain." Sidhu-Nana smiled and remarked, You are quite clever." Her praise transformed Shi Jun's eyes into hearts, and he stood there, grinning at her. Heiyu then suggested, "Let us retrieve it tomorrow morning. You, along with that lion and the black and white bear, shall venture to the vast northern sea." Shi Jun nodded at Sitanana with unwavering focus. "All right." With that settled, Heiyu embraced Sitanana and turned to head towards the bear beast tribe. Sitanana tucked away the hoodie and turned to gaze at Shi Jun. Shi Jun stood still, observing her, and remarked, "Little lady, henceforth, allow me to craft your garments. Just look at what you are wearing. It fits you poorly, and as the chill sets in, the cold wind will undoubtedly seep into your body. The clothing I create will not be like that. It will be exceptionally warm, and garments fashioned from snake shed are truly delightful to wear during the summer." Upon hearing Shi Jun's words, Shirmu glanced at the attire adorning Sitanana and felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Nana, are you cold?" he inquired. "Not at all." Sitanana replied, genuinely unfazed by the temperature. Presently, the weather hovered around 20 degrees, a most agreeable climate. However, should it grow any colder? The scenario Shi Jun described might indeed manifest. Yet by that time, she would don a coat, and surely, she would not feel cold, would she? As Sitanana turned back to glance at Shi Jun, she realized that in the brief span of their exchange, she had already distanced herself over 100 meters from him. Shi Jun remained rooted in place, gazing at her. Upon noticing her glance, he responded with a smile and a playful wink, his hands demurely clasped before him. Yet, one of his legs, straight and unyielding, fidgeted restlessly under the gentle rain, betraying an inner turbulence that evoked an inexplicable desire to pat his head and utter a comforting "good boy." The four walked back in silence until Shirmu suddenly broke the quiet, saying, "Seeing that snake makes me want to give him a good thrashing." Sitanana found herself pondering whether he was feeling jealous once more. By the way, had she been too captivated by the sight of the snake moments ago? Yet, those long legs truly enchanted her. When Shi Jun approached earlier, she noticed that he was only slightly taller than Shirmu and Xiongwu. But due to his slender physique and particularly elongated legs, she momentarily believed he was as tall as Heiyu. Silence enveloped Nana. Yet it was Heiyu who broke the stillness, declaring, "If you wish to fight, then fight." Both were of the 6th rank, and he was intrigued to witness who would prevail over whom. Shirmu clasped his hands before his chest, producing a crackling sound as he vowed, "I shall not strike him down." Xiongwu remarked, "A few skirmishes would indeed be beneficial. It would grant us a clearer understanding of each other's strengths, allowing us to act and battle together in the future with greater assurance." Heiyu cast a glance at Xiongwu and advised, "Engage in combat with orcs who surpass you. It will serve to enhance your abilities." Upon hearing this, Xiongwu turned to Shirmu and nodded. "Heiyu, you speak wisely." Heiyu bestowed upon Xiongwu a look of affirmation. Sitanana cast a glance at her 3 companions. Lion Mu was still contemplating how to deal with Shi Jun. He likely did not anticipate that Xiongwu, prompted by Heiyu, was preparing to confront Shi Jun alongside him, though, more accurately, it could be said that he was honing his combat skills. The 4 of them returned to the bear beast tribe, as the rain began to pour once more. Xiongwu turned to Sitanana and said, "Nana, you and Heiyu should return to the cave first. I will go inform my father and mother about our departure from the bear beast tribe tomorrow." Sitanana contemplated the formidable Xiongxiu and felt a desire to bid farewell alongside him. "Shall I accompany you?" she inquired. Xiongwu glanced at the increasingly torrential rain and shook his head, responding, "The rain is too heavy. You mustn't get drenched. I shall go alone." Sitanana nodded and said, "Well, all right, then you should hurry back." Xiongwu smiled and nodded, transforming into a black and white bear as he dashed away. Watching the bear retreat into the distance, Sitanana felt compelled to bid farewell to Zongqing. She instructed Heiyu to take her to Zongqing's cave. After all, she resided close to the territory of the Brown Bear clan. On rainy days, everyone seldom ventured outside. This was primarily because they had never adopted the practice of using fire or taking hot baths. After being drenched in rain, their fur would not dry. And if they were not careful, overheating could easily lead to the demise of a beastman. Therefore, it was certain that Zongqing would be resting in her cave at this time. Chapter 90, Nana is still a cub. How could you treat her this way? Sitanana, Heiyu, and Shirmu arrived at the entrance of Zongqing's cave, where they found her seated at a freshly prepared dining table, savoring her meal. 2 companions were by the hearth, skillfully grilling fish, while it was evident that the others had ventured into the wilderness for a hunt. Upon noticing Sitanana's arrival, Zongqing expressed her delight. "Sita, you have come. Come and join me in tasting the freshly grilled fish." The bear tribe had always held a fondness for fish, as they were adept at catching them from the water. At that moment, the table was adorned with over a dozen sizable fish, though only one grilled fish resided in the wooden bowl before Zongqing. Outside the cave, Situ Nana smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Sister Zongqing, I shall not enter. Mainly because the sky is darkening rapidly and the rain is pouring increasingly. I fear that if a downpour ensues, I shall be unable to leave." Zongqing stepped out to meet her, standing at the mouth of the cave, and inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Situ Nana said, "I have come to bid you farewell, for I shall depart from the bear beast tribe tomorrow." Zhongqing, taken aback, inquired, "The rainy season has not yet concluded. Why do you choose to leave?" Situ Nana requested Yu to gently set her down. Then she reached out to embrace Zongqing, saying, "Dear Sister Zongqing, I am immensely grateful for your care during my time here. You have allowed me to experience joyous and beautiful moments in the bear beast tribe. I have nothing of great value to offer you, save for this embrace, wishing you a future filled with happiness and fulfillment." Zongqing reciprocated the embrace, feeling a surge of emotion as she replied, "Little Situ, your words leave me at a loss for how to respond. I am thankful to the beast god for bringing you to our bear beast tribe, allowing us to indulge in such delicious food, and granting us the freedom to utilize heavenly fire during this damp, rainy season. In truth, it is I who ought to present you with a gift. Yet, I find myself lacking in worthy offerings." Sister Nana smiled at Zongqing and said, "Let us refrain from exchanging gifts. Instead, may our friendship endure eternally, and you shall forever remain my beloved elder sister." Zongqing nodded with a smile, replying, "You, my dear younger sister, must indulge in a feast of grilled fish at my abode before you depart." Thus, without further ado, she pulled Sister Nana into her cavern and seated her beside the dining table. Unable to refuse, Situ Nana found herself sharing a meal of grilled fish with Zongqing, although the fish was quite pungent. Thus, Situ Nana took the opportunity to instruct Zongqing's partner on the proper preparation of the fish, guiding them to skillfully remove the scales, entrails, and gills before seasoning it with spices and salt for roasting. The result was a delightfully fragrant fish, and Situ Nana could not resist indulging in a couple of extra bites. However, after their flurry of activity, they realized it was quite late by the time they returned home. Fortunately, the rain had subsided somewhat, sparing them from the torrential downpour. Back in the cave, Xiongwu had already returned and prepared a large pot of hot water. After Situ Nana sipped half a cup of the warm liquid, Xiongwu informed her that Bai Bing and her partner had visited earlier, bringing along several game animals. They had waited for quite some time, but seeing the sky grow darker, they eventually departed. Situ Nana nodded noncommittally. Whether she received the prey or not was of little consequence to her. However, now that it had been brought, she would graciously accept it. After 30 consecutive days of rain, the mosquitoes in the rainforest had proliferated, prompting them to ignite mosquito-repelling herbs within the cave, filling the entire space with a pungent odor. During this period, the scent had become a constant presence in the bear beast tribe, and Situ Nana had grown somewhat accustomed to it. The stench was unpleasant, yet it was preferable to being tormented by mosquito bites. The mosquitoes in this primal rainforest were formidable, and a single bite could swell to the size of a thumb, accompanied by sharp pain. She even crafted several sachets from the repelling herbs to tie around her ankles and body upon leaving the tribe. Otherwise, she would have no refuge from the onslaught of mosquitoes during her journey. Once Situ Nana emerged from a soothing hot bath, Black Feather had almost finished drying the black cloak she wore that day. As the cloak warmed by the fire, it absorbed the noxious scent of the mosquito-repelling herbs, serving a dual purpose of warding off rain and insects. Situ Nana approached and embraced Yu, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, "Yu, you truly are a considerate companion." Yu glanced at her, recognizing that she had something important to convey. Situ Nana smiled sweetly at him and said, "Tomorrow marks the beginning of a separation from Shirmu and Xiongwu for over 30 days. I wish to spend this evening nestled between the two of them." Yu leaned in and gently kissed her forehead, nodding softly in agreement. Situ Nana rested her head against his neck, playfully nudging him a couple of times. She contemplated teasing him further, but upon realizing that she would not be able to embrace him through the night, she decided against it, thinking perhaps to entice him again tomorrow evening. Thus, she inquired, "Have you finished your tasks? Shall we return to rest together?" With that, Yu turned and lifted her into his arms, carrying her back to the small cave. Once there, he sat by the bed, gently kissing her lips for an extended moment, before enveloping her in his embrace, tenderly caressing her back, time and again. Meanwhile, Shirmu and Xiongwu had tidied up their belongings. Xiongwu blocked the entrance of the cave with a wooden plank and followed Shirmu into the small cave. It was only after the lion and the black and white bear had settled down that Hei Yu finally released her from his hold. Sithu Nana smiled at Black Feather and gently pressed a kiss upon his lips before rolling over to lie between Lion Mu and Bear Mist. The lascivious lion immediately climbed on top of her, showering her with affectionate kisses and caresses. Black Feather furrowed his brow and reproached, "Nana is still but a cub. How can you treat her in such a manner?" At that moment, the three individuals nearby froze in place. Sithu Nana felt a blush creep across her face, and she naturally dared not mention that they had behaved similarly during the 2 days he was absent. With a cheerful smile, she playfully pushed away Shirmu, saying, "Indeed. You lecherous lion, isn't it true that you need my consent before you can kiss me?" Shirmu could only gently embrace her and ask, "Nana, may I kiss you? Is that permissible?" Sito Nana averted her gaze and said, "No, you have already kissed. I have yet to kiss Xiong Wu." Xiong Wu, aware that she was teasing Simu, smiled at her. Sito Nana turned to Xiong Wu and asked, "Xiong Wu, do you not wish to kiss me?" Xiong Wu's face immediately flushed, uncertain as to why. Even though she had been teasing Shirmu, Nana had now turned her playful attention towards herself. Under the gaze of Sito Nana's radiant smile and her sparkling eyes, Xiong Wu replied, "I, of course, desire to." Sito Nana reached out to trace circles on his chest, then touched it once more, playfully inquiring about his desires. Xiong Wu's heart raced like a drum, and with a blush creeping across his face, he asked, "Nana, may I steal a kiss from you?" Sito Nana gave him a gentle shove, nearly toppling him from the bed, before climbing atop his chest and gazing down at him, saying, "You cannot." Observing the slightly disappointed yet anxious and flushed face of Xiong Wu, Sito Nana chuckled. "Only I can kiss you." With that, she leaned in for a kiss. If one were to inquire about her favorite to tease among the trio of companions, it would undoubtedly be Xiong Wu. His face flushed with just a hint of daring mixed with trepidation, a demeanor she found particularly delightful to provoke. Chapter 91, The Desire for Flowers. The wish to touch serpents. The following day, Sito Nana arose without indulging in any lingering slumber, having enjoyed a restful night after playfully engaging with her three companions. The weather today was quite pleasant. Although it was not a sunny day, the rain had ceased. They mentioned that this marked the tail end of the light rainy season, as last night had witnessed a heavy downpour. Consequently, it was anticipated that substantial rainfall would be absent in the coming days, but the persistent overcast skies were inevitable. Sito Nana enjoyed breakfast with her companions, relishing cooked food while they feasted on raw meat. After all, her companions were a black eagle, a lion, and a bear. It was only natural for them to prefer their meals uncooked. Moreover, with a journey ahead, a hearty breakfast was essential for swift travel. Following their meal, Sito Nana meticulously gathered all the items within the cave, including the door curtain and the tree that served as a makeshift toilet, which proved to be quite useful and would undoubtedly be needed again. She resolved to accompany Hei Yu in search of a larger tree to store in her space during their travels. When night fell, they could release this tree from its confines among the branches, providing shelter from the rain. Just as they departed the cave, a group of beastmen rushed toward them from various directions: Browning, Brown Roo, Bear Xiao, Bear Jia, and their respective companions. Sito Nana, unwilling to endure the heart-wrenching scene of parting, climbed from the arm of the Black Feather to his back, urging, "Let us depart swiftly." The Black Feather transformed into a majestic black eagle, soaring into the sky with Sito Nana upon his back. Meanwhile, Lion Mu and Bear Mist likewise assumed their beastly forms and dashed out of the tribe. On the back of the Black Eagle, Sito Nana waved farewell to her friendly female companions who had come to see her off, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you all for coming to bid me farewell. I shall be well. Goodbye." Seeing her firm resolve to depart, her friends, without any intention of lingering for conversation, halted in place, merely waving their hands toward the sky. Zhongqing called out, "Take care, little Sito," while Xiangjia added, "You must return to visit us." Sito Nana called out to the orcs of the Bear Beast tribe from the heavens, "May the beast god bless the benevolent Bear Beast tribe." The orcs gazed at the black eagle vanishing on the horizon, echoing, "May the beast god bless." The black eagle, carrying Sito Nana, soared above a small river outside the Bear Beast tribe, where a white serpent emerged from the dense forest across the way, its tail coiled around a large bundle. The black eagle landed on the opposite bank of the river, remaining in its avian form, waiting for the white serpent to approach. As the serpent reached them, it transformed into a strikingly handsome serpent spirit, with long white hair, fair skin, and long legs. With a smile, the serpent spirit greeted them. "Boss Black, little female, you have arrived." Black Feather glanced at the bundle in the serpent spirit's grasp, prompting the serpent spirit to promptly present it to Sithanana, saying, "The raincoat is ready. Please see if it meets your expectations. If not, I can make adjustments swiftly." Sithanana dismounted from the back of the black eagle and approached him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Upon hearing her words of thanks, the smile on Shi Jun's face abruptly stiffened, and his eyes quickly turned red. He blinked several times, struggling to hold back his tears. Witnessing this, Sithanana regretted her impulsive expression of gratitude and wished to embrace him, soothingly whispering, "Don't cry, dear. I did not intend to reject you." She gazed into his eyes, and he returned her gaze. "Sithanana, do not weep, do not weep." "Shi Jun, I am not crying, I am not crying." The black eagle transformed into human form and said, "Nana, why not take a look?" Sithanana lowered her head and unwrapped the parcel, discovering within it a collection of garments crafted from a delicate fabric adorned with subtle patterns in white. Among the treasures was a long raincoat of the pullover variety, which she had specifically requested, accompanied by a pair of long trousers akin to those she had donned the previous day, a short pullover sweatshirt, and a fitted long sweatshirt dress. It appeared that everything for both inner and outer wear had been tailored for her. It seems that the serpent beastman's prowess in garment making is indeed as renowned as rumored. Sithanana swiftly stored away her black beast skin cloak and donned a delicate raincoat crafted from serpentine skin, its adjustable straps fashioned from white serpent scales, which gracefully hung down when not cinched, serving as ornamental embellishments. She flashed a smile at Shi Jun and remarked, "You have truly excelled. I adore it." Shi Jun's eyes began to shimmer with an almost adhesive fervor towards her visage. At that moment, Lion and the black and white bears approached. Upon seeing Sithanana clad in the white serpent skin attire, Shermu felt a pang of jealousy welling up within him. Yet he could do nothing but glare at Shi Jun several times. "Hey, you said, you three should set out now." Xiongwu nodded in agreement and smiled at Sithanana, saying, "Nana, we shall depart ahead of you." Shermu embraced Sithanana briefly and planted a kiss upon her lips, whispering, "Nana, think of me." Sithanana placed a gentle kiss upon him, then drew Xiongwu closer for a tender peck as well, addressing them with heartfelt words. "I shall miss you dearly. Do take care along the way." As she spoke, her gaze briefly met Shi Jun. Shi Jun inquired, "Little female, may I call you Nana as well?" To which Shermu interjected, "That is not permitted. Only Nana's partner may address her in such a manner. You shall refer to her as Situ." Shi Jun, with a pitiful flutter of his eyelashes towards Sithanana, received a stoic command from Heiyu, "Be on your way." "Very well, boss Hei." With that, Shi Jun transformed into a magnificent white serpent, stretching several meters in length as he glided northward. His pristine white form appeared to radiate light amidst the gloomy monsoon, and at the tip of his tail, he delicately cradled a small red flower, swaying gently towards Sithanana. Sithanana yearned to gather flowers and caress snakes. The lion, transformed into a majestic golden beast, roared fiercely as it lunged towards the serpent's tail. Suddenly, the sharp tail flicked, sending a small red flower flying towards Sithanana, only to be gently deflected by Heiyu's hand, causing it to tumble to the ground. Sithanana cast her gaze upon the small red flower that had been knocked to the ground by the black feather, then turned her attention towards the direction of the lion and the white snake. She could only see the black and white bear pursuing them into the dense forest, after which their figures vanished from sight. Once the lion and the white snake departed from Sithanana's line of sight, a fierce confrontation ensued between them. Both beastmen were exceptional members of the younger generation within their tribe, neither willing to concede to the other. There were no roars, they merely engaged in a suppressed, silent struggle. The black and white bear watched on, aware that without a decisive battle, neither would yield to the other. Both beasts were at level 6. The lion had only recently attained this rank, while the white snake had achieved it through sheer strength, having endured years of oppression under the brutal black eagle. Thus, it was no easy task to contend with him. The black feather, observing Sithanana gazing into the forest, remarked, "What is so captivating about that flower? Not to mention flowers. There are plenty of lions and snake beasts. If you desire them, there is an abundance to be had." The black feather, a rugged individual devoid of romantic sensibilities, was taken aback to find that he was familiar with a snake beast that presented flowers. Surely, bestowing flowers upon a female could be deemed a sign of appreciation for the finer sentiments, could it not? Sithanana smiled at Heiyu and said, "Let us set forth." Chapter 92. He is strong. Let him be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. The black eagle soared swiftly with Sithanana towards the southwest. In the final 10 days of the light rainy season, heavy downpours had become a rarity. Occasionally, one might encounter moderate or heavy rains. Yet most days were characterized by persistent drizzles. After 4 days of flying through the rain, Heiyu finally departed from the myriad waters and dense forests of the rainforest wetlands, unveiling the unique vistas of the Wanyan Stone Cliff. As the light rainy season approached its conclusion, the rain had diminished significantly, however. The region beyond the Wanyan Stone Cliff was engulfed in tempestuous winds and torrential downpours. The majestic mountains of the Wanyan Stone Cliff, with their towering stone peaks rising abruptly from the earth, presented a breathtaking spectacle, their numerous bizarre shapes piercing the clouds. Nevertheless, without exception, the exposed surfaces of these mountains were composed of black stone, which aptly justified their name, Wanyan Stone Cliff. Sitting atop the back of the Black Eagle, Situ Nana gazed across at the stone forest, where the jagged peaks of the Rocky Mountains soared towards the heavens like razor blades, evoking a sense of breathtaking awe within her. These towering stone formations were enveloped in a shroud of misty rain. Unlike the towering, dense trees of the rainforest, the trees here stood tall and erect, yet their branches were sparse and leaves few. Instead, they were accompanied by a proliferation of shrubs and similar flora. Regardless of their height, these plants exhibited remarkable resilience, with roots deeply entrenched in the crevices of the rocks. They leaned precariously, as though a mere misstep could send them tumbling down, swaying violently in the tempest, as if being tugged by an invisible hand. The dark mountains and verdant trees stood proudly amidst the torrential downpour, embodying a paradoxical blend of fragility and strength. As Situ Nana contemplated a particular phrase, though he is strong, let him be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. She found herself amidst the foreboding weather of the towering cliffs. Despite the menacing storm clouds, Heiyu showed no intention of faltering. Just before plunging into the torrential downpour, he reminded Situ Nana, "Make sure your raincoat straps are secure. We shall rest upon reaching the Cat Owl tribe." "Very well," Situ Nana replied, adjusting the already tight straps to ensure she remained dry amidst the deluge. With a gentle pat on Heiyu's back, they surged into the tempest. In that moment, Situ Nana felt akin to a fearless warrior, undaunted by the elements. The rain lashed against her, as if 1,000 hands were relentlessly striking her. Even though she had donned a fur-lined outfit beneath her raincoat for warmth, the chill of the storm was suffocating and painful. Indeed, such weather was ill-suited for travel. Eventually, unable to endure the biting cold, she summoned the shield of the beast god, which provided her considerable relief from the numbing sensation. However, the shield's efficacy was fleeting, prompting her to alternate between resting and summoning it again whenever the rain soaked her anew. From struggling to manifest the shield to effortlessly conjuring it with a mere thought, her mastery of the beast god's power had grown remarkably. Yet, the reserves of her strength were dwindling. Though Heiyu had flown for less than an hour, it felt to Situ Nana as if a century had passed. At last, Heiyu slowed his pace, spiraling above a cluster of rocky hills, emitting a resounding cry. Soon, a flurry of owls emerged from the crags, white-feathered, mottled, and brownish-gray, revealing to Situ Nana the astonishing variety within the owl species. In the midst of the storm, conversation was impractical. They exchanged glances and descended together onto the largest of the stone hills. They all entered a spacious cave near the summit, and Situ Nana dismounted from Heiyu's back. Ignoring the unfamiliar surroundings, she hastily removed her tightly fastened hood, shaking off the rainwater and stretching her limbs. As the icy droplets had thoroughly numbed her body, the dozen or so owl beastmen transformed into human form, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden appearance of this petite female in their tribe. Beneath her green hair lay a delicate face, small as a palm, devoid of color, pale from the cold. Heiyu shifted into human form, standing protectively before Situ Nana, addressing the gathering of beastmen, chief of the Cat Owls. "We seek passage through your tribe en route to the Eagle Beast tribe and wish to rest here for the night." The chief of the Cat Owls nodded in agreement. "Of course, you are Heiyu, who visited 8 years ago, correct?" Heiyu affirmed with a nod. The chief then scrutinized them both, uncertainly inquiring, "Heiyu, have you truly ascended to the 8th level of Beastman?" "Indeed," Heiyu replied. "In the Cat Eagle tribe, aside from the chief, one of the only 2 level 7 Cat Eagle orcs expressed admiration, saying, 'Indeed, an 8th level orc, to brave such weather, accompanied only by his partner.' I have heard that in the Rainforest Zek Kingdom, many stray orcs seize females. However, we at the 10,000 Rinstone Cliff enjoy a semblance of safety. While there are stray orcs, those who abduct females are scarce." The Cat Eagle chief chuckled, replying, "After all, Black Feather is a stray orc himself. It remains uncertain who might seize whom." The level 7 Cat Eagle orc felt a tinge of embarrassment and remarked, "Oh, So Blackfeather is the renowned and formidable black eagle from the rainforest Zek kingdom. Haha. At that moment, C2 Nana no longer felt the chill of hypothermia. She poked her head out from her embrace with Blackfeather and smiled at the Cat Eagle warriors, greeting, "Hello, esteemed warriors of the Cat Eagle tribe. Though my Blackfeather is a stray orc, he is not the kind to abduct females." The Cat Eagle orcs, having never encountered such a delicate and charming little female with such a sweet smile, were momentarily taken aback. However, the two level 7 Cat Eagle orcs, being partnered males, quickly turned away, their faces flushed. A level 5 Cat Eagle orc remarked to Blackfeather, "Blackfeather, your partner is truly exquisite." Thanks to C2 Nana's words, the cold, hard aura around Blackfeather dissipated, and he nodded appreciatively at the compliments from the Cat Eagle orcs. C2 Nana stated, "I am called C2." At that moment, a middle-aged female with strikingly large eyes pushed her way through the throng of Cat Eagle beastmen surrounding C2 Nana and Heiyu. She first shoved the Cat Eagle leader and then delivered a sharp slap to a level 5 male beastman nearby who had just complimented C2 Nana's beauty. The resounding crack echoed throughout the cavern, shattering the previously amiable atmosphere. The middle-aged female, with her bell-like eyes, coldly regarded the beastman and remarked, "What is it? Upon seeing a beautiful female, you have turned your affections? Would you prefer I gift you to her?" The level 5 male beastman lowered his gaze and replied, "Cocky. I have not. My heart belongs solely to you." Chapter 93. Is this a palace intrigue? Cocky scoffed, then cast a disdainful glance at the beastmen encircling C2 Nana, stating, "What are you all doing, you partnered males, crowding around this young female?" The group of over a dozen males, including those initially present in the cavern, hastily retreated, leaving only the Cat Eagle leader and 6 or 7 single males standing their ground. The Cat Eagle leader approached Cocky with a flattering demeanor, saying, "Isn't it because you are here in this cavern? We fear this powerful black eagle might take you from us. However, since he already has a partner, he should not covet ours." Only then did Cocky smile at him, albeit with a hint of irritation, retorting, "If he were to claim me, could you truly stop him? Our Cat Eagle tribe boasts no level 8 warriors." The Cat Eagle leader smiled ingratiatingly. "If any beastman dared to take you, we would fight to the death to protect you." The chastised beastman quickly interjected, "Indeed, I would be the first to charge in." Cocky dismissed their banter and approached C2 Nana, saying, "C2, with such heavy rain, why did you not wait until the rainy season passed before venturing out? It must be freezing." She then turned to a young level 3 Cat Eagle male beside her, instructing, "Mauha, quickly fetch a piece of beast hide for C2 to drape over her. Females are prone to chills when exposed to rain." The young male, named Mauha, promptly responded, "Understood, mother," and dashed off. C2 Nana found Cat Chi's behavior rather perplexing. First, she struck someone right before her eyes, issuing an intimidating display, only to then indulge herself in warmth. What could this possibly signify? This is not a court intrigue. Why engage in such theatrics? Unable to comprehend her actions, she chose not to concern herself with them and simply smiled, saying, "Cat Chi, thank you. I have my own animal hide. We merely seek refuge from the rain for a short while. We shall depart for the Carving Beast tribe by tomorrow." Cat Chi chuckled in response. "This rain is expected to last for another 8 days. You might as well wait until the rainy season is over before you leave." Coming from the rainforest marshlands, you may not be aware that our rainy season lasts only 20 days, and during this time, we are subjected to torrential downpours. C2 Nana cast a glance at Heiyu, who, seemingly equally perplexed, turned his attention to Mauchi and inquired, "Is the weather different here?" Mauchi nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed. This region experiences 100 days of drought prior to the rainy season, during which there is no rainfall, resulting in sweltering heat. Many tribes residing within the towering cliffs of Wanan contend fiercely for water sources due to the scarcity. Our Cat Eagle tribe has fortuitously chosen a prime location, as we are situated near the lush rainforest of Zigu, where water resources are particularly abundant and prey is plentiful. Additionally, we are spared from the presence of numerous wandering beastmen, making life here exceptionally pleasant. Are you planning to settle in the sculpted beast tribe? Perhaps you might consider remaining with us in the Cat Eagle tribe instead." C2 Nana was uncertain about the intentions she harbored, merely smiling as she replied, "No. We have matters to attend to." Miao-Chi cast a curious glance at the companion mark on Heiyu's left arm and inquired, "C2, what is your beast form? Why does this companion mark take on a human shape? I have never encountered a human-shaped companion mark before." The others, equally intrigued, turned their gazes toward Heiyu's left arm, engaging in hushed discussions. C2 Nana elucidated, I possess no beastly form. I am a naturally born female. Having emerged into the world in human guise, Catchi exclaimed, "How utterly marvelous! By the heavens, it is my first encounter with the concept of a naturally born female." At that moment, Catchi approached, bearing a black bear pelt, and said, "Situ, do drape yourself in the beast's hide for warmth." Sister Nana stepped aside. Smiling at Catchi, "There's no need for that, Catchi. Just find us a sheltered spot." Catchi returned her smile and then addressed Catchi. "Well, Catchi, please escort Sister Nana and her companion to a cave where they can rest. Look at you all, a bunch of single beasts. Still unable to find partners despite being adults for so long. It's quite bothersome to witness. Hurry along." "Yes, mother," Catchi replied, blushing as she turned to Sister Nana. "Sister, please follow me." It was then that Situ Nana comprehended the meaning of Mauchi, realizing it was an attempt to promote the single beasts within the cat-eagle tribe. She smiled at Mauchi and readjusted the hood of her raincoat. Once she donned her raincoat properly, Heiyu lifted Situ Nana onto his back and nodded respectfully to the chief of the cat-eagles, following Maua closely. The 7 or 8 single beasts accompanied them as they exited the cave, transforming into a myriad of uniquely adorned owls as they descended the mountain. They alighted at a small cave nestled halfway down the opposite slope. Inside this modest cave, aside from a grassy nest, lay some dried meat, a selection of nuts, and several animal skins. Maua turned to Situ Nana with a warm smile, saying, "Situ, this is my humble abode. Please stay here for the night." Situ Nana furrowed her brows and cast a glance at Heiyu. Heiyu inquired, "Are there no vacant caves in your tribe?" Another single male of the 3rd rank replied, "Our tribe does not have any available caves. However, if you prefer not to reside in the cave of Maua, you are welcome to stay at my place. My cave is somewhat larger than this one." Situ Nana remarked to Maui, "We are merely temporary residents, even if I inhabit your cave. I shall not become your mate." Maui's expression dimmed slightly, yet he nodded in understanding, replying, "I am aware. You may stay here. I shall seek refuge with another male this evening." The 3rd-tier male suggested, "Little Situ, have you considered finding a few companions in our cat-eagle tribe?" Heiyu interjected, "You are all too feeble." Instantly, the assembly of lesser single beasts fell silent, and under Heiyu's formidable presence, they exchanged faint smiles before taking flight. With great effort, Situ Nana extracted her resting treehouse from the spatial realm and placed it within the confines of a cave. To her dismay, the cave proved to be somewhat inadequate in height, causing the canopy of the tree to become severely deformed and resulting in the breakage of numerous branches. Nevertheless, amidst the howling winds and torrential rain, the cave offered a significantly safer refuge. This treehouse was not the modest structure she had utilized as a restroom in the bear beast tribe. Rather, it was a spacious treehouse, nearly 20 square meters in area, featuring 2 levels of hollowed-out chambers. Its canopy reached an impressive height of over 10 meters, which accounted for the cave's insufficient elevation. During the past few days, Situ Nana had been traveling outside, resting each night within the comforts of this treehouse. She had adorned the lower level of the tree hollow to resemble a dining area, complete with a table and 2 stools, and a vase graced the tabletop. Along the edges of the treehouse, she arranged a series of wooden stumps that gradually increased in height, serving as a staircase to the upper level. Ascending this makeshift staircase, she arrived at the sleeping quarters, where instead of a wooden bed, she had laid down a thick layer of hay, topped with animal skins, allowing her to rest directly upon this makeshift bedding. Chapter 94. Amusing the black feather on a rainy night. In a secluded corner of the cave, Situ Nana first procured water for bathing and indulged in a warm shower. She could not help but marvel at her foresight in having previously boiled an ample supply of hot water. Otherwise, how could she enjoy the luxury of a warm bath each day? Previously, in the bear beast tribe, the climate was rather temperate, allowing her to suffice with merely a lukewarm wash. However, amidst the rainy days of flight, she found it imperative to bathe in hot water daily, lest she risk succumbing to a chill. Thus, it was only after a few days that her supply of hot water began to dwindle. After finishing her bath, Situ Nana said to Heiyu, "Heiyu, you should take a warm shower as well. After being drenched in the cold rain all day, a bath would be immensely comforting." Although Heiyu did not genuinely require it, he had grown accustomed to using her bathwater, as Situ Nana called upon him to do so every day after her own bath. After bathing, Situ Nana donned a garment crafted from the shed skin of a serpent, an attire that proved remarkably comfortable, lightweight, breathable, form-fitting, and primarily waterproof. While bathing, she conveniently cleansed her outfit, allowing her to wear it immediately afterward. Unlike animal hide garments that could take several days to dry without a fire to expedite the process on such rainy days. Currently, she wore a fitted ensemble of serpent skin comprising long sleeves and trousers, layered with animal hide for warmth, and topped with a serpent skin raincoat, thus reducing the necessity of daily laundry for her inner attire. It is no wonder that in every beastly romance novel, the heroine seeks a serpent beastman as a partner. Without one, her clothing dilemmas would remain unsolved. She resolved to ensure that she secured the serpent skin for herself. Once Hayu completed his bath, she prepared a meal for them to share. Although he consumed raw fare, while she preferred cooked dishes, she made it a daily ritual to serve him a steaming bowl of beast meat soup each morning and evening. After savoring the warm soup, he felt enveloped in warmth, a comforting sensation during their flights in the sky. Accustomed to a rough existence, Hayu could not deny the stirrings of gratitude within him for such tender care from his partner. Unbeknownst to him, as they spent each day together, the icy shell that encased his heart gradually began to thaw. As Situ-Nana dined with Hayu, she remarked, "Hayu, my supply of hot water is running low. Once we reach the sculpture beast tribe, let us boil some more. If the weather around Wanren-Shia continues to be this dreadful, it would be truly terrifying." I had expected that as the rainy season approached its conclusion, the rain would diminish. Enduring a light drizzle while pressing forward is bearable to a degree. However, I did not anticipate that in this region, the rainy season still has 8 days remaining. Even an hour in such downpours is unbearable for me. How could I withstand 8 days? It could very well be the end of the orc's life. Hayu nodded and replied, "In truth, the cat eagle tribe is only half a day's flight from the sculpture beast tribe. Once I finish my meal, I shall boil some water. Let us wait here until the rain subsides before we set off. There is no need to rush in these next couple of days. The rain will surely lessen at some point." He then turned to Situ-Nana and added, "Nana, when I visited previously, it was summer, and I had not anticipated the weather to be like this." Situ-Nana gazed into the eyes of Hayu, which brimmed with remorse, and offered him a gentle smile. "It's all right. This place is not one you are accustomed to. If the rain continues to pour like this, let us venture to the carving beast tribe for a brief visit before we depart." "Very well," Hayu replied, lightly caressing her hand, choosing not to speak further. After they had dined, Hayu kindled a fire in the cave to heat water, while also retrieving Situ-Nana's previously washed garments that had failed to dry, placing them near the flames to warm and dry. Situ-Nana took out her paper and pen to create a family portrait for her beloved family. Her artwork featured the enchanting landscapes of the rainforest, with majestic mountains and flowing waters serving as the backdrop. A magnificent black eagle soared down from the sky, while she sat by the lake, leaning against a lion and waving to it. On the grass, a charming panda was munching on bamboo, though she had only begun sketching it and had yet to finish. Having resolved to include the graceful white snake in her composition, she contemplated depicting it in the water. However, gazing at the tranquil lake, she also yearned to portray a mermaid frolicking by the shore, a mermaid with enchanting peach blossom eyes and flowing hair as silky as threads. She missed her dearly. Black Feather, having boiled several pots of hot water, noticed that Situ-Nana had not yet completed even the panda and suggested, "Nana, why not put the hot water away? If you're tired, it's best to rest and continue your drawing later." Situ-Nana smiled at Hayu and nodded, saying, "All right." She gathered her belongings and approached Hayu, embracing him as she remarked, "Hayu, after several exhausting days, you can finally enjoy a restful sleep today." Hayu gently patted her head and replied, "I am not tired. Rather, it is you who has worked hard." Suddenly, Situ-Nana recalled her previous intention to playfully tease him. With a surge of playful enthusiasm, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, then leapt onto him, exclaiming, "You shall hold me as I sleep." "Very well," he replied, planting a gentle kiss on her lips before carrying her up to the second level of the house, cradling her in his embrace. He showered her face and lips with tender kisses, then, as was his custom, placed her hand upon himself, enveloping her in his arms and whispering, "Rest now." Satana sat up, shedding her serpentine garment and adorned only in her triangular undergarments. She pirouetted within the hollow of the tree before kneeling beside Hayu. She inquired, "Earlier, you asked me how this attire is donned. Behold, this is how it is worn. Do you find it appealing?" Hayu's profound gaze shimmered with an inscrutable emotion as he responded in a husky, melodious voice, "It is indeed appealing." Sister Nana smiled at him and said, "Did you not ask me to behold your physique before? I have already seen both Lion Mu and Bear Mist, yet I have yet to gaze upon you." Hayu transformed his animal skin skirt into nothingness, revealing his endowment, which seemed to beckon to her with a playful grin. Situna and he had exchanged handshakes on numerous occasions, Yet it was the first time she beheld his visage, which inevitably startled her. Nevertheless, she extended her hand to grasp his once more, simultaneously leaning in to press her lips against those of Kurohane. He endeavored to maintain his usual gentle embrace, returning her kiss, yet the slight stiffness of his hand betrayed the tension in his heart. After a moment of intimacy, Siduna playfully nibbled on his ear and, with her fingers playfully pinching his lips, inquired, "I have seen your body. Have you glimpsed mine?" Kurohane let out a muffled sound before responding. "That day, while helping you out of your wet clothes, I caught a fleeting glimpse, but did not examine closely." Siduna smiled at him and said, "Well, take a closer look now." He cast a fleeting glance at her form before averting his gaze and replied, "You are still a juvenile. Such matters are not for you yet. I shall wait until your estrus period to engage in mating." Siduna placed his hand upon her chest. His hand was so large that it covered her entire body. She declared, "I have no intention of mating with you." Heiyu turned to gaze at her, perplexed by her intentions. Situ Nana untied the straps of the triangular hides draped over her shoulders and said to him, "This seems a bit snug. Could you determine the appropriate size for me to wear comfortably?" Chapter 95. How is such an alluring companion still a mere cub? Someone's younger brother bounced around like a mischievous child. Heiyu embraced Situ Nana, saying, "You are still but a cub. Do not reveal your body to the beastly males." Situ Nana desired to bite his shoulder, but found herself unable to do so. Instead, she tenderly kissed his shoulder and murmured, "Yet, you are my partner." Heiyu lowered his gaze, gently caressing her hair while tenderly stroking her back, perplexed by why she, still in her juvenile state, would yearn to engage in such actions. After pondering for a considerable time, he finally turned to her and inquired, "Have you entered your estrus phase prematurely?" Situ Nana found herself utterly defeated by him. How should one articulate this? If she were to flirt with both Lion Mu and Xiong Wu in such a manner, those two would have long since lost their capacity for rational thought. Yet, they hardly require her advances. As for Heiyu, he is truly formidable and deserving of his leadership role. She pressed a gentle kiss upon his lips and confessed, "No, it is my affection for you that compels me to seek closeness." Her words evidently brought him great delight, as a rare smile flickered across his rugged visage. After contemplating for a moment, he lowered his lips to hers. They savored the tender moment for an extended period, and after basking in Heiyu's tender yet robust affection, Situ Nana drifted into a contented slumber in his embrace. Heiyu's younger brother silently directed a middle finger towards his elder sibling, while the elder, bemused and indulgent, gazed upon his youthful companion with a mixture of adoration and exasperation. Such an alluring partner, yet still so juvenile? He held her gently, cautious not to inadvertently cause her harm. It reminded him of their first meeting, when, upon simply removing her damp clothing, he had inadvertently left her skin flushed. Or that day when he intended to kiss her tenderly but ended up bringing her to tears. Thus, for this delicate youthful companion, he could only coax, cherish, and hold her close, keeping her nestled in his heart. The following morning dawned with the same torrential rain. Situ Nana gazed out at the downpour, her spirits dampened. Heiyu sat with her at the cave's entrance, watching the rain for a while before suddenly exclaiming, "Nana, I have thought of a way to keep you from getting wet." Situ Nana pondered over what means might spare her from the relentless rain. This downpour rendered even a raincoat ineffective, and on the Orc continent, umbrellas were a non-existent luxury. Furthermore, even if she possessed one, the gusty winds would swiftly whisk it away. Blackfeather suggested, "Retrieve that little house tree. I shall prune its branches until it is flat, and then you can take shelter inside while I carry the house tree aloft. In this manner, you shall remain untouched by the rain." Situ Nana gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Heiyu, you are truly clever. This method is excellent." After a brief pause, she inquired, "Did you not mention the necessity of maintaining combat readiness? Is this not a concern?" Heiyu nodded and replied, "I still possess my beak and wings for battle. It is of no consequence." Situ Nana gazed at Heiyu, unable to restrain her curiosity any longer. "Your back is broad enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people. You simply refuse to carry Shermu, don't you?" Heiyu, having had his innermost thoughts laid bare, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he responded with unwavering conviction, "He is too feeble. He lacks the qualification to ride upon my back." "Feeble, indeed," Situ Nana remarked. "So only those stronger than you are permitted to sit upon your back?" Heiyu pondered for a moment before replying, "As of now, I have yet to encounter a male worthy of my support." This implied that even those who surpass him in strength might not earn his favor. Unsure of the criteria by which he judged worthiness, Situ Nana could only manage a resigned smile. Heiyu continued, Were it not for your fear of solitude, I would not have allowed you to accept that lion. Heiyu even refrained from uttering Shermu's name, indicating that the latter had yet to earn his esteem. With this understanding, Sidanana grew curious about the thoughts of this reticent man and inquired, "What about Xiongwu?" Heiyu could only respond with resignation, "Since you have already accepted that lion. What difference does it make to accept the black and white bear? One more or one less is inconsequential. Moreover, this black and white bear possesses greater potential than the lion and is far more intelligent, unlike the lion's dullness." His disdain for Shermu was palpable. Implicitly, he suggested that Shermu was not only lacking in intelligence and potential but also, in Sidanana's eyes, perhaps overly possessive and jealous, though he couldn't be that deficient. Could he? Heiyu gently kissed her lips and said, "One more or one less makes no difference, but do refrain from seeking too many partners, especially those weaker beasts." Sidanana gave him a gentle kiss and inquired, "Heiyu, how many do you consider to be a lot?" Heiyu pondered seriously for a moment before gazing at her and asking, "Is it acceptable if you seek just enough partners to complete a full circle?" "So, that would be 10? Sidanana seemed to grasp Heiyu's sentiments. It meant that he could not be her sole partner, as long as she cherished them. They need not be too weak or too numerous, and he would be amenable to it. She smiled and kissed him softly, nodding earnestly, "Yes. Having 10 partners seems sufficient to me." Sidanana took out the small house tree for Heiyu to refine, while she herself focused on understanding the application of the beast goddess power. She was now adept at manifesting the beast goddess shield, capable of maintaining it for a considerable duration of over 10 minutes, truly a significant advancement. Having mastered the usage of the beast goddess shield, she began to experiment with forming it into a weapon. After much effort, she finally succeeded in shaping it into 4 sharp blades. Once Heiyu had completed his work on the small house tree, they began to pack their belongings in preparation for departing from the cat-eagle tribe. Before leaving, they placed 2 pieces of prey in the cave as provisions for their overnight stay. At that moment, Mao He and a few single male beastmen approached. They glanced curiously at the small house tree in the cave but refrained from making inquiries, assuming it was something Heiyu had retrieved during his rainy outing the day before. It was Mao He who spoke up, saying, "Sidu, Heiyu, Mother has invited you to her cave for a meal." Sister Nana shook her head and replied, "No need. We are about to depart from the cat-eagle tribe." Cat He, somewhat at a loss, glanced at an older Tier 3 male beastman beside him. The middle-aged, brown-haired single beastman smiled at Sister Nana and said, "Little sister, greetings. My name is Cat Species. Given the heavy rain, why rush to leave? Cat She has prepared a sumptuous meal for you. You have come to our cat-eagle tribe, yet you have neither tasted our food nor met our beastmen. Departing now would prompt other tribes to mock us for not valuing our females and elite Tier 8 warriors. Please stay a little longer, enjoy some food. And then you may leave, all right?" Sidanana gazed at Heiyu, who directly remarked, "They likely wish for you to meet their single beasts. Let us proceed to take a look. Should you find suitable ones, feel free to select a couple. However, let us dismiss the lesser, weaker creatures." The expressions of those inferior beasts visibly soured at his words. Sido Nana had indeed contemplated the idea of seeking 1 or 2 flying beast companions. Thus she nodded in agreement. Chapter 96. Do not display your delicate frame, Heiyu remarked. You may enter the treehouse, and I shall carry you aloft. Once Sido Nana had stepped into the treehouse, he secured 2 large pieces of bark he had previously prepared at the entrance of the tree hollow, ensuring that even while soaring through the skies, rain would not intrude into their sanctuary. Several lesser solitary beasts followed the black eagle, which was clutching the tree house, as they ascended from the cave and arrived at Mauki's dwelling. Before C2 Nana emerged from the hollow of the tree, she heard the sounds of dozens of voices singing joyfully within the cave. Though the lyrics were indistinct to her, the atmosphere was undeniably lively. Heiyu placed the house tree into the cave, transforming into human form. He then positioned the entrance of the tree hollow towards the interior before unsealing the bark that had been closed. Sidanna donned the serpent shed hoodie and trousers crafted by Shi Jun before stepping out. Upon entering the vast cavern, she beheld 4 females seated in a circle, each perched upon her mate. Among them was Mao Chi. Surrounding them were numerous solitary beast men. The cave was nearly filled to capacity, if not 100. Certainly dozens were present, truly resembling the description given by Heiyu. These beastmen wore nothing but short animal skin skirts, sitting cross-legged upon the ground, their bare torsos and thighs exposed, presenting a sight of predominantly unclad men. Sido Nana was somewhat taken aback, clutching tightly to Heiyu's hand and remaining silent. Katchi smiled and beckoned to Sido Nana, saying, "Sido, come over quickly. We have been waiting for you." C2 Nana felt an immense reluctance in her heart. However, having arrived, it would be inappropriate to leave hastily. With a forced smile, she intertwined her fingers with Yu's and approached. The pair halted at the spot they had set aside, where Yu lifted her effortlessly and seated her upon his lap. As C2 Nana observed the array of raw meats, nuts, and an assortment of fresh fruits laid out before her, along with legumes, grains, wheat, and sorghum encased in fruit shells, she noted the eclectic diet of the cat-eagle tribe's orcs. However, apart from the fresh fruits, she found herself unable to partake in the rest. Cat Chi introduced her to the others, saying, "Situ, this is Cat Een, this is Cat Fei, and this is Jiaohua." Upon hearing the name Jiaohua, Situ Nana smiled at the striking beauty with normal features and dark skin. Cat Chi added, "Jiaohua is a female from the sculptor clan, born in our cat-eagle tribe, and she is quite popular among the young, single orcs." Sitha Nana smiled at the intricately carved flower and said, "Greetings, carved flower. What a delightful name." As an art major, she was utterly enamored with the beauty of the carved flower, and the mere mention of its name brought forth an irresistible smile. Carved flower, pleased by her admiration and compliments, responded, "Thank you, Sitho. Your name is equally enchanting. Are you a female of the Lion Clan?" Sido Nana smiled and remarked, "No, in truth, I am not entirely certain. I merely know that I am a naturally born female." The group then exchanged a few more words on the topic of being a naturally born female before they turned their attention to the food. Sid and Nana savored two unfamiliar fruits and nuts, while listening to their chatter about which fruits were delectable and the qualities of various nuts. At that moment, the single beasts ceased their singing and began to rise, showcasing their physiques. The orcs of the four cat-eagle tribes shed their beast-skin skirts, engaging in an array of poses to flaunt their bodies. Sid and Nana could only exclaim, "Oh my goodness." She hurriedly leaned against the chest of the formidable Black Feather. Although she had encountered numerous formidable beastmen before, she still found it difficult to accept. How could she be made to gaze upon something so unfamiliar? Observing her reaction, Miao Chi addressed the single beastmen, saying, "You may as well engage in combat, in the presence of such a robust black eagle. There is no need to showcase your diminutive physiques. Sister Owl, the wonders of your tribe have truly opened my eyes as a human." Meanwhile, the carving flower inquired, "Sidhu, why are you so shy? Is this black eagle your only companion?" Upon hearing the sound of wings fluttering, Situ Nana discreetly glanced over and observed that several male beast men had transformed into owls and were engaged in a scuffle. She then turned back to the intricately carved figure and smiled, saying, "No, I have 3 companions." Cat Chi remarked, "One of them must be a serpent beast man, for you are adorned in serpent skin." Although serpent beastmen may possess an unappealing appearance and exhibit cold-bloodedness, requiring hibernation, their skins make for exquisite garments. Are serpent beastmen truly unattractive? Situ Nana did not share this sentiment. In her eyes, it was the beastmen of the cat-owl tribe who were truly unappealing, for their heads and eyes appeared somewhat oversized, creating a dissonance that she found unpleasing. Sido Nana could only smile slightly and reply, "Well, it's acceptable." She glanced beside Cat Chi, where her leader's partner sat. The partner who had received a slap from her yesterday was conspicuously absent. One must ponder, is it truly possible to bestow one's partner upon another? Curiously, Sido Nana inquired, "Mao Chi, I have heard that male beast men possess only one partner mark. I always believed that a male could only seek a single companion. Have I misunderstood?" Upon hearing her words, Mao Chi glanced at Yu and then, with a smile, responded to Sido Nana, "Indeed, male beastmen bear but one partner mark and are fiercely loyal to the female who receives it. However, should you find favor with my partner, I would not mind entrusting him to you." Sitha Nana cast a puzzled glance at Yu, who remarked, "I have heard that some females share a profound bond and often exchange partners." Cat Chi did not contest Yu's statement. Instead, she smiled at Sitha Nana and said, "Look, there are hundreds of single beasts unable to find companions. If they were to acquire partners, they would indeed have to express their gratitude to the beast god for such a blessing. Therefore, it is only natural for females to seek multiple partners. Otherwise, what becomes of these solitary beasts? Over time, having too many partners may lead to a sense of monotony. If a pair of congenial females happens to share an affinity, exchanging partners is rather commonplace." With a sidelong glance at Yu, she added, "Of course, a formidable partner like this black eagle is not something any female would readily part with. However, should you be inclined, I am certain many females would be eager to engage in an exchange with you." Siddha Nana seems to be experiencing a malfunction. Can partners be exchanged as well? Moreover, What purpose would it serve to return to a beast man whose life and death are dictated by another female? Is there not a hint of madness in such a notion? Heiyu cast a cold glance at Mao Qi, remaining silent. Mao Qi, perhaps intimidated by his gaze, dared not meet Heiyu's eyes again and instead turned to observe the victorious beastman before her. At that moment, the four battling owls had determined a victor. A brown owl adorned with white speckles stood proudly in the center, receiving accolades from the crowd. Cat Hunter, you were truly remarkable. Well done, Cat Hunter. Before Sito and Nana could come to terms with the peculiar matter of sending and exchanging partners at Mao Qi, she heard Yuhua say, Situa, look. The cat has won the beast fight. Would you like to have him as your partner? Sita Nana cast a glance at the victorious owl, feeling no affinity for it, and simply waved her hand, saying, no, thank you. Chapter 97. There truly is a sense of being an emperor. Diao Hua smiled playfully at the cat hunter, beckoning him with her fingers. Cat Hunter, would you like to be my companion? The brown and white spotted owl transformed into a man, approaching Diao Hua with a smile. While the single beasts in the cave erupted in excited cheers and whistles, Satana was indifferent to the activities of the cat owl tribe. Yet she was immensely curious about the matters between partners. Thus, she inquired of Heiyu, if partners who have bonded can no longer coexist, is it possible to dissolve such a contract? Heiyu shook his head, responding, that is not permissible. Thus, a female may choose to gift her partner to another or even take the life of her own companion. Sister Nana inquired, what about the male beastmen? Heiyu responded, when a male beastman kills his partner, he transforms into a fierce beast. Cat Chi interjected, although the act of killing one's partner results in becoming a fierce beast, there are still numerous male beastmen who resort to such violence. Female beastmen face no punishment for slaying their partners, yet very few would actually commit such an act. This is because the male beastmen are inherently wicked, prompting the beast god to protect the females in this manner. After finishing her statement, Ketchi turned to Sister Nana and said, in the rainforest Siqua, many stray beastmen emerge to abduct the females. Do you know why they dare to seize the females and engage in indiscriminate mating? Why are they not afraid that once they have transferred their beast mark to the females, the latter might turn around and slay them? Sitha Nana, filled with curiosity, inquired. Mauchi, why is that? Mauchi responded with a disdainful smile, because those male beastmen who seize females either have lost their partners or have already bonded with other females. They bestow their beast marks upon the females, subsequently inciting other stray beastmen to slay her. Whether they have lost a partner or have marked another female, they remain untroubled by the fear of their partners turning against them. So, tell me, do you not think male beastmen are quite wicked? The leader of the cat-eagle tribe softly interjected, Mauchi, the majority of male beastmen are benevolent. The malevolent ones who capture females are mostly cold-blooded beastmen. We passionate beastmen do not act in such a manner. Mauchi scoffed, that is not necessarily the case. The cat-eagle leader opened his mouth to speak but fell silent, as it seemed there were untold stories hidden within this matter. Situ Nana yearned for a taste of the gossip, yet the conversation did not linger on that topic. Instead, they proceeded to introduce her to the second round of single orcs emerging for the contest. Situ Nana watched another round of beast battles and found it somewhat tedious. She quietly said to Heiyu, I wish to depart. Heiyu wrapped his arm around her back and addressed the cat-eagle chief. Chief, we have finished our meal. We shall take our leave now. The cat-eagle chief replied, but the young female has not consumed any beast meat. Why the haste to leave? Although Sid and Nana had not partaken in the beast meat, they had all eaten sufficiently. With a smile, Sid and Nana turned to Cat Chi and said, Thank you for the warm hospitality of your cat-eagle tribe, but we are eager to visit the carving beast tribe, so we shall not impose further. Perhaps we can enjoy each other's company another time. With that, she stood up from Heiyu's embrace. While she had previously considered seeking a companion among the flying beast folk, most of them were merely low-level creatures, and she found the appearance of the cat-eagle tribe's warriors unappealing, so she decided against it. Lacking both strength and desirability, she could not simply settle for anyone. After all, they would be sharing a space together, and she refused to compromise on her comfort. If the right match did not present itself, then departing was the only option. Heiyu, being a man of few words, noticed Sidu Nana rising and promptly lifted her into his arms, nodding to the cat-eagle chief before turning to leave. Cat-chi did not insist on keeping them, primarily because he lacked the strength to do so, and with a smile, he waved at Sidu Nana, saying, Very well, Sidu, let us play together another time. Heiyu carried Sidu Nana back to the small tree house situated at the mouth of the cave. As Sidu Nana approached the tree hollow, She observed Cat Chi once again beckoning the solitary beasts to engage in their battles, evoking a true sense of imperial authority within her. Blackfeather sealed the entrance to the hollow, transforming into a black eagle and soaring away. Outside, the rain cascaded relentlessly. While Cedo Nana settled onto the wooden sofa that Blackfeather had crafted for her, she practiced harnessing the power of the beast god. Attempting to summon the strength of the Azure Dragonwood in hopes of forming a shield akin to the beast god's shield. However, she soon discovered that no matter how she tried, the wood energy could not materialize into a tangible form. Thus, she decided to abandon the endeavor. Sithan Nana harnessed the divine power of the beast god within her, channeling it with remarkable precision. She then commenced her meditation, offering heartfelt prayers. O great and omnipotent beast god, the most exquisite languages in existence fail to encapsulate your magnificence. As Sitoan Nana silently lavished boundless praise upon the beast god, Heiyu guided her to the sculpture beast tribe. The immense black eagle, clutching a tree branch, soared into the air, inevitably stirring a commotion among the tribe. The leader of the sculpture beast tribe, accompanied by the senior beastmen, took to the skies, while the black eagle flapped its wings before them, proclaiming, I am Heiyu from the rainforest Zigwa, and I have brought my companion here to escape the rain. The leader of the sculpture beast tribe scrutinized Heiyu for a moment and inquired, Are you the Heiyu who visited 8 years ago? Indeed. With that affirmation, the leader descended with Heiyu into a cave, while the activities that had been ongoing within the tribe resumed seamlessly. Sithan Nana remained nestled within the tree, sheltered from the torrential downpour outside. Consequently, she was deprived of the opportunity to behold the scenic beauty of the sculpted beast tribe. However, her ears were filled with the raucous sounds of the Orcish revelry and the cries of the avian creatures, hinting at some grand combative spectacle taking place. When Blackfeather finally pried open the bark sealing the tree hollow, Sithan Nana emerged to find herself surrounded by a throng of imposing, high-ranking male orcs, who were protectively encircling 2 towering and extraordinarily voluptuous female figures. Sithan Nana, entwining her arm with Heiyu's, greeted them with a smile, saying, Hello. The brown-haired woman on the left returned the smile and inquired, Greetings. Are you Heiyu's partner? Cedo Nana nodded and said, I am Cedo. The woman with black hair on the right smiled and remarked, When I first heard him mention that he had a partner, I assumed he had taken someone else's. However, seeing your willingness to approach him, it seems you are here of your own accord. Cedo Nana cast a glance at the dark-feathered figure, well aware of their notorious reputation. With a smile, she addressed the 2 women, I am here of my own accord. Upon hearing her declaration of voluntary participation, the dark-haired woman responded joyfully. My name is Highway, and I am also a black eagle beastkin. It is wonderful to know that you are here willingly. 8 years ago, when this dark-feathered individual first approached our Eagle Beast clan, I had just come of age. At that time, the clan members were convinced he intended to abduct the females, leading to quite a fierce altercation. It was only later that we learned he was a solitary eagle raised in the rainforest marshlands. Our black eagle lineage has dwindled significantly, and it brings us immense joy to see him with such a gentle and beautiful companion as you. Chapter 98, A Vigorously Spirited Eagle Beast Clan. The brown-haired woman introduced herself, I am Jinsi. With such heavy rain, where are you headed? Cedo Nana was unaware of what Heiyu had previously conveyed to them, so she cast another glance at Heiyu. Heiyu simply replied, just passing by. Sedana smiled at the 2 females and said, We are heading to the Guardian Steel in the far southern lands, thus passing through the Carving Beast tribe. In truth, we also wish to see if the tribe is aware of their own news. However, they still remember the arrival of the Black Feather from 8 years ago, yet fail to recognize me, which clearly indicates their ignorance. Cedo Nana remained undeterred, having searched numerous locations without success. She resolved to await her inquiries in the vast expanse of the Northern Sea. At that moment, a chorus of cheers resonated from outside the cave. With a smile, she addressed the 2 females, Jinsi and Highway. What is your beast sculpting tribe up to? It seems quite spirited. Highway waved to Cedo Nana, inviting her. Come with us to take a look. They were already positioned at the cave's entrance, and as they turned to walk a few paces aside, Cedo Nana glimpsed the fierce battle unfolding below the mountain involving dozens of grand eagles. The cave they occupied was nestled midway up a towering stone mountain, with a broad expanse of open ground at its base, beside which flowed a narrow river resembling a silken ribbon. There, a white eagle and a golden eagle led their respective flocks of 20 to 30 vividly colored grand eagles in an intense and dynamic clash, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. Despite the pouring rain, the grand eagles seemed utterly unfazed, engaged in their combat with fervor. Highway explained to Cedo Nana. The rainy season is rather dull, So the males began their beast fights 2 days ago, holding a match each day until the season's end. The victorious team will have the privilege of choosing their hunting grounds first in the autumn. Nana gazed curiously at the tumultuous battle below, her heart brimming with awe. She had never witnessed such a grand spectacle of avian combat. Each strike of the majestic eagles was imbued with formidable power, their wings stirring the air into a tempest. At that moment, a golden eagle suddenly broke free from the encirclement of several white eagles, soaring into the heavens. It then plummeted at remarkable speed. Its target locked onto the leader of the white eagles. Unyielding, the white eagle leader extended its talons to confront the oncoming threat. The two colossal birds collided mid-air, producing a deafening cry that reverberated across the skies. Amidst the chaos, a chorus of cheers erupted from the eagle clan, seemingly emerging from nowhere. As Nana surveyed her surroundings, she discovered 2 neighboring stone mountains, each adorned with numerous caves teeming with onlooking beasts, all intently observing the battle unfolding below. Within the cave she occupied, she noted the presence of not only Jinsi and Hui, 2 females, but also 4 other females who sat quietly, captivated by the bloody yet exhilarating spectacle of the beast fight. Their expressions varied. Some anxiously tugged at their garments, their eyes fixed on the arena, silently offering fervent prayers for their favored contenders, while others bore smiles, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, engaging in hushed conversations with their companions. All were strikingly tall and voluptuous, even surpassing certain males in stature, adorned in simple yet elegant garments crafted from animal hides, consisting of crop tops and short skirts, which contrasted sharply with the powerful male figures below. Nana once again directed her gaze towards the fierce battle unfolding below with the eagle beasts. Her eyes filled with wonder and amazement. This raw and primal scene truly opened the eyes of this modern university student. The leading golden eagle and white eagle are the squad leaders, the most formidable young male beasts among our tribe's newly adult males this year. Though one wonders what sort of female companion they seek. Heitai chuckled as he spoke to Nana. Jinsi added, "These 2 have been fighting since they hatched from their eggs, vying for everything, yet neither is willing to yield to the other. I suspect that when the time comes for them to find a mate, they will have to engage in battle once more." Nana reminisced about her conversations with Xiang Xiaozheng during her time in the bear beast tribe when her offspring, Xiong Wu, approached her seeking a mate. Turning to Jinshi, she inquired, "Is that golden eagle your offspring?" Jinshi chuckled and shook her head, replying, "I do not possess such a remarkable progeny. He is my mother's child. Thus, it follows that the golden eagle is her younger brother." Due to her lack of intention to linger in